Cassell's Illustrated History of England. Landing of the Romans on the coast of Kent. Chapter 1. The Roman Rule in Britain. Earliest notices of the British Isles, the Celts, their settlement in Britain, their character and customs, Druidism, its organization and authority, its tenets, Stonehenge and other remains, Caesar's preparations, the first invasion peril of the Romans and their retirement, the second invasion, Caesar's battles with Cassivellaunus Claudius in Britain, the resistance of Caractacus, his defeat and capture, his speech before Claudius, the conquest of Anglesea, Boadicea's rebellion, the capture of Camulaginum and London, her defeat and death, Agricola in Britain, his campaigns and administration, his campaign against the Caledonians, his recall, the walls of Hadrian and Severus, rivals to the Emperor Constantine's accession, Christianity in Britain, invasions of the Picts and Scots, dismemberment of the Roman Empire and departure of the Romans, divisions and administration of Britain under the Romans. Separated from the continent of Europe by the sea, the British Isles were not known to the nations of antiquity until a somewhat late date. Herodotus was ignorant of their existence, but Strabo, a contemporary of Caesar, tells us that the Carthaginians had for a long period carried on a considerable commerce with the Cassiterides, or Tin Islands, which are usually identified with the Scilly Islands, and doubtless included also part of the Cornish coast. Again, Pytheas, a merchant of Marseille, who lived about 332 BC, visited this country in the course of his life, and fragments of his diary are still extant. He seems to have coasted round a considerable portion of what is now England, and his observations on the inhabitants are singularly acute. About 2 centuries later, Posidonius, another Greek traveler, visited Beleriand, as he called it, that is, Cornwall. But until the invasion of Caesar, the extent of these islands, their main geographical features, and the tribes that inhabited them, were practically a matter of more or less complete ignorance to the civilized world that dwelt round the shores of the Mediterranean. From the narrative of Caesar, we gather that the bulk of the population of England, Scotland, and Wales at the time of his invasion was of Celtic origin. That is, it belonged to one of the branches of the great family of nations which is commonly known as the Indo-European or Aryan, and which includes the Celts, the Greeks and Italians, the Germans, the Lithuanians and Slavs in Europe, and in Asia the Armenians, Persians, and the chief peoples of Hindustan. Of the Aryan nations, the Celts were probably the first to arrive in Europe from the east, though the date of their migration is purely conjectural. They pushed across the Great Central Plateau until the vanguard reached the ocean, and at first probably occupied a very large portion of Europe, but being driven out by the stronger Germans, were gradually confined to the Iberian Peninsula, France, Switzerland, and the British Isles. As it is impossible to fix the date of the Celtic migration into Europe, so it is equally impossible to conjecture the when and why of the Celtic invasion of Britain. It is pretty certain that they found other races here on their arrival, and that they did not succeed by any means in thoroughly exterminating them. It has been surmised, indeed, that the Silures, who played a prominent part in the resistance to the Romans, and who inhabited the south of Wales and Monmouthshire, belonged to some more primitive race than the Celts. After the Celts, in the same way came the Belg, who were of German origin, and who settled on the southern coast. But the mass of the population was, as we have said, purely Celtic, and was composed of 2 large divisions, the Gaels, who dwelt on the northern and western coasts of what are now called England and Scotland, and over the great part of Ireland, and the Britons, who occupied the country south of the Friths of Forth and Clyde, with the exception of what is now Hampshire and Sussex, where dwelt the Belg. It was with the Britons, therefore, that the Romans were chiefly concerned, and we would fain have some information of their manners and customs other than that derived from the enemy, impartial though Caesar and Tacitus were. But there was no British historian to chronicle the mighty deeds of the Celtic warriors, or to describe the home life of the people. The picture we are able to construct, therefore, is derived almost entirely from the Romans. Nevertheless, it is a fairly complete one. They describe a tall and finely built race, recklessly brave, strikingly patriotic, and faithful to the family tie, courteous also in manner and eloquent of speech, and very fond of novelty, especially when it took the form of the arrival of a stranger in the village. At the same time, the Britons were an unpractical race, never constant to any one object, quarrelsome amongst themselves, and utterly unable to combine against a common enemy. From the wall painting by Lord Leighton, in the Royal Exchange. P.H. Nishans, bartering with the ancient Britons. From the wall painting by Lord Leighton, in the Royal Exchange. See larger version. Such was the moral character of the Britons. They dwelt in villages, in which the cottages were wattled and thatched with straw, and in time of danger repaired to a fortified and entrenched stronghold, or dun. The name of London records the site of one of these ancient places of refuge. They had large quantities of cattle, and grew corn, which they stored, in some districts at any rate, underground. Their breed of hunting dogs was also celebrated. Pythias informs us that they made a drink of mixed wheat and honey, which is still drunk in part of Wales under the name of mead. While other writers, probably deriving their information from him, tell us that they drank another liquor made of barley, which is also not unknown in these days. They fought under their kings and chiefs, and were well armed with sword, spear, axe, and shield. The chiefs also fought from chariots, which they managed with great skill, and the onslaught of the British host was accompanied by loud cries and the blowing of horns, with which each man was provided. Religion was in the hands of the Druids, who combined the character of prophet and priest. It was dark and mysterious as the gloomy forests in which it first drew birth, and in whose deepest recesses they celebrated their cruel rites. Its ministers built no covered temples, deeming it an insult to their gods to attempt to enclose their emblems in an edifice surrounded by walls, and erected by mortal hands. The forest was their temple, and a rough unhewn stone their altar. They worshipped a god of the sky and thunder, whom they identified with Jupiter, a sun god whom, when they were Romanized, they called Apollo, a god of war afterwards called Mars, and a goddess who presided over births like the Latin Lucina and Andate, the goddess of victory. Besides these, who may be regarded as their superior deities, they had a great number of inferior ones. Each wood, fountain, lake, and mountain had its tutelary genius, whom they were accustomed to invoke with sacrifice and prayer. The Druids were ruled by a chief whom they elected. They were the interpreters of the laws, which they never permitted to be committed to writing, the instructors of youth, and the judges of the people. A tremendous power to be lodged in the hands of any peculiar class. There were also bards, whose duty it was to preserve in verse the memory of any remarkable event, to celebrate the triumph of their heroes, and, by their exhortation and songs, excite the chiefs and people to deeds of courage and daring on the day of battle. It is impossible not to be struck by the profound cunning which presided over the organization of this terrible priesthood, and concentrated all authority in its hands. Its ministers placed themselves between man and the altar, permitting his approach only in mystery and gloom. They wrought upon his imagination by the sacrifice of human life, and the most terrible denunciations of the anger of their gods on all who opposed them. As the instructors of youth, they molded the pliant mind and fashioned it to their purpose. As the judges of the people, there was no appeal against their decisions, for none but the Druids could pronounce authoritatively what was the law, there being no written code to refer to. They alone possessed the right to recompense or punish. Thus the present and future welfare of their followers alike depended upon them. The severest penalty inflicted by the Druids was the interdiction of the sacrifice to those who had offended them. Woe to the unhappy wretch on whom the awful sentence fell. He ceased to be considered a human being. Like the beast of the forest, his life was at the mercy of anyone who chose to take it. He lost all civil rights, and could neither inherit land nor sue for the recovery of debts. Every one was at liberty to spoil his property. Even his nearest kindred fled from him in horror. They were also accustomed to sacrifice human victims on their altars, or burnt them as offerings to the gods, in wicker baskets. It is now time to give some account of the dogmas of this extinct religion, once the general faith of Britain. Like the monks of the Middle Ages, the Druids of the higher orders lived in community in the remote depths of the vast gloomy forests, where they celebrated their rites. In these retreats they initiated the youthful aspirants for the priesthood, who frequently passed a novitiate of 20 years before being admitted. Disciples of all ranks flocked to them, despite the severity of the probation, tempted, no doubt, by the honors and great privileges attached to the order, amongst which exemption from taxation and servitude was not the least. The mistletoe is said by Pliny to have been a peculiarly sacred plant in their rites. The Druids taught the immortality of the soul and its transmigration from one body to another, till, by some extraordinary act of virtue or courage, it merited to be received into the assembly of the gods. Caesar, in his commentaries, also informs us that they instructed their pupils in the movements of the heavenly bodies and the grandeur of the universe. Their knowledge of mathematics must have been considerable, since we find it applied to the measurement of the earth and stars. In mechanics, they were equally advanced, judging from the monuments which remain to us. Of these, the most remarkable in England are Stonehenge, consisting of 139 enormous stones, ranged in a circle, and that of Avebury, in Wiltshire, which covers a space of 28 acres of land. But the largest of all the Druid temples is situated at Carnac, in the department of Morbihan, in France. It is formed of 400 stones, varying from 5 to 27 feet in height, and ranged in 11 concentric lines. It should be mentioned, however, that some authorities consider these erections to belong to a period anterior to the arrival of the Celts in Europe, though they were probably utilized by them. From a photograph by Frith & Co., Reigate. Stonehenge from the northwest. From a photograph by Frith & Co., Reigate. From the model in the Blackmore Museum, Salisbury, after the restoration by Dr. Stukely. Stonehenge restored. From the model in the Blackmore Museum, Salisbury, after the restoration by Dr. Stukely. Such was the country, and such the condition of its inhabitants, when in 55 BC Caesar undertook its invasion, to which he was led not so much by the thirst of dominion, as by the necessity he found himself under of doing something to acquire a great name at Rome. He had already partially subdued the Gauls, and determined on striking a blow at Britain. Having decided on the expedition 5, the victorious general commenced his preparations with his accustomed energy. His first care was to obtain hostages from the Gauls. He questioned the merchants and others who had visited Britain as to its resources and extent, the natives which inhabited it, their manners, customs, and religion, and sent Camillus, whom he had created king of the Atrebates in Gaul, to demand the submission of the islanders. Druids inciting the Britons to oppose the landing of the Romans. CP 6. See larger version. On the first news of the intended descent, the 6 Britons, excited by the Druids and bards, assembled in arms in order to defend their coasts, but at the same time did not neglect other means of warding off the danger which threatened their independence, and dispatched ambassadors to Caesar with offers of alliance. They were received courteously, although the wily Roman knew that, incited by their priests, they had arrested his messenger and kept him in chains. Meanwhile Caesar prepared his fleet and assembled his soldiers for the expedition. He embarked the infantry of 2 of his legions in 80 vessels, which he assembled at Icius Portus, supposed by some writers to be Calais, by others the village of Wissant, between that place and Boulogne. He divided the vessels amongst his principal officers, and set sail with a favorable wind during the night. 18 galleys at a distant part of the coast had received his cavalry, and sailed about the same time. At 10 the following morning the expedition appeared off the coast, where the inhabitants were seen in arms, ready to receive it. The spot, it would seem, was unfavorable for landing, and Caesar hesitated, and dropped anchor till 3 in the afternoon, hoping for the arrival of his other galleys. Disappointed in this expectation, he sailed along the coast, and finally decided on disembarking at Deal, where the shore was comparatively level, and presented less difficulty for such an enterprise. But here, too, the Britons were prepared, a considerable force being collected to oppose him. The galleys drew too much water to permit the invaders to land at once upon the beach, and the soldiers hesitated. There was a momentary confusion amongst them. "Follow me, comrades," exclaimed the standard-bearer, "if you would not see the eagle in the hands of the enemy. For myself, if I perish, I shall have done my duty to Rome and to my general." At these words he plunged into the waves, and was followed by the men, who leaped tumultuously after him, ashamed, most likely, of their previous cowardice and hesitation. On reaching the shore, they fell with the utmost fury on the enemy, whose undisciplined ranks could ill sustain the shock of the Roman legion. Still, they fought desperately, incited by their bards and priests, who sang the songs of victory, and exhorted them to renew the combat each time they seemed to waver. At last they were compelled to give way, and retreat to the shelter of the woods, with their chariots and broken ranks. Caesar himself informs us that he was prevented from pursuing the victory by the absence of his cavalry, a circumstance which he bitterly laments, since its presence alone was wanting to crown his fortune. Although he did not venture to follow the fugitives, they sent ambassadors, accompanied by Camillus, whom the Britons released from prison and chains, to sue for peace. The victor complained, and with some show of justice, of the reception he had met with, after they had sent envoys to him in Gaul with offers of submission, and also of the arrest of his ambassador, and lamented the blood that had been shed. To this harangue the Britons artfully replied that they had imprisoned Camillus in order to preserve him from the fury of the people, and with this excuse Caesar either was, or affected to be, content. He granted the peace they came to solicit, and demanded hostages, which were promised for the future. A storm dispersed the 18 galleys, which were to transport the cavalry of Caesar, and drove them back upon the coast of Gaul. This was not the only misfortune the Romans endured. That same night the moon was at its full. It was the season of the equinox, and the tide rose to an unusual height, filling the vessels which Caesar had drawn out of the reach of danger, as he imagined, on the sands. The larger ships, which had served him as a means of transport, were driven from their anchors, and many of them wrecked. Although perfectly aware of the perils which menaced their invaders, the Britons appear to have proceeded with the utmost caution. Whilst a league was secretly being formed to crush the Romans, their chiefs appeared daily in their camp, professing unbroken friendship. Suddenly they fell upon the 7th Legion, which had been sent to a distance to forage. The plan was well contrived to defeat the enemy in detail. Many of their leaders remained in camp, in order to lull suspicion, whilst their confederates surprised the Romans, who, having laid aside their arms, were soon surrounded, and must have been cut off but for the timely arrival of Caesar, who, warned by his outposts that a cloud of dust thicker than usual had been seen at a distance, guessed immediately what had occurred. With a portion of his army he fell upon the assailants, and, after a desperate struggle, disengaged the threatened legion, and returned with it to the camp in safety. The lesson was a sharp one, and the rains soon afterwards setting in, the invader did not attempt to renew the battle. The islanders, meanwhile, had not been idle. Messengers had been dispatched in every direction, 7 calling on the various nations to take arms. The Druids preached war to the death, and a sufficient force was soon assembled to attack the Romans in their camp. Discipline, however, again prevailed against the courage of the barbarians, as Tacitus contemptuously calls them, although he admits at the same time their bravery, and adds that it was a fortunate thing for Caesar that the country was so divided into petty states that the jealousies of their respective rulers prevented the unity of action, which alone could ensure success. Had the Britons been united, they might have bid defiance to the legions of Rome. Once more the islanders demanded peace, which Caesar granted them. In fact, he was scarcely in a position to do otherwise, for he already meditated a retreat. He embarked the army suddenly in the night, and retired to Gaul, taking the hostages he had received with him. Although the Senate of Rome ordered a thanksgiving of 20 days for the triumph of the Roman arms, the first expedition against the island cannot be regarded as other than a failure. For the second invasion, which took place in the following year, preparations were made commensurate with the importance of the task proposed. Caesar, having assembled 800 vessels, on board of which were 5 legions and 2,000 horsemen of the noblest families in Gaul, set sail and landed without opposition at Ryde. This time there was no enemy to oppose him, for the Britons, terrified at the appearance of this immense armament, had retreated to their natural fastnesses, the forests, leaving 10 cohorts and 300 horsemen to guard the camp and fleet. Under the orders of Quintus Atrius, Caesar set forward in search of the enemy, whom he discovered, after a march of 12 miles, on the banks of a river, where they had drawn up their chariots and horsemen. Profiting by their elevated position, they accepted, or rather engaged, the combat, and when repulsed withdrew into an admirably fortified camp, which was not taken without much difficulty. The Britons, as usual after a defeat, retreated once more to their woods, where it was impossible for the legions of Rome to follow, or the cavalry to act against them. On the following morning, just as the victorious leader was about to recommence his march, news arrived from the camp that a violent tempest had seriously damaged the fleet. Many of his vessels were wrecked, and others rendered unfit for service. Like a prudent general, Caesar at once returned to the camp to assure himself of the extent of the injury done to his fleet, and found it more considerable than he imagined. 40 vessels were lost, the rest could be repaired, though not without great labor and time. Every artificer in his army was set to work. Others were sent for from the continent, and instructions written to Labienus in Gaul to construct new galleys to replace those which were lost. The next step was worthy the genius and reputation of Caesar. After having repaired his ships, he caused his legions to draw them out of reach of the tide, high up on the shore, and enclosed the whole of them in a fortified camp. An immense work, when we consider that it was executed in an enemy's country, and the scanty means at his command for such an undertaking. Meanwhile, the Britons had united under Cassell, head king of the tribes north of the Thames, and Caesar advanced to meet him. The king proved a doughty opponent, seldom venturing upon a pitched battle, but harassing the Romans by sudden attacks, in which the chariots proved particularly formidable. At length Caesar managed with difficulty to cross the Thames somewhere above London and ravaged the king's territory. Fortunately, the powerful tribe of the Trinobantes, who inhabited part of Middlesex and Essex, came over to him at this juncture, having old scores to pay off against Cassell, and they were followed by other tribes. Caesar was therefore able to storm Verulam, the stronghold of the British king, and then, finding that his camp on the coast was being besieged by the four kings of Kent, that his troops were being wearied out by the constant alarms, and having, in addition, received unpleasant news from Gaul, he accepted the offers of peace made by Cassell and departed. So ended Caesar's invasions of Britain. For nearly a century, that is, until AD 43, Britain remained undisturbed by the Romans, but at length the Emperor Claudius determined that the island should be thoroughly conquered. Accordingly, his general, Aulus Plautius, landed with an army, and after gaining considerable successes, wrote to Claudius inviting him to pass over to the island and conclude the war himself. The emperor accepted the invitation and took the command of his legions in Britain. He crossed the Thames and seized upon the fortress of Camulaginum, Colchester, or Malden. Authorities are divided as to which, receiving in his progress the submission of a number of petty kings and chiefs. This had been the stronghold of Cunobelinus, the Cymbeline of Shakespeare. Having reduced a part of the country to the condition of a Roman province, Claudius returned to enjoy the honors of a triumph in Rome. It was celebrated with a degree of unusual magnificence, splendid games, and rejoicings. From the bust in the British Museum. Julius Caesar. From the bust in the British Museum. After passing 4 years on the island, Plautius was recalled to Rome, where the jealousy of the emperor limited the honors decreed to the victorious general to a simple ovation. He was succeeded by Ostorius Scapula, who found, on his arrival, the affairs of his countrymen in the greatest disorder. The Britons, trusting that a general newly arrived in the island would not enter on a campaign in the beginning of winter, had divided their forces, to plunder and lay waste the territories of such persons as were in alliance with Rome. Ostorius, however, contrary to their expectations, pursued the war with vigor, gave the dispersed bands no time to unite or rally, and commanded the people whom he suspected of disaffection to give up their arms. As a further precaution, he erected forts on the banks of the Avon and the Severn. CP 10. Caractacus before Claudius, CP 10. See larger version. The moment appeared favorable to the victorious general to subdue the Silures, a fierce and warlike nation, who, under their king, Caractacus, still held out against the Roman arms, AD 50. Hitherto clemency and force had alike proved unavailing to reduce them to submission, and Ostorius prepared his expedition with a prudence and foresight worthy of the struggle on which the establishment of the supremacy of Rome in the island, in a great measure, depended. He first settled a strong colony of his veteran soldiers at Camulaginum, on the conquered lands, to keep in check the neighboring tribes, and spread by their example a knowledge of the useful arts. He then set forth at the head of his bravest legions in search of Caractacus, who had retreated from his own states, and transported the war into the 10 country of the Ordovices in the middle of Wales. The warlike Briton had assembled under his command all who had vowed an eternal resistance to the invaders, and fortified his position by entrenchments of earth, in imitation of the Roman military works. In Shropshire, where the great struggle is supposed to have taken place, there is a hill which the inhabitants still call Caercaradoc. It corresponds exactly with the description which Tacitus has given of the fortifications erected by Caractacus, and answers to the Latin words castra caractassa. This warrior, whose devotion to the liberties of his country merited a better fate, did all that a patriot and a soldier could do to excite the spirit of his countrymen. He reminded the chiefs under his command that the day of battle would be the day of deliverance from a degrading bondage, and at the same time appealed to their patriotism by reminding them that their ancestors had defeated the attempts of Caesar. The address was received with acclamation, and the excited Britons bound themselves by oaths not to shrink from the darts of their enemies. The cries of rage with which the invaders were received, the resolute bearing of the Silures, astonished the Roman general, who examined with disquietude the river which defended the rude entrenchment on one side, the ramparts of earth and stone, not unskillfully thrown up, and the rugged rock, which towered above them, crowned with numberless defenders. His soldiers demanded to be led on, urging that nothing was impossible to true courage. The tribunes held the same language, and Ostorius led on his army to the attack. Under a shower of arrows it crossed the river, and arrived at the foot of the rude entrenchment, but not without suffering severely. Then was seen the advantage of discipline over untrained courage. The Roman soldiers serried their ranks, and raising their bucklers over their heads, formed with them an impenetrable roof, which securely sheltered them whilst they demolished the earthworks. That once accomplished, the victory was assured. The half-naked Britons, with their clubs and arrows, were no match against the well-armed legions of Rome, but from the summit of the rocks still poured death upon their enemies, till the light troops succeeded in slaying or dispersing them. The victory of the Romans was complete. The wife and daughter of Caractacus were taken prisoners, and the illustrious chief of the Silures soon afterwards shared a similar destiny. His mother-in-law, Cardismandua, queen of the Brigantes, to whom he had fled for shelter, delivered him in chains to his enemies. Ostorius sent him and his family to Rome as the noblest trophies of his conquest. The fame of Caractacus had penetrated even to Italy. The Roman citizens were anxious to behold the barbarian who had so long braved their power. Although defeated, and a captive, the natural greatness of his soul did not abandon him. Tacitus relates that his first remark on beholding the imperial city was surprise that those who possessed such magnificent palaces at home should envy him a poor hovel in Britain. He was conducted before the Emperor Claudius, who received him seated on his throne with the Empress Agrippina by his side. The Praetorian Guard were drawn up in line of battle on either side. First came the servants of the captive prince, then were borne the spoils of the vanquished Britons. These were followed by the brothers, the wife, and daughter of Caractacus, and last of all by Caractacus himself, calm and unsubdued by his misfortune. Advancing to the throne, he pronounced the following remarkable discourse, which Tacitus has preserved for us. If I had had, O Caesar, in prosperity, a prudence equal to my birth and fortune, I should have entered this city as a friend, and not as a captive. And possibly thou wouldest not have disdained the alliance of a man descended from illustrious ancestors, who gave laws to several nations. My fate this day appears as sad for me as it is glorious for thee. I had horses, soldiers, arms, and treasures. Is it surprising that I should regret the loss of them? If it is thy will to command the universe, is it a reason we should voluntarily accept slavery? Had I yielded sooner, thy fortune and my glory would have been less, and oblivion would soon have followed my execution. If thou sparest my life, I shall be an eternal monument of thy clemency. To the honor of Claudius, he not only spared the life of his captive, but the lives of his brothers, wife, and daughter, and treated them with respect. Their chains were removed, and they expressed their thanks, not only to the emperor but to Agrippina, whose influence is supposed, not without reason, to have been exerted in their favor. The public life of Caractacus ended with his captivity, for the tradition that he afterwards returned to Britain and ruled over a portion of the island rests on so uncertain a foundation as to be unworthy of belief. The Senate, in its pompous harangues, compared the subjection of this formidable chief to that of Syphax by Scipio, and decreed the honors of a triumph to his conqueror Ostorius, who died, however, shortly afterwards, worn out by the perpetual attacks of the Silures. Ostorius was succeeded in the government of Britain by Avitus Didius Gallus, who, unlike his warlike predecessor, sought to establish the Roman dominion in the island by fomenting internal dissension. He made an alliance with the perfidious mother-in-law of Caractacus, Cardismandua, queen of the Brigantes, whose subjects had revolted. His government lasted but 4 years, during which period the armies of Rome made but little progress on the isle. Nero assigned the government of Britain to Veranius, who died a year afterwards, in a campaign he had undertaken against the Silures. Suetonius Paulinus, who was dispatched to Britain by Nero in 58, proved himself fully equal to the task he had undertaken. Hitherto the Britons had been excited to revolt by the exhortations of the Druids, whose principal sanctuary was in the island of Anglesea, which, up to the period of his government, had preserved its independence, and served as a refuge to the malcontents and vanquished. Of this important spot Suetonius resolved to obtain possession, as the most effectual means of crushing the spirit of resistance still existing amongst the people. By means of a number of flat-bottomed boats, which he had constructed for the purpose, He crossed the arm of the sea which separates Anglesea from Britain. Tacitus has left a vivid description of the effect produced upon the Romans on approaching the island. The army of the enemy drawn up like a living rampart on the shore, to oppose their landing. The women, in mournful robes of a somber color, rushing wildly along the sands, brandishing their torches and muttering imprecations, the Druids with their arms extended in malediction. The invaders were appalled, and but for the exhortations of their leaders, the expedition, in all probability, must have suffered a defeat. Excited by their reproaches, the standard-bearers advanced, and the army, ashamed to desert their eagles, followed them, striking madly with their swords and crushing all who opposed them. Finally, they succeeded in surrounding the Britons, who perished, with their wives and children, in the fires which the Druids had commanded to be kindled for their hideous sacrifices. The victory was a terrible blow to the influence of the Druids, who never recovered their power in the island, and its consequences would have been even more severely felt, but for an insurrection which shortly afterwards broke out in that portion of Britain which had been reduced to the condition of a Roman colony. The imposts were excessive and exacted with rigor. Hundreds of distinguished families saw themselves reduced to indigence and, consequently, to servitude. Their sons were torn from their hearths and compelled to serve on the continent in the auxiliary cohorts. All these evils, great as they were, might have been borne, had not an outrage been added more infamous than any the insolent invaders had yet ventured to perpetrate. An outrage which filled the hearts of the Britons with fury and drove them once more to rebellion. Prasutagus, a king of the nation of the Iceni, had for many years been the faithful ally of Rome. On his death, the better to ensure a portion of his inheritance to his family, he named the emperor and his daughters as his joint heirs. The Roman procurator, however, took possession of the whole in the name of his imperial master, a proceeding which naturally aroused the indignation of Boadicea, the widow of the deceased prince. Being a woman of resolute character, she complained bitterly of the spoliation, and for redress was not only beaten with rods like a slave, but her daughters were dishonored before her eyes. On hearing of these indignities, the Iceni flew to arms, the Trinobantes and several other tribes followed their example, and a league was formed between them to recover their lost liberties. The first object of their attack was the colony of veterans established at Camulaginum, where a temple, dedicated to Claudius, had been raised, the priests of which committed infamous exactions, under the pretense of thus honoring religion. It was affirmed, as is generally the case on the eve of any great event, that numerous omens preceded the catastrophe. The statue of Victory fell in the temple with its face upon the ground. Fearful howlings were heard in the theater, and it is even pretended that a picture of the colony in ruins had been seen floating in the waters of the Thames. The report of all these prodigies, which, if they really took place, were doubtless the contrivances of the Druids, froze the veterans with terror and raised the courage of the Britons to the highest pitch. In the absence of Suetonius, the colonists demanded succor of the procurator, who sent them only 200 men, and those badly armed, and with this feeble reinforcement, the garrison shut themselves up in the temple. With the cunning which seems peculiar to all semi-barbarous nations, the Britons continued to reassure their enemy of their pacific intentions. The consequence was that instead of raising a rampart and digging a ditch round the building 12, which they might easily have done, the Romans remained in a state of fancied security, neglecting even to send away their women and children, and such as from age and sickness were unable to bear arms. Suddenly the mask was thrown off. The insurgents, who had gained sufficient time to collect their forces and mature their plans, fell upon the colony, destroying everything before them and sparing neither sex nor age. After a siege of several days, the temple was taken by assault, and the garrison put to the sword. Britons with caracals. See larger version. Emboldened by their success, the victors marched to meet Petilius Cerealis, who, at the head of the 9th Legion, was hastening to the assistance of his countrymen. After a bloody battle, in which the Britons massacred all his infantry, the Roman lieutenant was compelled to seek refuge with his cavalry in the camp. Terrified at the disaster which his avarice and cruelty had caused, the procurator, Cato Decianus, fled to Gaul, followed by the maledictions of the inhabitants of the province on which he had brought so many evils. Whilst engaged in the subjugation of the natives of Anglesea, Suetonius Paulinus received intelligence of the revolt of the Britons against the colonies of the eastern parts of the island. Immediately, he set out on his march for London. This is the first mention which we have in history of this city by the title of Londinium, a city destined, in after years, to become the chief center of political power and commercial enterprise in Europe, to rival, if not to eclipse, the most famous cities of antiquity in splendor and in influence. But the small force under his command was unable successfully to govern it against the fury of the native enemies, who eagerly panted for the destruction of a town which was at once the monument of Roman triumph and the stronghold of Roman tyranny. Anxious that his small army should not be destroyed in an attempt to defend what was hopeless, Suetonius resolved to retreat and give up the city to the plunder of the Britons. All such as were willing to leave it were taken into his army, and, amid the cries and lamentations of the inhabitants, the city was abandoned by the Roman troops. It was not long before the storm burst upon the wretched inhabitants, whom the insurgents massacred 13 without pity or remorse, although the majority of them consisted of their own countrymen, against whom their rage appeared quite as much excited as against the Romans, on account of their submission to the common enemy. 70,000 are computed to have perished in the slaughter. Never before had such an indiscriminate destruction been witnessed in the island. Tacitus, in speaking of the Britons, says, "They would neither take the vanquished prisoners, sell them, nor ransom their lives and liberties, but hasten to massacre, torture, and crucify them, as if to avenge themselves beforehand for the cruel punishments which the future had in store for them." From the Trajan column. Roman soldiers passing over a bridge of boats. From the Trajan column. See larger version. Suetonius, uniting the 14th legion, the auxiliaries of the 21st, and the garrisons of the neighboring towns, soon found himself at the head of 10,000 men, and with such an army no longer hesitated to meet the enemy, before whom he had hitherto deemed it advisable to retreat. With great skill he took up his position at the entrance of a narrow defile, his infantry in the center, the cavalry forming the wings. The Britons, a countless multitude, advanced to battle without order or discipline, animated by the desire of vengeance and the hope of recovering their liberty. Before the struggle commenced, a chariot was seen, drawn slowly through their ranks. In it was a female of tall stature and dignified bearing, enveloped in the folds of a long mantle, a chain of gold round her waist, and her long hair floating to the ground. It was the outraged Boadicea, who, accompanied by her daughters, appealed to the courage of her countrymen. "The Britons," she cried, "are accustomed to fight under the command of a woman. There is no question now of avenging my illustrious ancestors from whom I am descended, my kingdom, or my plundered treasures. Avenge me as a simple woman, as one of your own class. Avenge my outraged liberty, my body torn by the scourge, and the dishonored innocence of my daughters. The Romans respect neither the age of our old men nor the chastity of our children. Their avarice is insatiable. Are not our persons taxed? Do we not pay even for the permission to bare our heads? Nor is that all. The tax must be paid for those who cease to live. It was reserved for the execrable tyranny of the Romans," she added, "to raise a revenue from the dead. But there are just gods avenging gods. A legion that dared oppose us has perished. The rest of the Romans conceal themselves or already think of flight. They cannot hear without trembling the cries of so many thousand men. How then will they support the 14 shock of your blows? Consider your countless battalions, reflect on the motives of this war, and you will understand that the day has arrived on which we must vanquish or die. Such shall be the fate of one woman. Let men live slaves if they will." Animated by these inspiring words, the recollection of their injuries, and the blood they had already shed, the Britons commenced the combat. The legion, with their eyes fixed upon their chief, waited the signal. It was given, and they advanced in a triangular battalion. The auxiliaries followed the impetuous movement, and the squadrons charged with their lances in rest. Nothing could resist that fearful shock. The immense multitude was put to flight, but the chariots containing their wives and children, who had followed to be spectators of their victory, barred the way. The victors spared neither women, children, nor animals. The carnage was fearful. 80,000 Britons remained dead upon the plain. Boadicea, the witness and victim of this sad defeat, kept the promise she had made, not to fall into the power of the Romans, but ended her life by poison. This victory re-established the reputation of the Roman arms, but it was not permitted to Suetonius to complete the task he had begun. He was shortly afterwards recalled to Rome, to answer charges brought against him by his enemies, and, although acquitted, he lost the favor of a prince in whose reign no man of celebrity was spared. In the reign of Vespasian, his general, Cerealis, reduced the Brigantes in the years AD 69 and 70, and his successor, Julius Frontinus, conquered the Silures. But it was reserved to another general to achieve the conquest of a proud and warlike nation, and to render it durable by the qualities of justice and moderation. The great man who gave this useful lesson to the world was Agricola, named governor of Britain in the year 78 of the Christian era. He had already visited the island, having served in the army as tribune under the command of Suetonius Paulinus, who esteemed and treated him as a friend. His first step was to repress the revolt of the Ordovices, whom he punished with rigor. He next renewed the attack on the island of Anglesea, which he took, owing to the courage of his German auxiliaries, who, not having vessels at their command, swam over the arm of the sea which divides it from Britain. In the following campaign, he extended the limits of the Roman government to the Tay, leaving strong garrisons at all the important points. In his fourth campaign, Agricola crossed the Forth to the southern frontier of Caledonia, or the Scottish Highlands, and erected, to repress the invasion of the warlike inhabitants, a line of fortifications between the Forth and the Clyde. But it is as an administrator or civil governor that Agricola chiefly merits our praise. He lessened, as much as possible, the tribute levied on the vanquished Britons by an equitable adjustment, suppressed the most onerous monopolies, and multiplied the means of transport and commerce. Having succeeded in gaining the good opinion of the people he was called to rule over by his valor and equity, the governor next tried to keep them peaceable by inculcating a taste for the arts and pleasures. He encouraged the erection of temples and forums, aided all public works by grants from the treasury, and caused the sons of the principal chiefs and princes to be instructed in the sciences. Gradually, those who had disdained the language of the conquerors devoted themselves to its attainment. They assumed the toga, and affected the tastes, and in too many instances the vices, of their masters. Titus, who had succeeded to the throne of his father, Vespasian, reigned but 2 years, and left the empire to Domitian, who, like most men of suspicious nature, felt jealous lest any other name should become greater than his own. He did not venture, however, to recall Agricola, who was permitted to pursue his career of glory, and in the 5th year of his government, advanced with his legions to the west, as far as the coast opposite to Ireland. A statesman, administrator, and soldier, like the illustrious pupil of Suetonius, must have comprehended the advantage of conquering the sister island, the facilities which it would afford to the increasing commerce between Spain, Gaul, and Britain. He renounced, however, the enterprise from some unknown reason, and Ireland, for nearly 1,000 years longer, preserved her independence. He now turned his attention to the people north of the Forth, whom Tacitus calls the Caledonians. In his first campaign against them, which commenced in the 6th year of his government, the Romans experienced a severe check, as the enemy nearly forced their camp, and were only repulsed after causing considerable damage. In the 7th and last year of his residence on the island, Agricola made his great attempt to subdue these ferocious nations, and his preparations were worthy his great military reputation and the magnitude of the task he had undertaken. He joined to his legions and auxiliaries from the 15 continent cohorts of Britons, drawn from the southern portion of the island, and supplied his army by means of a numerous fleet, which sailed along the coast. After the wall cartoon by W. Bell Scott, RHA at Wallington, by permission of the Right Hun, Sir George O. Trevelyan. The Romans cause a wall to be built for the protection of the South. After the wall cartoon by W. Bell Scott, RHA at Wallington. By permission of the Right Hun, Sir George O. Trevelyan. See larger version. The Romans advanced without encountering any serious obstacle as far as the Grampians, where the Caledonians, under the celebrated chief Galgacus, were drawn up to oppose them, 30,000 strong. The first ranks, consisting of the bravest of the tribes, occupied the level plain. The next and secondary ones covered the sides of the mountain, rising in half-circles one above another, as in a vast amphitheater. At the sight of the Caledonians, it became difficult to keep the Romans in the entrenchments, and Agricola, seeing their impatience for battle, exhorted them to conquest. "Defeat itself," he said, "will not be without glory, but you will not yield. The bravest of the Britons have been already overcome. Those who remain are cowardly and timid, as you behold on the heights which you will illustrate by a memorable victory. Put an end," he concluded, "to so many expeditions, and add another great day to 50 years of triumph." At these words the ardor of his soldiers could no longer be repressed. They quitted the camp, and their brave leader ranged them in order of battle. the auxiliaries on foot to the number of 8,000 in the center, 3,000 horsemen formed the wings, the legions being held in reserve. The first line of the Caledonians descended to the plain, which trembled beneath the galloping of the horses and the rolling of the war chariots. Agricola, seeing the superiority of the enemy in point of numbers, deployed his ranks, resolved neither to fly nor yield. Favored by their position, the barbarians had the advantage as long as they fought at a distance with javelins and arrows, which became useless, however, when, the Roman general having commanded the auxiliaries to engage man to man, they rushed to the encounter with their long, sharp swords. Another body assailed the rocks, which they carried by assault, and the Caledonians retreated behind their horsemen and chariots, whilst the Roman cavalry, falling on the confused mass, completed the rout. The plain soon became one wide scene of carnage. 10,000 Caledonians perished, whilst their enemy lost only 360 men. The victors passed the night in drunkenness and pillage, whilst the vanquished, men and women, wandered about the country, yielding to despair. In their rage they destroyed their habitations, to prevent them from being plundered by the Romans. Agricola rendered an account of his victory to the emperor, in terms remarkable for their modesty and simplicity. The jealous Domitian received his letter with apparent joy, but secret wrath. With his usual cunning, however, he dissembled his real sentiments, till time had weakened the enthusiasm of the people and the favor of the army for the man he hated. Gradually, a report gained ground that the victorious general was to be recalled from the scene of his triumphs, to take the command in Syria, and Domitian demanded for him the honors of a triumph. The victor dared not, however, present himself to the acclamations of the people, for fear of exciting the jealousy of his imperial master. He entered Rome privately, and by night, and presented himself before the tyrant, who received him coldly and in silence. He soon became confounded with the crowd of courtiers, and only escaped from the peril of his glory by appearing himself to forget it. Little is known of the state of Britain from Domitian to Hadrian, when many of the nations who had been subject to the yoke of Rome began to show signs of impatience, and all the cares of the new emperor were to confirm the peace of the world. He re-established the system of Augustus, abandoned the conquests of Trajan, and limited the empire in the east to the Euphrates. He visited the provinces and arrived at last in Britain, where he corrected many abuses, and built, in order to repress the incursions of the Caledonians, the celebrated wall, a description of which will be found in the following chapter which bore his name. It extended upwards of 80 miles, from the north of the Tyne to the Solway, AD 120. Rome thus abandoned without a struggle the country included between the wall of Hadrian and that of Agricola, an extent of about 100 miles. A portion of it, however, was regained under Antoninus Pius, the adopted son and successor of Hadrian, in 139, when a rampart was constructed between the Forth and the Clyde. It was subsequently strengthened by the Emperor Severus, in 208, and hence is generally called by his name. During the 3rd century, the empire was agitated by numerous competitions for the purple, but it was somewhat appeased on the accession of Diocletian. The legions in Britain now adopted the practice of setting up emperors of their own. One of them, Carausius, reigned from 287 to 294, and was only got rid of by assassination. The murderer, Electus, attempted to succeed him, and maintained himself in the island till defeated by Constantius, who was created a sub-emperor, with the title of Caesar. Thus Britain was once more united to the empire. The victor made himself loved by the Britons, by his equitable and wise administration, and continued to reside amongst them till the abdication of Diocletian. At his death, which occurred in York in 306, he recommended to the army, who were devoted to him, his son, the celebrated Constantine, who was immediately saluted emperor and Augustus. He was beloved by the Britons, being the son of a British mother, the fair Helena of York. Constantine was a Christian, but before his accession, had been compelled to execute the imperial commands against the followers of that faith. Many of the Romans, who had received the new religion, and fled from the persecutions of Claudius and Nero, found refuge in Britain, where the imperial edicts were less rigorously obeyed, till the persecution of Diocletian, when the churches throughout the empire were ordered to be closed, and the refusal of the new sect to offer sacrifice to the gods of Rome was punished with death. Much as Constantine condemned, he dared not annul the impious mandate he had received. Ascending his tribunal, before which the principal officers of his army and household had been summoned, he read aloud the edict, and added that those who profess the new faith must decide on abandoning either their faith or their employments. Many, doubtless, chose the former alternative, since we are told that the prince, in great indignation, dismissed the apostates from his service, observing that it was impossible for him to trust those who had denied their convictions. His lieutenants, however, were less scrupulous, and Christian blood was shed to maintain the state religion of the empire. Alban, the proto-martyr, as the latter designation implies, was the first who suffered, and the names of Julius and Aaron, citizens of Caerleon, upon the Usk, have also been handed down to posterity as two of the earliest victims. But on the accession of Constantine to the throne, religious toleration was restored throughout the empire. Christianity now made rapid progress in the island. A hierarchy became established, and at the Council of Arles, in 314, 3 English bishops assisted, those of York, London, and Camulodunum. After the death of Constantine, the Caledonians disappear and are replaced by the Picts. There is every reason to believe, however, that these are only 2 names for the same race, the Picts, Picti, being the painted or tattooed men. The Scots, another race of northern invaders, were of different origin. They originally came over from Ireland, where they inhabited the eastern coasts, settled in the neighborhood of Loch Lomond, and made an alliance with the nearest tribes, for the purpose of ravaging possessions of the Britons. Both these peoples were of Celtic origin, and the Scots, or Milesians from Lat. Miles, a soldier, were the dominant race in Ireland. Other plunderers also attacked the weakened empire, of whom the most important were the Saxons, of whom we shall read more later on. They were severely chastised by Theodosius, who visited Britain in 343. He succeeded in expelling them from the Roman provinces and driving them back to their wild retreats. Maximus, who afterwards assumed the title of Augustus, while in Britain, carried on the war against the Picts and Scots with unrelenting severity. His ambition, however, led him to attempt the conquest of the whole Western Empire, in which he failed, and was beheaded at Aquileia. His army, comprising a large majority of Britons, never returned to their native country, which consequently was left in a great measure defenseless. So favorable an opportunity did not escape the vigilance of the Picts and Scots, who made successive inroads in the island, and returned to their mountain fastnesses laden with plunder. The power of Rome was now shaken by the eruption of barbarians of various denominations, who, issuing from the east and north, depopulated her fairest provinces. Assailed at so many points at once, it seemed as if the nations of the earth had been let loose to uproot her supremacy and break the shackles which for so many ages had fettered the greater part of the world. The Goths, led by Alaric, crossing the Julian Alps, swept like a torrent over the fertile plains of Italy. Other German tribes devastated Gaul, and the Roman legions in Britain, deprived of all communication with the Emperor Honorius, fell back upon their custom of electing an emperor for themselves. The first whom they selected for the purple was Marcus, whom his soldiers, very soon after elevating him to the imperial dignity, put to death. After him came an adventurer named Constantine, who paid for his short-lived dignity with his life. A third usurper arose in Gerontius. CP 18. Roman soldiers leaving Britain. CP 18. See larger version. When the Emperor Honorius heard of this revolution, he wrote to the states of Britain to say that they must provide for their safety and govern themselves, by which concession the rule of Rome in the island was looked on as at an end. The Britons, in despair, rose and drove out their civil governors. About 367 years after the 18 landing of Plautius, the evacuation of Britain was complete. No doubt to a large number of the imperial soldiers, this withdrawal meant the severance of many tender ties, and some of the leave-takings must have been painful enough. How frequently do we read, in the history of the world, of a nation urged by an irresistible, though unknown, impulse to pursue the path of conquest, not for their own advantage, but for the ultimate benefit of the people whom they subject. Such was the result of the Roman invasion of Britain, which proved neither profitable nor advantageous to the conquerors. Appianus of Alexandria, who flourished AD 123, wrote a history of all the nations which Rome had subdued, in 24 books. In this work he says, "The Romans have penetrated into Britain and taken possession of the greater and better part of the island, but they do not desire the rest, because that which they already possess is not of the slightest benefit to them." The historian was right, for despite the taxes, the produce of the mines, and the exportation of corn, the island could never have been a source of great profit to the victors, notwithstanding which we trace them, urged by a resistless combination of events, progressing step by step, till the greater part of the country was subdued. For nearly a century, the portion of Britain which had submitted to their yoke formed but a single province. It was first separated into two during the reign of the Emperor Severus. This division was afterwards extended to five, the positions of which are not very accurately determined. First, Flavia Caesariensis, which is thought to have consisted of the western portion of the island. Second, Britannia Prima, the country between the Thames and the Humber. Third, Britannia Secunda, lying between the Severn and the sea, now known by the name of Wales. Fourth, Maxima Caesariensis, lying to the north of the two preceding ones, extending to the wall of Hadrian, between the Tyne and the Solway. Fifth, Valentia, comprising the lands from the wall of Hadrian to the Forth and Clyde. Each of these provinces, before the period when anarchy set in, had a separate ruler, subject to the Governor-General of Britain, who was named by the emperor under the title of vicar. He exercised all but sovereign authority and united in his hands both the military and judicial power. Under him was a procurator or quaestor, who levied the taxes and administered the revenues of the island. The principal sources of revenue were a poll tax, a tax on funerals and inheritances, on slaves, on all public sales, and an impost upon cattle and agricultural produce. The tax upon cattle, which was called scriptura, from the collectors visiting the pastures and writing down lists of the number and kind which each estate nourished, was particularly oppressive to the Britons, and one of the most frequent causes of revolt. In addition to these burdens, the Romans levied imposts upon merchandise, either imported or exported, which formed a considerable item in their revenue, the commerce between the Empire and Britain having been greatly extended. Agriculture also made immense progress in the island, in which cities of considerable importance were built. Of these, the most important, in a commercial point of view, were Clausentum and London. In the 2nd century, Britain contained upwards of 100 cities. The principal were London, Colchester, Bath, Gloucester, York, Chester, Lincoln, and Chesterfield. Most of them were built upon lands which the emperors had bestowed upon the veterans of those legions, whose descendants formed the greater part of the population. The larger cities, about 10 in number, enjoyed the jus latii, which conferred, amongst other privileges, the right of electing their magistrates. The inferior ones, called stipendiaries, paid tribute to the emperor, and were governed by officers under the authority of the prefect. It is extremely improbable, however, that any real amalgamation of the two races ever took place, or that Roman civilization left any permanent effects upon the British character. The Romans were in fact, from first to last, an army of occupation among a hostile people. Chapter 2. Roman remains in Britain. Two varieties of masonry: Dover Castle, Richborough Castle, Newport Gate, Lincoln Hadrian's Wall, its direction and construction, outworks, ornamental detail, Roman roads and camps. The remains of Roman architecture in Britain, though numerous, do not exhibit any perfect buildings, and the workmanship in general is not equal to that of the continental remains. The buildings seem to have been inferior and of smaller dimensions, and there is very little of ornamental detail to be found, except the tessellated pavements, of which many fine examples yet remain in the Roman villas, which have been discovered from time to time in various parts of the kingdom. The principal places where Roman remains are now to be seen are Lincoln, Dover Castle, St. Albans, Richborough Castle, Porchester, York, Cirencester, Leicester, and Colchester. But in all these there is little ornamentation or detail left, the remains consisting chiefly of plain walls, the masonry of which has peculiarities of character which mark its date. Of the masonry there are two principal varieties. The first, and that which is most readily recognized, consists of alternate layers or bands of pebbles, or small stones embedded in mortar, and tiles or flat stones. These bands consisted of 3 or 4 courses of tiles or stones laid through the wall, and were placed at 2 or 3 feet from each other, the intermediate spaces being raised with a sort of cement composed of mortar and pebbles, or sometimes ragstones, or such materials as the country afforded. In this manner are built the Mint Wall at Lincoln, the Jury Wall at Leicester, and the walls at Verulam, St. Albans, Porchester, Richborough, York, Pevensey, Chesterford, Colchester, Wroxeter, and Silchester. The other variety consists of walls formed of square stones or ashlar, as the Roman wall in Northumberland. These are sometimes very large, as in the North Gate, or Newport Gate, Lincoln. Smaller kinds of ashlar, of almost cubical blocks, occur in the multangular tower and other buildings at York. The mortar used in all these walls is in general mixed with pounded brick. It will not be necessary here to go into a description of all these buildings, but a few of the most remarkable may be mentioned. One of the most curious and interesting of these is the Pharos in the Castle of Dover, though it has undergone much alteration, particularly in the 15th century. Wherever the outer casing is worn away or has been removed by violence, the walls exhibit the usual mode of Roman building with the material of the districts, in this case with tufa or stalactite, brought perhaps from the opposite coast of France, and flint, with layers of large flat Roman bricks, some of them 2 feet long, each layer 2 courses deep, placed regularly and horizontally in the walls at equal intervals, or nearly so. No less than 8 of these layers of brickwork are visible on the southeast side. Other layers are apparently concealed by the external and subsequent casing of flint and stone, and where the casing of flint is perfect, coins of stone appear at the angles. This tower is externally octagonal in form. Internally, the space enclosed forms a square. The doorway, recently blocked, is on the south side, and the arch, turned and faced with a single row of large Roman bricks, springs from a kind of rude impost molding, somewhat resembling that of the Roman gateway at Lincoln, but this is not now visible. In the interior, the constructive features of the original Roman work were, before the entrance was closed up, far more visible and perfect than on the exterior, and the facing of the bricks was quite smooth. Yet the effect of the alterations is here also plainly apparent, and the original windows, the arches of which are turned with Roman brick, have been filled up with flint masonry. Both the external as well as the internal facings of the entrance doorway on the south side were, a few years back, when the interior could be readily examined, far from perfect. Over this doorway were 2 windows, one above the other, each arched with brickwork. On the east side of the tower is a rather lofty arch faced with stone, the soffit of which, however, appears to have been turned with brick, this probably communicated with some building adjoining. Over this arch is a window now blocked up. Richborough Castle in Kent is another of the 20 most important of the Roman remains in England. It is a large parallelogram, including within it an area of 5 acres. The walls to the height of 6 feet are more than 11 feet thick, and above that 10 feet 8 inches, and the masonry is thus described by the Rev. Ch. Hartshorne. At Richborough, commencing at the ground, there are on the north side, where the masonry is displayed in its most perfect state, first of all, 4 courses of flint in their natural form, then 3 courses dressed. To these succeed 2 courses of binding tile, and then they rise above each other in the following order: 7 courses of ashlar and 2 of tile, 7 courses of ashlar and 2 of tile, 7 courses of ashlar and 2 of tile, again, 7 courses of ashlar and 2 of tile, 8 courses of ashlar and 2 of tile, 9 courses of ashlar. The extreme height of this wall is 23 feet 2 inches, and its thickness 10 feet 8 inches. Coins of the Roman Republic and the Empire. See larger version. One of the most perfect and most interesting of Roman remains is the archway at Lincoln, called Newport Gate, and styled by Dr. Stukely, the noblest remnant of this sort in Britain. It was the north gate of the Roman city of Lindum, and from it a military way, called the High Street, leading to Winteringham, on the Humber, may now be traced. This still forms the principal entrance into the city from the north. It is supposed to have had a large central arch, and 2 smaller ones at the sides, that on the west having been destroyed, the larger being about 15 feet, and the lesser ones 7 feet in width. It is built of squared stone, out as far as the top of the arch, of remarkably large size. It is without ornament of any kind, but is said by Rickman to have had architrave and impost moldings. That of the architrave, if it ever existed, has entirely disappeared, but there is, or was lately, a small portion of the impost molding remaining on the west side of the large arch. The masonry, which exhibits none of the usual binds of tiles so frequent in other buildings, will be best understood by reference to the engraving on page 21. There is another piece of Roman work in the neighborhood of Newport Gate, which is a piece of wall built with ashlar and binding courses of tile. It is known as the Mint Wall. But perhaps the most interesting of all the Roman remains in Britain is the Roman Wall, which reaches across the narrow part of the island in Northumberland and Cumberland, commencing at Wallsend, on the Tyne, running through Newcastle and Carlisle, and terminating at Bowness, in Cumberland. A most interesting and fully illustrated account of this wall has been given to the world by the Rev. J. Collingwood Bruce, from whose work we have, by permission, copied the two illustrations on p22. From a photograph by Skill Lincoln. Newport Gate, Lincoln. From a photograph by Skill Lincoln. See larger version. Arguments have been brought forward by some antiquaries to show that the wall and the vallum, by which it is accompanied, belong to two different periods. But Dr. Bruce contends that they are both to be considered as forming part of the great engineering work of Hadrian. It consists of a stone wall, or muris, and a wall of earth, or vallum. These two run always near together, but not always parallel. The vallum is likewise rather the shorter, terminating at Newcastle on the east, and at Drumburg, about 3 miles from Bonus, the western extremity of the wall. The most striking feature in the plan, both of the muris and the vallum, is the determinate manner in which they pursue their straightforward course. The vallum makes fewer deviations from a right line than the stone wall, but as the wall traverses higher ground, this remarkable tendency is more easily detected in it than in the other. Shooting over the country, in its onward course, it only swerves from a straight line to take in its route the boldest elevations. So far from declining a hill, it uniformly selects one. For 19 miles out of Newcastle, the road to Carlisle runs upon the foundations of the wall, and during the summer months its dusty surface contrasts well with the surrounding verdure. Often will the traveler, after attaining some of the steep acclivities of his path, observe the road stretching for miles in an undeviating course to the east and the west of him, resembling, as Hutton expresses it, a white ribbon on a green ground. But if it never moves from a right line, except to occupy the highest points, it never fails to seize them as they occur, no matter how often it is compelled with this view to change its direction. It 22 never bends in a curve, but always at an angle. Hence, along the craggy precipices between Suingshields and Thirlwall, it is obliged to pursue a remarkably zigzag course, for it takes in its range, with the utmost pertinacity, every projecting rock. Transverse section of the Roman wall. Though no part of the wall now retains its full height, it has been calculated that when entire it was about 18 or 19 feet, including the parapet. Its general thickness is about 8 feet, though it varies in different parts from 6 feet to 10.5 feet. It is, throughout the whole of its length, accompanied on its northern margin by a broad and deep fosse, which, by increasing the comparative height of the wall, added greatly to its strength. This portion of the barrier may yet be traced, with trifling interruptions, from sea to sea. Longitudinal section of the Roman wall. The masonry of the wall is somewhat peculiar. It has none of the binding courses of tile which are, in many parts of England and on the continent, so characteristic of Roman work. No tiles are used in the construction. The outer face of the wall on both sides is formed of squared blocks of stone, usually called ashlar, and the interior of rubble, embedded in mortar. These blocks are about 8 or 9 inches thick, and 10 or 11 wide. Their length is considerably more, sometimes as much as 22 inches, and tapering to the opposite end, which was firmly bedded into the rubble. The whole rested on a course of large foundation stones. Cornice from Vendolana, Chesterholm. On or near the wall were placed, at tolerably regular intervals, stationary camps or stations, about 17 or 18 in number, and at still shorter intervals, that is, about a Roman mile from each other, were placed smaller towers, called from this circumstance mile castles. These are in general placed against the south side of the wall, and had mostly only one entrance, which was from the south. But in the most perfect of those at Gawfields, there are 2 entrances, one on the south, and another through the main wall on the north. More of ornamental detail seems to have been bestowed on the architecture of these stations and mile castles than on the wall, which was intended for defense. The walls have molded basements and cornices, of which there are woodcuts on this page and the next. The one from Vendolana, Chesterholm, exhibits also the peculiar ornamentation of the surface of the stone work, which is produced by cutting lines in various directions, either lozenge-wise or parallel, horizontal, upright, oblique, or zigzag-wise, thus producing considerable variety. In the extremely interesting Saxon crypt at Hexham, which was built out of the ruins of the Roman wall, many varieties of this peculiar tooling, or broaching, occur, along with ornamental moldings, and inscribed slabs, one of which has been cut to form the semicircular head of a doorway. The beautiful fragment of a capital also given was found in the station of Silernum, now Walwick Chesters. It has probably belonged to the portico of a temple. It appears to be a late variety of Corinthian or composite. It serves to show that there must have been considerable expense bestowed on these stations, which were, in fact, military cities, in which the commanders resided. The doorway from the station of Burdoswald is valuable as showing a peculiar form of door head, cut out of a solid stone. It 23 forms the entrance to the guard chamber from the gateway of the station. Capital from Silurnum, Walwick Chesters. Doorway from Burdoswald. Roman masonry at Colchester. The Roman altars, sculptured fragments, inscribed stones, coins, implements of war, articles of personal ornament, and utensils for domestic use, which have been found along the line of the wall, are extremely numerous. But far more striking memorials of Agricola and his great successors in Britain are the Roman roads. Easy means of communication were, of course, a necessity for the Romans, dwelling, as they did, as a military garrison among a people notorious for their propensity to break into wild rebellion at a moment's notice, and hence the country was traversed by a complete system of roads leading from station to station. The method of their construction varied, but they were invariably raised above the surface of the country, and ran in an almost straight line regardless of hill and valley. The more important roads were very elaborately constructed with a foundation of hard earth, a bed of large stones, sometimes 2 more layers of stones and mortar, and above all the causeway paved with stones. The 4 most important roads were Watling Street, the Fosse, Eichnield Street, and Ermine Street. Of these, Watling Street ran from London to Wroxeter, Uriconium, and thence was continued into Wales, while part of the same system connected London with Dover. The Fosse ran from the sea-coast, at Seaton in Devonshire, to Lincoln, with a continuation known as the High Street to the Humber. The Eichnield Way started from near Bury and ran to Wantage, and thence to Cirencester and Gloucester. Ermine Street ran through the fens from London to Lincoln. These by no means exhaust the Roman roads, traces of which are to be found in almost every neighborhood of England, but they are the 4 Roman roads, so frequently mentioned in the legislation of the Middle Ages. Basement of station on the Roman wall. Equally numerous are the remains of Roman camps, constructed with great engineering skill. Even when it was necessary to remain stationary for a very brief period, the Romans were accustomed to surround the space to be occupied by the soldiers' tents by an earthen rampart with stakes at the top agger or vallum, which was in turn surrounded by a fosse or trench, fossa, usually 9 feet deep and 12 broad. The spot selected was always one that commended itself from its defensive capacities, and therefore could not be overlooked, and had a command of water. The streets were sometimes as much as 100 feet broad, with a public meeting place or forum near the general's tent, which was usually pitched on the highest ground. There was a vacant space of 200 feet between the tents and the ramparts called the intervallum. The shape of the camp in later times varied according to the nature of the ground, although in the days of the Roman Republic it was as a rule rectangular. Of these temporary camps, the most perfect is that situated near Kirkbotto, 5 miles to the southeast of Forfar. It was probably constructed by Agricola. All its 6 gates exist, and the entrenchment, even now, seems to have lost but little of its original height. It is about 2,280 feet in length and 1,080 in breadth, and apparently because it was necessary to find lodging for more men than the camp was originally intended to hold, there is a prostrium or enclosure without the southeast angle of about 100,000 square feet. Permanent camps, which were smaller than the temporary camps, soon lost their original features and grew into towns. The establishment of an infirmary valetudinarium, a farriery veterinarium, and a forge fabrica within the rampart were quickly followed by the settlement of a civilian population and the birth of trades and industries. In many of the English towns, which by the termination cester or chester or the prefix care betray their Roman origin, hardly a trace of the original Roman camp is to be found, but during the period of the Roman occupation of Britain, the military element in them was probably in the ascendant. From the British Museum. Roman urns found in England. From the British Museum. Urn of yellow pottery, height 12 in. Greatest diameter 13 in. 2 urn of grey pottery found at Colchester, 1112 x 9. 3 urn of red and grey pottery found at Littleton Farm, 13 x 12. 4 urn of grey pottery found in Huntingdonshire, height 11-12 in. Width at mouth 434 in. 5 urn of yellow pottery found in the Lee, height 10-12, greatest diameter 10. See larger version. CP 31. Glastonbury Abbey, CP 31. See larger version. Chapter 3. The foundation of the English kingdoms, and their conversion to Christianity. The Jutes, Angles, and Saxons, their village communities, larger combinations, gradations of rank, morality, and religion. Hengist and Horsa found the Kingdom of Kent, the kingdoms of Sussex, Wessex, and Essex, the Anglian kingdoms, Mercia, the Welsh, Gregory and St. Augustine, Augustine and Kent, conversion of Northumbria, England becomes Christian, the greatness of Mercia, King Offa. After the departure of the Romans, the Britons were left to contend, as best they could, against the hordes of invaders who pressed upon them from the north, and on the eastern coast from overseas. The Saxons reappeared, and were accompanied by the kindred nations known as the Jutes and Angles. It is from this last nation that England takes her name, the land of the Angles, or English, and we shall soon cease to talk of Britain. The Angles, Jutes, and Saxons formed a confederacy of tribes dwelling at the mouth of the Elbe, in the district known nowadays as Schleswig-Holstein. They were of German race, so that the well-known description of that country and people given by Tacitus in the Germania applies to them, and is, moreover, confirmed in a remarkable way by what we know of their institutions and customs after they had conquered Britain. Perhaps the most striking feature of the society of our forefathers is that they had no towns. They dwelt in village communities, as the rural 26 inhabitants of India do at the present day, and we are able from other sources to form a very exact idea of the way in which these communities were constituted. The land belonged to the whole of the little society, and the district occupied by it was known as the mark. In the center was the village. Beyond the village lay the arable land, in which each member of the village had a share, but this he could only cultivate in the same way as his neighbors. These shares were frequently redistributed, so that no man might permanently hold a more fertile portion than his neighbor, and the right to leave property by will was strictly limited. The head man of the village was elected by the community. Beyond the village came the common pasture land, into which the cattle of the community were turned to feed as they pleased, and farther still came the waste, or belt of woodland or moor, which separated one village from the next. The village, called the vicus by Tacitus, was the administrative unit. But for purposes of common defense, a neighborhood of villages was combined into a district, or pagus, corresponding to what, after the English had settled in Britain, was known as the hundred, that is, the territory occupied by 100 heads of families. Its chief is called by Tacitus the princeps, who is known in later times as the alderman, that is, the older, and therefore more reverenced, man. A union of pagi formed a tribe, but our forefathers had not yet advanced to the formation of a nation. In war the hosts were led by generals, called duces by Tacitus, and probably elected by the princeps of the different districts. The confederacy had as yet no kings. Kingship was the result of the conquest of the foreign country of Britain, the victorious general deriving an immense accession of authority from the vast quantities of land which fell to his disposal. Free as were their institutions, our forefathers recognized nevertheless gradations of rank. There was the earl, or man of noble birth. Then came the ceorl, or churl, a term which has now become one of contempt, but which then signified the freeman who was entitled to his share of the common land. Lowest in the social scale came the leet, or landless man, who cultivated the soil for his lord. It is improbable that slavery existed to any considerable extent before the conquest of Britain, when the conquered, if not exterminated, sank into a position to which death must have been preferable. Every man above the rank of leet was free in theory, but the origins of dependent relationship are seen in the institution called by Tacitus the comitatus, and by the English the gefalge or gessith. This was the bodyguard of the princeps, who fought round him in battle, and over whose interests he watched, probably rewarding them with grants of land whenever a permanent conquest or occupation was effected. The morality of the Germans is said by Tacitus to have been very high. They are almost the only barbarians who are content with one wife, there being, however, a few exceptions among them who contract more than one marriage, not from motives of passion, but on account of their nobility of birth. Good customs, he says in another place, are of greater influence there than good laws elsewhere, and much respect was paid to women. Justice was rude, as might be expected, every man being his own avenger. But even in the earliest times, murder might be atoned for by the payment of a money fine called by the English the wergild, which was graduated according to the rank of the person slain. Our ancestors were heathens, and worshipped gods whose names are preserved in some of the days of the week. Woden, the god of wars, has given his name to Wednesday, Thor, the god of thunder, to Thursday, Frigga, the goddess and wife of Odin, to Friday. Tuesday is called after Tu, the god of night, the attributes of Stern, after whom Saturday is named, are not clearly known. Sunday and Monday are the days, of course, of the sun and moon. Another deity of our forefathers is perpetuated in Easter, the day of Easter, the deity of the dawn. Our ancestors believed in a future abode called the Walhalla, where the brave warrior, after death, would sit at the feast, quaffing from the skulls of his slaughtered enemies. Of the conquest of Britain by the Angles and the other members of the Confederacy, little can be asserted as proven, for our chief authority, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, was not written until more than 200 years later. The familiar story is that in the year 449, the chiefs of Britain were holding a council as to the most efficient means of repelling the invasion of the Picts and Scots, when intelligence was brought of the landing of a body of Jutish pirates under Hengist and Horsa on the neighboring coasts. Vortigern, one of the most powerful princes, proposed that the strangers should be invited to assist them against the common enemy, which proposal was adopted. In consequence of this arrangement, a negotiation with the strangers was entered into. 27. The Jutes were promised money and supplies in exchange for their swords and arms. The offers were acceded to, and the Picts and Scots driven back to their own country. Although the Jutes were far from being numerous, Vortigern became anxious to secure their services for the future, and a treaty was accordingly concluded between him and the two brothers, Hengist and Horsa, by which the latter bound themselves to return with a much larger number of their countrymen, on condition of receiving a tract of land and subsidies of various kinds. The island of Thanet was devoted to them for their abode. Faithful to their promise, the allies returned with considerable reinforcements and landed on the coast of Kent. For some time the Jutes remained faithful to their engagement, but becoming tired of fighting for others, their pride increased with their success, and they demanded a large increase of territory, which was indignantly refused. That which they could not obtain by concession, they resolved to gain by conquest, to which end they treacherously entered into an alliance with the Picts and Scots, whom they had hitherto combated. This fatal treaty made the Britons comprehend at last the error they had fallen into. Instead of allies, they had made for themselves masters. Indignation at the treachery, however, did not permit them at once to succumb. The struggle was a fierce and protracted one. Several British chiefs immortalized themselves in the battle which was fought at Aylesford by deeds worthy of the heroic age. Amongst others the son of Vortigern, who, being pressed in battle, tore up a young tree by its roots, with which he killed Horsa, and the Jutes were put to flight. It is evident that the writer of the Chronicle imagines that the Britons obtained several victories, for Hengist and the rest of his companions re-embarked, and for 5 years the island was free from their presence. The Jutes once more returned under the leadership of the surviving brother, Hengist, in formidable numbers, and soon afterwards gained the Battle of Crayford, the result of which was the cession of the greater part of Kent to the conquerors in 473. 8 years later they obtained a second victory, which assured Hengist in his new possessions, from that date called the Kingdom of East Kent, to which was afterwards added West Kent and the Isle of Wight. 28 years after the first landing of the Jutes, Law, a chief of Saxon race, who boasted himself the descendant of Odin, arrived with his 3 sons in the same number of vessels on the coast of Kent and took the old Roman fortress of Anderida Pevensey. He eventually founded the Kingdom of Sussex. The third kingdom founded by the invaders was that of Wessex, which in time became the mightiest of them all. This, too, was created by Saxons, who, settling to the west of the people of Sussex, South Saxons, called themselves West Saxons. It began by an invasion of what is now Hampshire by Cerdic and his son Cumric in 495, who, like the other victorious chiefs, soon assumed the title of king. From them are descended the royal family of the present day. They gradually conquered the country up to the Severn, and as far as the limits of what are now called Oxfordshire and Berkshire. From the Britons, or Welsh as they called them, the speakers, that is, of a strange tongue, they met a vigorous resistance, and the war was doubtless carried on with hideous ferocity. From the few Welsh words in the English language, it is clear that little or no admixture of races took place. The men were exterminated or driven into the mountains. The women were probably kept as slaves. The hero of the Welsh resistance in the West was the famous Arthur, whom legend has so entirely taken for her own that very little positively can be asserted about him. It is certain, however, that he won a great battle over the Saxons at Mons Badonicus, identified by Professor Freeman with Badbury in Dorsetshire. Ceawlin, however, the grandson of Cerdic, rallied the Saxons, and after a long and protracted struggle, The resistance of the Welsh was broken for the time being in 577 by the great victory of Dioram near Gloucester. The third Saxon kingdom was that of Essex, the East Saxons, which included the greater part of Middlesex, and with it London. No record, however, remains to tell us of the exact process or time of this invasion. The greater part of England and Scotland was, however, possessed by the Angles, but of these migrations we know far less than those of the Jutes and Saxons. East Anglia is said to have been founded in the 4th century by a chief named Uffa, and there were two settlements formed, Norfolk and Suffolk, the folk of the north and south. Treaty of Hengist and Horsa with Vortigern, CP 27. See larger version. Northumbria was also an Anglian settlement, with an admixture of Frisians on the banks of the Forth. We know little, however, of the manner in which the two great divisions grew up Bernicia, including the whole of the country from the Forth to the Tees, with Edinburgh as its capital. 28 and Dara, founded by Ida in 547, answering, roughly speaking, to Yorkshire, with York as its chief town. These two kingdoms were sometimes united under one king, sometimes separate. The first king over all Northumbria was Ethelfrith, 600. It is important to notice that the Lowland Scots are as purely English as the people of London, and curiously enough, we are in ignorance of the date when the present boundary line between the two kingdoms became in any way fixed. 29. The separation probably did not occur before the time of Canute the Dane. The last of the English kingdoms to be formed was that of Mercia, the March or borderland. It probably owed its origin to the gradual combination of a number of smaller kingdoms, and extended over the greater part of the Midlands. Thus was founded what is sometimes called the Heptarchy, but wrongly so, in the first place because the word does not mean 7 kingdoms, but the rule of 7 persons, and in the second because the number of kingdoms in England was never fixed, but was sometimes fewer than 7, sometimes more. It will be noticed that the Britons, or Welsh, still had possession of an unbroken territory, extending over the whole of the west of England and Scotland. It included Devon, Cornwall, and the greater part of Somerset, the whole of the country west of the Severn, part of Chester, Lancashire, Westmoreland, and Cumberland, and the whole of the southwest of Scotland, which was called the Kingdom of Strathclyde. The Celtic inhabitants of the Scottish Highlands were also unsubdued, and for many years the English fought against the Welsh and between themselves. The first of the Anglo-Saxon, or English kingdoms, to give them the more generally accepted title, to acquire a definite superiority, was that of Kent, but it soon gave way to the rising power of Northumbria. Nevertheless, the period of Kentish ascendancy is one of great importance, for it witnessed the conversion of England to Christianity. Ethelbert, who reigned from 560 to 616, was the first prominent English king after the various sovereignties had taken shape and consistency. He married a Christian princess, Bertha, the daughter of Charibert, king of the Franks. But although she was allowed to exercise her religion, it does not appear that the new faith made any sensible progress until, in the year 597, Pope Gregory the Great determined to send a monk, named Augustine, to preach the gospel in the land of the heathen English. The beautiful story of the means by which Gregory's attention was called to this distant land is well known. Before he became pope, it chanced one day that he was walking in the marketplace at Rome and saw some fair boys exposed for sale as slaves. His curiosity aroused, he asked of what nation they came. "They are Angles," was the reply. "Non-Angli," said Angeli. "They are not Angles but angels," said Gregory, "and should be the co-heirs of the angels in heaven. But of what tribe are they?" "Of Dara." "Then must they be delivered to ere a day from the wrath of God. And who is their king?" "Ella," was the answer. "Then," said Gregory, "shall Alleluia be sung in his land." When Gregory became pope, he was not long in making good the promise, as far as in him lay. Augustine's task was easy. Ethelbert permitted him and his comrades to dwell at Canterbury and preach to the people. After a while he went back to the continent to be consecrated bishop, and on his return, made the church at Canterbury the cathedral of his diocese, whence Canterbury is still the metropolitan see of all England. Although Christianity had been exterminated by the invaders, its dying embers were rekindled among the Welsh by missionaries from the continent, and an attempt was now made to agree upon a basis of union for the two churches. For this purpose, a meeting was arranged between Augustine and the Welsh bishops at a spot on the banks of the Severn, and a conference was held. But although the points of difference were slight, neither side would yield, and so the two churches remained separate. The greatness of Kent did not endure long after the landing of Augustine, for in 616 Ethelbert, who had been overking of the whole of England as far north as the Humber, died, and his son Eadbald proved an inferior ruler, and even relapsed into paganism. It was to the north that the balance of power now inclined, where Edwin of Dara became king of Northumbria, having overthrown his rival, Ethelfrith of Bernicia, in a great battle, on the banks of the Idle 617. His marriage with Ethelberga, the daughter of Ethelbert of Kent, led to the conversion of Northumbria to Christianity. She brought with her a priest named Paulinus, and he rapidly succeeded in persuading the people to adopt Christianity. The story of the king taking counsel with his aldermen and wise men concerning the new faith which was preached in their midst, and the fine speech made by one of the thanes, in which he compared the life of man to the flight of a sparrow from the darkness into a warm room at wintertime, and thence out into the darkness and storm again, is told us by Bede in his ecclesiastical history of the nation of the English. So it is, said the noble, with the life of man, it endures but for a moment, and we know not at all of what goeth before it and what cometh after it. Therefore, if these strangers can tell us anything that we may know whence a man cometh, and whither he goeth, let us hear them and follow their law. 30 So Northumbria became Christian for the time being, and a church was built at York with Paulinus as its bishop. But in 633, Edwin was defeated and slain at Heathfield by the king of the Welsh, and Penda the heathen king of Mercia, and the country relapsed for a time into heathendom, until Oswald, Edwin's nephew, known as St. Oswald, brought St. Aidan, a Scottish bishop, to Northumbria, and founded the see of Lindisfarne in Holy Island, off the Northumbrian coast. There the holy St. Cuthbert lived, until his death in 687, and going forth over all Northumbria, converted vast numbers of men and women. Concerning the conversion of the remaining kingdoms, we know comparatively little. Mercia became Christian on the death of Penda, who was overthrown by Oswy of Northumbria, in 655, at the Battle of Winwood. Wessex was converted by a bishop called Birinus, who was sent from Rome by Pope Honorius. And though the first bishopric was fixed at Dorchester in Oxfordshire, the episcopal seat of Wessex was eventually fixed at Winchester, and Dorchester became that of the Mercians. The last part of England to become Christian was East Anglia, which was converted by Wilfrith, who had been driven from Northumberland by King Egfrith, Oswy's son and successor. In less than 100 years after the arrival of St. Augustine, England became Christian, and the conversion had been in many cases accomplished by missionaries from Rome. But many of the kingdoms also had been brought to the new faith by bishops from Scotland, Mercia, for instance, and Northumbria finally. These bishops came in many cases from the island of Iona, and they did not acknowledge or follow the customs of the Church of Rome. The great question as to which of the two rituals should prevail was settled at a synod held at Whitby, when Northumbria adopted the Roman use, and from that time ecclesiastical unity prevailed. The organization of the Church of England was effected by Theodore of Tarsus, who was sent over to England as Archbishop of Canterbury in 668. He proceeded to organize the various sees, usually following the limits of the Old English kingdoms, and though changes were occasionally made, much of his work was permanent and exists at the present day. So England was one kingdom as far as its religious constitution was concerned, and this unity led in turn, as we shall see, to a civil unity under the kings of Wessex. By the beginning of the 8th century, it had become evident that the struggle for supremacy would eventually be between Wessex and Mercia. For Northumbria, a turbulent state, harassed by succession questions, had already ceased to hold the pride of place. At first Mercia appeared to have the advantage of the struggle. It soon recovered from the overthrow of Penda, and from the years 716 to 819, with one or two intervals of temporary prostration, it was extremely powerful. Ethelbald, the nephew of Penda, reigned from 716 to 755 and built up a great power. Taking advantage of the anarchy in Northumbria and of the abdication of Anne of Wessex, he subdued his neighbors in a series of successful wars and claimed to be king not only of the Mercians, but of all the people who are called by the common name of South Angles. He was, however, in 754, confronted by a general rebellion and utterly defeated in a battle at Burford. In the following year, Ethelbald died, and after years anarchy was succeeded by Offa. He was not only a great warrior, but a great statesman, and combined a series of conquests with a series of judicious marriage alliances, until he had almost succeeded in making himself king over all England. His most glorious wars were those against the Welsh, whom he drove back from the Severn to the Wye. He built a large dike from the mouth of the Wye to the mouth of the Dee to keep them back, called Offa's Dyke. Offa was reverenced on the continent almost as much as in England, and we even find him corresponding on terms of equality with the Emperor Charles the Great, known to romance as Charlemagne. Offa was a warm friend of the church. He created a temporary archbishopric at Lichfield as a rival to York and Canterbury, and founded the Abbey of St. Albans. The power of Mercia, however, depended almost entirely on the personal abilities of her kings, and ended with Cenwulf, who reigned from 796 to 815. After his death it speedily collapsed, partly owing to the failure of the royal line, partly owing to the rising power of Wessex, and partly also owing to devastating raids of the Danes, who had already begun to make their appearance in Britain. Chapter 4. Rise of Wessex, and of the social system of England. Ceawlin and his successors Cedwalla in a subjection to Mercia accession of Egbert, he subdues his rivals, his wars with the Welsh and Danes, landowning system, local assemblies, the hundred moot, the shire moot and its business, methods of trial and punishments, the wergild, the witenagemot, its powers, the king-class distinctions, the church. Hitherto the rise of the Kingdom of Wessex has been left out of sight in these pages, but as we are approaching the reign of the great King Egbert, it is necessary to trace the steps by which a great power had been slowly consolidated in the West under a series of able kings. We have already mentioned Ceawlin, the third of the sovereigns of the West Saxons. This prince greatly added to his authority and possessions. Besides defeating the Welsh in numerous battles and conquering a large district north of the Thames, he seized upon the kingdom of Sussex after the death of Cissa, defeated the King of Kent, and was suspected of entertaining the ambitious project of reducing all England under his scepter. But his subjects, headed by his nephew, Ceolric, rose against him and met him in battle at Wodensbury. Being defeated, Ceawlin ended his days in exile. This collapse lost to the Kingdom of Wessex all the country which had been annexed to the north of the Thames. Ceolric, his nephew, succeeded him. He died in 597. This last-named prince was followed by his brother, Ceolwulf, who defeated the South Saxons, and died in 611. Cynegils, the son of Ceolric, succeeded him, and divided the kingdom with his brother Quaiselm. The two last-named princes obtained a great victory over the Britons in 614. Before the death of Quaiselm, which took place in 635, he became a Christian. After his decease the kingdom was again united under Cynegils, also a Christian, who henceforth reigned alone. Cenwulf, his son, had to carry on a succession of wars with the kings of Mercia. Penda, whose sister he had divorced, drove him from his kingdom, and he remained in exile several years, but was afterwards restored, dying in 672. His widow, Sexber, was chosen as his successor. This princess reigned little more than a year when she died. Some historians say that she was deposed by her subjects, who disliked the idea of being commanded by a woman. Cedwalla became king in 688. During the life of his predecessor, who was jealous of the affection which the people bore him, he had been compelled to fly. He carried on severe contests with the kings of Kent. He afterwards conquered the Isle of Wight, and would have rooted out all the inhabitants, but for the remonstrances of Wilfrith, Bishop of Selsey. In 688 he undertook a journey to Rome, to receive baptism at the hands of the Pope, for although he was a Christian and a great zealot, he had never been baptized. As he traveled through France and Lombardy, he was everywhere very honorably received, and Cunibert, king of the Lombards, was particularly remarkable for the noble entertainment he gave him. When he came to Rome, he was baptized by Pope Sergius Roman II, who gave him the name of Peter. He had always expressed a wish to die soon after his baptism, and his desire was gratified, for he died a few weeks after at Rome, and was buried at St. Peter's Church, where a stately tomb was erected to his memory, with an epitaph showing his name, quality, age, and time of his death. His two sons being too young to succeed him, his cousin Ine mounted the throne. Ine was a king of much ability, and reigned no less than 38 years, i.e. from 688 to 726. He was a man of war, a legislator, and a saint. By arms he succeeded in reducing Kent, Sussex, and East Anglia to obedience, and fought many battles against the Welsh, building the fortress of Taunton to protect his new frontier. As a legislator, he made a collection of laws 76 in number, which is the earliest English code still in existence with the exception of some fragments of a legal system drawn up by the kings of Kent. His holiness was seen in his large benefactions to the church. Wessex was divided into two dioceses, the new bishop being placed at Sherborne in Dorsetshire. He founded and endowed, moreover, several monasteries, and rebuilt the Abbey of Glastonbury, the burial place of the famous King Arthur. But towards the end of his reign it did 32 not fare well with Ine. In 714, he fought a great battle with the Mercians, in which so many were slain on either side that the issue was held to be doubtful, and this large loss of life perhaps was the cause of his subsequent defeats by the Welsh. Moreover, the members of the royal house proved rebellious, and their leader Aldbert was not defeated by Ine until a wearying contest had been waged between the two parties. In 726, therefore, Ine, tired of the world and wishing to provide for the safety of his soul, resigned his kingdom and went to Rome, where he was received by Pope Gregory II, and ended his days as a common man. CP 29. Edwin of Northumbria and the Christian missionaries. CP 29. See larger version. The abdication of Ine was not productive of good consequences to Wessex, and for 19 years, from 733 to 752, the country was subject, as has already been mentioned, to the yoke of Mercia until, led by their king Cuthred, the second in succession to Ine, the people won freedom at the Battle of Burford. This stage of the history of Wessex is not very important and closes in 802, when the great King Egbert ascended the throne. Egbert had laid claim to the throne on the death of Cynewulf, which took place in 784, but without success. Bertric was elected. Fear of the vengeance of his more successful rival caused him to take refuge at the court of Offa of Mercia, but still pursued by the jealousy of Bertric, he eventually withdrew to the court of Charles the Great. A close friendship arose between the two, and Egbert modeled his after-career on that of his benefactor. On the death of Bertric, he was elected in his absence by the White Nagemote, or Assembly of the Wise Men, in due form, and reigned 33 until 836. At once he set himself to win a superiority over the island, as Charles had established a dominion on the continent. In the cases of the southern kingdoms, his task was easy, and they submitted without a blow, East Anglia being allowed to retain her line of sovereigns as subordinate kings, Kent, Essex and Sussex being practically annexed to Wessex. But with Mercia, the task was not so easy. However, in 823, he defeated the Mercians so completely at the Great Battle of Elangune that their subject kingdoms, the names and extent of which are not exactly known, were at once annexed to Wessex, and 4 years later Mercia itself owned his supremacy, the king becoming his subordinate. In the following year, Northumbria, torn to pieces by internal dissensions, submitted on similar terms. He thus became ruler over all England, and is deservedly honored by the Chronicle with the title of Bretwalda, or Wielder of Britain, which is bestowed on some of his predecessors with far more questionable propriety. CP 34. Meeting of the Shiremoot, CP 34. See larger version. Not only did Egbert set himself the task of mastering all the English, but he determined to conquer territory from the Welsh as well. During the greater part of the reign, the struggle went on with varying fortunes, the general result being that Devonshire became English, that after the subjection of Mercia, the whole of Wales proper submitted, 828, but that he failed to make any impression upon the Celtic peoples north of the Dee. In 835, the year before he died, the West Welsh or Cornish rose in arms and were reinforced by the Danes, who now began to scourge the English coasts. Egbert, however, won a victory over them at Hengistesdon. At the time of his death, this great king ruled over the whole country south of the Forth, with the exception of Cornwall and the southwest of Scotland and northwest corner of England. Evidently, he must have been a man of first-rate ability, but of his personal character and disposition singularly little is known. Before coming to the period when the Danish invasions, which, however, had already begun, became a matter of annual occurrence, it may be well to see what changes had been effected in the social system of our ancestors since their migration from the banks of the Elbe. The system of landowning was much changed 34, and private property in land became the rule rather than the exception. At first land was allotted to each village, and every family had a portion, known as a hide, as its share. The dimensions of the hide appear to have varied according to locality, As a rule, it comprised from 30 to 40 acres, but in later times it covered as much as 120. The remainder of the land was theoretically public property, and hence was called folkland. But it was in the hands of the king, who, with the assent of the white Nagemote, made grants of it from time to time to his thanes, or to the great monasteries, when it was known as bookland, land that is granted out on copyhold tenure, to use a modern legal equivalent, which is fairly exact. Ethel, or allode, was land held by undisputed possession from the first settlement, and which could be transmitted from father to son. The owners of Ethel had no title deeds to show, but based their claim to ownership on tradition. Later on, however, the distinction between Ethel and bookland disappears, the owners of the former finding it a safer course to get a charter for their property. As to the administration of the English kingdoms, the important point to notice is that it was not entirely in the hands of a central authority, but each local community had its own affairs in its hands to a very considerable extent. In viewing the social organism, it will be well to start, as before, from the village community, whether in the form of vicus or rural township, town or group of houses surrounded by a quickset hedge or tun, and burrow the dwellings round the fortified house bar of a great noble. In each of these there was a moot, or local assembly, presided over by a magistrate or reeve, who was at first elected by the general body of the inhabitants, but later on appointed by the neighboring nobility. So too, the judicial functions of these petty assemblies were rapidly taken from them, and cases were tried instead at the manor courts of the great lords. A union of villages and towns formed the hundred, and to the court of the hundred each township sent the reeve and 4 men. Cases which lay outside their jurisdiction were sent up from the town moots, but here, too, the nobility began to encroach upon the rights of their weaker neighbors, and in cases where landowners had privileges known as sac and soc, the decision in their courts was final, and was not subject to the court of the hundred. The police of the hundred was provided by the system known as frank pledge, peace pledge, by which freemen were grouped into bodies of 10, in which each man had to go bail for any one of the other 9, and produce him before the court if he had done wrong. The landless man in the same way was compelled to find a lord who would be answerable for him. The division above the hundred was the shire, usually formed on the lines of the old kingdoms, as in the case of Kent and Sussex, or sub-kingdoms as in the case of most of the Midland shires. The boundaries of each shire were coextensive with those of each bishopric. The court of the shire, or shiremoot, was presided over by the sheriff or reeve of the shire, who was appointed by the king. By his side sat the alderman or chief military officer of the shire, and the bishop. The shiremoot met twice a year, and any freeman was entitled to attend it, and to have a voice in its decisions. Its business was twofold: taxation and justice. Taxation was a very simple affair, being practically non-existent until the period of the Danish invasion, when, as we shall see, the obnoxious burden known as Danegeld was introduced. Its necessity was obviated by the obligation which lay upon every freeman known as the threefold necessity, trinota necessitas, by which he was bound to attend the host or field in time of war, to repair the public roads, and to keep the fortifications in good order. Thus no imposts were necessary for what are some of the principal sources of modern raiding, while the king lived, and kept up his court upon the proceeds of the royal domains. In the matter of justice, the shiremoot acted as a court of appeal from the inferior courts. The influence of the great landowners over it must have been considerable, for the verdict was given by the 12 senior thanes. The methods of trial in this and the other courts of Old England in criminal cases were 3 in number: a statement of innocence on oath, compurgation, and ordeal. Compurgation was a mode of defense by which a man was held to have established his innocence if he could get 12 men to swear that he was not guilty of the crime in question. Ordeal was allowed as an alternative to those who failed in or shrank from the process of compurgation or of taking an oath themselves. It was practiced either by boiling water or red-hot iron. The water, or iron, was consecrated by many prayers, masses, fastings, and exorcisms, after which the person accused either took up a stone sunk in the water to a certain depth, or carried the iron to a certain distance, and his hand being wrapped up, and the covering sealed for 335 days, if there appeared, on examining it, no marks of burning, he was pronounced innocent; if otherwise, guilty. There were other and less credible methods of trial by ordeal. The trial by cold water was one of them. The person was thrown into consecrated water. If he swam, he was guilty; if he sank, innocent. It is difficult for us to conceive how any innocent person could ever escape by the one trial, or any criminal be convicted by the other. But there was another usage admirably calculated for allowing every criminal to escape who had confidence enough to try it. A consecrated cake, called a corsand, was produced. If the person could swallow and digest it, he was pronounced innocent. Walking on burning plowshares also appears as an ordeal, but seldom, or never, except in stories that are evidently mythical. The punishments amongst the English seem to have been exceedingly mild for some offenses, since even murder might be atoned for by the payment of a fine. The laws of Alfred enjoin that if anyone know that his enemy or aggressor, after doing him an injury, resolves to keep within his own house and his own lands, he shall not fight him till he require compensation for the injury. If he be strong enough to besiege him in his house, he may do it for 7 days without attacking him, and if the aggressor be willing during that time to surrender himself and his arms, his adversary may detain him 30 days, but is afterwards obliged to restore him safe to his kindred and be content with the compensation. If the criminal fly to the church, that sanctuary must not be violated. Where the assailant has not force sufficient to besiege the criminal in his house, he must apply to the alderman for assistance, and if the alderman refuse aid, the assailant must have recourse to the king, and he is not allowed to assault the house till after this supreme magistrate has refused assistance. If anyone meet with his enemy, and be ignorant that he was resolved to keep within his own lands, he must, before he attack him, require him to surrender himself prisoner and deliver up his arms, in which case he may detain him 30 days. But if he refuse to deliver up his arms, it is then lawful to fight him. A slave may fight in his master's quarrel, and a father in his son's, with anyone except his master. Inne enacted that no man should take revenge till he had first demanded compensation, and it had been refused him. King Edmund decreed that if a man committed a murder, he might, within a year, pay the fine with the assistance of his relatives and friends. But if they refused to aid him, he should alone sustain the feud with the kindred of the murdered person. There is, indeed, a law of Alfred, which makes willful murder capital, but this seems only to have been an attempt of that great legislator towards establishing a better police in the kingdom, and probably it was not often carried into execution. By the laws of the same prince, a conspiracy against the life of the king might be redeemed by a fine. The fine to be paid for the murder of a king or his wergild, a word signifying the legal value of anyone, was by law 30,000 thrysmas, nearly 1,300 pounds of present money. The price of the head of one of royal blood atheling was 15,000 thrysmas, that of a bishop's or alderman's 8,000, a sheriff's 4,000, a thane's or clergyman's 2,000, a seorl's 266. These prices were fixed by the laws of the Angles. By the Mercian law, the price of a seorl's head was 200 shillings, that of a thane's 6 times as much, that of a king's 6 times more. By the laws of Kent, the price of the archbishop's head was higher than that of the king. It must be understood that where a person was unable or unwilling to pay the fine, he was put out of the protection of the law, and the kindred of the deceased had liberty to punish him as they thought proper. The price of all kinds of wounds was likewise fixed by the English law. A wound of an inch long under the hair was paid with 1 shilling, one of a like size in the face with 2 shillings, 30 shillings were the compensation for the loss of an ear, and so forth. There seems not to have been any difference made according to the dignity of the person. By the laws of Ethelbert, anyone who committed adultery with his neighbor's wife was obliged to pay him a fine and buy him another wife. The court of the nation was known as the White Nagemat, or Assembly of the Wise Men. Originally, no doubt, it was a far more popular institution than it became in later times. In theory, every freeman was entitled to be present, but it was gradually confined to a small body of men, and the average number of those who attended it was about 30. They consisted of royal officials and heads of the church, the bishops, aldermen, and personal attendants of the king spoken of in the laws and chronicles as ministry. Such a body, although it had in theory great powers 36, was, as Bishop Stubbs points out, practically very much under the control of a strong king. Its powers were as follows. Thus we see that the English kings were elected by the assembly of the nation, and they went through some form of election, perfunctory though it was no doubt, even in times subsequent to the Norman conquest. We have already mentioned that the institution of kingship was subsequent to the invasion of Britain, and was due to the immense amount of territory that fell to the disposal of the victorious general and the accession of importance he assumed thereby. The king was the chief magistrate in peace, and the leader of the national host, fiat in war, and the introduction of Christianity invested him with new attributes of sanctity. Still, it is important to notice that the idea of treason and the penalty of death attached to it was of late development. The penalty for killing a king is only a higher wergild than in the case of an ordinary individual. The difference between class and class becomes more sharply defined after the invasion of Britain than before it. The bodyguard of the king, comitatus or gessith, is more distinctly dependent upon him. They are known as his servants or thanes. As regards the bulk of the people they form, however, a noble class. There were king's thanes and lesser thanes, the distinction being apparently regulated by the amount of land which they possessed. It was possible, however, for men who were not owners of land to rise to the rank of thane. Thus Athelstan decreed that a merchant who made 3 long sea voyages on his own account should be entitled to the quality of thane. The classes of ceorls, or freedmen, and leets, landless men who cultivated the soil for their lords, continued to exist. But there was also a class of absolute slaves usually occupied in household labor, whose position must have been most unenviable. The power of the master over his slave, however, was not unlimited, for if he beat his eyes or his teeth out, the latter might claim his liberty. And if he killed him, he paid a fine to the king, provided the slave died within a day after receiving his wound. The English Church was on the best of relations with the various kingdoms with which its dioceses coincided. The bishop sat with the sheriff and alderman in the shiremoot, and was a member of the Witenagemot. The kings and aldermen in the same way took part in the ecclesiastical councils, which were convened after the organization of the ecclesiastical system by Theodore of Tarsus. According to his scheme of reform, a general council of the whole church was to assemble every August, and he himself presided over 2 great councils at Hertford and Hatfield. The idea was not carried out after his death with perfect regularity, especially after Archbishop Egbert had successfully asserted the independence of the See of York. Still, such assemblies were occasionally held, and were of the greatest assistance in developing the idea of national unity. They met at some border town such as Clovesho, an unknown spot near London, where the hostile kings of Mercia, Wessex, Kent, and Essex, associating with the bishops, abbots, and occasionally diocesan clergy, learnt to sink their differences and to realize the greatness of their common interests. Even after the national assemblies had practically resolved themselves into the 2 provincial synods of Canterbury and York, the comparative unimportance of the northern province frequently invested the proceedings of the southern with a national character. Assemblies of each diocese were also occasionally summoned, which were largely attended by the parish priests, the parish coinciding with the townships in the same way that the diocese coincided with the kingdom or subkingdom. Typo Etchen Codel et Sc. Typo Etchen Codel et Sc. Map of England, showing the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms and Danish districts. See larger version. The English Church was notably a learned church, and numbered among its dignitaries Bede, the historian of the Church. Despite the intimate connection between church and state, it was not a distinctly political church. The sees were often set up at a distance from the great towns, and the bishops made their ecclesiastical duties the chief interest of their lives, seldom degenerating, as on the continent, into great 37 territorial princes. The church was also a popular institution. It was supported by voluntary tithes, which were not made imperative by law earlier than the year 787. Its main fault was a certain desultoriness of effort, which is to be traced in the failure to carry out Theodore's plans in their integrity. Learning had almost died out at the time of the accession of Alfred, and the invasions of the Danes can only be adduced as a partial excuse. We find that king complaining that very few of his clergy could translate a letter from Latin. The church was, moreover, excessively monastic. Pious kings founded and liberally endowed numerous monasteries, which rapidly became luxurious and corrupt, until some were religious societies only in name. The system, however, had its advantages when it was necessary to furnish missionaries gratuitously to poor districts. Chapter 5. The Danish Invasions and the Reign of Alfred. Character of the invaders, Reign of Ethelwulf, Reigns of Ethelbald and Ethelbert, the conquest of East Anglia, battles near Reading, the accession of Alfred, the extinction of the kingdom of Mercia, the invasion of Wessex, the year 878, Alfred at Athelney, death of Hubba, victory of Alfred and the Treaty of Wedmore, renewal of the war, Alfred's fleet, expeditions of Hastings, remainder of the reign character of Alfred, his rules of life, his legislation, encouragement of learning. We have arrived at the period of the Danish invasions, which has been divided by Professor Freeman into three parts. Of the first division little is to be said, and in part it has already been dealt with incidentally while tracing the rise of the Kingdom of Wessex. The first descent upon the English coast seems to have been made upon Northumbria in 787. The Danes were a brave and unscrupulous race, inhabiting not only Denmark, but also Norway. Bound by a limited territory, in a climate where population rapidly increases, it is not to be wondered at that Denmark and Norway were overstocked with inhabitants, and consequently forced to send away large colonies. Their natural inclination to a sea life made these exiles readily abandon their country, and the great booty the first adventurers gained tempted the richest and most powerful of their countrymen to urge their fortune in the same manner, to which end they entered into associations, and fitted out large fleets to seek and ravage foreign countries. These associations were much of the same nature with those formed in later times by the corsairs of Barbary, and they became so entirely devoted to this mode of life that very considerable fleets were put to sea. They had the authority and example of their highest leaders, who occasionally commanded them in person for what they did. These leaders were known by the name of sea kings. Their fleets made much devastation in several parts of Europe, particularly France, England, and the Low Countries. In France they were called Normans, that is, men of the north, but in England they were generally styled Danes. There is no doubt that the Swedes very often joined with the Danes in their piratical expeditions, and it appears that the Frieslanders also were concerned with them in ravaging the coasts of France and England. Egbert died in 839, after having reigned 37 years, during the last 10 as sole monarch of England. He was succeeded by his son Ethelwulf, in whose reign the ravages of the Danes became yet more frequent. In a great battle fought at Charmouth, the English were once more defeated by their fierce enemy, who retired to their own country again with the spoils they had collected, without attempting any settlement. The Danes now seldom failed to visit England yearly for the sake of plunder. In 845, the aldermen Anulf and Osric, aided by Bishop Alston, obtained a considerable victory over them. In 851, the barbarians landed again on the coast of Wessex, where they plundered the country, but were met by Ethelwulf's general, the alderman Ceorl, who defeated them at Wembury with great slaughter. Shortly afterwards, Athelstan, the king of Kent, encountered them upon their own element, and succeeded in capturing 9 of their ships. Next year the Danes sailed up the Thames with 300 vessels, and pillaged London, after which they marched into Mercia, and would have overrun all England if the preparations of Ethelwulf had not deterred them. They repassed the Thames, and were defeated at Oakley, in Surrey. The year 855 is an important one, for the Danes then wintered in England for the first time, selecting the Isle of Sheppey for their camp. Ethelwulf appears to have been in some respects a weak, but by no means a cruel prince. He was very religiously minded, and was led for years in all religious matters by Swithin, Bishop of Winchester, and Alston, Bishop of London. By the advice of the former, he is said to have granted to the Church the tithe of all his dominions. He also sent his youngest son, Alfred, when a mere boy, to Rome, and in 855 visited the Eternal City himself. On his return, he passed through France, where he married Judith, or Lethita, as she is named in the Saxon Chronicles, the daughter of Charles the Bald, a princess only 12 years of age. During his absence, his son Ethelbald and Bishop Alston plotted against him, and on his 39 arrival in England, he was compelled to resign the Kingdom of Wessex to the former to prevent a civil war. The aged monarch survived this partition but 2 years. Ethelwulf, by his will, disposed of the Kingdom of Kent to his second son, Ethelbert, and the Kingdom of Wessex to Ethelbald, Ethelred, and Alfred, in order of seniority, and directed his heirs to maintain 1 poor person for every tithing in his hereditary lands. He died in 857, having reigned 18 years, leaving behind him 4 sons and 1 daughter, who was married to Burhard, king of Mercia, and died at Pavia in 888. Ethelbald, the eldest son, was already in possession of the Kingdom of Wessex, and Ethelbert, his brother, succeeded to Kent, Essex, Surrey, and Sussex, comprised under the name of the Kingdom of Kent. Ethelbald, a prince of but little capacity, reigned not quite 3 years after his father's death, his brother Ethelbert succeeding him. In the reign of the last-named king, the Danes once more renewed their ravages in England, and penetrated as far as Winchester, from which city they were beaten back to their ships at Southampton by the aldermen Osric and Ethelwulf. On their landing, in the autumn of the same year, in the Isle of Thanet, Ethelbert offered them a large sum of money to retire, which they promised to do, but broke faith with him, and commenced ravaging the kingdom of Kent, and carried off their booty in safety. In 866 Ethelbert died and was succeeded by his brother, Ethelred I. In this reign, the Danish invasions assume a more terrible aspect, and the second period, the transition to which was marked by the wintering in Sheppey, may be considered to have fully begun. During his short reign, Ethelred, who was a brave warrior, was engaged in almost incessant conflict with these savage heathens. The struggle began in 867, when the brothers Ingvar and Hubba, thirsting, according to a not very probable legend, to avenge their father, who had been put to death by Ella, the sub-king of Northumbria, landed in East Anglia and took York. In the following year they marched upon Mercia. Nottingham fell, but Ethelred and his brother Alfred came to the assistance of the Mercian king, Burhred, and drove the enemy back into Northumberland. This success was, however, only temporary, for, advancing from York in 870, under a leader named Guthrum, they conquered East Anglia, and it became a Danish kingdom. The under-king of East Anglia was named Edmund. He was defeated near Thetford and taken prisoner. For his refusal to abjure Christianity, the barbarians shot at him with arrows while he was bound to a tree, and at last beheaded him, wherefore Edmund was deservedly honored as a saint. Over the whole of East Anglia and Mercia hardly a church or monastery was left standing. All were committed to the flames. With East Anglia as a basis of operations, the Danes extended their advance over parts of England which had as yet escaped. In 871, they penetrated into Wessex, but here their task was not so easy. 9 great battles were fought round Reading, some of them being won by the English, some by the Danes. Of these, the most famous was that of Ashdown, in which Alfred bore the brunt of the fray, while his brother was praying for success. At Easter, King Ethelred died, probably from the effects of a wound. His valor and piety gained for him the title of saint. The general outlook, when Alfred was chosen king of the English in succession to his brother, must have been terrible indeed. The Danes, already masters of Northumbria, East Anglia and Mercia, were in the very heart of the kingdom of Wessex, and notwithstanding the many battles Ethelred had fought with them, they were in possession of several towns, and not only maintained their position in the island, but had reason to hope they should soon complete the conquest of it. The new monarch had only been a month on the throne, when he found himself obliged to take the field against these formidable enemies, who had advanced as far as Wilton, whither he marched to attack them. Victory for some time inclined to his side, then suddenly changed in favor of the Danes. But Alfred's loss was not so considerable as to make him despair, though the victory certainly belonged to the enemy. He labored incessantly to put his army in condition to give them battle again, before they should be reinforced. They were astonished at his expedition, and though victorious, sued for peace, finding themselves unable to continue the war. As they offered to march out of his dominions, on condition he would not molest them in any other part of England, Alfred accepted their offer, and gained by this treaty time to prepare against a new invasion. The Danes, quitting Wessex, retired to London, which they had taken during the late war. Ingvar was gone back to Denmark, having left the command of the army to his brother Hubba, who, being prevented from attacking Wessex, turned his arms against Mercia. Burhred, its king, knowing he was unable to resist, since Alfred was bound not to send him any succors, thought it his wisest course to buy off the Danes with a sum of money, and save his country from their depredations. Upon the receipt of the money, they marched towards Northumbria, designing to take up their quarters with their countrymen, but their provisions running short, in consequence of the devastations they themselves had made there, they were under the necessity of returning into Mercia. Before they had left Northumbria, they deposed Egbert, whom they had placed on the throne, and put Rixige, a Danish earl, in his room. Burhred, finding they were come again into his dominions, complained of their breach of faith, but without regarding his complaints, they obliged him to give them another considerable sum to save his country from the destruction it was threatened with, and no sooner was the money paid than they fell to plundering and ravaging, and Burhred found that even his own person was in danger. The fear of falling into their hands obliged him to abandon his kingdom and retire to Rome, where he spent the rest of his days in the English college. Mercia being thus left without a king, and Alfred being prevented by his own treaty from lending any assistance, the Danes without difficulty became masters of that kingdom, and raised Ceolwulf, a servant of Burhard, to the throne, till they could otherwise dispose of it. Aware of the slight tenure of his office, the new ruler resolved to make the utmost of his time, and so oppressed the unhappy Mercians that they suffered more from the tyranny of their own countrymen than from the rapacity of the conquerors. Meanwhile, the Danes were beginning to settle in Northumbria, and Alfred was employing himself in winning victories over them by sea. Danish ships. See larger version. Whilst Alfred flattered himself with the hope of enjoying comparative peace, new calamities were preparing for his unhappy country. A large party of Danes, under Guthrum, landed in England and surprised Wareham Castle, the strongest fortress in Wessex. The king was obliged to purchase his retreat. The invaders swore on the holy relics never again to set foot in Wessex, an oath which they quickly violated. From the very nature of their government, no treaty could bind the Danes as a nation, seeing that it was composed of a variety of chiefs and petty powers, who entered 41 into associations independent of each other. The successful return of one expedition merely proved an incentive to others of their countrymen to follow in their track. From the painting by Herbert A. Bone, circa 877. The Danes sailing up the English Channel, circa 877. From the painting by Herbert A. Bone. See larger version. CP 42. Alfred and the Neatherd's Hut, CP 42. See larger version. Alfred, finding it was in vain to conclude treaties with such a perfidious race of people, resolved to take more effectual measures to secure himself from their treachery. For this purpose, he convened a general assembly. He represented to them that they had nothing to trust to but their own valor and courage, to deliver them from their miseries, and urged upon them the absolute necessity of venturing their lives in defense of their country, and of sacrificing part of their estates to preserve the remainder. His eloquent remonstrances having produced the effect he expected, a force was levied, with which he went after the enemy who had taken Exeter. Finding that they could not be dislodged from the castle, he was once more constrained to treat with the invaders, and though he could place no great dependence upon their promises, it was the only way by which he could put an end to a disastrous war. The new treaty, in which the Danes undertook not to return any 42 more into Wessex, was somewhat better kept than the former one. The respite, however, was an exceedingly brief one, and in the year 878 Alfred's fortunes were at their lowest ebb. In the beginning of the year the Danes fitted out an expedition with great secrecy, the object of which was to overwhelm Wessex. The attack took place so suddenly that Alfred was ill prepared to meet it. Chippenham was taken, and the dispirited English no longer felt courage to prosecute the war. Many fled, whilst others, and of them not a few, leagued themselves with the Danes, swearing allegiance to them. So general was the defection, that the unhappy monarch found himself deserted by all but a few domestics and faithful friends, who still adhered to his fallen fortunes. In this extremity, he showed himself greater perhaps than when on the throne, and acted with a prudence and wisdom which few princes would have found courage to imitate. He dismissed them all, and with no other support than his courage and patriotism, set forth a wanderer, alone and on foot, in the kingdom he had so lately reigned over. Such was his poverty that the uncrowned king was compelled to solicit shelter in the hut of a neatherd in the island of Athelney, in Somersetshire, a remote spot, surrounded by a dangerous marsh, wild and desolate as his own fortunes, and only to be approached by a single path, and that but little known. Here the fugitive had time to repair his shattered health, collect his thoughts, and meditate on plans for the future delivery of his oppressed and outraged country. Savage and uninviting as was his retreat, it afforded that which he had most need of, safety. It is recorded that, whilst Alfred was an inmate of this abode, the neatherd's wife, who did not know him, having occasion to quit the cottage for a time, set him the task of watching the cakes of rye bread which were baking on the fire. The king, whose mind was distracted by far more important subjects, neglected his instructions, and when the woman returned, she found the cakes blackened and burnt. If tradition speaks truly, the virago chid him soundly, reproaching him that he was more ready to eat than to work. In this miserable concealment the fugitive remained 6 months, when fortune, tired of persecuting him, appeared to relent, and once more smiled upon the efforts of the brave, but hitherto unlucky, English. Hubba, who had been entrusted by his brother Ingvar with the command of his troops, had invaded Wales, laying the country in flames, ravaging and destroying. He afterwards penetrated into Devonshire, in the Kingdom of Wessex, with a similar intent. At his approach, the aldermen of Devon retreated with a body of determined men to Kenworth Castle, on the River Taw, in order to withstand them. The Danish chief not long before had decided on attacking the fortress, believing that the scanty garrison would surrender at his first summons, in which opinion, however, he was doomed to find himself mistaken, for the Earl, seeing that it was impossible to defend the place with so few men, however devoted, told them frankly that one only course was left for them: to conquer and live free men, or die beneath the swords of their relentless enemy. His harangue had the desired effect. The English, animated by his words, sallied forth and fell upon the Danes so unexpectedly that before they could recover from their panic their leader was slain, on seeing which his followers fled in all directions. The spot where Hubba fell was afterwards called Hubblestane, or Hubbelaw, from the monument raised over his remains by his countrymen. On hearing the joyful intelligence of this victory, Alfred left his concealment, and called his friends once more to arms. They assembled in separate bodies in various parts of the kingdom, establishing such means of communication as might enable them to join their forces together at the shortest notice. And here, a somewhat mythical story is told. It is said that the great difficulty was to ascertain the position of the enemy, which dangerous task the patriot king undertook himself. The story runs that, disguised as a harper, he made his way into the Danish camp, and stayed there several days, secretly noting the disposition of their forces all the while. Having acquainted himself with all he wished to learn, Alfred returned to his countrymen, and named Selwood Forest for the general place of meeting. His directions were carried out so expeditiously that in a comparatively brief space of time, the English monarch was enabled to attack his enemy at the head of a powerful army, consisting of the inhabitants of Somersetshire, Wiltshire, and Hampshire. The Danes, though unexpectedly assailed, defended themselves with their usual bravery, but at last were entirely routed. They attributed their defeat to the loss of the Raven standard, which had been taken when Hubba fell, and to which they superstitiously attached magical powers, that it indicated victory and defeat by clapping or depressing its wings. 43. This battle was fought at Eddington, not far from Trowbridge, in 878. The consequence of this victory for the English was the Treaty of Wedmore. By it England was divided between Alfred and Guthrum, the Danish king of East Anglia, the latter receiving by far the larger part of England, but the former keeping London. The boundary line ran along the Thames to the mouth of the Lee, thence to Bedford and the Ouse to Watling Street. Thus Alfred retained Wessex and the southwest of Mercia, where he established an alderman, called Ethelred, who married his daughter, Ethelfold, shortly to become famous as the Lady of the Mercians. Guthrum at this time became a convert to Christianity and was baptized under the name of Athelstan. It was not a glorious peace, but the terms were as good as could be expected, and England was at peace for several years. The war was renewed in 893. Shortly before this, a body of Danes, headed by Hastings, earnestly solicited Guthrum to renew the war in Wessex, but not prevailing, they put to sea and ravaged the coast of Flanders. And shortly after, another, and no less numerous troop, informed of the great booty the first expedition had met with in Kent, embarked to join them. These two bands, thus united, overran Brabant, Hainault, Flanders, Picardy, and Artois, perpetrating unheard-of cruelties. After which, having again divided into two bodies, one of them sailed back to England in hopes of plundering the country, where they imagined they should come unexpected. Having landed in Kent, they marched towards Rochester, intending to surprise that city. But Alfred, who, contrary to their expectation, had his army in readiness, hastened to meet them upon the first notice of their arrival, and his approach was sufficient to make them fly to their ships with such precipitation that they left their plunder behind them. His vigilance having prevented their designs upon England, they returned to France, and, rejoining their companions, continued their devastations in that kingdom. Hitherto the English had acted only on the defensive. Exposed to the continual invasions of the Danes, and uncertain where the enemy would land, they were generally surprised before it was in their power to defend themselves. And the seacoast being uninhabited, there was nothing to prevent the piratical marauders from landing unopposed. Alfred's first care, therefore, was to equip a considerable fleet, the advantage of which he had already experienced, with which he determined to cruise along the coasts, and attack all Danish ships laden with booty. 16 were surprised in the port of Harwich in East Anglia, part of which were captured and the remainder sunk, and a considerable booty was also obtained. In 894, the fighting over the south of England was renewed. The Danes, who, under the conduct of their chief, the celebrated Hastings, had ravaged France and the Low Countries, where they acquired immense booty, decided on returning to England, not with the intention of settling there, but led by the thirst of plunder. Dividing their forces into equal parts, they set sail for the island. The first expedition reached the coast of Kent, where they landed and committed dreadful depredations. The second, under the command of Hastings, entered the Thames and landed at Middleton, making their way to the Severn, where they were defeated by Alfred's aldermen. Alfred, who appears to have been in East Anglia at the time of this new invasion, no sooner received the intelligence than he drew together what troops he could, and after receiving the oaths of the Anglian Danes, marched against the newcomers and defeated another body of the enemy who were laying siege to Exeter. We have no very distinct accounts of the wars which ensued. The Danes, under the command of Hastings, returned to France, perhaps on account of the plague which, about this time, was committing great ravages in the island. The terror which the name of this chief inspired had armed all the seacoasts of France against him, on discovering which, he resolved to change his course, and steer for the Mediterranean, where he contrived, by an act of sacrilege and deceit, to become master of the town of Luna, on the coast of Tuscany. He pretended that he had merely visited the place in order to gratify his desire of becoming a Christian, and actually received baptism from the bishop. Some little time after, he caused the simple prelate to be informed that he was dead, and had left a large sum of money, on condition of his being buried in the church of Luna. By this stratagem Hastings and a considerable number of his followers obtained entrance into the town, under pretense of conducting the funeral, and immediately began to massacre and pillage the inhabitants. The adventurer ultimately settled in the city of Chartres, which Charles the Simple, King of France, assigned to him as the price of peace. The last battles between Alfred and the Danes occurred in 897 and took place chiefly by sea, but 44 of their details we know very little. On one occasion, the Danes having penetrated up the river Lee, Alfred diverted it, and so their ships were stranded. In this year he built a number of large ships, which were a great improvement on his old navy, both in size and swiftness, and they doubtless turned the scale in his favor, for the short remainder of his reign was spent in peace. He was only 52 when he died, in 901, but he had lived a life of almost perpetual strife, except during the 2 brief periods of repose after the Peace of Wedmore and just before his death. Alfred is one of the most perfect characters in history, not that the information concerning him is very precise, but that the stories all point in the same direction, and embody for us the attributes of a brave, upright, and pious man. He has been accused, but probably unjustly, of not having sufficient insight into the future, and he was, to a certain extent, devoid of originality. A characteristic story told of him is that while he lay concealed in the Isle of Athelney, he made a vow to dedicate to God the third part of his time, as soon as he should be restored to a state of tranquility. He performed his promise, and allotted 8 hours every day to acts of devotion, 8 hours to public affairs, and as many to sleep, study, and necessary refreshment. As the use of clocks and hourglasses was not yet introduced into England, he measured the time by means of wax candles, marked with circular lines of different colors, which served as so many hour lines. And to prevent the wind from making them burn unsteadily, it is said he invented the expedient of enclosing them in lanterns. He also divided his revenues in 2 parts, one of which was wholly assigned for charitable uses, and subdivided into 4 portions, the first for alms to the poor, the second for the maintenance of the monasteries he had founded, the third for the subsistence of the teachers and scholars at Oxford, the fourth for poor monks, foreigners as well as English. The other half was divided into 3 parts. One was expended on his family, another in paying his architects and other skilled workmen, and the rest was bestowed in pensions upon strangers invited to his court for the encouragement and instruction of his subjects. As a legislator, Alfred by no means accomplished all that has been attributed to him. Indeed, when the facts of his life are considered, the marvel is that he effected as much as he did towards the improvement of the moral condition of his subjects. The statements that he divided England into counties, or that he instituted trial by jury, have long ago been proved to be baseless. What he actually did was to collect and codify the laws of that part of England which was under his sway, Kent, Mercia, and Wessex, preserving on the whole the customs established by previous legislators, like Ethelbert, Offa, and Ine. I kept, he says, those that seemed to me good, and rejected those that were not good. Throughout these laws may easily be observed an ardent zeal for justice, and a sincere desire of rooting out oppression and violence. They were indeed mild, if compared with those of later ages, seeing they punished most offenses by fines. But the strictness wherewith Alfred caused them to be observed counterbalanced their lenity. If with respect to private persons the rigor of the law was somewhat abated, it was not so with regard to unjust magistrates, for to such Alfred was ever inexorable, and history informs us that he executed 44 judges within the space of 1 year for corruption. Alfred was, moreover, himself a scholar and a lover of learned men. As a scholar, he translated several books from Latin into English for the benefit of his subjects. As Professor Freeman observes, his choice was limited by the fact that heathen authors were held in great dislike, and he, therefore, did not attempt to acquaint the English people with the beauties of Horace or Virgil. He translated, however, the history of Orosius, the ecclesiastical history of Bede, the monk of Jarrow, which is our main authority for the century and a half that followed the conversion of England to Christianity, some of the works of Gregory the Great and Boethius' Consolations of Philosophy. This last was a work written by a Roman while under sentence of death, but there is nothing in the work to show that he was a Christian, although everyone believed that he was one at the time when Alfred wrote. It is also supposed that the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle was put into its present shape in Alfred's time, in which case we owe him a great debt of gratitude. To regenerate religion and letters, he drew learned men from other lands, by whose aid the services of the Church were reanimated, schools were founded, and English prose, which Alfred, it should be observed, was the first to write, encouraged. Such men were Asser, who came from Wales, and who afterwards wrote Alfred's Life, Grimbald, and John the Old Saxon, who crossed over from the continent. While nearer home, in Mercia, he discovered Werfrith and Plegmund, who became Archbishop of Canterbury. CP 46. The Lady of the Mercians fighting the Welsh. CP 46. See larger version. Chapter 6. Edward the Elder and Dunstan. Settlement of the Danes, Edward the Elder and his cousin, reconquest of the Danelaw, Edward becomes king of all England, conspiracy of Alfred against Athelstan, wars in Northumbria, the death of Edwin, the Battle of Brunanburg, the power of Athelstan, Edwin's wars with the Danes, their submission to Edmund, rebellion and reconquest, the conquest of Cumberland, death of Edmund, final conquest of Northumberland, the rise of Dunstan, his banishment, Edgar's rebellion, his accession to the throne, wars with the Welsh, Dunstan Archbishop of Canterbury, his ecclesiastical policy, the reign of Edward the Martyr, Dunstan's struggles with the opposition, death of the king. By this time, the settlement of the Danes in England was complete, and exhausting though the process had been by which it was accomplished, in the end it strengthened the nation through the infusion of a new and more vigorous element. Practically speaking, they occupied, as we have seen, the whole of the district north of the Thames, but in some parts the new colonists must have been exceedingly few in numbers. The Danish population lay thickest round what were called the 5 Danish boroughs, i.e. Lincoln, Derby, Leicester, Stamford, and Nottingham. After the first storm of their fury was spent, the Danes mixed readily with the English population and became converts to Christianity. The fusion was easy because the language and customs of the two races were very similar. The title Earl, which at this period is introduced into our language, is of Danish origin. So are the local divisions of Yorkshire, known as ridings and wapentakes, so also the names of towns ending in by and home. Both parties were weary of war, of mutually destroying each other, and a brief repose was welcome. To the new settlers, the retreat of their piratical countrymen was as acceptable as to the English, for the hordes who invaded the island with no other object than obtaining plunder cared very little whose possessions they ravaged, and the consequence was that the Danes suffered at times as much as the earlier possessors of the soil. Alfred was succeeded by his son, Edward the Elder, who had not long obtained possession of the crown before a civil war broke out, which ultimately strengthened the English as a nation. Alfred's elder brother, Ethelred, left 2 sons, the eldest of whom, Ethelwold, having arrived at man's estate, claimed the throne, on the plea that his grandfather, Ethelwulf, had no right to make a will leaving the succession to his 3 sons, according to their seniority, to the exclusion of their issue, a claim which in these days would undoubtedly be looked upon as valid, but was worthless when the monarchy was elective. A numerous party supported his pretensions, and Edward was compelled to draw the sword to maintain himself in his inheritance. Defeated in his first attempt, the pretender fled to the Danes, who received him hospitably, and, seeing the use which such an instrument might be made of in their hands, at once proclaimed him King of Northumbria. In this crisis, Edward proved himself worthy of his illustrious father, and acted with a promptitude and decision which ultimately secured to him his crown. Immediately after the Battle of Wimborne, in which he had defeated his rival, he marched against him and his new allies, his army increasing daily. The Danes, unable to resist the overwhelming forces led against them, dismissed the pretender from amongst them, and ceded several strongholds as the price of peace. In 910, the war between the two races broke out once more, and lasted, with brief intermission, for 10 years, when the Danes, finding they were losing ground, sued for peace. Those who inhabited Mercia were the first to submit, the East Anglians followed their example, and the Northumbrians were the last. Edward was materially assisted in these struggles by his warlike sister Ethelfuld, the widow of the alderman of Mercia, who, despite her sex, appears to have delighted in arms. Aided by her brother's troops, she attacked the Welsh, who had sided with the Danes, and obliged them to pay tribute to her. Nothing, indeed, is more remarkable in the history of this time than the ease and rapidity with which Edward and his sister reconquered the Danelaw, as the district inhabited by the Danes was called. The reason of this prompt submission was that the two warriors, as we may fairly call them, were not content with merely winning battles, but took care to fortify and garrison the towns that fell 47 into their hands. At the time of her death, in 918, the Lady of the Mercians had reconquered the country as far north as York, and was actually treating for the surrender of that city. She had, moreover, built a strong fortress at Chester, which held down the turbulent Welsh. On her death, however, Edward took the administration of Mercia into his own hands, instead of leaving it to be governed by a separate alderman. This is an important step in the consolidation of the kingdom. There was something like a general rising in 921, but it was easily suppressed, and soon the various states of England and Scotland submitted in succession. The kings of the Welsh submitted in 922, they were followed by the King of the Scots, by Northumbria and Strathclyde. So Edward became Lord of all England. The Danish invasion had indirectly helped towards this end, for by it several of the lines of underkings had been exterminated. The kings of England from this time forward regarded themselves as emperors, and showed their independence of the Emperor of Germany by assuming the titles of Imperator and Basilius. Edward did not do so as far as we know, probably because he had no time, for in the year which followed his great success he died, 925. Edward was a great man, in statecraft, and war certainly his father's equal. He was held in high regard on the continent. 5 of his daughters married foreign princes, of whom Otho afterwards became Emperor of Germany. But in learning and in purity of life he compares indifferently with Alfred, and it has been thought that Athelstan, who succeeded him, was illegitimate. Concerning Athelstan's mother, the chronicler, William of Malmesbury, relates that she was the daughter of a shepherd, and whilst watching her father's flock, fell asleep in the fields, and had an extraordinary dream. She dreamt that a globe of light, resembling the moon, shone out from her body, and that all England was illuminated by it. This she related to Edward's nurse, who was so struck by it that she adopted her, gave her a good education, and purposely threw her in the way of the king, by whom she had 3 children. On the death of Edward, the Mercians and West Saxons chose Athelstan for king, to the secret discontent of many of the nobility and clergy. Concerning this conspiracy, which was headed by a member of the royal house, named Alfred, William of Malmesbury tells a story which, even though we find it repeated several times in Old English history, can hardly be accepted as genuine. Alfred, he says, had even taken private measures to seize Athelstan at Winchester and put out his eyes. The plot being discovered, he was apprehended by the king's order, but would confess nothing. He obstinately persisted in protesting his innocence, and offered to purge himself by oath in the presence of the Pope, an ordeal looked upon in that age as infallible in discovering the truth, since he who was rash or wicked enough to forswear himself was certain, according to the superstition of the time, to meet with a signal punishment. Athelstan agreed to this, and sent him to Rome, to take the oath before Pope John. Shortly after the arrival of the accused in Rome, word was sent that Alfred, having sworn to his innocence before the Pope, suddenly fell into a fainting fit, which, lasting 3 days, ended with his life, and that the Pope, convinced by his death that he had committed perjury, had ordered his body to remain in the English college till the king's pleasure should be known, upon which Athelstan, pleased with being thus rid of his enemy, consented he should have Christian burial. His lands were, however, confiscated and given to Malmesbury Monastery, and the king had inserted in the grant an account of the whole conspiracy, to testify to the world that he dedicated to God what was his own. The death of Edward, and the troubles which succeeded, affording the Danes, as they imagined, a favorable opportunity to revolt, they had begun to take such measures as obliged Athelstan to march into their country. But as they had not yet drawn their forces together, they were so surprised by the arrival of the king on their frontiers, that, without endeavoring to defend themselves, they returned to their allegiance, and Sithric of Northumberland sued for peace upon whatever terms the king might be pleased to impose. Athelstan, being desirous to live in peace with the Danes, in order that he might have time to establish himself on the throne, not only pardoned his revolt, but gave him his sister Edith in marriage, on condition that he would receive baptism. The dissensions in the north being appeased, he returned to Wessex, where he soon afterwards heard of the death of Sithric, who left 2 sons, Anlaf and Godfred, by a former marriage. Athelstan, instead of disbanding his army, instantly retraced his march, and the 2 princes avoided falling into his hands only by a hasty flight, which gave him an opportunity of making himself master of all Northumbria, except the 48 Castle of York, which alone held out against him. Although he had taken the precaution of placing garrisons in most of the cities, the conqueror was far from feeling himself secure in his new possessions. The sons of Sithric were still at liberty, as well as Reginald, another Danish prince who had fled with them. It was not known what had become of the latter. Anlaf had fled to Ireland, whilst his brother, Godfred, had found an asylum with the King of Scotland, Constantine, whom Athelstan immediately summoned to deliver him into his hands. Constantine, being perfectly aware that he was not in a position to refuse anything to the victor at the head of a powerful army, promised to deliver the prince into his hands. But whilst he was preparing for his journey, Godfred made his escape, either through the negligence or connivance of Constantine, who, however, met Athelstan, accompanied by Owen, King of Cumberland. Athelstan admitted Constantine's excuses for the Danish prince's escape, but if English historians are to be credited, obliged both the kings to do homage for their kingdoms. Ethelwulf's ring. Before Athelstan quitted the north, Godfred made an attempt upon York by means of the castle where he had still some friends. But failing in the attempt, he surrendered himself to the King of England, who received him kindly, and allowed him a handsome pension. But in a few days he wearied of that way of life and escaped to sea, where he lived the life of a pirate. For the next few years, Athelstan was occupied in wars against the Welsh, whom he drove back behind the Wye, and caused to pay tribute. The Western Welsh also gave him trouble. Athelstan therefore expelled those who inhabited Exeter, and extended the boundaries of his kingdom as far as the Parrett. In 933, Athelstan lost his brother Edwin, who was apparently drowned at sea. William of Malmesbury, however, relates the following story concerning his death. One of those fawning flatterers who are the curse of courts, persuaded the king that his brother Edwin had connived at the conspiracy of Alfred. This accusation Athelstan unhappily gave ear to, and affected to believe the charge, whether he did or not. The prince was arrested by his unnatural brother, who, fearing to put him to death publicly, had him conveyed on board a vessel without sails or rudder, which he ordered to be let drift away to sea. Edwin, to avoid perishing by hunger, cast himself into the waves and was drowned. No sooner was the object of his terror removed forever, than remorse seized upon the murderer, who, to quiet his conscience, founded the Abbey of Middleton, in Dorsetshire, where masses were daily offered for the repose of the victim's soul, and Athelstan did penance for 7 years. Edwin's accuser had not reason long to rejoice at the success of his malicious calumnies, for one day, as he waited at table with the king's cup, one of his feet slipping, he would have fallen, had he not, by the nimbleness of the other leg, recovered himself, whereupon he jokingly said, "See how one brother helps another," which silly jest cost him his life, as Athelstan, who overheard it, and considered it as a covert reproach addressed to himself, ordered him to be immediately executed, and thus, says the old chronicler, revenged his brother's death by that of his false accuser. The whole story, however, is a mass of contradictions, and is demolished by Professor Freeman, who points out that tales about people being exposed in boats are very numerous, that the story about brother helping brother is related again in the history of Earl Godwin, and, further, that the story evidently belongs to the first years of the reign, whereas we know from the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle that Edwin died in 933, and that it is improbable that Athelstan would have been doing penance at the time when he was winning his greatest victories. For in the year 937 Athelstan was engaged in war against a formidable combination, and won immortal renown. The Danes by this time had formed settlements in Ireland as well as England, and we are told that one of their kings, named Anlaf, whom some think to be identical with Anlaf, the son of Sithric, others a different person, arrived from Ireland with many ships, and was joined by Owen of Cumberland, and Constantine, the king of the Scots. According to a late, and not very trustworthy, account of the campaign, it would appear that it was arranged so secretly that Anlaf entered the Humber with a fleet of 600 sail, and invaded Northumbria before Athelstan had any intelligence of his landing, and with such forces, and the assistance of the Danes settled there, he easily became master of several small ill-guarded towns. But the fortified places 49 that were well garrisoned by the English stopped his progress, and gave Athelstan time to draw his army together. He used such expedition that he surprised the two Confederate princes upon their march towards Bernicia. It had been agreed that this small kingdom, if conquered, should be apportioned to the King of Scotland. But the prompt measures of Athelstan, by surprising the invaders, totally defeated their plans. CP 48. Anlaf entering the Humber, CP 48. See larger version. This much is certain, that a great battle was fought at Brunanburg, probably near Beverley in Yorkshire, an account of which is preserved in the famous Song of the Battle of Brunanburg in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. In this battle Athelstan's 50 brother Edmund distinguished himself, and the slaughter was immense. Of the enemy, 5 Danish kings, 7 earls, and the son of the King of Scots were slain, but Anlaf and Constantine made good their escape. Various stories have gathered round this campaign, in one of which Olaf is represented as going into the English camp in the guise of a minstrel, just before the battle, to discover what he could concerning the resources of the enemy, which is evidently a duplicate of the tale told concerning Alfred. 3 years afterwards Athelstan died, after a brief but glorious reign. The marriage connections between his sisters and foreign princes had caused his influence throughout Western Europe to be very great. For instance, we find that it was through his influence that Louis d'Outremer, the son of Charles the Simple, was restored to the throne of the Franks. He was also a benefactor of religious foundations, particularly of the Abbey of Malmesbury. Further, he was a lawgiver of considerable originality, and added a number of excellent statutes to those of his grandfather. His ordinances are particularly directed to the enforcement of the system of mutual assurance and association, which forms a distinctive feature of Anglo-Saxon jurisprudence. Athelstan was succeeded by his brother, who had covered himself with so much renown at the Battle of Brunanburg. Edmund was only 18 years of age when, in AD 940, he succeeded to the crown of his brother, whose activity and vigor had secured to England for a few years before his death a profound repose. The Welsh paid their tribute with the utmost regularity. The Danes, who had so frequently experienced his prowess, desired no better than to remain at peace. And the unfortunate Anlaf, who, after the defeat of his hopes, had once more retired to Ireland during the reign of his conqueror, did not renew his attempts. No sooner was it known, however, that Athelstan was dead, and a mere youth upon the throne, than the Danes prepared to revolt. Several years of fighting followed, but the accounts are so conflicting that it is almost impossible to harmonize them. According to one version, Anlaf, who was informed of all that passed, deemed that the time was come for the prosecution of his claims, and entered into a treaty with Olaf, King of Norway, for assistance which being liberally granted, he once more appeared in his father's kingdom of Northumbria, and obtained possession of York, the inhabitants opening the gates to him. This example being followed by most of the neighboring towns, the long-exiled prince soon found himself in a position to carry the war into Mercia, where his countrymen received him as a deliverer. And by their united efforts, many strong places were recovered, which Edward had taken from them. Edmund, though both young and inexperienced, appears to have inherited the courage of his race. The success of the enemy, instead of depressing him, rendered him more eager for battle. He marched at once to the north, and Anlaf, with equal confidence, advanced to meet him. A battle was fought between these rival princes near Chester, in which success was so equally balanced that it was impossible to say on which side it preponderated. Then, according to the chronicler Simeon, the archbishops of York and Canterbury, to avoid any further effusion of blood, prevailed upon the parties to make peace. Anlaf was permitted to retain possession of the kingdom of Northumbria and the whole country north of Watling Street. The Northumbrians had not reason long to rejoice at the restoration of Anlaf, which they had so ardently desired. For this prince, having contracted a large debt with the King of Norway for the troops he had lent him, was anxious to pay it, and to this end laid heavy taxes on the people, by which he forfeited their affection. The inhabitants of the ancient kingdom of Dara were the first that revolted, and having sent for Reginald, his brother Godfred's son, crowned him king at York. Reginald was no sooner on the throne than he armed against his uncle, who was also preparing to dispossess him. The quarrel between these two kings incited Edmund to march towards the north at the head of an army, to appease the troubles there, being apprehensive they might give occasion to the foreign Danes to return into England. He arrived upon the borders of Northumbria, when the uncle and nephew, wholly intent upon their private quarrel, thought of nothing less than repulsing the English. He probably might with ease have made himself master of that kingdom, but he was contented with procuring peace between the two kings, in such a manner that Reginald was to keep the crown he had lately received. But at the same time, Edmund obliged them both to swear allegiance to him and be baptized, himself standing godfather. This forced peace did not last long, and Edmund had hardly returned into Wessex, when the two Danish princes took up arms to free themselves 51 from his yoke, having engaged the Mercian Danes and the King of Cumberland to espouse their quarrel. Whereupon Edmund immediately marched into Mercia, and before the Danes there could be joined by the Northumbrians, took from them the 5 boroughs, i.e., Leicester, Stamford, Derby, Nottingham, and Lincoln, and then, advancing with the same expedition towards Northumbria, he surprised the two kings before they had drawn their forces together. This sudden attack threw the Northumbrians into such disorder that their rulers, fearing to fall into the hands of Edmund, believed it their only refuge to abandon the island, where they could not possibly remain in safety, so closely were they pursued. And as their flight deprived the Danes of all hope of withstanding Edmund, they threw down their arms and gave him allegiance. According to other accounts, the attack upon the Mercian Danes is placed earlier in the reign. Before he returned to Wessex, Edmund resolved to punish the King of Cumberland, who, without cause, had taken part with the Danes, and he easily subdued that petty kingdom, whose forces bore no proportion to his own, and presented it to the King of Scotland, in order to attach him to his interest, and prevent him from again assisting the Northumbrians, reserving, however, the sovereignty of it, and obliging that king to do him homage, and appear at the court of England at the time of the solemn festivals, if summoned. Edmund was not wholly employed in military affairs, and some of his laws still exist which demonstrate how desirous he was of the people's welfare and happiness. Having observed that pecuniary punishments were not sufficient to put a stop to robberies, which were generally committed by people who had nothing to lose, he ordered that, in gangs of robbers, the oldest of them should be condemned to be hanged. Probably this prince would have rendered his people happy had his reign been longer, but a fatal accident robbed him of his life. On May 26, 946, as he was solemnizing a festival at Pucklechurch in Gloucestershire, Leofa, a notorious robber, though banished the kingdom for his crimes, had the effrontery to enter and seat himself at one of the tables in the hall where the king was at dinner. Edmund, enraged at his insolence, commanded him to be apprehended, but perceiving he was drawing his dagger to defend himself, leaped up in fury, and, catching hold of him by the hair, threw him on the ground. Leofa stabbed him in the breast with his dagger, and the king immediately expired upon the body of his murderer. Thus died Edmund in 946, in the 24th year of his age and the 6th of his reign. By Elgiva, his wife, he had 2 sons, Edwy and Edgar, who did not succeed him, on account of their minority, Edred, his brother, being placed on the throne by the unanimous election of the White Nagemot. His glorious deeds had deservedly gained for Edmund the title of Magnificent. Edred was a mere youth when he succeeded to the crown, a circumstance which the Northumbrians were not slow to take advantage of, and instantly attempted to throw off their allegiance. But after a variety of contests, they were ultimately subdued, and Earl Oswulf appointed to govern them. The last-mentioned personage, who was an Englishman, appears to have acted with no less vigor than prudence, erecting many strongholds, and placing efficient garrisons within them, to keep the natives of the newly conquered province in subjection. These methods were so efficacious that Northumbria remained, for a long time, tranquil, and the descendants of Oswulf were earls there for quite 100 years. The young king, perfectly master of his own kingdom, and respected by the Scots, had now time to direct his attention to religious affairs, and during his brief reign contributed largely to churches and monasteries. To this course of action, he was led by the powerful influence of Dunstan, one of the most remarkable personages in Old English history, and the first of those great ecclesiastical statesmen who have played a leading part in the annals of Britain. Dunstan was born in the year 925, and being of aristocratic family, rapidly obtained advancement in the church. By the age of 18, he had become abbot of Glastonbury, and from the first proved an extremely able administrator, restoring the discipline of the monastery and rebuilding the great church. His personal character appears to have been morbid and eccentric, but the stories told concerning him come for the most part from his enemies, and it is extremely difficult to know what to make of them. He had been an old playmate of Edred's, and the weak and sickly king was entirely in his hands. Dunstan by no means confined his activity to ecclesiastical matters, but took an active part in the war against the Northumbrian Danes. It was probably on his advice that the country was bestowed as an earldom on Oswulf. His object here, as elsewhere, was to allow the smaller kingdoms to maintain 52 their individuality, their own laws and customs, subject to the leadership of Wessex. Such a policy was naturally not popular in Wessex, and when Edred, the Chosen, as he was called, died in 955, Dunstan was doomed to a period of eclipse. CP 52. Dunstan rebuking Edwy in the presence of Eljava, CP 52. See larger version. In 955, the White Nagemot chose Edwy, the son of Edmund, for their king, and within a short while Dunstan was banished from the kingdom. As to the facts of his fall, very little is accurately known. Indeed, the annals of the time are so completely under the influence of party spirit that it is impossible to make out what is true and what is false. The partisans of Dunstan represent Edwy as being exceedingly depraved. About the time of his election, he married Elefgifu, or Eljava, as the Latin form of the name was written. It appears that she was within the degrees prohibited by the Church of Rome, and Dunstan's party not only tried to prevent the marriage, but afterwards spoke of the queen as if she were Edwy's mistress. According to a well-known story, Edwy on the day of his coronation retired from the feast at 53. CP 54. Edgar the Peaceable being rowed down the Dee by 8 tributary princes. CP 54. See larger version. Edwy's triumph was, however, exceedingly brief. In the year 957, all England north of the Thames rebelled against him, and chose Edgar, his brother, to be their king. Dunstan, who probably was by no means unacquainted with what was going on, was immediately recalled, and in a very short space of time made Bishop of Rochester and of London. In the following year the Archbishop of Canterbury compelled Edwy to put away his wife, and in 959 Edwy died. There is a story that the unhappy Elefgifu was branded on the forehead and banished to Ireland, from which place of exile when she ventured to return, she was seized by her priestly persecutor and hamstrung, of which outrage she died at Gloucester. This repellent tale, however, rests on indifferent authority and can be at once rejected. Edwy dying without issue, his brother Edgar was elected as his successor, and thus united the two kingdoms once more. He was known as the Peaceable, and the kingdom enjoyed under him a tranquility to which it had long been unaccustomed. Acting with wise foresight, he kept up a large fleet, so that the Danes were not able to land, and we read that he punished malefactors with great severity. His chief war was with the Welsh, who refused to pay tribute, and it was completely successful. William of Malmesbury tells us that Edgar, in order to free the country from the wolves which infested it, commuted the tribute of the Welsh into 300 wolves' heads, and granted a pardon to criminals on condition that each one within a given time brought in a certain number. In 3 years, he continues, the tribute was remitted because no more wolves were to be found, a statement which it is impossible to believe, as wolves were plentiful in England and Wales for many a year afterwards. He also broke up Northumberland into the old divisions of Bernicia and Dara, and granted Lothian to Kenneth, King of the Scots, to be held by him in homage. It was after this that the Scottish kings came to live in the south of their kingdom, and made Edinburgh its capital. For some reason Edgar was not crowned until he had reigned 13 years. Shortly after the ceremony he visited Chester, and it is said, though the incident is possibly of a legendary character, that he was rode on the Dee from the city to the minster of St. John by his 8 vassal kings, Kenneth of Scotland, Malcolm of Cumberland, Maccus of the Isles, and 5 Welsh princes. Edgar continued to give Dunstan fresh marks of esteem, and his regard for him was strengthened by the miracles attributed to him. After the death of Athelm, who held the see of Canterbury, Odo, by birth a Dane, was made archbishop, and to him succeeded Elfsige, who died as he was going to Rome for his pall, in the beginning of Edgar's reign. Brithelm, Bishop of Bath, was elected to the vacant see, but Edgar, being desirous of making Dunstan archbishop, called a general council, where he represented Brithelm as unqualified for so great a station. Whereupon he was ordered to return to his old diocese, and Dunstan was chosen in his place. This election not being perfectly canonical, it was deemed necessary that Dunstan should go to Rome, on pretense of receiving his pall, and at the same time justify these proceedings. The Pope, who was perfectly aware how extensive the influence of Dunstan was at the court of England, and who was gratified by the zeal with which he had espoused the interest of the Church of Rome and of the monks, readily confirmed his election, constituting him at the same time his legate in England, with most extensive powers. In justification of this remarkable man's favorite project of removing the secular clergy from their benefices and supplying their places by the monks, it is enough to say that the former, as a body, had become fearfully corrupt, that luxury, gluttony, avarice, and lust reigned amongst them. Dunstan caused a council of the church to be held, at which Edgar assisted in person and made a remarkable oration, which is both curious and interesting as a picture of the corruptions of the clergy of the time, and his subserviency to the views of Dunstan. This harangue, which was most probably written by Dunstan himself, had the desired effect. The 3 bishops, Dunstan, Ethelwold of Winchester, and Oswald of York, expelled the secular priests and gave their benefices to the monks, the objects of the king's and archbishop's favor. In many cases, however, expulsion was 55 unnecessary, so depopulated were all the livings through the Danish massacres, and though the celibacy of the clergy which Dunstan enforced was not altogether a step in the right direction, there can be no doubt that the times called for drastic remedies. Nor was the restoration of monasticism the only reform that Dunstan had at heart. He was, says Bishop Stubbs, the prime minister, perhaps the inspirer of the consolidating policy of Edgar. He restored through the monastic revival the intercourse between the English Church and that of France, and established a more intimate communication with the Apostolic See. In so doing he did what could be done to restore piety and learning. Under his influence, the Mercian bishoprics again lift up their heads, the archbishops henceforth go to Rome for their palls, the Frank writers begin to record the lives of the English saints. The monks were bound in gratitude to make a suitable return for the service Edgar had done them, and accordingly, their historians have endeavored, by their excessive commendations, to make him pass for a real saint. But whether from want of attention, or some other reason, they have related some particulars of his life, which certainly do not tend to sustain that idea of him. If indeed his political actions are only considered, it must be confessed he was a great prince. But a great king and a great saint are 2 very different characters. Edgar died in 975, in the 32nd year of his age. He was afterwards canonized, and miracles are said to have been worked at his shrine. He left 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest son, Edward, was the son of Elfleda, surnamed the Fair, and he was supported by Dunstan. His opponent, who had a large following, was his half-brother Ethelred, the son of Edgar's second wife, Elfrida. The archbishop, however, in the White Nagemot promptly and bravely took Edward by the hand, led him towards the church, attended by the other bishops and a crowd of people, and anointed the young prince king, without regarding the opposition of the party against him. The nobles deplored their falling once more under the government of that imperious prelate, but seeing the people ready to support him, they were compelled to submit. Edward was but 14 years old when he began to reign under the guardianship of Dunstan, who immediately took all the power into his hands, and, as soon as he was fixed in the regency, exerted every possible means to maintain the monks in possession of the benefices they had acquired in the last reign, and made use of the king's authority to that end. But he met with more opposition than he contemplated, for as the king was but a minor, the orders given in his name were not so readily complied with. Dunstan assembled several councils about this affair, but most probably all his endeavors would have proved ineffectual, if, by means of several miracles, which were never wanting when requisite, He had not brought the people to believe that heaven interposed on his behalf. In one of these councils held at Winchester, the majority being against the monks, they would have infallibly lost their cause if on a sudden, a crucifix that hung aloft in the room had not pronounced these words with an audible voice. "It shall not be done, it shall not be done. You have decided the matter well hitherto, and would be to blame to change." Astonished at this oracle, the most obstinate immediately voted for the monks. It is likely that this trick was accomplished by a skilled ventriloquist. The dispute between the regular and secular clergy gave rise to keen contentions in the kingdom, many of the nobility bitterly resenting the induction of the monks into the benefices. At last, a synod was called at Calne, at which Archbishop Dunstan presided. The assembly had not long been met before the floor of the apartment gave way, the only portion which remained intact being the beams which supported the chair of the primate, whose preservation was regarded as a miracle by the common people and the party who acted with him. After such a manifestation of the divine will, for such it was considered, all further opposition ceased, the principal opponents of the measure having perished. A shrewd suspicion has been entertained that Dunstan knew beforehand what was about to occur, even if he had not secretly prepared the catastrophe, seeing that he had warned the king not to be present at the meeting. The most remarkable circumstance attending Edward was his death, which took place on the 18th of March, 978, after a reign of 3 years. He had been hunting in the neighborhood of Cassell, the residence of his stepmother Elfrida, and resolved to pay her a visit. The queen hastened to receive him, and pressed him earnestly to alight. This the prince, who most probably had good reasons to suspect her feelings towards him, declined, observing that he had merely time to accept a draught of wine. In the act of drinking it, he 56 was stabbed in the back by an assassin whom Elfrida had bribed to commit the crime, which was to elevate her son Ethelred to the throne. CP 56. Assassination of Edward the Martyr, CP 56. See larger version. Finding himself wounded, the youthful monarch set spurs to his horse and fled, but fainting from loss of blood, fell and perished miserably. The parties sent after him by the murderess easily traced the route he had taken by the track of blood. The body was brought back to Corfe Castle and thrown into a well, where it was afterwards found, and removed first to Wareham and afterwards to Shaftesbury, where it was interred in a church founded by King Alfred. Shortly after his death, the monks spread the report that miracles were worked at his tomb. The blind were said to have received their sight, the lame to have recovered the use of their limbs. Elfrida, to atone for her crime, founded 2 convents, to one of which at Andover she retired and passed the rest of her days in penitence. Edward was canonized by the Roman Church and is generally known as St. Edward the Martyr. From Harleian MSS, 603. Crucifixion of St. Peter and Martyrdom of Other Saints. From Harleian MSS, 603. Chapter 7. Ethelred the Unready. The retirement of Dunstan, character of Ethelred. Sweyn in Denmark, character of the invasions and the resistance. The Danegeld, the arrival of Sweyn Ethelred's expedition. The massacre of St. Brice's Day, return of Sweyn, defeats of the English Edric Striona. Failure of the English fleet, treacheries of Edric, death of St. Alphege. Sweyn's conquest of England and his death, return of Ethelred and departure of Canute. Misgovernment of the king, Canute's return and the death of Ethelred. On the death of Edward, his half-brother Ethelred was elected by the White Nagemot, much to the dislike of Dunstan, who, it is said, foretold how disastrous the new reign would be. And now the great prelate's active career came to an end. His enemies had of late years been rapidly growing in strength, and it only needed the accession of a king who was unfriendly towards him to cause him to retire to his diocese. There he spent the remainder of his life. He died in 988, occupying his time in administering its affairs, and in cultivating literature and art. Faults he may have had of disposition and temper, but a careful investigation of the facts of his life would appear to prove that, although he made mistakes more than once, his career as a whole was eminent for statesmanship, and resulted in benefit to his country. Bereft of his guiding hand, the kingdom was soon in a miserable plight. Even Dunstan would have found it difficult to keep the ship from sinking, and Ethelred was utterly unfit for such a task. His character shows no redeeming features. He was weak, cowardly, and revengeful. Whenever he made an effort, it was too late or in the wrong direction. He surrounded himself with foreign favorites on whose advice he trusted, and sought to oppose the Danish invaders, not by organizing armies, but by marriage alliances and diplomacy. The third period of the Danish invasions begins in this reign, when the Danes proceed to conquer England for their own. The reason why the old enemy now became particularly formidable is to be sought in the changes which were taking place in the north of Europe. There Denmark had become a formidable monarchy in close alliance with Norway and Sweden. For the first 10 years of Ethelred's reign, however, it was not in a position to become aggressive, owing to the struggle that was going on between Harold Bluetooth and his son Sweyn. This terminated in the triumph of the latter, who drove out his father and re-established idolatry throughout the land. Having made himself supreme in Denmark, Sweyn determined to add England to his dominions. It was owing to the fact that Denmark was divided by a struggle for the throne, that for the first 10 years of the reign, the descents upon England were of an intermittent character. Nevertheless, they were extremely harassing, seeing that the English had not only an enormous extent of coast to guard, but never knew the exact spot at which their enemies would land. Frequently, when their army was in one part of the kingdom, the invaders would debark at another, and before it could march to the place threatened, the barbarians would collect their 58 booty and retire to their ships. The only efficient remedy for these misfortunes would have been to equip a powerful fleet, so as to have encountered the Danes at sea. But the youth and inexperience of the king prevented such a step, and the island was exposed, in consequence, to outrage, murder, and pillage. Ethelred's efforts to stop these raids seemed to have been inadequate, and he made matters worse by quarreling with his great men. He had some dispute with the Bishop of Rochester, and proceeded to ravage his lands, oblivious of the fact that a disunited realm would fall an easy prey to a determined invader. All the English, however, were not equally unpatriotic, for when, in 991, the Danes, headed by two brothers, Justin and Guthmund, with whom was Olaf, the king of the Norwegians, invaded the country and plundered Ipswich, and then went into Essex, they were met at Malden by Byrhtnoth, the alderman of the East Saxons. In the battle which followed, the alderman was slain, after a very brave resistance, and a fine Old English song was written about the fight, the greater part of which is still extant. In spite of this bold, spirited conduct on the part of the English hosts, which showed that the nation had plenty of valor left in it, Ethelred began in this year the craven and short-sighted practice of buying off the Danes. For this purpose, a tax, called the Danegeld, was levied, probably on cultivated lands, and was continued on one pretext or another long after the occasion for it had passed away. The first bribe paid to the Danes amounted to £10,000, and it obviously acted only as a further incentive to the rapacious hordes. Gradually the hopes of the English grew very faint indeed, and we begin to hear of treachery and of battles converted into defeats by desertions to the enemy. At last, in 994, Sweyn himself appeared, accompanied by Olaf of Norway. The two kings, with a powerful fleet, sailed up the Thames, with the intention of making themselves masters of London. The courageous resistance of the inhabitants, however, obliged them to retire without obtaining possession of the city. Determined not to be disappointed in the chief object of their expedition, which was plunder, the two Danish kings directed their troops into the interior of the island, levying contributions in Kent, Sussex, and Hampshire. The sufferings of the inhabitants became intolerable. Ethelred once more had recourse to money, and promised the enemy a large sum, on condition that they ceased their cruelties and quitted the kingdom. The offer was accepted. The weak, cowardly monarch afterwards received the King of Norway as a friend and ally. Olaf quitted the country after taking an oath, which he kept, never to come back any more. His colleague, Sweyn, had formed far different projects. When he returned home, he left his fleet at Southampton to keep the English in awe, and also to receive the payment of the money promised. No sooner had he taken his departure than his admiral became impatient for the tribute. So matters went on until the year 1000, the Danes making descents upon all parts of the coast, and defeating such bodies of Englishmen as ventured in the field against them. Ethelred, meanwhile, did nothing to help his unfortunate subjects. He even allowed his forces to harry and oppress them, and as if the Danes were not enough to occupy him, he actually made an abortive expedition against the King of Cumberland, because he refused to pay the Danegeld, and even sent a fleet to harry the lands of Richard the Good of Normandy, because he received Danish ships in his ports. The English were driven away ignominiously, and Ethelred shortly afterwards made peace with Richard, and in 1002 married his sister Emma, called the Pearl of Normandy on account of her beauty. In 1001, the Danes invaded Devonshire, but were driven off from Exeter and defeated at Pinho. Nevertheless, they gained much booty and ravaged the southern coast until they were bought off once more with a large sum of money. Suddenly Ethelred bethought himself of a device by which he might, at one blow, rid himself of a great portion of his opponents. As might be expected of a weak prince, his project was a cruel one, being neither more nor less than the massacre of all the Danes who had remained behind in England. To carry out this barbarous as well as useless policy, a vast conspiracy was entered into, and on the 13th of November, St. Brice's Day, 1002, all the invaders were put to death, with circumstances of the most shocking barbarity. The sister of Sweyn was not spared. Her name was Gunilda, and she is said to have been married to a noble Dane settled in England, named Palig. Being a Christian, she had exerted all her influence with her brother to bring about the peace. Her children were first murdered in her presence, and their unhappy mother was afterwards slain. Sweyn received the news of this massacre from 59 some Danes, who succeeded in getting on board a vessel ready to sail for Denmark. Their relation of the cruelties of the English to those of his nation would have been sufficient to arouse him, but when informed of his sister's barbarous murder, he was seized with all the rage that such a crime was likely to excite in a vindictive nature. He solemnly swore he would never rest till he had revenged the atrocious outrage. It was not, therefore, with intent to plunder that he made a second expedition into England, but to destroy the whole country with fire and sword. However, as he did not doubt that Ethelred would take precautions to oppose his entrance, he would not sail without securing a place where he might safely land his troops. Exeter was then governed by a Norman, Hugh, placed in that important trust by the influence of the Queen, in full confidence that, as her countryman, her husband might rely on his devotion and fidelity. To this man Sweyn secretly dispatched an emissary, with the offer of a great reward, provided he would assist him in his enterprise. The traitor yielded to the temptation, and allowed not only the fleet of the invader to enter his ports, but the Danes to land without offering the least opposition. After debarking his forces, Sweyn marched them to Exeter, and as the first fruits of his vengeance not only massacred the inhabitants, but after plundering, the city broke down its wall. Wherever the furious monarch led his army, the same cruelties were repeated. Submission was useless, for he knew not the meaning of the word mercy. He then appeared in Wiltshire, where the people were prepared to meet him, but they had a traitor in command, who pretended to be ill, and so the English levies dispersed. Sweyn, therefore, burnt some of the chief towns, and then sailed homewards for the winter. Early the next year, however, he returned, landing, it is supposed, at Yarmouth, and took the city of Norwich, which he burned to the ground. Ulfsidel, the alderman of the East Angles, gave him an immense sum of money to induce him to spare that part of the country from any further ravages. Regardless of his promises, the invader had no sooner received the tribute than he attacked Thetford and destroyed it, which breach of faith so incensed Ulfsidel that he collected as many troops as possible and posted himself between the invaders and the fleet in the hope of cutting them off. The Danish king marched back to give him battle, and the English were beaten after a severe contest. The Danes were afterwards driven from England by famine. At the termination of the scarcity, another expedition of the enemy landed at Sandwich in Kent, and Ethelred levied an army to oppose them, on hearing which, the Danes retreated to the Isle of Thanet, well knowing that the English, who served at their own expense, would soon disperse. The event proved that their calculation was a just one. Tired of waiting for an enemy who refused to come from their stronghold, the soldiers of Ethelred quickly melted away, and the unlucky king procured a peace only upon the payment of £36,000. Ethelred, on their departure, gave one of his daughters in marriage to Edric, surnamed Striona the Gainer, the instigator of the massacre of St. Brice's Day, whom he had lately created alderman of Mercia. But his new son-in-law, instead of assisting him, as he had a right to expect, leagued with the Danes, and betrayed the kingdom on every occasion. The year after the treaty, the Danish king demanded a similar sum of £36,000, pretending that it was a yearly tribute which the English had agreed to pay. Ethelred, by the advice of his council, employed the money in fitting out a powerful fleet, the command of which was given to Brihric, the brother of the new alderman of Mercia. This measure obliged the enemy to retire. Brihric was no sooner in command than he used his authority to ruin Wulfnoth, a noble who was his enemy, and began to accuse him of crimes to the king, who lent but too willing an ear to his rival. Finding his ruin determined upon, Wulfnoth persuaded 9 of the captains of the fleet to put to sea with him, which they did, plundering the English coasts and committing fearful ravages. The admiral, incensed at his escape, set out with 80 ships to give him chase, but a terrible storm arising, he lost a great part of them, and the rest fell into the hands of Wulfnoth. Thus was the fleet which should have been the safeguard of the kingdom lost and destroyed. Taking advantage of this state of affairs, the Danes, who had their spies both in the court and country of England, prepared another expedition. 2 fleets arrived in the kingdom, one in East Anglia under Thurkel, and the second in the Isle of Thanet, commanded by 2 leaders, Hemming and Eglaf. They attacked the city of Canterbury, and would doubtless have destroyed it, had 60 not the inhabitants ransomed it at an enormous sum. Whilst the Danes were pillaging Kent, Ethelred drew an army together to oppose their ravages, and as soon as he was ready, he posted himself between them and their ships to prevent them from embarking and carrying off their booty. Probably he might have executed his project and gained much advantage, considering the superiority of his forces, if Edric had not found means to relieve the Danes. The traitor, perceiving their danger, represented to the king, his father-in-law, that it would be more prudent to let them retire than hazard a battle, which might prove fatal to him. And this pernicious advice made such impression on the weak-minded monarch that he suffered the Danes to depart with all their plunder, unmolested. But instead of sailing for Denmark, as it was expected, they threw themselves into the Isle of Thanet, from which, during the whole winter, they made incursions into the neighboring counties, and even made several attempts upon London, in which, however, they were always repulsed. During this period, Ulfsidel of East Anglia, willing once more to try the fortune of a battle in the defense of his territory, had the misfortune to be overthrown. Hitherto the Danes had wanted cavalry, on account of the difficulty of transporting horses from Denmark. But as soon as they were in possession of East Anglia, which abounded with horses, they mounted part of their troops, and by that means extended their conquests. Shortly after, they subdued Essex, Middlesex, Hertfordshire, Buckinghamshire, Oxfordshire, Bedfordshire, Cambridgeshire, Huntingdonshire, Northamptonshire, Kent, Surrey, Sussex, Hampshire, Wiltshire, and Devonshire, whilst Ethelred, who had scarce anything left, kept himself shut up in London, not daring to take the field and stop their progress. In all the above-named counties, London and Canterbury were the only places in the king's power. But at length the last was attacked so vigorously that it was captured, plundered, and reduced to ashes, and Alfred, the archbishop, being taken prisoner, was afterwards murdered by these barbarians at Greenwich, to which place, the station of their ships, they had brought him. In the old church of Greenwich, on the top of the partition wall between the nave and the chancel, was formerly the following inscription: "This church was erected and dedicated to the glory of God, and the memory of St. Alfred, Archbishop of Canterbury, here slain by the Danes, because he would not ransom his life by an unreasonable sum of money in 1012. He was first buried at St. Paul's in London, and afterwards removed to Canterbury. He was honoured as a martyr, and stands in the Roman Martyrology on the 19th of April. The money, £8,000, being paid, the greater part of the Danish fleet dispersed. In 1013, however, Sweyn returned, and proceeded to conquer the whole of England. He began from the northeast, and soon the Danish settlements had submitted to him, and their example was followed by all the English to the north of Watling Street. Mercia was forced to yield after it had been cruelly ravaged, and then the Danish warrior took Oxford and Winchester, the chief towns of the old kingdom of Wessex. Leaving his son Canute with the fleet, he on a sudden laid siege to London, where Ethelred was shut up. Though he was but ill provided with necessaries to besiege in form a place of such importance, he imagined the citizens would be terrified at his menaces. But finding they were not moved by them, he desisted from his enterprise, and passed on and ravaged the western parts of Wessex, where he found no opposition to his arms. However, as he could not be satisfied whilst London was out of his power, he resolved to besiege it once more. But whilst he was preparing for the siege with greater precaution than before, he had information of Ethelred's departure from thence. This worthless prince, ever dreading to fall into the hands of an enemy he had so cruelly injured, and perceiving himself unsafe in England, retired into Normandy with all his family, upon which the Londoners resolved to submit to the King of Denmark, to whom all the rest of the kingdom was now subject. And now Sweyn was looked upon as King of England without any opposition, no one in the kingdom daring to dispute his title. It does not appear that Sweyn was ever crowned. His first act of sovereignty was to levy a heavy tax to pay his Danish troops, by whose assistance he had conquered England. But at any rate his reign was exceedingly brief, for he died in 1014. Some writers say that he was poisoned, others that he died of a cold, while a third set declare that he was killed by the apparition of St. Edmund, formerly king of East Anglia, armed with a lance, in order to save the town and monastery in which his canonized bones lay from being plundered by the invaders. This is only a legendary version of what was probably a fact. 61, that shortly before his death Sweyn had contemplated an attack on the town of Bury St. Edmunds. CP 60. Martyrdom of Alfred, CP 60. See larger version. On the death of Sweyn, Canute, his son, was proclaimed king, but their common danger had given something like energy and combination to the councils of the English. They recalled Ethelred from his exile in Normandy and pledged themselves to support him on the throne against the Danes, whose government was arbitrary, cruel, and oppressive. Ethelred at first was unwilling to trust to their promises, being apprehensive of a design to deliver 60 to him into the hands of his enemies, but being encouraged by the reception met with by his son, whom he had sent before to sound the people's inclinations, he returned to England and was welcomed with every demonstration of joy, and his subjects swore allegiance to him again, as if he had begun a new reign, his flight being considered as a sort of abdication of the crown. He, on his part, promised to reform whatever was amiss, and the eagerness of the English to throw off a foreign yoke made them flock to the king with such zeal and haste that he soon found himself at the head of a powerful army. His first expedition plainly showed his misfortunes had made no alteration in him, for instead of marching against the Danes, he employed his forces to be revenged on the men of Lindsey, one of the 3 divisions of Lincolnshire, the other 2 being named Holland and Kesteven. The inhabitants of the first-named division, it appeared, had provided the Danes with horses, and had also offered to join them. After Ethelred had punished these traitors, he prepared to march and fight the enemy, who little expected so sudden a revolution. Although Canute was undoubtedly a great prince, and had the same forces his father Sweyn had conquered England with, he did not think fit to hazard a battle. But on the contrary, before Ethelred was advanced near enough to oblige him to fight, he led his troops to the seaside, and embarking them, set sail for Denmark. Before his departure, he ordered the hands, noses, and ears of the hostages he had in his power to be cut off, leaving them thus mangled on the shore. As soon as Ethelred found himself freed from the Danes, he took no heed of his promise to his subjects, but on the contrary resumed his old maxims, and imposed, on various pretenses, excessive taxes, which raised much murmuring among the nobles and people. To these causes for public discontent, he added others of a more private nature, which destroyed all the hopes entertained of his amendment. Morcar and Siforth, the chief men of the 5 Danish boroughs, were sacrificed to his avarice. To draw these 2 earls into his power, the king convened the Witenagemot at Oxford, where he caused them to be murdered, and then seized their estates, as if they had been condemned by the common forms of justice. Algitha, widow of Siforth, was shut up in a monastery, to which circumstance she was indebted for her later good fortune. For Edmund, the king's eldest son, passing that way some time after, was desirous to see one so renowned for her beauty, and fell so desperately in love with her, that he married her even against his father's consent. The calm enjoyed by England lasted only a year, for in 1015 Canute came again. Edward being sick, his brave son Edmund, called Ironside for his deeds of valor, and Edric Striona were sent against the enemy with 2 armies gathered from the north and south of England. Edric, however, true to his previous villainies, first attempted to murder the gallant youth, and then went over to Canute with a considerable body of troops and 40 ships of war. Edmund retired northward, leaving Canute in possession of Wessex. The next year was the last of this disastrous reign. There was much resultless fighting in which Ethelred refused to support his son, because there were traitors in the English camp. Gradually the area of war moved northwards, and Canute entered York, placing his own earl, Eric the Dane, over the Northumbrians. We find that the Danish title of earl now begins to supplant that of alderman, which had been used by the English for the military governor of a shire. Edmund thereupon gave up the useless struggle, and joined his father in London. He had not long been there when the king died, in 1016, at the early age of 48, having done all that a false and incapable man could, during the reign, to bring the nation to ruin. Chapter 8. Edmund Ironside and Canute. A double election, battles of Pen Selwood and Sherstone, treacheries of Edric, division of the kingdom, death of Edmund, election of Canute, his treatment of his rivals, the 4 earldoms, Canute's marriage with Emma, his popular government, his expeditions to northern Europe, submission of the King of Scots, Canute at Rome, the story of his rebuke to his courtiers, his death. Immediately on the death of Ethelred, his son Edmund, who had given so many proofs of courage and devotion to this unhappy country, was elected king by the citizens of London. But most of the chief men of the kingdom, weary of the war, elected Canute, and joined him at Southampton, where they swore allegiance to him. Thus there were two kings in England, and of the two Edmund had a great advantage in being the holder of London. This city the Danish monarch felt it necessary to possess, and in the absence of the new king, who was gathering troops in Wessex, he laid siege to it with a very considerable force. But the citizens defended themselves so well that Canute broke up the siege and went back into Wessex in search of Edmund. Both parties were impatient to decide their claims by battle. The armies met at Pen Selwood, where the English gained a victory, after which a second battle took place at Sherstone, in Wiltshire, and so obstinately was it contested that neither side could claim the victory, although the English, it is recorded, were nearly being defeated by the cunning of Edric Striona, who fought on the side of the Danes. Perceiving that the English troops fought with such desperate courage, he cut off the head of Osmer, a soldier who so resembled Edmund that he might easily have been mistaken for him. Placing the bleeding head upon his lance, he advanced with it to the front of the English army, and exclaimed, "Fly, English, fly, Edmund is dead." This stratagem had nearly succeeded. The soldiers of Edmund began to waver, on seeing which the king threw aside his helmet and rode bareheaded through the ranks, when he was received with cheers of delight. The battle lasted till night, without any decisive advantage on either side. In the morning Edmund intended to renew the battle, but Canute, who had other intentions, retired to his ships and set sail, hastily landed his forces, and besieged London a second time with no better success than the first. As soon as Edric saw that Canute's fortunes were on the decline, he changed sides again, and Edmund, yielding to the extraordinary influence which this villain appears to have possessed, admitted him into his confidence. He soon had to rue his folly, for after winning 3 battles against the Danes, and freeing London of their presence, Edmund would have utterly overthrown them at Otford, had not the advice of Edric dissuaded him from continuing the pursuit. His pretext was that, if hardly pressed, despair might cause them to rally, and convert defeat into victory. Perhaps his idea was to weary out both sides, and so establish himself upon the ruins of their power. A 5th battle was accordingly fought at Ashton, in Essex, and here Edric once more acted the part of a traitor, for perceiving that the Danes were being put to flight, he drew off his men, and Canute finally won a crushing victory, slaying many of the chief men on the side of the English. It is hard to believe that his conduct on this occasion can have been as openly base as the chroniclers represent it, for we find that he is still trusted by the king, who, undaunted by his previous disasters, prepared to renew the conflict yet a 6th time. The two armies, therefore, confronted one another yet again, but no battle took place. A famous story is told concerning the two kings on this occasion, but it is not found in the more trustworthy accounts. It is said that Edmund proposed that they should decide their claims to the crown in single combat, an offer which his rival declined, under the plea that he was small of stature and of a sickly constitution, but added that, if the English king wished to avoid the effusion of blood, he was quite willing to consent to a division of the kingdom. The more probable account of what occurred is that Edric Striona persuaded Edmund that it would be unwise to risk another battle, and that he had better agree to a partition of the kingdom. Anyhow, no battle was fought, and the two kings met on the island of Alney in the Severn, and agreed that Edmund should be overking, and 64 should possess Wessex, Essex, and East Anglia, with London, while Canute should have Mercia and Northumberland. As Professor Freeman points out, the division differed from that made between Alfred and Guthrum, for Edmund gave to Canute all that part of Mercia which Alfred had kept, while he retained East Anglia and Essex, which by the old partition had belonged to Guthrum. CP 63. Meeting of Edmund Ironside and Canute on the island of Alney. CP 63. See larger version. Edmund did not live to enjoy the rest he had won so dearly for many weeks, for on St. Andrew's Day, 1017, he died, and his death, like other unexpected events of the period, was attributed to Edric Striona. Upon this point, however, nothing can be asserted with safety, despite the circumstantial accounts of the chroniclers. Edmund had reigned only 7 months, but in that brief space he had proved himself a very different man to his father. On the death of Edmund Ironside, Canute's position in England was naturally much stronger than when he was maintaining an obstinate contest with the brave English king. Edmund's children were very young, and their claims were not to be entertained when it was of the utmost importance to have a man of courage and resource at the head of affairs. There was, however, a formidable competitor in Edwy, the late king's brother, who was much beloved by the people. But the Witenagemot, weary of the contest for the kingdom, was convened at London, and Canute was chosen king over all England. It is said that in order to weaken the claims of his rivals he exacted from the assembly a promise that none of Edmund's sons or brothers should be king, and they even advised that Edwy should be outlawed. The pretext for this exclusion was that no mention had been made of the members of the line of Wessex in the treaty between Canute and Edmund. Edwy was outlawed in 1017, and shortly afterwards died, murdered apparently by order of Canute, although there is another story that an unsuccessful attempt at his assassination was made shortly before his outlawry. In any case, he disappears from history. The children of Ethelred and Emma were in Normandy with their mother. Edmund's two sons, Edward and Edmund, were sent to the King of Sweden, with secret orders, it is said, that they should be put to death. But Olaf, though placed in an embarrassing position by this infamous request, resolved to spare them. However, to avoid being drawn into war with his powerful neighbor, he in his turn sent them to 65 Stephen, King of Hungary, to be educated at his court. Their Edmund died young, but Edward lived and married Agatha, the niece of Stephen's queen. She bore him Edgar Atheling, of whom we shall hear again, and Margaret, who afterwards became Queen of the Scots. Canute, having rid himself of his rivals, divided England into 4 parts, keeping Wessex under his immediate rule, making Danes the earls of East Anglia and Northumberland, and giving Mercia to Edric Striona. But he speedily caused Edric to be put to death, and very rightly too, says the Chronicle, because no doubt he feared to have such a perfidious man among his chief men, and Edric's body was thrown into the Thames. These earldoms continued until the conquest, and their holders played a great part in the history of the subsequent reigns. It is remarkable that this arrangement of the government of the kingdom was very much in agreement with the policy of Dunstan. In the same year, Canute put away his Danish wife and contracted an alliance of a very wise character if regarded as a measure of precaution. Alfred and Edward, Ethelred's sons, were still a source of anxiety to him, and a quarrel was, above all things, to be avoided with Richard, Duke of Normandy. In order to acquire the friendship of the Duke, he paid addresses to Queen Emma, the widow of Ethelred, and the curious marriage was concluded. It is said, but the story is probably without foundation, that she made him promise that the crown of England should go to the issue of her second marriage, to the exclusion of her children by Ethelred and of Canute's 2 sons. Canute was an admirable ruler, although we find him, in 1018, laying a very heavy tax upon the kingdom, especially in London, which, it will be remembered, had held out so bravely for Ethelred. The money, however, which amounted to £83,000, was used for a good purpose, namely, to pay off the Danish fleet. With the fleet departed the larger part of the Danish army, a bodyguard remaining which was known as the King's Housecarls, and which formed a little standing army. Canute had doubtless seen that the English national levies were not to be relied upon at a pinch, and wished to have a trusty force with which to oppose a sudden invasion. Having thus established himself upon the throne, he proceeded to rule England by the English and for the English. The chief Danes were banished from the kingdom, or put to death one by one, and their places were taken by Englishmen. Leofric became Earl of Mercia in the room of Edric Striona, and the famous Godwin was made Earl of Wessex, which the king no longer kept under his special care. He also renewed the English laws and customs, King Edgar's laws, as they were called, and made no distinction between Dane and Englishman in the administration of justice. He sought also to gain the favor of the people by religious foundations, by gifts to monasteries and churches, by doing reverence to the saints and holy places they revered, by preferring the churchmen they honored, and by many other gracious acts. A very politic proceeding was his translation of the bones of St. Alphege from Greenwich to Canterbury, by which he sought to bury the bitter memories of the past. But though Canute spent most of his time in England, and valued his English possessions more than any other of his lands, he was during the greater part of his reign occupied in foreign wars, with the object of building up a grand empire in northern Europe. It was in the first of these wars that Earl Godwin gained his confidence. In 1019, Canute, having settled his power beyond all danger of a revolution, made a voyage to Denmark in order to make a campaign against the King of Sweden, and he carried along with him a large body of the English, under the command of Earl Godwin. The Earl was stationed next the Swedish camp, and observing a favorable opportunity, which he was obliged suddenly to seize, he attacked the enemy in the night, drove them from their trenches, threw them into disorder, pursued his advantage, and obtained a decisive victory over them. Next morning, Canute, seeing the English camp abandoned, imagined that those disaffected troops had deserted to the enemy. He was agreeably surprised to find that they were at that time engaged in pursuit of the discomfited Swedes. He was so pleased with this success, and with the manner of obtaining it, that he bestowed his niece in marriage on Godwin, and treated him ever after with entire confidence and regard. The wars with Sweden terminated in the submission of that kingdom to Canute as overking, and in 1028 he attacked Norway and drove the just, but unwarlike Olaf from the land. Canute was thus ruler over Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, and none of the English kings, either before or since his time, have ever been rulers over so large a portion of Europe. It was not likely that so powerful a monarch would tolerate the existence of an independent kingdom to the north of England, and Malcolm of 66 Scotland forced an issue by invading Northumberland at the beginning of the reign. In 1031, therefore, Canute found occasion to approach the Scottish frontier with a powerful army. The King of Scots had no choice but to submit and acknowledge Canute as his lord, and his nephew Duncan did homage for Cumberland at the same time. Duncan is well known to us through Shakespeare's play, and it is remarkable that among the underkings who did homage to Canute was a certain Emelboth, who is doubtless identical with Macbeth. Meanwhile, England was at peace, in spite of a threatened invasion from Normandy in 1028, which was driven back by storms in the Channel. Canute, despite the crimes which had stained his earlier career, was developing more and more into an admirable monarch and good man. In 1027 he made a pilgrimage to Rome, and wrote from thence a letter to the English people full of penitence for his past misdeeds, promises for the future, and much elevated moral sentiment. In particular, he ordered the royal officers to do justice to all men of whatever estate, and not to exact money wrongfully under pretext of the royal necessities. "I have no need," he says, "of money gathered by unrighteousness." There is also a famous story told of him by Henry of Huntingdon, which shows that he was not blinded by the greatness of his position, but estimated his authority at its true value. He was at Southampton, and there, in answer probably to some overcharged flatteries from his courtiers, bade a chair be placed at the water's edge, challenging the sea at the same time to wet the feet of him whose ships sailed over it, and against whose land it dashed. The tide came rushing in, and soon it had wetted the feet and clothes of the king. Then he turned to his followers and said, "Behold how feeble is the power of kings and of men, for the waves will not hear my voice. Honor the Lord only and serve him, for to him all things give obedience." Men lived hard in those days, and the span of life was short, for when Canute died, in 1035, he was only 40 years old. Chapter 9. Earl Godwin and Harold. Harold and Harthacanute, the murder of Alfred, accession of Harthacanute, his reconciliation with Godwin, the punishment of Worcester Edward the Confessor, his election influx of Normans, the family of Godwin conduct of Sweyn, the outbreak at Dover Godwin's rebellion and outlawry, William of Normandy's visit to England Godwin's attempt to return, his appearance in the Thames, his restoration to power, death of Godwin, his place taken by Harold, Siward's invasion of Scotland and his death of Leofric and punishment of Elfgar, church building of Harold and Edward, Harold's conquest of Wales, turbulence of Tostig, death of the Atheling Edward, candidature of Harold. By the death of Canute, the prospect of a disputed succession was opened up once more. By his second marriage, he had issue one son, named Harthacanute, by the first two, named Sweyn and Harold, but the parentage of these two was considered to be very doubtful. Sweyn nevertheless succeeded to Norway, and Harthacanute to Denmark, but the question was not settled so easily in England. There was a double election, in which the Northerners, under the leadership of Leofric of Mercia, chose Harold, and the Southerners, among whom Godwin was the most influential, chose Harthacanute. Having, however, learnt wisdom by misfortune, the Witenagemot agreed that the kingdom should be peacefully divided. And as Harthacanute did not come over from Denmark, Earl Godwin, despite his obscure origin, for he appears to have been the son of a wealthy ceorl, was practically king of Wessex. But in 1037, when Harthacnut showed no signs of visiting England, Harold was elected by the White-Nagemot king over all England, and ruled during 2 years and some months, 1037–1040. Of his reign, we know absolutely nothing of importance, but he appears to have resembled very little his great father, being in fact more or less of a barbarian. During the period in which Godwin was administering Wessex for Harthacnut, Alfred, the son of Emma and Ethelred, came over from 67 Normandy, apparently with some designs on the crown. He met Earl Godwin at Guildford, and shortly afterwards was seized by Harold's servants and taken to Ely, where he was blinded, and soon afterwards died. At the time, Godwin was universally held to have had the chief hand in the deed, although it is not easy to see why he should have been leader in a crime which was committed to further the interests of Harold, whose election he had opposed. The feeling nevertheless was very strong against him, and perhaps he may have used the betrayal to make his peace with Harold. Queen Emma was soon afterwards driven from England, but found a hospitable abode at Bruges, where she was received by Count Baldwin of Flanders. She was believed to have been privy to the death of Alfred, in order that the crown might pass to Harthacnut. Harthacnut, or Canute the Strong, had never resigned his pretensions to the crown of England, and the country was spared the horrors of a civil war only by the death of Harold. Under pretense of visiting the widowed queen in Flanders, he had assembled a fleet of 60 ships, his real intention being to make a descent upon England. The news of Harold's death induced him at once to set sail. He shortly afterwards entered London in triumph, and was acknowledged king without opposition. The first act of Harthacnut's government promised badly for his future conduct. He was so enraged at Harold for depriving him of his share of the kingdom, and for the cruel treatment of his half-brother Alfred, that in an impotent desire of revenge against the dead, he ordered his body to be dug up and to be thrown into the Thames. And when it was found by some fishermen and buried in London, he ordered it again to be dug up, and to be thrown once more into the river. But it was fished up a second time, and then interred with great secrecy. Godwin and the Archbishop of York submitted to be his instruments in this unnatural and brutal action. The Earl knew that he was universally believed to have been an accomplice in the barbarity exercised on Alfred, and that he was on that account obnoxious to Harthacnut. And perhaps he hoped, by displaying this rage against Harold's memory, to free himself from the suspicion of having had any participation in his counsels. But the king preferred an accusation against Godwin for the murder of Alfred, and compelled him to clear himself. Godwin, in order to appease the king, made him a magnificent present of a galley with a gilt stern, rowed by 80 men, who wore each of them a gold bracelet on his arm, weighing 16 ounces, and were armed and clothed in the most sumptuous manner. Harthacnut, pleased with the splendor of this spectacle, quickly forgot his brother's murder, and on Godwin's proving his innocence by compurgation, he allowed him to be acquitted. Though Harthacnut, before his accession, had been called over by the vows of the English, he soon lost the affections of the nation by his misconduct, but nothing appeared more grievous to them than his renewing the imposition of Danegeld, and obliging the nation to pay a great sum of money to the fleet which brought him from Denmark. The discontents ran high in many places. In Worcester the populace rose, and put to death 2 of the collectors, 1041. The king, enraged at this opposition, swore vengeance against the city, and ordered 3 noblemen, Godwin, Earl of Wessex, Seward, Earl of Northumberland, and Leofric, Earl of Mercia, to execute his orders with the utmost rigor. They were obliged to set fire to the city and deliver it up to be plundered by their soldiers. But they saved the lives of the inhabitants, whom they allowed to fly to a small island on the Severn, called Beverley, till by their intercession they were enabled to appease the anger of the tyrant. This violent reign was of short duration. Harthacnut died 3 years after his accession, in consequence of his excesses in drinking. This event took place at the marriage feast of a Danish nobleman at Lambeth, on June 8, 1042. The English, on the death of Harthacnut, saw that a favorable opportunity had occurred for recovering their ancient independence and shaking off the Danish yoke, which was insufferably galling to a proud and spirited people. Prince Edward was in Normandy at the time of his brother's death, but though the true English heir was the descendant of Edmund Ironside, the absence of that prince in Hungary appeared a sufficient reason for his exclusion. Delays might be dangerous, the occasion might not again present itself, and must be eagerly embraced before the Danes, now left in the island without a leader, had time to recover from the confusion into which the death of their king had thrown them. But this concurrence of circumstances in favor of Edward might have failed of its effect, had his succession been opposed by Godwin, whose power, alliances, and abilities gave him great influence at all times, especially amidst those sudden 68 opportunities which always attend a revolution of government, and of which advantage can be taken only by great promptitude. There were opposite reasons which divided men's hopes and fears with regard to Godwin's conduct. On the one hand, the credit of that nobleman lay chiefly in Wessex, which was almost entirely inhabited by English. It was therefore presumed that he would second the wishes of that people in restoring the English line, and in humbling the Danes, from whom he, as well as they, had reason to dread, as they had already felt, the most grievous oppression. On the other hand, there was strong reason for animosity between Edward and Godwin, on account of Alfred's murder, which the latter might deem so deep an offense that it could never, on account of subsequent merits, be sincerely pardoned. Nevertheless, in those turbulent days men's memories were short. A strong union of interests was sufficient to cause the temporary burial of past wrongs. At the Witenagemot, which was summoned at Gillingham, every measure was taken for securing the election of Edward. The English were unanimous and zealous. The Danes, who were in favor of Canute's nephew, Sweyn, were divided and dispirited, and Godwin's eloquence easily won the day. 2 years afterwards, the friendship was cemented by a marriage between the king and Godwin's daughter, Edith. It was thought advisable also to depress the Danish element by exile and confiscation of property in several instances. The new king also treated his mother, who had returned to England, not only with coldness, but some degree of severity, on account of her having neglected him in his adversity. He accused her of preferring her son by Canute to his brother and himself, which, when the characters of her first and second husbands are compared, appears by no means improbable. He stripped her of the great wealth she had amassed, and compelled her to live in seclusion at Winchester. The accusation of her having been a party to the murder of her son Alfred, and of her criminal intercourse with the Bishop of Winchester, from which she is said to have cleared herself by walking barefoot over 9 red-hot plowshares, must be regarded as tradition merely. The English fondly believed that by the accession of Edward they had delivered themselves forever from the dominion of foreigners, but they soon found out that they were in error. For the king, who had been educated at the court of his uncle in Normandy, had contracted so strong an affection for the natives of that country that his court was speedily filled by them. This partiality will be considered by no means an unnatural one, when it is remembered that the natives of that populous and wealthy state were far more polished than the comparatively rude, unlettered English, and that their culture was much superior. The example of the monarch had its influence. The courtiers imitated the Normans both in dress and manners. French became the language not only of the court, but of the law. Even the church felt its influence, Edward creating Robert of Jumiges 1044 and Ulf 1049, 2 Norman priests, respectively bishops of London and Dorchester. In 1051, Robert was made Archbishop of Canterbury. Similar appointments were made in secular affairs, and the whole country was filled with a swarm of Norman strangers. All these changes gradually excited the jealousy of the English nation, although it may be justly doubted whether the most farsighted amongst them foresaw that they were preparing the way for a fresh conquest of the country. The natural result of this unwise partiality for foreigners was the growth of a strongly national party, and with it, Earl Godwin was not slow to identify himself. By a process of deliberate family aggrandizement, he had succeeded in making the influence of his house nearly paramount in England. And this was based not only on immense possessions and administrative authority, but on the great personal talents of himself and his sons, which were wedded to dispositions of a more than ordinarily ambitious nature. Their power was indeed most formidable. Godwin, as has been already mentioned, was Earl of Wessex. His eldest son, Sweyn, was Earl of a district partly in Wessex and partly in Mercia. His second son, Harold, was Earl of the East Angles, and his nephew, Beorn, was Earl of the Middle Angles, a district which included Bedfordshire and Lincolnshire. It was inevitable that a trial of strength should occur between the two parties sooner or later, and the unruly conduct of Godwin's family was, unfortunately, by no means a source of credit to his cause. In 1046, Sweyn, his eldest son, carried off the Abbess of Leominster, and in consequence had to leave the kingdom, his possessions being divided between Harold and Beorn. After futile attempts to gain pardon and restitution, he decoyed Beorn onto one of his ships and foully murdered him. He was thereupon outlawed, but soon afterwards the king weakly allowed him to return, and his earldom was restored to him. CP 69. The riot at Dover, CP 69. See larger version. Meanwhile, the feeling of animosity between the Norman and English parties at court, and in the country generally, was becoming terribly strong. Robert of Jumiges lost no opportunity of setting the king against Earl Godwin, and the English people were very angry when they saw the Norman favorites beginning to build castles, as strongholds of oppression, over the face of the land. It was not long before this animosity broke into action. Eustace, Count of Boulogne, who had married Edward's sister, having paid a visit to the king, passed by Dover in his return. One of his train, being refused entrance to a lodging which had been assigned him, attempted to make his way by force, and in the contest he wounded the master of the house. The inhabitants revenged this insult by the death of the stranger. The count and his train took arms and murdered the wounded townsman. A tumult ensued. Nearly 20 persons were killed on each side, and Eustace, being overpowered by numbers, was obliged to save his life by flight from the fury of the populace. He hurried immediately to court, and complained of the usage he had met with. The king entered zealously into the quarrel, and was highly displeased that a stranger of such distinction, whom he had invited over to his court, should, without any just cause, as he believed, have been exposed to such insult and danger. Edward felt so sensibly the insolence of his people that he gave orders to Godwin, in whose government Dover lay, to repair immediately to the place, and to punish the inhabitants for the crime. But Godwin, who desired rather to encourage than repress the popular discontents against foreigners, refused obedience, and endeavored to throw the whole blame of the riot on the Count of Boulogne and his retinue. He declared also that no man in his earldom should be put to death without trial. Edward, touched in so sensible a point, saw the necessity of exerting the royal authority, and he threatened Godwin, if he persisted in his disobedience, to make him feel the utmost effects of his resentment. The earl, perceiving a rupture to be unavoidable, and pleased to embark in a cause where it was likely he should be supported by his countrymen, made preparations for his own defense, or rather for an attack on Edward. He assembled a great 70 army, and was approaching the king, who on his side had collected his Norman favorites about him at Gloucester. Edward applied for protection to Siward, Earl of Northumberland, and Leofric, Earl of Mercia, 2 powerful noblemen, whose jealousy of Godwin's greatness on the one hand, and their hatred of the Normans on the other, caused them to adopt a policy of watchful neutrality. They hastened to him with such of their followers as they could assemble on a sudden, and finding the danger of a collision much greater than they had at first apprehended, they issued orders for mustering all the forces within their respective governments, and for marching them without delay to the defense of the king's person and authority. Edward, meanwhile, endeavored to gain time by negotiation, while Godwin, who thought the king entirely in his power and was willing to save appearances, fell into the snare, and not perceiving that he ought to have no further reserve after he had proceeded so far, lost the favorable opportunity of rendering himself master of the government. The English, though they had no idea of Edward's vigor and capacity, bore him much affection on account of his humanity, justice, and piety, as well as the long race of their native kings from whom he was descended, and they hastened from all quarters to defend him from the present danger. His army was now so considerable that he ventured to take the field, and marching to London, he summoned the Witenagemot to judge the rebellion of Godwin and his sons. These nobles, angry at being treated as criminals, demanded hostages for their safety, which were refused. Soon afterwards, finding themselves deserted by the majority of their adherents, they disbanded their remaining forces and fled the country. Baldwin, Count of Flanders, gave shelter and protection to the Earl and 3 of his sons, Sweyn, Gurth, and Tostig. Harold and Leofwine, 2 other brothers, took refuge in Ireland. Godwin and his sons were outlawed in 1051, and shortly afterwards occurred a most important event, namely, the visit of Duke William of Normandy to England. He was the king's cousin, through the marriage of Ethelred and Emma of Normandy, and the two had been thrown together in their boyhood. It may fairly be conjectured that the absence of Godwin from England and the visit of William of Normandy were 2 events which were not unconnected, and that the latter was invited over at the instigation of the French party in order to pave the way to his accession to the throne. In after days, William based his claims to a great extent on the promise which he declared that Edward had made to him at this time. It is more than probable, therefore, that some such stipulation was made by the weak king, but it should be observed that it was perfectly unconstitutional and illegal, because the English monarchy being purely elective, and the election lying in the hands of the white Nagemote, the sovereign of England had no power to bequeath the kingdom to any successor, whether he were Englishman or foreigner. Godwin and his sons were hardly the men to submit supinely to banishment, without making an attempt to regain the position from which they had been thrust through an unwise confidence in the impotence of their enemy. Diplomacy having been exhausted, they resolved to use force, and in 1052, Baldwin of Flanders allowed Godwin to fit out an expedition in his harbors, while Harold made a descent from Ireland. The first attempt failed. Harold made a descent upon the coast of Somersetshire and fought a battle with the inhabitants, who opposed his landing for provisions, but failed to effect a junction with Godwin, who had to retreat before the royal fleet, which was stationed at Sandwich in greater numbers than his own. The exile, however, appears to have been more politic and more clear-sighted than the king, who, satisfied with his success, and deeming his enemy completely crushed, disbanded his men and neglected his ships, whilst Godwin kept his in readiness. Deeming the time at last had come, he put to sea once more, and sailed for Portland, where he was joined by his son Harold with his Irish contingent. Being now master of the sea, he sailed along the southern coast, plundering where he could obtain no ready gifts of provisions, and called upon his followers in those counties which owned his authority to take arms in his cause. The appeal was not made in vain. Such numbers flocked to his standard that he entered the Thames, where he found the king ready to meet him with 40 ships. Edward, it is said, desired to fight, but could find no one to support him. So hated were his Norman favorites, and the national party was accordingly completely triumphant. Godwin and his sons were recalled and restored to their former positions, and the Normans, with a few exceptions, were driven from the land, although a few of the better ones were afterwards allowed to come back. Among the outlaws was Robert of Jumiges, and 71 the vacant archbishopric of Canterbury was given to Stigand, the bishop of Winchester, who had effected the reconciliation between the king and Earl Godwin. So the family of Godwin was once more established in England, with the exception of Sweyn, who, smitten with remorse for his sins, went on pilgrimage to Jerusalem and died abroad. Godwin's new tenure of power did not last long, for in 1053 he died. At Easter he was dining with the king, at Winchester, and fell down in a fit. The superstition of the times did not fail to discover in this sudden death the direct intervention of God, and stories were told how the earl, on being accused by the king of the murder of Alfred, had impiously taken a morsel of bread from the table, and had desired that it might choke him if he had had a hand in that crime. No sooner had he swallowed it, ran the legend, than he fell backwards and died. The tale is obviously one that was published by Godwin's Norman opponents to blacken his memory, but, apart from its inherent improbabilities, it is one that might easily be circulated concerning anyone that had suddenly died at table. Godwin was sincerely lamented by the English, and with justice, for though he may have been ambitious, and have made the aggrandizement of his family the first object of his concerns, he was nonetheless a true patriot, and strove, at considerable personal sacrifice, for the welfare of his country. His influence, and that of his son Harold after him, for the time beat back the Norman influx and secured for the English a further brief span of independence from Norman aggression. Godwin's place was taken by his son Harold, who succeeded him as Earl of Wessex. Being of a more courtly disposition than his father, Harold managed to keep on excellent terms with the king. At the same time, the earldom of East Anglia was not at once given to a member of the Godwin family, but to Elfgar, the son of Leofric of Mercia, who seems to have been put forward by the weak king as in some sort a rival to Harold. In 1055, however, Elfgar was outlawed, whether with or without justice it is impossible to say, and Harold was thus freed for the time being of a dangerous opponent. The earldom, moreover, was given to his brother Gurth. The death of Siward, Earl of Northumberland, in 1055, opened the way still more to the ambition of Harold. Siward, besides his other merits, had added new honors to England by his successful conduct of an expedition against Scotland, where Macbeth was king. According to the well-known version of the story which Shakespeare has made immortal, Duncan, the former king, was a prince of gentle disposition, but possessed not the genius requisite for governing a country so turbulent, and so much infested by the intrigues and animosities of the great Macbeth, a powerful nobleman and nearly allied to the crown, not content with curbing the king's authority, carried still further his pestilent ambition. He put his sovereign to death, chased Malcolm Canmore, Duncan's son and heir, into England and usurped the crown. It would appear, however, that the murder of Duncan is really a fiction, that he was killed while flying from a battle between the two parties, and that Macbeth, so far from being a tyrant, was really a very able and worthy ruler. Be that as it may, Siward, whose cousin was married to Duncan, undertook, by Edward's orders, the protection of this distressed family. He marched an army into Scotland, and having defeated and killed Macbeth in battle, he restored Malcolm to the throne of his ancestors. This service, added to his former connections with the royal family of Scotland, brought a great accession to the authority of Siward in the north. But as he had lost his eldest son, Osberne, in the action with Macbeth, it proved in the issue fatal to his family. His second son, Waltheof, appeared, on his father's death, too young to be entrusted with the government of Northumberland, and Harold's influence obtained that earldom for his own brother, Tostig. There are two circumstances related of Siward, which discover his high sense of honor and his martial disposition. When intelligence was brought to him of his son Osberne's death, he was inconsolable till he heard that the wound was received in the breast, and that he had behaved with great gallantry in the action. When he found his own death approaching, he ordered his servants to clothe him in a complete suit of armor, and sitting erect on the couch, with a spear in his hand, declared that in that posture, the only one worthy of a warrior, he would patiently await the fatal moment. Harold now found his path to the throne, obstructed only by the family of Leofric. In 1057, however, death removed Leofric, that great earl of whom we would fain know more, for from the meager information we are able to gather concerning him, he would appear to have been anxious to bring to a close the quarrels that distracted and weakened the nation. He and his wife, the Lady Godiva of legend, founded many churches, 72, and monasteries, of which the most important was the church at Coventry. CP 71. The death of Siward, CP 71. See larger version. Elefgar was still a source of uneasiness to Harold. On being outlawed, he made a compact with Griffith, the king of the Welsh, and the two agreed to invade England. Ralph the Norman, Edward's nephew, was disgracefully defeated by the enemy, who took possession of Hereford, but on the arrival of Harold at the head of the English, they retired into Wales and made peace, Elefgar being restored to his earldom for a few months, probably through the influence of his father, who was still alive at the time. Soon after the death of Leofric, Elefgar was outlawed again, but pursuing his former tactics was made Earl of Mercia, succeeding his father, through the armed intervention of Griffith, whose daughter he married. During the brief remainder of his life, he plays no prominent part in events, having probably discovered by painful experience that Harold was an antagonist whom it was dangerous to provoke. The power of the House of Godwin was completed by the formation of Essex and Kent into an earldom for Leofwine, Harold's remaining brother. The influence obtained by Harold's strength of character over the amiable but feeble king was increased by their common sympathies. Both were of considerably higher culture than the average Englishman, and they both had leanings towards the superior civilization of France, a country to which Harold had paid a visit. Moreover, both of them were genuinely pious men, and their piety took the outward form of the building and endowment of churches. The confessor's chief edifice was the Abbey of Westminster, and parts of the building which still stands there are his work. Harold, in a kindred spirit, founded an abbey at Waltham in 1060 and established a college there, inviting learned men from the continent to teach the scholars. Unlike Dunstan, he befriended the secular priests, but he was in every respect rigidly orthodox, and refusing to acknowledge Stigand, because he had been consecrated by the anti-Pope Benedict, caused the abbey at Waltham to be hallowed by the Archbishop of York. Taking sanctuary. See larger version. Harold was not only pious, but a great warrior, and in 1063, he put a stop to the incursions of Griffith of Wales by completely conquering that country. 73. Despite the lesson they had previously received from Harold, the Welsh continued the terror of the west of England, which they systematically plundered, retreating with their booty to their mountain strongholds. Harold found he could do nothing more acceptable to the public, and more honorable to himself, than the suppressing of so dangerous an enemy. He formed the plan of an expedition against Wales, and having prepared some light-armed foot to pursue the natives into their fastnesses, some cavalry to scour the open country, and a squadron of ships to attack the sea-coast, he employed at once all these forces against the Welsh, prosecuted his advantages 74 with vigor, made no intermission in his assaults, and at last reduced the enemy to such distress that, in order to prevent their total destruction, they made a sacrifice of their prince, whose head they cut off and sent to Harold, and they were content to receive, as their sovereigns, 2 brothers of Griffith appointed by Edward to rule over them. The new princes swore oaths to Harold and Edward, and thus the monarchy over United Wales came to an end, although the country was not annexed to England until long years afterwards. Another prominent feature in Harold's character besides his valor was his sense of justice, of which he gave very favorable indication in the year 1065, when his brother Tostig, the Earl of Northumberland, being of a violent, tyrannical temper, acted with such cruelty and injustice that the inhabitants rose in rebellion and chased him from his government. Morcar and Edwin, 2 brothers who were the sons of Elefgar, Edwin the elder of the 2 having succeeded him in the earldom of Mercia, concurred in the insurrection, and the former, being elected earl, advanced with an army to oppose Harold, who was commissioned by the king to reduce and chastise the Northumbrians. Before the armies came to action, Morcar, well acquainted with the generous disposition of the English commander, endeavored to justify his own conduct. This was a bold step, but the event fully proved the wisdom of adopting it. He represented to Harold that Tostig had behaved in a manner unworthy of the station to which he was advanced, that no one, not even a brother, could support such tyranny without participating in some degree in the infamy attending it, that the Northumbrians, accustomed to a legal administration, and regarding it as their birthright, were willing to submit to the king, but required a governor who would pay regard to their rights and privileges, that they had been taught by their ancestors that death was preferable to servitude, and had taken the field, determined to perish rather than suffer a renewal of the indignities to which they had long been exposed, and they trusted that Harold, on reflection, would not defend in another the violence he had repressed in his own government. This remonstrance, sustained as it was by the arguments that have just been summarized, was accompanied by such proofs of the justice of the complaints that Harold felt himself compelled to abandon his brother's cause, and returning to Edward, persuaded the king to pardon the Northumbrians, and to confirm Morcar in the government. He afterwards married the sister of that nobleman. Tostig, in a rage, quitted England, and took refuge at Bruges with his father-in-law, Baldwin of Flanders. But meanwhile the question of the succession to the throne was becoming daily more pressing. Edward was evidently rapidly sinking into the grave. He had never loved his wife, Harold's sister, and had no children by her. The natural choice of the White Nagemoth would have been Edward, the son of Edward's elder brother, who had been sent to Hungary by the King of Sweden. Accordingly, an embassy was sent to Hungary, and in 1057 the atheling, or member of the royal line, arrived with his children, Edgar, Margaret, and Christina. But the prospect of his one day becoming King of England, which would have solved a most difficult problem, was speedily cut short by his death within a few days. Of the royal family, Edgar, his son, was now the only direct male representative, and he, as being a mere boy, was hardly a candidate on whom the choice of the White Nagemoth would fall. It should be observed that Harold appears to have placed no obstacle in the way of the advent of the members of the House of Cerdic to England, and throughout, he seems honestly to have acted for the best. To look upon the election of Harold to the throne, as in any sense a usurpation, is to import purely modern ideas about royalty into days when hereditary descent was never for a moment recognized as giving an indefeasible right. To pass over the members of the royal line was no doubt an unusual measure, because there were as a rule some members of that line who were fully competent to succeed, but failing such a candidate, the White Nagemoth were quite within their right in electing anyone whom they believed to combine the necessary qualities of valor and statesmanship. And of all men in England, it could hardly be doubted that Harold was preeminently the possessor of the attributes that went in those days to make a good king. He was therefore tacitly designated as Edward's successor by universal consent, but in William of Normandy, he had a dangerous and unscrupulous opponent who would hesitate to use no means that force or fraud might throw in his way. One effective instrument he had already acquired during his visit to England, and chance speedily placed a second in his path, of which he availed himself with equal dexterity. Chapter 10. The Norman Invasion. The Normans, their settlement in France, their gradual civilization, Richard the Good, Robert the Devil William's earlier years, his consolidation of power, Harold's adventures in Normandy and the story of his oath to William, Death and character of Edward. Election of Harold. William's claims. He obtains the sanction of the Church. His preparations. Proceedings of Tostig. Harold's forces dwindle. Invasion of Tostig and Harold. Hardrada. Battle of Stamford Bridge. Landing of William Harold in London. Desertion of Edwin and Morcar. Negotiations. Harold at Senlac. Account of the battle. Death of Harold and discomfiture of the English. His burial. Legend of his escape. Before narrating Harold's adventures in Normandy, and the oath which he is said to have sworn to William there, it may be well to give an account of the rise of the formidable power of which William was now the ruler. The Normans, or Northmen, were, when they first come within the ken of history, bands of piratical adventurers, and were practically identical with the Danes, the term being loosely used for the inhabitants of what we now call the Scandinavian kingdoms of Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. In the previous chapters, a description has been given of the invasions and settlements of these barbarians in England. But England was by no means the only country which they vexed by their depredations, and the northern coast of France afforded an equally suitable place of debarkation for their hordes. Upon the French, as upon the English, the enemy at first contented themselves with inflicting yearly raids, without any intention of occupying the land. But in 912, Rollo the Ganger, or Walker, so called because he was too tall to ride, a leader after the stamp of Guthrum, seized from Charles the Simple, king of the West Franks, for France was not as yet a united kingdom, land on both sides of the Seine, with Rouen for its capital, and an arrangement was made between the two at Clair-sur-Epte, which has been compared to the Treaty of Wedmore. By it Rollo promised to embrace Christianity and to do homage to Charles. The well-known story has it that he was too proud to go through the ceremony, which consisted in kissing the king's feet, but deputed it to one of his soldiers, who, by raising the royal foot to his mouth, instead of stooping towards it, well-nigh upset his Frankish majesty. Despite his promise, Rollo speedily relapsed into heathendom, and together with his son, William Longsword, proceeded to add to his territories. A large district passed into the hands of the Normans by conquest, including Avranches, Lycia, and Caen. It was some time before the Normans became French, but they were gradually assimilated to the people round them, even as the Danes had been in England. The change was accomplished in the reign of the third Duke, Richard the Fearless, 943–996, when the whole race embraced Christianity and adopted the French language, Norse being the speech, however, of the people who dwelt round Bayeux. The Normans were a very receptive race, and wherever they wandered throughout Europe they adopted whatever customs were best in the people with whom they came in contact. They learned new modes of fighting, they acquired new weapons, the shield, the hauberk, the lance, and the longbow. They became masterly horsemen. Further, they developed that impressive style of architecture which is still called by their name, and built churches and monasteries, important among which is the Abbey of Bec, whence came both Lanfranc and St. Anselm in aftertimes. They founded bishoprics. In a word, they transformed themselves with remarkable swiftness from a race of depredators into one of the most cultivated of the peoples of Europe. It was during the reign of Richard the Fearless that Hugh Capet, on the death of the last of the descendants of Charles the Great, founded the French monarchy by a process of conquest, and made Paris his capital. In this great achievement he would never have succeeded had it not been for the assistance of Richard, who was his brother-in-law. In return, the Duke of Normandy ceased to be called by his neighbors Dux Piratarum, the Duke of the Pirates, and became the loyal vassal of the King of the French. Normandy formed one of the noblest territories dependent on the Capetian dynasty, but its dukes took care that their liberties were in no degree infringed. The next duke, Richard the Good, Ethelred's contemporary, has been already mentioned in this work, CP 58. His reign is chiefly remarkable for the fact that in it we begin to hear 76 of those noble families which afterwards played so great a part in English history. The marriage between Emma and Ethelred was the first link in the chain of events which led to the conquest of England, and it was at the Norman court that Edward the Confessor acquired his foreign sympathies. After a reign of about 30 years, Richard died in 1026. CP 77. Harold taken prisoner by the Count of Ponthieu, CP 77. See larger version. On his death the kingdom was distributed between the rival brothers, Richard III and Robert. Richard, however, was regarded as duke during the 2 ensuing years, and on his death in 1028 was succeeded by Robert. He is known to history as the Devil, though it is very difficult to tell why, and after a somewhat brief reign he died, in 1035, on his way back from a pilgrimage to the Holy Land. On the death of Robert, his son William was about 8 years old, moreover of illegitimate birth, his mother being the daughter of a tanner at Falaise. But Robert, before his departure, had caused his nobles to swear allegiance to William, and the law of hereditary descent was far more strictly regarded in France than in England. These facts, joined to the consideration that possible successors of the line of Rollo were not easily to be found, caused William's accession to be undisputed. Nevertheless, the period of his minority was one of much confusion, during which the boy duke's life was in perpetual danger, and his position was the more precarious, because the king of the French began to show signs of animosity towards the great semi-independent state to the north of his dominions. In 1047, William began to act for himself, and when an attempt was made by the nobles to wrest the western part of his dominions from him, he overthrew the rebels, with the grudgingly offered aid of Henry of France at Valais Dunes. After this crushing triumph, his power was secure. He surrounded himself with a splendid nobility, of whom William Fitz-Osbern and Odo, Bishop of Bayeux, his two half-brothers by his mother's marriage with Baldwin of Cantville and Robert of Mortain, were to make themselves feared on the other side of the Channel. The church was munificently rewarded for its support, and among his most magnificent buildings was the Ab aux Hommes at Caen. Not only 77 did he recover all the dominions that the Norman dukes had ever held, but he twice defeated the French king, Henry, when he invaded his dominions, and in 1063 made his great continental acquisition in the conquest of Maine. Despite the papal inhibition, he took to wife Matilda, the daughter of Count Baldwin of Flanders, in 1052, and endured the ban without much inconvenience until 1060. His visit to England and the claim, worthless though it was, that he built upon it, have already been mentioned CP 70. In the last years of the reign of the Confessor, the exact date is unknown, the hazard of fortune placed his rival, Harold, in his power for the time being, and he made excellent use of the opportunity. Pevensey Castle. One day Harold, while sailing in the Channel, was driven by tempest on the territory of Guy, Count of Ponthieu, who, being informed of his quality, immediately detained him prisoner, and demanded an exorbitant sum for his ransom. Harold found means to convey intelligence of his situation to the Duke of Normandy, and represented that he had met with extremely harsh treatment from the mercenary disposition of the Count of Ponthieu, who was William's vassal. William was immediately sensible of the importance of the incident. He foresaw that if he could once gain Harold, either by favors or menaces, his way to the throne of England would be open, and Edward would meet with no further obstacle in executing the favorable intentions which he had entertained on his behalf. He sent, therefore, a messenger to Guy in order to demand the liberty of his prisoner, and that nobleman, not daring to refuse so great a prince, put Harold into the hands of the Norman, who conducted him to Rouen. William received him with every demonstration of respect and friendship, and even persuaded him to take part in a campaign which he was waging with Count Conan of Brittany, in which Harold highly distinguished himself, and was rewarded with the compliment of knighthood. In his anxiety to be allowed to return home, Harold appears to have compromised himself by taking some sort of oath, which William attempted to make additionally binding by a curious trick. He caused Harold, when he swore, to place his hand on a chest, and then, withdrawing the cover, showed the Englishman the relics of the saints, which had been collected from all parts of Normandy. This device is quite in keeping with the 78 ideas of that time, and any breach of the engagement would have been considered a most wicked act of perjury, even though the taker of the oath was not aware of the solemnity of the promises he had made. The terms of the oath are quite uncertain. Harold remained, so far as we know, absolutely silent on the subject, and his silence naturally conduces to the belief that he must have made some stipulations that he had no right to make. Professor Freeman strives hard to prove that he only promised to marry William's daughter, and that he did homage to him as his future father-in-law. The Norman chroniclers assert that he did homage to William as his future king, and promised in the meantime to deliver to him the castle of Dover, and to marry his daughter. It is hardly credible that Harold, though his position was a very difficult one, can have compromised himself in this manner. But it is possible that he may have thought that no price was too heavy to pay for freedom, and may have consoled himself by reflecting that to pledge himself to William as his future king was perfectly illegal, inasmuch as the election lay in the hands of the Witenagemot. In any case, whatever understanding was concluded, Harold made no attempt on his return to carry it out, but continued in that line of conduct by which he accustomed the people of England to regard him as their future sovereign, and broke one of the conditions, at any rate, by marrying the daughter of Elefgar, the widow of Griffith of Wales. He was so completely successful that the confessor, on his deathbed, he died on January 5, 1066, requested the Witenagemot to choose Harold as his successor, and said nothing concerning William of Normandy or any promises that had been made to him at the time of his visit to England. Edward, to whom the Church has given the title of saint and confessor, was the last of the direct line of the West Saxon kings that ruled in England. Though his reign was peaceable and fortunate, he owed his prosperity less to his own abilities than to the conjunctures of the times. The Danes, employed in other enterprises, did not attempt those incursions which had been so troublesome to his predecessors, and fatal to some of them. The facility of his disposition made him acquiesce in the government of Godwin and his son Harold, and the abilities, as well as the power of these noblemen, enabled them, while they were entrusted with authority, to preserve domestic peace and tranquility. The most commendable circumstance of Edward's government was his attention to the administration of justice, and he is said to have compiled, for that purpose, a body of laws, which he collected from the laws of Ethelbert, Ine, and Alfred. This compilation, if it ever existed, is now lost, for the laws that pass under Edward's name were composed afterwards, and it is thought that when we find the English in after times asking for a renewal of King Edward's laws, they do not allude to any definite code, but simply to the old customs generally. But while praising Edward for his rectitude of conduct, we ought not to forget that his weak dependence upon Norman favorites in the earlier part of the reign was the cause of infinite disaster to the nation in the years that followed his death. He was, in fact, as it has been often said, more fitted for a Norman cloister than for the English throne. The election of Harold by the Witenagemot was duly effected on the feast of the Epiphany, the claims of the atheling, Edgar, apparently not having been taken into serious consideration. So important was it felt to be that a capable man should have command in times when an invasion might be expected at any moment. William, as may be imagined, was not long in putting in his claim to the throne, and having summoned Harold to fulfill the promises that he had made in Normandy, to which summons answer was returned that the promises were such as Harold could not possibly perform, he proceeded to set out a most ingenious statement of the rights which he asserted were his. They were absolutely worthless, but probably produced the desired effect on the continent, an impression that William was the victim of fraud. In the first place, he based his claim to the crown on his descent. He was, he declared, Edward's next of kin through Edward's mother, Emma. This, of course, was not true, Edgar being considerably nearer in relationship, and even so, it would only entitle him to a certain amount of preference. Secondly, he declared that Edward had left him the crown, but such a bequeathal was, as we have seen, quite beyond the power of an English king, even if it was ever definitely made, of which no written proof was produced. Thirdly, he told the story of Harold's oath, which the latter had no right to take. Very few men among the English appear to have been won over by these specious arguments, but upon the continent, and especially in France, where men were probably in ignorance of English customs, it is not improbable that they carried considerable 79 weight, especially when backed by the authority of the Church. For William was careful to obtain this powerful sanction, and thereby he invested the invasion with the character of a war of religion. To the shallow arguments about the perjury of Harold, he was cunning enough to add others of more solid worth, namely, that he would bring the Church of England more thoroughly under the control of Rome than it had hitherto been, and especially would cause the papal dues to be more regularly paid. These last considerations could not but have much influence with the Pope, Alexander Roman II, and William's envoys were fortunate to gain over the man who had the entire ascendancy in the papal councils, the famous Hildebrand, who afterwards became Pope Gregory VII. The Pope, therefore, announced his cordial sanction of the enterprise, and dispatched to the Norman Duke a consecrated banner and a ring containing some of St. Peter's hair. William now set himself seriously to work to gain allies and to get an army ready. He applied in the first instance to the King of France, but William was already too powerful a vassal, and his overtures were rejected from policy. Nothing daunted, he next addressed himself to his father-in-law, Count Baldwin of Flanders. Baldwin listened to him and helped him to the utmost of his power. His own subjects were at first unwilling to take part in the undertaking, but William won them over by his cajoleries. By the middle of August, 1066, the Duke of Normandy had collected or built upwards of 900 large vessels, without counting those destined to serve as means of transport, and had under his command 50,000 horsemen and 10,000 foot soldiers. However, he did not hurry his preparations, for everything was turning out in his favor. For William was not the only enemy against whom the unfortunate Harold had to contend. His unscrupulous and selfish brother, Tostig, also determined to make a dash for the crown, hopes of which he had entertained previously to his banishment, since he was a favorite with the confessor, and the king had been very unwilling to part with him. Early in the year he applied for assistance to William, but the duke, although eager enough to profit by his folly, would give him no assistance. Thereupon, having collected some ships from the ports of Flanders, Tostig made a wild descent upon the south of England and plundered the coast from the Isle of Wight to Sandwich. Driven away by the approach of Harold, he directed his forces to the Humber, but was beaten off by Edwin and Morcar and forced to take refuge in Scotland. All this while Harold had been watching the south coast, daily expecting to see the ships of William in the Channel. But William never came, and the English churls were longing for their homes and harvests, so that the forces began to dwindle away. The English army, it should be remembered, was a militia, serving without pay and under compulsion. Such a force was particularly unwieldy and particularly hard to keep together. At last, on September the 8th, the provisions failed, and Harold was compelled to disband his forces, leaving the southern coast bare. Hardly had he done so, when he received tidings of a most formidable invasion of the north. The restless Tostig, undismayed by the utter miscarriage of his previous ventures, went in quest of allies to the courts of the north, and after an unsuccessful visit to the King of Sweden, obtained the powerful assistance of the King of Norway, Harald Hardrada, one of the greatest warriors of his time. The Norwegian king made his appearance with a powerful fleet at the mouth of the Tyne, and there Tostig joined him with the remnants of his former expedition. They sailed some way up the Ouse, and then struck inland towards York, but at Fulford were met by the Earls Edwin and Morcar at the head of a numerous host. The Earls, however, were defeated with heavy loss, and the city of York, after a mutual exchange of hostages with the invaders, agreed to open its gates to receive Harald Hardrada as their king, and to join him in a war against Harold of England. Harald Hardrada thereupon withdrew to Stamford Bridge, and it was there that Harold found him and the traitor Tostig. He had hastily gathered together an army consisting of his housecarls, thanes, and such men as could be collected on the spur of the moment, and advanced northwards by forced marches. On September the 25th he was in York, and passing rapidly through it, fell upon the Northmen at Stamford Bridge, before they were aware that he was in the neighbourhood. The battle was fiercely contested, nevertheless, and though the Northmen, on the nearer side of the river Derwent, were driven into it and drowned, those on the farther side put themselves in battle array, and by the time the English were over the bridge, were ready to meet them. After a tough contest, however, Harald Hardrada and Tostig were slain, and the enemy completely dispersed. According to the spirited account of Henry of Huntingdon, there was a parley between the two hosts before the battle, in which Harold offered Northumberland to Tostig, but to Harald Hardrada 6 feet of the ground of England, or perchance more, seeing that he is taller than other men. This version of the story is, however, rejected by Professor Freeman because of its inaccuracies of detail, though the conversation is consistent with what we know of the characters of Harold and Tostig. Harold was no less humane than brave. Instead of putting to death Olaf, the son of Hardrada, and the other captives who had fallen into his hands, he allowed them to go in peace. William of Malmesbury also relates that he offended a portion of his army by refusing them a share of the plunder, and that many in consequence abandoned his standard. William I, surnamed the Conqueror. Had it not been for the impossibility of keeping the English host together, and for the absence of Harold in the north, it is difficult to see how William could ever have effected a landing. As it was, however, his course was perfectly unopposed upon the sea, and a landing was safely effected at Pevensey on September 29th, 4 days after the Battle of Stamford Bridge. It is said that as William stepped on shore he fell, and rose with a morsel of earth in his hand, whereupon one of his followers happily remarked that he had taken seisin of the land. The investment, or seisin, in landed property was accomplished in those days by the lord presenting a clod of earth to his vassal, hence the remark was very pertinent. CP 82. Death of Harold at the Battle of Hastings, CP 82. See larger version. From Pevensey, William marched to Hastings 82, and ravaged the country for provisions, constructing at the same time a wooden fort as a secure basis of operations. Harold was at York when he received the intelligence of the landing of the Norman host, and he made hot haste to London, whence he issued a summons to all the men of England to come to his aid against the invader. But in the supreme hour of the fortunes of the English kingdom, it was found that the old disunion which the kings of Wessex had in vain attempted to overcome was still as potent a factor for evil as in the days of the Danish invasions. From Wessex and from the earldoms of Harold's brothers, men readily came to defend the fatherland. But Edwin and Morcar, with a short-sightedness and ingratitude which are almost incredible, kept back the men of the north, under the expectation that William, if he overcame, would be content with Wessex and the south, and that so the house of Leofric would profit by the overthrow of the house of Godwin. Harold abode in London for 6 days, gathering his host together, and entered into negotiations with Duke William. That there was any sincerity on either side may be doubted, and probably the first proposal, which was sent apparently by Harold, was only made to gain time. It is said that William was offered a sum of money to depart. To this, William replied by a series of clever propositions, of which the first was that Harold should give up the kingdom in exchange for the earldom of Northumberland, an offer which, if made, shows that the Norman duke by no means felt the ground to be safe under his feet. Then he is related to have appealed to the mediation of the Pope, a tolerably safe proposal, considering his previous dealings with the Holy See. Lastly, he is said to have challenged Harold to single combat, an offer which the king likewise declined, on the ground that this was not a mere personal quarrel, but a matter in which the whole English nation was concerned. By the end of 6 days, Harold had collected a considerable force, and determined to risk a battle, and a consideration which influenced him not a little was the difficulty of provisioning so large a host without causing annoyance to the people. Here, as on previous occasions in his career, Harold was actuated by motives of humanity, but it may be doubted whether it would not have been wise to wait for more levies, and then overwhelm the Normans, who, man for man, were far better warriors than the English, by sheer numbers. He advanced, however, southwards, and halted on a hill called Senlac to the northwest of Hastings. The position was a very strong one, and Harold, with great military skill, fortified it with a palisade, thereby making a most formidable barrier against the Norman cavalry. The Battle of Senlac, or Hastings as it is popularly called, was fought on the 14th of October, and the evening before it was spent, it is said, by the Normans in prayer, and by the English in drinking and the singing of songs. The battle began about 9 o'clock. The English host was marshalled behind the palisade, all on foot, for they, unlike the Normans, were never fond of fighting on horseback, and Harold, with his brothers Gurth and Leofwine, stood under the royal standard. Against them the Normans advanced in 3 divisions, of which William commanded the center. On the left was Alan of Brittany, with a force of Bretons, and troops from Maine and Poitou. On the right was Roger of Montgomery, at the head of the mercenary troops, whom William had hired from wherever they could be collected. The first attack failed completely, and the Normans, after a vain attempt to break down the palisade, were driven back in confusion, the Bretons being the first to fly. Unfortunately, in their excitement, some of the English soldiers pursued beyond the palisade, and were easily cut down in the plain. In the second attack, William of Normandy was unhorsed by Earl Gurth, but went against him on foot and cut him down. About the same time Leofwine was also slain. Still, the English barrier was intact, and it seemed as if the Normans must withdraw in discomfiture. But William's generalship was equal to the occasion. He had seen how helpless the English were upon the open plain, and he resolved, therefore, to lure them from behind their defenses by a feigned flight. The ruse was successful, and a considerable portion of the English army suffered for disobedience of Harold's orders, by being compelled to make their escape, as best they could, to the broken ground to the back of the hill. Still Harold fought on, and as evening was coming on, it seemed as if he might even yet be able to hold the field. Then William bethought him of another plan, and ordered his archers to shoot into the air, whereby the English were seriously incommoded. One of the falling shafts pierced Harold through the eye, and he was mortally wounded. The battle was to all intents 83 ended when he died. His housecarls were killed at their posts. The light-armed troops fled into the rocks and swamps, inflicting severe losses upon such of their enemies as ventured to pursue them. Thus did William of Normandy win the great battle of Hastings, which lasted from sunrise to sunset, and which, for the valor displayed by both armies and their leaders, was worthy to decide a contest for a crown. William, in the course of the battle, had 3 horses killed under him and lost nearly 15,000 men. The loss of the English was probably considerably more. William, at the height of his success, gave orders for the whole army to fall on their knees and return God thanks for so signal a victory, after which he caused his tent to be pitched on the field of battle and spent the residue of the night among the slain, not less perhaps in gratitude for the past than in the hope that such a work would procure him heavenly favor for the future. He solemnly vowed that he would erect a splendid abbey on the scene of this his first victory, and when this vow was accomplished, the altar of the abbey church stood on the spot where the standard of Harold had been planted. The holy house thus founded was called Battle Abbey. On the morrow, he ordered his own dead to be buried, and gave the English peasants leave to do the same office for the others. But William refused to give up Harold's body to his mother, Jitha. An ancient manuscript in the Cottonian Library, apparently written at Waltham Abbey about 100 years after the battle, relates that 2 monks were deputed by William to search for the body of the king. Unable to distinguish it among the nameless dead by which it was surrounded, they sent for Harold's mistress, Edith, called the Swan-necked, whose eye of affection was not to be deceived. It was buried under a heap of stones, whence William afterwards permitted it to be removed to Waltham. There is a story related by Giraldus Cambrensis that Harold, after receiving his wound, escaped from the field and lived several years an anchorite in a cell near St. John's Church in Chester. This account is, however, in the highest degree improbable, and there is no reason to doubt that the last of the Saxon kings died a soldier's death on the field of Hastings. Chapter 11. English and Norman Architecture and Customs. Saxon Architecture. Theories about it, documentary evidence, ancient churches, characters of the Saxon style, illustrations from an Anglo-Saxon calendar, old manuscripts, English scholarship, music and the minstrels, musical instruments, games and sports, costume, the table, household furniture, material condition of the people, Norman costumes, condition of learning and the arts, refinement of the Normans, the Bayeux tapestry. Few subjects in medieval art have led to so much controversy as that of English architecture. One party of writers claiming for it a place as a distinct and separate style, and another totally denying its very existence. It was usual for writers on architecture before Rickman's time to denominate all buildings in which the semicircular arch or the zigzag molding prevailed as Saxon, no matter how highly finished or how richly carved they might be, and consequently, all our fine Norman churches are in their works described as Saxon. When this designation was proved to be incorrect, a reaction took place, and some of our writers went so far as to deny the existence of any building of a date anterior to the conquest. It was argued by these writers that the English built with wood only, and that, consequently, all their erections had long since perished. But though it is true there is evidence to show that the usual material for building was wood, and that it was sometimes overlaid with lead and other metals, yet we find, on the other hand, in the works of early writers, indubitable proofs to show that stone was also used, particularly in rebuilding the churches and monasteries which had been destroyed by the Danes. Alfred set aside a 6th part of his income for this purpose, and we are told by Asser that he built the houses majestic and good, beyond all the precedents of his ancestors, by his new mechanical contrivances. The Gateway, Battle Abbey. See larger version. It was first pointed out by Rickman that 84 there were a number of churches in different parts of the kingdom, which could be proved to be of very early date, while they did not agree in character either with the Roman remains or with the earliest of the Norman churches, and that, in some instances, early Norman work had been built upon portions of these early buildings, thus affording conclusive evidence that these edifices 85 must be of a prior date to that of the earliest Norman buildings. Strong confirmatory evidence is also offered when we find it stated, in a contemporary manuscript, that a church was built on a certain spot by some well-known ecclesiastic at a given time, and still find standing on this spot a building, or portions of a building, of a style which cannot be referred to that of any subsequent period. We are justified in considering this the building so mentioned, and when we find all these buildings agreeing in certain general features, we are also justified in considering these as constituting the style of the period. Of this documentary evidence, the following are examples. The Venerable Bede, mentions the building of a monastery at Jarrow by Benedict Biscop in 681, and we now find standing on the spot a church, of which the chancel is of the rudest construction, and evidently of earlier date than the tower, which, from its style, cannot be much subsequent to the conquest, and in which portions of the earlier building are built into the walls. The east window is of later date, but the side windows of the church, now blocked up, are of the rudest possible construction, round-headed, with the heads formed of a single stone. These are undoubtedly the work of Benedict. The church of Monkwearmouth is also mentioned by Bede as having been built by the same Benedict in 676. This church still stands and bears indubitable proofs of its early date. The windows are divided by balusters and have other features peculiar to the period. A convent existed at Repton, in Derbyshire, in the 7th century, and was destroyed by the Danes in 875. The church was afterwards rebuilt, and such portions as had not perished were built into the new erection, and they may still be distinguished by the peculiarities of their style. The original crypt under the church still remains in a tolerably perfect state, and is a very remarkable specimen of the style. From a Saxon MS. Building of the Tower of Babel, from a Saxon MS. See larger version. Curious crypts of this date also exist under the Cathedral of Ripon, and at Hexham. The latter is particularly interesting, from its having been constructed of materials taken from the Roman road, which passes within a short distance of the place, and Roman inscribed slabs have been used in forming its roof. In the Old English MSS, in the British Museum and the Library of Salisbury Cathedral, and particularly in the Paraphrase of C. Demon, in the Bodleian Library at Oxford, buildings of stone are distinctly shown in the illuminations, and these buildings exhibit the long and short work, and other 86 distinctive features of existing remains. This, therefore, may be taken as conclusive evidence that these buildings are of English origin. The characteristics of this style are as follow. Towers. These are without buttresses, generally of the same dimensions from the foundation to the top, but sometimes diminishing by stages. They are usually built of rubble, the stones being very irregular in size, with quoins at the angles, which are formed of long stones set perpendicularly, and shorter ones laid horizontally alternately with them. This is termed long and short work. They are sometimes divided into stages, and the surface is intersected by upright projecting ribs of stone, as if the builder had before him for a model a tower constructed of timber and plaster, and had endeavored to imitate this in stone. The finest example which we have of this kind of ornament is the tower of Earl's Barton Church, Northamptonshire. Other examples also occur at Barton-on-Humber and at Barnack. These towers seem always to have been coated with plaster between the ribs of stone, and this gives them a still more timber-like appearance. Tower of Sompting Church. Some towers have not this ornament, and are quite plain. The kind of masonry called herringbone is frequently used, and Roman bricks taken from the ruins of earlier buildings are of frequent occurrence. The upper portion of these Saxon towers has been destroyed and replaced by later parapets, so that it is not easy to say in what manner they terminated. But the very remarkable Tower of Sompting, in Sussex, offers a valuable solution of the difficulty. In this tower each side terminates in an acutely pointed gable, from which the roof is carried up, and meeting in a point, forms a sort of short square spire, such as we still see in some of the churches in Germany. All these towers are without staircases, the different stories being only to be reached by ladders. The circular or newel stair turret seems not to have been introduced till the 12th century. Windows. These are either round-headed or triangular-headed, and are frequently surrounded by a sort of framework of projecting stone. They are usually, but not always, deeply recessed on the outside as well as in the inside, the narrowest part of the window being in the center of the wall. When the window is of two lights, it is divided by a small baluster or shaft, set in the middle of the wall. This supports an impost, which is generally one stone reaching through the entire thickness of the wall. Sometimes the heads of both single and double light windows, instead of being arched, are made of two straight stones, meeting at the point and forming a triangular head. The single lights are often little more than mere openings in the wall, frequently without ornament of any kind, the whole window being cut out of a single stone, as at Caversfield, and the jambs are often inclined, making the opening wider at the bottom than at the top. Ornament is seldom attempted, but at Deerhurst the shaft and jambs are adorned with a rude kind of fluting, and the imposts are cut into a series of simple square-edged moldings. Roman bricks are sometimes used both for the jambs and for turning the arch, as at Brixworth. All these varieties of windows are very characteristic and are not to be found in the later styles. Doorways, these, like the windows, are either round or triangular-headed. The arches are generally turned of plain stones, without any molding or ornament whatever, sometimes simple and sometimes recessed. But the projecting framework of plain stone is not unfrequent, as may be seen at Earls Barton, Stanton Lacey, and see the imposts are as a rule plain, but sometimes ornamented with a series of singular moldings, usually square-edged and plain, as at Barnack, or with A87 kind of fluting, as at Earls Barton. At Sompting it is ornamented with a kind of scrollwork, though sculpture is seldom attempted. A cross is sometimes introduced above the door, as at Stanton Lacey, and it is remarkable that whenever the cross is used it is of the Greek form, that is, with the limbs of equal length in contradistinction to the Latin type, in which the lower member is the longest. The triangular heads of the doorways are formed either by two stones placed diagonally and resting one upon the other, or partly by horizontal stones cut obliquely. Both these varieties may be seen at Barnack. Doorways are also sometimes built of tiles, taken from Roman buildings, as at Brixworth. From a photograph by F. R. Turner, Tewkesbury. Window, Saxon of Deerhurst Church, Gloucester. From a photograph by F. R. Turner, Tewkesbury. Moldings and sculptures. There are very few moldings belonging to this style, the strings and other members being mostly square-edged and plain, though as at Dunham Magna they are sometimes alternately notched on the edges. The capitals and bases of the shafts and balusters, which divide the windows, are molded chiefly with round and square molding. The sculptures are few, and very rude, as at St. Benet's, Cambridge, where two lions are sculptured at the spring of the tower arch. Window, Saxon of Jarrow Church, Durham. Capitals. The abacus seems in all cases to be a plain, square-edged, flat member, without chamfer in which it differs from the Norman. The bell of the capital is either globular, as at Jarrow, or molded, as before mentioned, or cut into a rude imitation of foliage, or of the Corinthian volute, as at Sompting. It is curious to observe the evident imitation of Roman work in these capitals. The beautiful capital of the Corinthian order appears to have attracted the attention of the rude English workman, and his first attempt at sculpture seems to have been to copy it. Its delicate and complicated foliage was too difficult for his hand, but he could make an imitation of its more prominent feature, the volute. This partiality for the volute was continued in the next century, through the early and late Norman, until, in the transition to the early English, it produced those magnificent capitals of which we have a few examples in England, and so many on the continent. Doorway, Saxon of Barnack Church, Northamptonshire. It must not be expected that all these peculiarities will be found in one building, but wherever any of them occur, there is reasonable presumption that the building is of early date and deserving of further investigation. Illustrations drawn from ancient calendars are among the best documents one can consult for obtaining a knowledge of former manners and customs. The 12 designs which follow, and which may conveniently serve as an introduction to an account of English customs, are taken from an Anglo-Saxon calendar composed some time before the Norman conquest and preserved in the Cottinian Library. Some explanatory notes are added. Anglo-Saxon calendar. Wolfmaneth. January. The heathen English called this month Wolfmaneth because the wolves were then most ravenous. It was also called Efterula, that is, after Christmas. In the woodcut, 4 oxen are laboriously drawing the plough. At that time they did not use horses for field labor, and oxen are employed, even at the present day, in some localities. Sproutkeel. February. Here they are cutting down trees for firewood. The English called February Sproutkeel. Keel meant kelwort, and was most extensively used at this time for making broth. The well-known custom of making pancakes on Shrove Tuesday is a remnant of an old superstition, and certainly one of the most pleasing that has come down to us. Reedmoneth or Lidmoneth. March was dedicated by the English to the goddess Rhoda, and hence called Reedmoneth. It was called also Elidmoneth, or the stormy month. In the woodcut they are digging, hoeing, and sowing with much ardor. After the introduction of Christianity, March was held in great reverence as the month in which Lent began. Ostermoneth. April was Ostermoneth, because the wind generally blew from the east during this month. The woodcut appears to represent three thanes celebrating a feast by quaffing ale from their drinking horns. On the right is an armed guard with a long spear, and on the left are two servitors. The bench on which the three worthy thanes are seated is adorned with two sculptures of formidable-looking animals. The use of chairs or sofas was then entirely unknown. They called the benches placed in the festal halls mead bank, or eel bank, mead or ale benches. Trimilky. May was called trimilky because then they began to milk the kine 3 times in the day. In this, woodcut shepherds are watching over the ewes and lambs. May Day was the great rural festival of the English and was celebrated with pomp and rejoicing. This festival will soon be numbered amongst the things that were. Wademoneth or Midsummer Month. To June different names were given. Wademoneth, according to some, because then the cattle began to wade, that is, feed in the meadows, which at that time were usually marshes. According to others, it was called Midsummer Month. This was the time of the year at which the English commenced their long voyages, and they are represented in the woodcut in the act of cutting down and dressing trees in order to fit out their ships. Humaneth or Haymoneth. July was called by the English Humaneth, or Foliage Month, also Haymoneth or Haymonth, being the month in which they mowed and made hay, in which operations they are represented in the woodcut as being engaged. They also called it Leda Aftera, meaning the second Leda, or second month after the sun's descent. Arnmoneth or Barnmoneth. August was by the English called Arnmoneth, or Barnmoneth, meaning harvest month. The instruments which appear in the woodcut do not seem to differ much from those used at the present day. To the left appears a man sounding a horn, with a spear in his right hand. Whether he is superintending the laborers, or is one of a hunting party entering the field, it is hard to decide. The sheaves are being lifted by a fork into a cart, or wagon, of tolerably good construction. Gerstmoneth. September was called Gerstmoneth, barley month, so named from the liquor called beerleg made in that month, and hence barley. The subject of the woodcut is a boar hunt. Cold Moneth. October was called the Cold Moneth, or Winmoneth, wine month. The vine was extensively cultivated in England in olden times. The woodcut represents a hawking scene. Wintmoneth. November was called Wintmoneth, or Wind month, as this was the season of the year when the cold storms commenced, which were generally considered to last till March. It was the custom to light great fires in the open air in honor of the gods, and as a means of driving away evil spirits. The men are here seen approaching one of these fires to warm themselves. Erigiola or Heiligmoneth. December was called Erigiola because the sun then turns his glorious course, and after the introduction of Christianity, Heiligmoneth or Holy Month. December was, among the English above all things, a month of festivity. Before the introduction of Christianity, Christmas was the feast of Thor, and the wassail bowl circulated as briskly in honor of the heathen god as it has done since at the Christian festival. The figures in the woodcut are engaged in thrashing the corn, winnowing it with a fan, and carrying it away. The foregoing designs afford, probably, as good an idea as can now be obtained of the occupations and amusements of our English forefathers, and of their daily life in time of peace. The monasteries were the schools of the Middle Ages, in which all secular knowledge, as well as religious doctrine, was cultivated. Previous to the invention of printing, books were transcribed with great pains and labor. Not only was the mere task of copying a book by hand a work of considerable time, but the illuminations or embellishments with which the more valuable manuscripts were adorned were executed with a degree of care and finish demanding infinite skill and industry. The annexed engravings are copied with scrupulous fidelity from various MSS, still extant, and serve to show some of the different kinds of writing which are found in those documents. Many of the MSS also contain on each page paintings representing scenes either connected with the narrative in the text or otherwise. Sometimes they are ornamented with portraits of saints, kings, or other great men. These figures, as well as the other ornamental portions of the work, are brilliantly colored and are often represented on a gold ground. Saxon calendar. The parchment used was of various kinds, that which was the finest and whitest being employed for the most valuable manuscripts. For gilding upon parchment, our ancestors employed both gold powder and leaf gold, which was fixed upon a white embossment, generally supposed to be a calcareous preparation. The subjects of the paintings were taken from sacred or profane history, but the artist invariably represented the costume and customs of his own time, and to these illuminations, we owe most of the knowledge we possess of those customs. The English displayed proficiency in this branch of painting at an early period, and though it is not easy to trace the rise and progress of the art, there is evidence of its flourishing condition from the 8th to the 11th centuries, in the numerous manuscripts of that date, which fortunately still remain both in England and in the collections on the continent. English Ms. of the 10th century, with illuminated initial letter, in the National Library, Paris. Fragment of copy of the Evangelists in Latin. English Ms. of the 10th century, with illuminated initial letter, in the National Library, Paris. Reduced to half the original size. Previous to the introduction of Christianity, the English possessed no literature worthy of the name. It is not, however, to be supposed that the people were destitute of intellectual power, for when our forefathers began to apply themselves to the pursuit of knowledge, the progress of literature was remarkably rapid. Within 100 years after the light of knowledge dawned upon the English, Bede appeared, with other men, whose abilities and teaching exerted a marked influence upon the spread of English learning. The English scholars, though defective in actual 92 knowledge, had just conceptions of the objects of philosophy. Alcuin defines it to be the study of natural things, and the knowledge of divine and human affairs. All the subjects comprised by Alcuin in physics are arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy. That larger field of science to which we now give the name of physics had not yet been discovered, nor had chemistry, mineralogy, and the other analogous sciences. From Ms. of Horace's works of the 10th century in the National Library, Paris. First 2 lines of Horace's Ode to Maecenas. From Ms. of Horace's works of the 10th century in the National Library, Paris. English writing of the 6th century. A fair idea of the condition of mental and moral science previous to the Norman conquest may be obtained from an extant dialogue between Alcuin and Pepin, the son of Charles the Great. Some of the questions, with the answers, are subjoined. What is life? The gladness of the blessed, the sorrow of the wretched, the expectation of death. What is death? The inevitable event, the uncertain pilgrimage, the tears of the living, the confirmation of our testament, the thief of man. What is sleep? The image of death. What is man's liberty? Innocence. What is the brain? The preserver of the memory. What is the sun? The splendor of the world, the beauty of heaven, the honor of day, the distributor of the hours. What is the moon? The eye of night, the giver of dew, the prophetess of the weather. What is rain? The earth's conception, the mother of corn. What is the earth? The nurse of the living, the storehouse of life, the devourer of all things. What is the sea? The path of audacity, the divider of regions, the fountain of showers. What is a ship? A wandering house, a perpetual inn, a traveler without footsteps. What makes bitter things sweet? Hunger. What makes men never weary? Gain. What gives sleep to the watching? Hope. Who is he that will rise higher if you take away his head? Look in your bed, and you will find him there. From Cotton Ms. Claude, B4. English Dinner Party. From Cotton Ms. Claude, B4. The following account, taken from William of Malmesbury, of the social condition of the English people at the time of the conquest, indicates a decline of literature and the arts at that period. The picture may probably be overdrawn, but the main facts are correct. In process of time, the desire after literature and religion had decayed, for several years before the arrival of the Normans. The clergy, contented with a very slight degree of learning, could scarcely stammer out the words of the sacraments, and a person who understood 93 grammar was an object of wonder and astonishment. The nobility were given up to luxury and wantonness. The commonalty, left unprotected, became a prey to the most powerful, who amassed fortunes, either by seizing on their property or by selling their persons into foreign countries. Although it be an innate quality of this people to be more inclined to reveling than to the accumulation of wealth, drinking was a universal practice, in which they passed entire nights as well as days. They consumed their substance in mean and despicable houses, unlike the Normans and French, who, in noble and splendid mansions, lived with frugality. From the Cotton Ms. Tib, C6. Gleeman juggling. From the Cotton Ms. Tib, C6. From Ms. in the Bodleian Library, Oxford. Balancing. From Ms. in the Bodleian Library, Oxford. Music was cultivated by our ancestors from a very remote period. Among the English, the music on which most attention was bestowed was that employed in the services of religion. Singing in churches is said to have been introduced into England in the 4th century. Among the northern nations, the skalds were at once the poets and musicians. Like the bards of the Britons, they celebrated the deeds of the great and brave in heroic poems, which were sung to the sounds of the lyre or the harp. After the conquest of Britain by the English, these minstrels remained in high favor among the people, and were received with respect and veneration in the courts of kings and the halls of the nobles. In the English language, they were known by 2 appellations, the one equivalent to the English word gleemen or merrymakers, and the other harpers, derived from the instrument on which they usually played. From the C.D. Mon Ms. Oxford. Musical instruments. From the C.D. Mon Ms. Oxford. The gleemen were jugglers and pantomimists, as well as minstrels, and they were accustomed to associate themselves in companies and amuse the spectators with feats of strength and agility, dancing, and sleight-of-hand tricks. From the Psychomatia, or Battle of the Soul, of Aurelius Prudentius, Ms. of 11th century. Dance with lyre and double flute. From the Psychomatia, or Battle of the Soul, of Aurelius Prudentius, Ms. of 11th century. Among the minstrels who came into England with William the Conqueror was one named Taillefer, of whom it is related that he was present at the Battle of Hastings, and took his place at the head of the Norman army, inspiriting the soldiers by his songs. Before the battle commenced, he advanced on horseback towards the English lines, and casting his spear 3 times 94 into the air, he caught it each time by the iron head and threw it among his enemies, one of whom he wounded. He then drew his sword and threw it into the air, catching it, as he had done the spear, with such dexterity that the English who saw him believed that he was gifted with the power of enchantment. From a drawing in a 9th century psalter, illustrating Psalm CL. Grand organ, with bellows and double keyboard. From a drawing in a 9th century psalter, illustrating Psalm CL. The term minstrel, or, in Norman French, ministralx, came into use in England soon after the conquest, at which time it is believed that the class of minstrels and jesters grew much more numerous. The general language of France in the 9th century was the langue d'oc, which closely resembled the dialects of the Catalonian. The language of the north, or langue d'oil, varied but little from it. At this period, the flowing accents of the southern tongue were wedded to music by minstrels, who were called troubadours in the southern provinces and trouvers in the north. From Ms. of St. Blaise. Harp of the 9th century. From Ms. of St. Blaise. These poets became known throughout Europe for their songs of love and war, in which they celebrated the beauty of women and the achievements of the brave. The minstrels enjoyed many privileges and traveled from place to place, in time of war as well as of peace, in perfect safety. Their persons were held sacred, and they were received wherever they went with the warmest welcome and hospitality. In England, the professors of the minstrel's art were of various classes, which were distinguished by the several names of singers, relators of heroic actions, jesters, balancers, jugglers, and storytellers. At this period, every great baron kept a jester as a part of his household establishment. The word jester, in its original sense, did not necessarily mean joker or buffoon, but teller of tales, which might be of a kind to excite either laughter or pity. The jesters, however, were usually employed at feasts and in the hours of conviviality, and they found the tales of merriment so much more popular at such times that it is probable the more serious part of their vocation fell into disuse. In later times, the jesters and japers became mere merry andrews, whose business it was to excite mirth by jokes and ludicrous gesticulations. In olden times, the number of musical instruments was considerable, but their names were still more numerous, because they were derived from the form and character of instruments, which varied according to the caprice of the maker or the musician. Each nation had its peculiar instruments of music, and as these were described in each language by names appropriate to their qualities, the same instrument was frequently known by many names, while the same names sometimes applied to several instruments. The Romans, after their conquests, were in the habit of carrying back with them the music and the instruments which they found among the conquered nations, and thus it happened that, at a certain epoch, all the musical instruments of the known world were collected in the capital of the empire. At the fall of Rome, many of these fell into disuse and were forgotten. They were no longer needed to celebrate the festivals of pagan deities or to add gaiety to the ovations to the emperors in the capital. A letter of St. Jerome to Dardanus de diversis generibus musicorum instrumentorum gives an account of those 95 instruments which remained in existence in the 5th century. St. Jerome enumerates the organ, various kinds of trumpets, the cithara in the form of a Greek delta, Greek, D with 24 strings, the psalterium, a small harp of a square form with 10 strings, the tympanum or hand drum, and several others. These seem to have been almost the only musical instruments in use in the 5th century. A nomenclature of a similar kind appears in the 9th century, in a manuscript life of Charles the Great, by Aymeric de Peyra, one from which we find the number of instruments to have been nearly doubled in the course of 4 centuries, and their forms during this period had continually varied. The flute is the most ancient of all instruments of music, and in the Middle Ages was found in many varieties. Among these was the double flute of the classic form, having 2 stems. The stem held in the left hand, sinistra, was for the high notes, and that held in the right hand, dextra, for the low notes. The 2 stems were sometimes held together, sometimes separate. About the year 951, there was made for the church at Winchester an organ which, in size and construction, surpassed any that had hitherto been seen. This organ was divided into 2 parts, each having its bellows, its keyboard, and its player. 12 bellows above and 14 below were set in motion by 66 strong men, and the wind was passed along 40 valves into 400 pipes, arranged in groups of 10, and to each of these groups corresponded one of the 24 keys of each keyboard. In spite of the great size of this organ, we can hardly believe that its sound was heard over the whole town, undique per urbem, as we are told by a contemporary poet. The syrinx, which was, in fact, the Pandean pipe, was composed usually of 7 tubes of unequal length, forming a straight line at the top for the mouth of the player. Trumpets were much in use among the English, and were employed in the chase and in the tourney, as well as in sounding the charge in battle. They were also used at feasts, public assemblies, and as signals by which one man could communicate with another at a distance beyond the reach of the voice. The lyre, which was the principal stringed instrument of the Greeks and the Romans, preserved its primitive form until the 10th century. The number of chords varied from 3 to 8. The lyre of the north, which was unquestionably the origin of the violin, and which already presented the shape of that instrument, had a bridge in the middle of the soundboard. From Royal Ms. 20 D4. English Game of Bowls. From Royal Ms. 20 D4. The psalterium, which must not be confounded with the psalterion of the 13th century, was a little portable harp, played either with one or both hands. After the 5th century, its shape varied, and was sometimes square or triangular, and sometimes round. In the 10th century, the psalterium gave place to the cithara, a name by which various stringed instruments had at first been vaguely described. From Royal Ms. 2b7. Ladies Hunting. From Royal Ms. 2b7. The English harp was at first only a triangular cithara, but that of the 9th century appears to have differed little from the modern instrument of that name, and the simplicity and elegance of its form had arrived nearly at perfection. English gleemen usually sang to the harp, and this instrument was also in common use among persons who did not follow the profession of minstrels. Bede tells us that, as early as the 7th century, it was customary at convivial meetings to hand a harp from one person to another, and that every one present played upon it in turn, singing a song to the music. This may be presumed to have been the case when the professional harper, whose business it was to amuse the company, was not present. Norman costumes of the 11th and 12th centuries. Bishops and barons, 11th century. 2 noble ladies and citizens. 11th century. 3 prince, princess, and crossbowmen, 11th century. Artisans and artificers, 11th century. 5 military costumes of the 12th century. 6 noble ladies of Normandy, 12th century. See larger version. Games and exercises of strength and agility were common among the Anglo-Saxons. St. Cuthbert is stated by Bede to have excelled in running, wrestling, and other athletic sports. Feats of 97 juggling were performed by the gleemen, who were the most important characters in the festivals and other popular gatherings. Some of the gleemen seem to have performed tricks, gambols, and feats of all kinds, while others were harpers or bards and ballad singers. The indoor sports were various, and suitable to different ranks. The games of chess and backgammon were both known, or at least games very similar to them. Backgammon is said to have been invented in the 10th century. The English and other German nations, as well as the Normans, were strongly attached to the sports of the field. At an early period, we find that hunting was considered a necessary part of the education of every man of gentle blood. Alfred the Great, before he was 12 years of age, is represented to have excelled in all the branches of that most noble art, to which he applied with incessant labor. We are told also that Edward the Confessor, though unlike his illustrious ancestor in most respects, delighted to follow a pack of hounds. Hawking party in the 11th century. See larger version. Hawking was a recreation in high favor among the nobles of the Middle Ages, and was practiced also by the clergy and by ladies. In the Bayeux Tapestry, Harold is represented with his hounds by his side, and a hawk in his hand, when brought before William of Normandy. Such a mode of traveling was common among the noblemen of this period. Persons of high rank rarely appeared without their hawks, and sometimes even carried them into battle. These birds were considered as the symbols of nobility, and a man who gave up his hawk was regarded as disgraced and dishonored. The birds were trained and tended 98 with the greatest care. To prevent them from seeing, their heads were covered with a little cap fastened behind with straps, and adorned with a plume. The falcons of princes and great nobles were known by these plumes, being of the feathers of the bird of paradise. Thus armed, the birds were carried to the chase in a cage, and when it rained were covered with an umbrella, similar to that represented in the illustration. Umbrella for hawks. When the falcon became accustomed to his master, it was necessary to familiarize him to the noise of dogs and men. And to prevent the risk of his flying away, he was trained by means of the lure, which was an imitation of a bird. On the lure was placed a small piece of warm flesh of fowl, and the falcon was taught to come and eat at the voice of the falconer. A cord was attached to the bird's leg, and the person holding the cord retired to some paces distance, while another lifted the bird's cap and set him at liberty. The falconer then called the bird, showing the lure. From the Bayeux Tapestry. Herald from the Bayeux Tapestry. These details, with the accompanying engravings, are taken from the Livre du Roi Modus, the most ancient of all the works on hawking. The tournament, which was the principal amusement of the Norman nobility at the time of the conquest, was not introduced into England until the reign of Stephen. Various military exercises were, however, in existence, among which was the quinton. A staff from which a shield was hung was fixed in the ground, and the performer on horseback rode full tilt at the mark, endeavoring to strike the shield with his lance. Sometimes the quinton was the figure of a Turk or Saracen, which was placed on a pivot in such a manner that, if the horseman failed to strike it in the face, he received a severe blow from the other end of the quinton, which turned round with great velocity. Hawking, Royal Ms. 2b7 Fall, 75b. Some military sports are described by Strutt as peculiar to the young men of London in the 12th century. At this period, also, he tells us that it was common for the young men and maidens of the city to meet for dancing and merry-making after the labors of the day, and that the city damsels played on the citherns, and kept up the dance by the light of the moon, usque imminent luna. Many other sports were also common at this period, among which may be noticed sword and buckler play, and various games of ball. The leisure hours of the English women were spent in spinning, or in similar employments, and the lady of the house did not disdain to be among her maids, encouraging and assisting them in their duties. Strutt relates the following account, given by Ingulphus of Edith, queen to Edward the Confessor. "I have often seen her," he says, "while I was yet a boy when my father was at the king's palace, and as I came from school when I have met her, she would examine me in my learning, and from grammar she would proceed to logic, which she also understood, concluding with me in the most subtle argument, then causing one of her attendant maids to present me with 3 or 4 pieces of 99 money, I was dismissed, being sent to the larder, where I was sure to get some eatables." The simplicity of manners here described soon disappeared when the throne of England was occupied by the Norman king. The lure. The English appear to have been exceedingly fond of dress. Ladies of rank wore necklaces, bracelets, and rings, set with precious stones. Mantles, kirtles, and gowns were also in general use, and rouge was not unknown to them. From Strutt's Manners, Customs, etc. of the English people. Sword play. From Strutt's Manners, Customs, etc. of the English people. In the men this taste for finery degenerated into effeminacy. They wore golden collars, and not unfrequently precious stones round the neck, and the wealthy wore costly bracelets and rings. They had silk, linen, and woolen garments. Silk, from its costliness, was used only by the wealthy. The fashion of their garments of course varied. They had large mantles, which were ornamented with gold and gems. Close coats or tunics, girded with a belt, which strut represents as having been put on over the head like a shirt. Many Englishmen are not aware that the smock-frock of the husbandman of our own day is a pure piece of Old English costume, and if it were well made, tightened with a broad belt, and worn by a man of good carriage, it would form a much handsomer dress than the unmeaning stiff-cut coats of our time. Socks and stockings, and other covering for the legs, are mentioned by English writers. Quinton. The articles of costume were of great variety. A taste for gorgeous finery appears in the dress of the male sex. We read of a king's coronation garment being made of silk woven with gold flowers, and of a cloak studded with gold and gems. The dress of the soldiers and civilians usually consisted of a close coat or tunic, reaching only to the knee, and a short cloak over the left shoulder, which buckled on the right. This cloak was often trimmed with an edging of gold. The kings and nobles also commonly wore a dress very similar to this, only richer and more elegant. In the paintings of the MSS, the women are usually represented in a long loose robe, reaching to the ground, and with loose sleeves, the latter sometimes hanging a yard in length. Upon the head is a hood or veil, which falls down before, and is gathered into folds round the neck and breast. The robe is often ornamented with broad borders of different colors. Both men and women wore shoes, or rather slippers, the legs of the men being covered halfway up with a kind of bandage wound round, or else a straight stocking reaching above the knee. Up to the period of the conquest, the taste for gold ornaments had increased, and massive bracelets for the arms and neck, rings for the fingers, and chains of gold were common. Among the nobility, circlets of gold set with jewels were worn on the head, and belts and girdles were much admired, and were often richly ornamented. From the paintings of some of the English 100 MSS, a knowledge may be gathered of their customs at table. In the engraving of the English dinner party given on page 101, the table is of an oval form and covered with a cloth. Upon it, besides a knife and spoon, there are a bowl with a fish, 2 other dishes, and some loaves of bread. At each end of the table are 2 attendants upon their knees, with a dish in one hand, and in the other a spit holding a piece of meat, which they are presenting to the guests. In other drawings of the MSS, the table is of a different form. Ladies are shown as present, and the 2 sexes are arranged apparently without any precise order. From Royal Ms. 2B7 Fall, 166b. Bob Apple, from Royal Ms. 2B7 Fall, 166b. Cups of gold and silver were used, and also of bone and wood. Horns were much in vogue at table. A curiously carved horn of the Old English times is still preserved in York Cathedral. Glass vessels were little known in this country previous to the Norman conquest. A disciple of Bede applied to Lullis in France to know if there was any man in that neighborhood who could make glass vessels well. For, said he, we are ignorant and helpless in this art. From Strut. Saxon costumes, from Strut. Of the furniture in use among the English, little information has come down to us. Mention may, however, be made of hangings to be suspended on the walls of rooms, and adorned with figures of golden birds in needlework. The love of gaudy colors which prevailed at that day was apparent in the furniture as well as in the dresses of the people, and the hangings and curtains were stained with purple and various other colors. Among the benches and chairs in use, some are represented as having animals' heads at the extremities. Cot Ms. Claude B4. Saxon costumes, Cot Ms. Claude B4. Candles have probably been in use from a period of high antiquity and were certainly known in the 10th century. The English word for candlestick, candlesticca, seems to denote that the earlier candlesticks were made of wood. At this period the candle was not placed in a socket, as at present, but fixed on a long spike. We find mention made of a curtain, sheets, and other clothes appurtening. A pillow of straw is also mentioned. Bearskins were sometimes used as a part of bed furniture. English crowns. The English seem to have practiced great personal cleanliness. The use of warm baths was common, for mention is made of a nun, who, as an act of voluntary penance, washed in them only on festivals. It was also enjoined by the canons as a charitable duty to give to the poor meal, fire, fodder, bathing, bed, and clothes. At the time of the conquest, the condition of the people in France and Normandy differed little from what it was in our own country, though superior refinement reigned at the courts. The nobles and higher ecclesiastics, all who possessed wealth, or who were in a position to seize it by force, inhabited their castles and country houses, where one they collected about them whatever the age could afford of objects of luxury and elegance. Solitude and discouragement reigned around their dwellings. Industry and the arts languished obscurely in the towns, and commerce, restrained in its developments, was often conducted in secrecy and danger. The merchant was compelled to travel with his goods from the castle of one baron to that of another, and living without a fixed residence or depot for them, he could by this means escape the exactions of the nobles, who, in fact, were to some extent dependent upon his services. Frequently the baron would cause some of his serfs to learn the mechanical arts, so that the several labors of the carpenter, the armorer, the tailor, and might be available at once when required. English shoes. From an early period the Franks of noble race wore long hair and beards, and the custom of Christian priests was the same until the 3rd and 4th centuries. In the time of Charles the Great the costume was still simple. The Franks piqued themselves upon their elegance, of which an example may be found in the journey of Rigonda, daughter of Childeric, to visit the king of the Spanish Goths, to whom she was betrothed. Rigonda, daughter of Childeric, arrived at Tours with her treasures. Seeing that she had reached the frontier of the Goths, she began to retard her march, and so much the more because those about her said it was necessary for her to stop in that neighborhood, because they were fatigued with the journey. Their clothes were dirty, their shoes worn out, and the harness of their horses and chariots in a bad condition. They insisted that it was necessary, first, to place these things in good order, so as to continue the journey, and appear with elegance before their lady's future husband, lest, if they arrived badly equipped among the Goths, they should be laughed at. From Cotton MS, Tib. C6 Fall 5b. English dinner party. From Cotton MS, Tib. C6 Fall 5b. The Normans, who arrived with their short dresses and coats of mail, adopted the costume of the Franks, which they followed in all its phases, and in the following century they began to introduce the fashions of the continent into England. At the time of the conquest, however, the custom generally prevailed among the Normans of shaving not only the beard, but the back of the head, as appears from the figures in the Bayeux tapestry. Cloakpin A, buckle B, and pouch C of the 12th century. A and C from the effigy of Berengaria of Navarre, on her tomb at Fontevrault. B from the effigy of Isabella d'Angoulême at Fontevrault. From Stothard's monumental effigies. In the 10th and 11th centuries, the costume of the higher classes usually consisted of a long tunic, confined by a girdle, over which was a large cloak. The soldiers wore a short coat of mail over a tunic, which descended to the knees. Their arms comprised the longbow, the crossbow, the sword, lance, buckler, and gisarm. The gisarm is said to be the weapon called the brown bill by Chaucer. It was in general use in the 12th century, and was retained as late as the Battle of Flodden. The costume of the women of Normandy consisted of a simple head-dress, with long robes 1 or 2 girded about the waist. In paintings of this period, the hair is seldom seen, but the manner in which it was worn appears to have varied. Sometimes it is represented as gathered tightly about the head, and sometimes it descends in long plaits upon the shoulders. Princesses and ladies of rank wore a robe of ermine, or a tunic either with or without sleeves. A veil was also added, which covered the head, and descended in folds over the bosom. Early English candlestick. After the death of Charles, the great literature and the arts in France experienced a gradual decline until the 10th century, when a new and remarkable impetus was given to learning by the Moors in Spain. English learning, which had flourished during the reigns of Alfred and his immediate successors, began rapidly to decay during the stormy period of the Danish invasions, and from the time of the accession of Canute to that of the Norman conquest, little or no revival of letters appears to have taken place. During the period which intervened between these two events, the country enjoyed a considerable degree of repose, and it can hardly be doubted that some of the schools and religious houses were re-established. But the long period of peace was marked by the growth of indolence and sensuality among the people, rather than by the spread of education. Cotton Ms. Claude, before Fall, 27b. English bed, Cotton Ms. Claude, before Fall, 27b. William the Conqueror, says a modern writer, patronized and loved letters. He filled the bishoprics and abbacies of England with the most learned of his countrymen, who had been educated at the University of Paris, at that time the most flourishing school in Europe. Many of the Norman prelates preferred in England by the conqueror were polite scholars. Godfrey, prior of St. Swithins, at Winchester, a native of Cambrai, was an elegant Latin epigrammatist, and wrote with the smartness and ease of Martial, a circumstance which, by the way, shows that the literature of the monks at this period was of a more liberal cast than that which we commonly annex to their character and profession. Cotton ms. Tib. c6. Chairs. Cotton ms. Tib. c6. William founded the abbeys of Battle and Selby, with other religious houses, and endowed them with ample revenues. Many of his nobles were incited by his example to the erection of monasteries upon their estates. These institutions, which afforded leisure and protection to men of letters, acted as powerful incentives to the pursuit of learning, and promoted in no small degree the interest of literature. British Museum. Saxon ivory comb and case, found at York. Length 512 inches. British Museum. The art of the sculptor had made little progress in Europe previous to the 10th century. 2103 centuries later, the Burgundian school was in its zenith, and enriched the churches and monasteries of France with many admirable specimens of sculpture. Bernard Roman II, Abb of Montier-Saint-Jean, in rebuilding the door of his church, caused it to be adorned with representations of the Savior and the 12 apostles, and in other instances, the arts were applied to decorate the religious houses or the graves of the illustrious dead. In Normandy, we find at this period the names of several sculptors celebrated for their works. Among these was Otho, the sculptor of the tomb of William the Conqueror, in 1087, and other monuments of a similar kind. Azo, builder of the Cathedral of Sens, and of several others. The masons and sculptors of Normandy formed at this epoch an important corporation. From Strut. Norman vessel, from Strut. At the beginning of the 12th century, when the Normans became securely established in their conquests, they displayed the utmost activity in the erection of magnificent buildings, both in England and Normandy. According to William of Malmesbury, 3 churches rose up in every village, and monasteries in the towns and cities, built in a style unknown before. You might behold ancient buildings restored upon their sites throughout the country, so that each wealthy man considered that day as lost to him, on which he neglected to perform some magnificent action. The Anglo-Norman barons, who engaged in these works, obtained from their own country and from France the assistance of the best architects and sculptors. William of Sens, one of these artists, reconstructed the Cathedral of Canterbury in 1176, and other foreign artists were employed to restore the abbeys of Croyland, of York, of Monkwearmouth, and others. From the Bayeux Tapestry. Norman soldiers, from the Bayeux Tapestry. While it is evident that results highly favorable to the progress of literature and the arts in this country were produced by the Norman conquest, there is also every reason to believe that the tendency to sensuality, which was so strong among the English people, experienced salutary check from the introduction of Norman manners. The foreign invasion entailed immediate sufferings upon the conquered race, but its results were favorable to the progress of civilization and tended in no small degree to the advance of the nation in power and greatness. Norman bowmen of the 11th century. The Normans are understood to have introduced into England many elegancies and refinements in the habits of common life and the customs of the table. It has been already stated that the English were a people of gross appetite, who were accustomed to spend many hours of the day at feasts. The Normans, on the other hand, appear, on their arrival in England, to have distinguished themselves by the moderation and refinement of their mode of living. Among the dainties held in the highest esteem by the Normans were the peacock and the crane. The boar's head was considered a regal dish, and it was brought in at great feasts in a kind of procession, preceded by musicians. Royal Ms. 10e4 Fall, 187. Woman's spinning, Royal Ms. 10e4 Fall, 187. It would appear that the improvements thus introduced were rather moral than material, as we find no mention made of new articles of furniture or other conveniences as having appeared at the time of the conquest. Our information on this subject is, however, scanty, and it is probable that the improvement of taste and increased wealth were soon manifested in the application of the useful and decorative arts to the conveniences of domestic life. Sacramental wafer box. Of the 12th century. A most faithful and valuable record of costumes and manners at the time of the conquest is to be found in the remarkable work known as the Bayeux Tapestry, which tradition has, probably with justice, ascribed to Matilda, the wife of the conqueror. The Bayeux Tapestry is a chronicle of the conquest of England by the Normans, opening with the mission of Harold to Duke William and terminating with the Battle of Hastings. The designs, which were probably the work of an Italian artist, are represented in worsted work, the colors of which, notwithstanding the great age of the tapestry, are still bright and distinct. The tapestry was placed at an early period in a side chapel of the Cathedral of Bayeux, where it was regarded with veneration by the people. During the consulate of Napoleon, the ancient relic was removed from Bayeux to Paris, where it remained for several months, and was visited by the first consul himself. At the present time, the tapestry is preserved in the library of the town of Bayeux and is exposed to view in glass cases. This remarkable monument of skill and industry originally formed one piece, and, according to a learned authority, measures 227 feet in length by about 20 inches in breadth. The groundwork of it is a strip of rather fine linen cloth, which through age has assumed the tinge of brown holland. The stitches consist of lines of colored worsted laid side by side and bound down at intervals by cross fastenings. The colors chiefly used are dark and light blue, red, pink, yellow, buff, and dark and light green. The central portion of the tapestry is occupied with the delineation of the narrative, and there is also an ornamental border at the top and bottom of the field, which contains figures of birds and beasts. Many of these are of fantastic shapes, and are probably meant to represent the dragons, griffins, and other fabulous creatures, which are so often referred to in the romances of that period. The two upper lines of the engraving of the tapestry on page 105 are consecutive. They have been chosen for illustration, as affording a favorable view of the character of the design. The story is taken up at the part where Harold, after swearing fealty to William of Normandy on the relics of the saints, returns to England and presents himself to King Edward. The first words which occur over the figures at the top of the page are Anglicam terram. The complete sentence, the former part of which is omitted in the engraving, reads thus: Hic Harold dux reversus est Anglicam terram 105. Here the Lord Harold returned to England. The horsemen of Harold's train are represented on their way to the court, et venit ad Edwardum regem, and came to Edward the king. Farther on we see Edward seated on his throne, and Harold receiving audience and communicating the ill success of his adventure. After Stothard. Incidents copied from the Bayeux Tapestry. After Stothard. See larger version. The tapestry proceeds to depict Harold's unfortunate descent upon the Norman coast, his capture by Guy of Ponthieu, his release by William the Conqueror, the expedition into Brittany, and the ceremony of the fateful oath. Hic Wilhelmus venit, badges ubi Haroldus sacramentum fecit. Here William comes to Bayeux, where Harold takes an oath, is all the information we have on this most important event. Worn down by anxiety, and by the anticipation of evils which he foresaw, but was unable to prevent, Edward the Confessor soon afterwards died, and was buried at Westminster, in the church which he had himself built in a new and costly style of architecture. The tapestry shows us the Church of St. Peter, at Westminster, and the funeral procession of the king. It will be observed that the church, which was built in the early Norman style, is provided at one end with a weathercock, which a workman is represented in the act of putting up. By this, says the authority already quoted, the designer of the tapestry means to show that the work was but just completed when the interment of the confessor took place. A hand appears over the western end of the church to denote the finger of providence, and to indicate that it was the will of God that the remains of the deceased king should be deposited in that building. The arrangements of the funeral procession are simple. A boy appears at each side of the bier ringing bells, and various attendants and priests are following. The words written above are, Hic portator corpus Edwardi regis ad ecclesiam sancti Petri apostoli. Here the body of King Edward is carried to the church of St. Peter the Apostle. Then the artist represents to us the election of Harold, the appearance of the comet at Eastertide which filled men's mind with fear, and the anger 106 of Duke William when he heard of the choice of the English. Then follows a series of most spirited representations of the Norman preparations, the working men felling trees, preparing planks, and dragging the ships to the shore. Presently the great armament is observed in full sail across the channel, and a little farther on the horses disembark. Then comes a series of tableaus representing the movements of William and his comrades, until Harold comes southwards. Hic milits exerunt de Hestinga, et venerunt ad prelium contra Haroldum regem. Here the soldiers have departed from Hastings and marched to battle against Harold the King. After Stothard. Incidents copied from the Bayeux Tapestry. After Stothard. See larger version. The engraving on this page is taken from another portion of the tapestry and represents the Battle of Hastings. The thick of the combat is here delineated, according to the inscription, Hic cessiderunt simul Angli et Franca in prelio. Here at the same time English and French fell in the battle. Horses and men are tumbling about in the agonies of death. The mailed coats and pointed helmets of the Normans are easily distinguished from the English costume. Farther on we find a party of English posted on the hill, who are making a desperate stand against the enemy with their lances. At a time when the fortune of the day seemed turning against the Normans, Odo of Bayeux galloped among the soldiers and restored their drooping courage. He is represented in the tapestry with a staff, probably a badge of authority, and the inscription above is, Hic Odo Episcopus, tenens baculum, confortat puros. Here Bishop Odo, holding a staff, encourages the soldiers. The last figure in the engraving is that of the Duke of Normandy, who is represented at the head of his troops waving his sword. The inscription runs, Hic est Dux Wilhelm, this is Duke William. The tapestry itself goes on to delineate other details of the battle, describes the place where Harold fell, and ends with the flight of the English before the conquering troops of Normandy. Chapter 12. The Reign of William I. After Hastings, election of Edgar Atheling, submission of London and accession of William tumult during his coronation, character of his government, return to Normandy affairs during his absence, suppression of the first English rebellion in the north, the last national effort, the reform of the church, the erection of castles, plan of a Norman castle, end of Edwin and Morcar, the last of the Saxons, affairs in Maine, conspiracy of the Norman nobles, the execution of Waltheof, punishment of Ralph the Waiter, the story of Walter of Durham, expeditions to Scotland and Wales, quarrels between William and his sons, Doomsday Book, the creation of the New Forest, punishment of Odo of Bayeux, the death of William, incidents at his burial, character of William. Great as were the disasters of Hastings, the English were still in a position to offer a powerful resistance, had they been united and firm. The population of London took up arms, and were further strengthened by the arrival of the Earls Edwin and Morcar within their walls, who now saw how foolish their previous treachery had been. The White Nagemot was convened, in which, as the brothers of Harold were both slain, and his sons too young to govern, Edgar Atheling, the grandnephew of Edward the Confessor, the only descendant of Cerdic, was elected king, chiefly through the influence of the primate Stigand, and Aldred, Archbishop of York. Although dear to the people on account of his birth, Edgar possessed no one quality necessary for the crisis which menaced his kingdom. So weak was his character, that it would have been difficult for him, under the most favorable circumstances, to have maintained himself upon the throne, and he was totally unfitted to cope with an adversary who was not only the most warlike, but one of the ablest princes of his time. William remained for some days quietly at Hastings after his victory, not doubting that the terrified inhabitants of London would send a deputation to his camp with offers of submission. This inactivity, however, was but of short duration. Finding that no one came to him with offers from the English, and learning that several vessels which his wife Matilda had sent to him with reinforcements from Normandy had been attacked and driven from the coast at Romney, the Duke felt that it was time to act, but tempered his ardor with prudence. His first care was to assure his communications with the continent and establish a post to which he could retreat in case of reverse. With this intention, he followed with his army the line of coast between Hastings and Dover, stopping by the way at Romney, which he pillaged and burnt. The garrison of Dover Castle, a fortress at that time deemed impregnable, yielded without a blow, vanquished by the terror of his name, and was replaced by a force of Normans. Here William remained till he received fresh troops and supplies from Normandy, after which he advanced with the flower of his army to London. Finding the approaches to the city well defended, the conqueror made no attempt to carry it by assault, but dispersed his troops in the neighborhood, with orders to burn and plunder the villages, and to intercept all supplies to the capital. The two earls, Morcar and Edwin, refusing to yield obedience to the phantom of a king whom the ambitious prelates, who hoped to govern in his name, had caused to be elected, had retired to their respective governments. After their departure, the military authority fell into the hands of Essegar. Although deprived of the use of his limbs, He caused himself to be borne on his litter to every point of the city, examined the defenses, and exercised the utmost vigilance and zeal for the general safety. But the earls and people gradually withdrew their allegiance from the feeble Edgar, and resolved to take the oath of fidelity to a new sovereign in the camp of the Normans. The primate Stigand was the first who went over to William, whom he encountered at Wallingford, and who received him with hollow marks of affection and respect, addressing him by the titles of archbishop and father in exchange for those of king and son. The example of Stigand was quickly followed by his brother of York, and the principal nobles and prelates who had assembled in London. At length Edgar Atheling himself came and resigned into the hands of the conqueror the crown he had so lately received. William accepted it with affected modesty, invited the barons to express their wishes, and on finally ascending the throne, made it appear that he did so in obedience to their desire. Christmas Day was the day fixed for the coronation of the new king, and the Church of Westminster the place appointed. But before trusting himself within the walls of London, the wily Norman caused some of the strongest entrenchments to be destroyed, and commenced strengthening the fortress which has since grown into the Tower of London. William decided on receiving the crown from the hands of Aldred, Archbishop of York, and he also resolved that the ceremony should take place with the same formalities which marked the accession of the Saxon kings, wishing to appear to hold his crown, not as conqueror, but as the elect of the English people. A serious tumult took place during the ceremony. When the archbishop demanded of the assembled nobles whether they would have William for their king, the reply was given with acclamations so loud as to startle the Norman soldiers stationed outside the church. Supposing that an attack was being made upon their duke, the troops rushed to the English houses adjoining the abbey and set them on fire. Both Norman and Saxon nobles rushed from the sacred edifice, leaving their new sovereign and a few churchmen alone within the walls. Keeping his self-possession, William commanded that the ceremony should be concluded, and in the midst of the cries of his new subjects, who were being massacred on all sides, the flames of the burning houses, the pillage and devastation, he took the oath to govern according to the laws of the kings his predecessors. Directly after his coronation, William, not deeming himself in perfect safety in London, whose inhabitants bitterly resented the outrage they had been subjected to, removed to Barking, where he received the homage of many of the great earls, churchmen, and thanes. The conduct of William at this period appears to have been most prudent. He respected the rights of his new subjects and the laws of property, though it was impossible for him to restrain the rapacious disposition of his followers. The treasures of Harold and the donations of the nobility, which were supposed to be voluntary, furnished the first largesse, which he distributed amongst his companions in arms. He granted at least nominal privileges to the citizens of London, in the hope of reconciling them to his government, and took strong measures to secure the future tranquility of the capital. It is true that he disarmed the inhabitants, but at the same time, in order to establish a favorable impression of his justice, he punished with rigor various acts of outrage that had been committed. He introduced into England that strict execution of justice for which his administration had been celebrated in Normandy, and even during this violent revolution, disorder and oppression met with rigorous punishment. His army in particular was governed with severe discipline, and notwithstanding the insolence of victory, care was taken to give as little offense as possible to the jealousy of the vanquished. The king seemed solicitous to unite, in an amicable manner, the Normans and the English, by intermarriages and alliances, and all his new subjects who approached his person were received with affability and regard. No signs of suspicion appeared, not even towards Edgar Atheling, the heir of the ancient royal family, whom William confirmed in the honours of Earl of Oxford, conferred on him by Harold, and whom he affected to treat with the highest kindness, as nephew to the confessor, his great friend and benefactor. Though he confiscated the estates of Harold, and of those who had fought in the Battle of Hastings on the side of that prince, whom he represented as a usurper, he seemed willing to admit of every plausible excuse for past opposition to his pretensions, and received many into favour who had carried arms against him. William set sail from England in the month of May, 1067, to return to Normandy, accompanied by the most considerable nobility of England, who, while they served to grace his court by their presence and magnificent retinues, were in reality hostages for the fidelity of the nation. Among these were Edgar Atheling, Stigand the Primate, the Earls Edwin and Morcar, Waltheof, the son of the brave Earl Seward, with others eminent for the greatness of their fortunes and families, or for their ecclesiastical and civil dignities. During his absence, William had entrusted the government of his newly acquired country to his half-brother and most trusted companion, Odo, Bishop of Bayeux, and William Fitz-Osborne. The affection of the king had elevated Odo at a very early age to the See of Bayeux, where he displayed great ability, not only in the administration of the affairs of his diocese, but in the counsels of his sovereign. In obedience to the canon of the Church, which strictly forbids the shedding of blood by a priest, he never carried arms, although he constantly attended his brother in all his battles, assisting him with his advice and resources which were large. He was, says a contemporary historian, a prelate of such rare 109 and noble qualities that the English, barbarians as they were, could not but admire him. To Odo had been assigned the government of Kent and the south, the remainder of the kingdom being committed to the care of Fitz-Osborne. This noble was the steadfast friend of the conqueror, whom he invariably supported in his disputes with his own turbulent Norman subjects, and to his influence was attributed the resolution of William to make good his claims to the crown of England by the invasion of the country. Fitz-Osborne was looked upon by the Normans as one of the greatest warriors of the age, and by the subjugated and suffering English as the powerful instrument of the conqueror in oppressing their unhappy country, which he ruled with a rod of iron. Great Seal of William I. Discontents and complaints multiplied rapidly during the absence of William, and secret conspiracies were entered into against the government. The Norman historians throw the blame of these proceedings on the fickle, turbulent spirit of the English, who doubtless, when they began to recover from their panic and surprise, felt ashamed of having yielded so tamely to the enemy. The inhabitants of Kent, who had been the first to acknowledge him, were also the first to attempt to shake off the yoke, and, assisted by Eustace, Count of Boulogne, endeavored to surprise the castle of Dover, but failed. Edric the Forester, being pressed by the ravages committed by the Normans on his lands, entered into an alliance with two Welsh princes to repel force by force. A secret conspiracy was gradually formed throughout England to get rid of the Normans by a general massacre, like that perpetrated on the Danes. So strong were the feelings of the Saxons that the vassals of Earl Copsige, on the refusal of that noble to lead them against the invaders, put him to death as a traitor to his country. The king, informed of these proceedings, hastened over to England, and by his sudden appearance disconcerted the machinations of his new subjects. Those who were most compromised in these transactions betrayed their fears by flight, and William confiscated their estates, which he bestowed upon his Norman followers. The inhabitants of Exeter, however, instigated by Githa, mother to King Harold, refused to admit a Norman garrison, and betaking themselves to arms, were strengthened by the assistance of the neighboring inhabitants of Devonshire and Cornwall. The king hastened with his forces to chastise this revolt, and on his approach, the wiser and more considerable citizens, sensible of the unequal contest, persuaded the people to submit, and to deliver hostages for their obedience. A sudden mutiny of the populace broke this agreement, and William, appearing before the walls, ordered the eyes of one of the hostages to be put out, as an earnest of the severity which the rebels might expect if they persevered in their revolt. The inhabitants, undaunted by this savage act, refused to surrender, and sustained the attack of the king's forces for 18 days, during which the besiegers suffered heavy loss. When the city at length was taken, the brave men of Exeter obtained terms by which their lives and property were secured to them. 110 William then proceeded to conquer Gloucestershire and Worcestershire. Although fortune appeared to lavish her smiles upon the conqueror, bitter discontent was brooding in the hearts of the English, who saw themselves stripped one by one of their liberties and privileges, and whenever they met with the Normans in small parties the people set on them and slew them without mercy. An insurrection at last broke out in the north of England, headed by the Earls Morcar and Edwin, who bitterly regretted their short-sighted policy in not having supported Edgar Atheling on the throne. Before appealing to arms, these powerful nobles had secured the assistance of the Welsh, of Malcolm, King of Scotland, and of Sweyn, King of Denmark. Edwin was opposing the king because the latter, who had promised his daughter to the earl in marriage, would not keep his word. William knew the importance of celerity in quelling a revolt, especially when supported by such powerful leaders. He advanced, therefore, with rapid marches towards the north. On his way, he gave orders to fortify Warwick Castle, which he committed to the government of Henry de Beaumont, one of his nobles, while Nottingham Castle was entrusted to William Peveril, another Norman leader. Using the utmost expedition, the conqueror reached York before the promised succor had arrived or the English were prepared for resistance. The city threw open its gates to the conqueror. Their submission was received, as Lingard says, with a promise of forgiveness and a resolution of vengeance. The king at this time fortified several castles in different parts of the country, and thus securing possession of the military power, left Edwin and Morcar, whom he pretended to spare, destitute of all support, and the two earls had no other resource than to appeal to William's clemency. A peace which he made with Malcolm, who did him homage for Cumberland, seemed at the same time to deprive them of all prospect of foreign assistance. Edgar Atheling, dreading the unscrupulous policy of William, yielded to the advice of Cospatric, a powerful Northumbrian noble, and fled with him, accompanied by his mother Agatha and his two sisters Margaret and Christina, to Scotland, where they were hospitably received by Malcolm, who soon afterwards espoused the former princess. The latter became a nun. In 1069, the English made their final effort of resistance. Godwin, Edmund, and Magnus, three sons of Harold, had immediately after the defeat at Hastings sought a retreat in Ireland, where, having met with a kind reception from Dermot and other princes of that country, they projected an invasion of England. And they hoped that all the exiles from Denmark, Scotland, and Wales, assisted by forces from these several countries, would at once commence hostilities and rouse the English against their haughty conquerors. They landed in Devonshire, but found Count Brian of Brittany at the head of some foreign troops, ready to oppose them, and being defeated in several actions, they were obliged to retreat to their ships and return to Ireland. The efforts of William, however, were now directed to the north, where affairs had fallen into the utmost confusion. Robert de Comines, the newly appointed Earl of Durham, was surprised in the town by the exasperated people and put to death with the whole of his followers. This success animated the inhabitants of York, who, rising in arms, besieged in the castle William Mallet, their governor. William, however, soon put down the rebellion, built a second castle, and then retired southwards. In September, the Danish troops landed from 240 vessels. Osbern, brother of King Sweyn, was entrusted with the command of these forces, and he was accompanied by Harold and Canute, two sons of that monarch. Edgar Atheling appeared from Scotland and brought, along with him, Cospatric, Waltheof, Siward, and other leaders, who, partly from the hopes which they gave of Scottish succors, and partly from their authority in those parts, easily persuaded the warlike and discontented Northumbrians to join the insurrection. Mallet, that he might better provide for the defense of the citadel of York, set fire to some houses which lay contiguous, but this expedient proved the immediate cause of his destruction. The flames, spreading into the neighboring streets, reduced the whole city to ashes. The enraged inhabitants, aided by the Danes, took advantage of the confusion to attack the castle, which they carried by assault, and put the garrison, consisting of 3,000 men, to the sword. This success gave the signal for the inhabitants of many other parts of England to show their hatred of the Normans. Hereward, a noble of East Anglia, assembled a considerable force, and taking a position on the island of Ely, made successful incursions in the country round him. The English, in the counties of Somerset and Dorset, rose in arms and assaulted the castle of Montacute, while the warlike inhabitants of Cornwall and Devon laid siege to Exeter, which, from a grateful recollection of the clemency William had shown them, remained faithful to his interests. Edric the Forester laid siege to Shrewsbury, and made head against Count Brian and Fitzosborne. In short, the whole nation rose, like a man suddenly awakened from a dream, and seemed resolved to atone for the abjectness of its previous submission by a vigorous and well-organized resistance to its oppressors. William, however, appeared undismayed by the storm lowering on every side around him. Calling his army together, he marched rapidly towards the north, where the rebellion appeared the most formidable, knowing that a defeat there would strike terror into the rest of the insurgents. Joining policy with force, he made a separate treaty with the Danes, offering them, as the price of their withdrawal into Denmark, permission to plunder and ravage the seacoasts. Cospatric also, despairing of success, paid to the conqueror a large sum to be received once more into favor. He was afterwards invested with the earldom of Northumberland as the price of his submission. The King of Scotland arrived too late with his succors, and found himself obliged to retire, and all the insurgents in various parts of the country either dispersed or laid down their arms, with the exception of the East Anglian noble Hereward, who still kept possession of the island of Ely. Edgar Atheling, finding himself unsupported, withdrew with his followers and friends once more into Scotland, and the kingdom, without any great battle being fought, once more submitted to the iron yoke of the Normans. Sensible of the restless disposition of the Northumbrians, William determined to incapacitate them ever after from giving disturbance, and he issued orders for laying entirely waste that fertile country, which for the extent of 60 miles lies between the Humber and the Tees. The houses were reduced to ashes by the merciless Normans, the cattle seized and driven away, the instruments of husbandry destroyed, and the inhabitants were compelled either to seek for subsistence in the southern parts of Scotland, or, if they lingered in England from a reluctance to abandon their ancient habitations, perished miserably in the woods from cold and hunger. The lives of 100,000 persons are computed to have been sacrificed to this stroke of barbarous policy, which, by seeking a remedy for a temporary evil, thus inflicted a lasting wound on the power and opulence of the nation. The subjugation of the English was completed by the conquest of Chester. William next proceeded to replace Englishmen in the church by Normans. Amongst the English churchmen was Stigand, Archbishop of Canterbury, a man who by the greatness of his birth, the extent of his possessions, and the dignity of his office, was marked out as the first victim. Not deeming it safe to violate the respect due to the primate, William waited the arrival of the Bishop of Sion, the legate of the Pope in England. It was not deference to the See of Rome alone which induced William to receive the papal envoy, but the desire of using him for a political purpose which he had long meditated, and the legate consented to become the supporter of his tyranny. He summoned, therefore, a council of the prelates and abbots at Winchester, and being assisted by 2 cardinals, Peter and John, he cited before him Stigand, Archbishop of Canterbury, to answer for his conduct. The primate was accused of 3 crimes: the holding of the See of Winchester, together with that of Canterbury, the officiating in the pall of Robert, his predecessor, and the having received his own pall from Benedict Roman IX, who was afterwards deposed for simony, and for intrusion into the papacy. These crimes of Stigand were mere pretenses, since the first had been a practice not unusual in England, and was never anywhere subjected to a higher penalty than a resignation of one of the sees. The second was a pure ceremonial, and as Benedict was the only pope who then officiated, and his acts were never repealed, all the prelates of the Church, especially those who lived at a distance, were excusable for making their applications to him. Stigand's ruin, however, was resolved on, and was prosecuted with great severity. The legate degraded him from his dignity, the king confiscated his estate, and cast him into prison, where he continued in poverty and want during the remainder of his life. J.C. Dudley. Plan of a Norman Castle, J.C. Dudley. Like rigor was exercised against the other English prelates. Ethelric, Bishop of Selsey, and Ethelmer of East Anglia were deposed by the legate and imprisoned by the king. Many considerable abbots shared the same fate. Ethelwine, Bishop of Durham, fled the kingdom. Wulstan of Worcester, a man of inoffensive character, was the only English prelate that escaped this general proscription. Brompton relates that the last-named bishop was also deprived of his dignities by the synod, but refusing to deliver his pastoral staff, and ring to any but the person from whom he first received it, he went immediately to King Edward's tomb, and 112 struck the staff so deeply into the stone that none but himself was able to pull it out, on which he was allowed to retain possession of his dignity. Aldred, Archbishop of York, who had crowned the Conqueror, died about the same time. He left his malediction, it is said, to William, on account of the wrongs he had inflicted on the people. The deposing of Stigand gave the king an opportunity of paying a long debt of gratitude to Lanfranc, a Lombard priest, by raising him to the vacant dignity. This abbot had been sent by him shortly after his marriage with Matilda to the court of Rome, to obtain the papal dispensation for their union, it having been discovered, after the ceremony had taken place, that they were related within the prohibited degrees. The new archbishop showed himself exceedingly unbending where the prerogatives of the primacy were in question. After a long contest before the pope, he compelled Thomas, a Norman monk, who had been appointed to the See of York, to acknowledge his superiority, a point which had hitherto been warmly contested between the occupants of the rival sees. The zeal of the new primate in supporting the interests of Rome met with great success. It is true that William, during his reign, rarely felt inconvenience from it, for with his strong hand and iron he kept the church in subjection to the crown, and would allow none to dispute his sovereign will and pleasure. He prohibited his subjects from acknowledging anyone for pope whom he himself had not previously received. He required that all the ecclesiastical canons, voted in any synod, should first be laid before him and be ratified by his authority. Even bulls or letters from Rome could not legally be produced till they received the same sanction, and none of his ministers or barons, whatever offenses they were guilty of, could be subjected to spiritual censures till he himself had given his consent to their excommunication. Also, while agreeing that the tax on every house, known as Peter's pence, should be paid to the Pope, William proudly refused to do him homage. In order to secure the subjection of his new subjects, the conqueror did not neglect the important means which the erection of castles or fortresses presented. Amongst others, he either built, or caused his chief vassals to build, those of Pevensey, Hastings, and the White Tower of London. The castles or stone-built fortresses of England, previous to the conquest, were few and inconsiderable. Those erected by the Romans had fallen into ruin, and although Alfred the Great had strengthened the defenses of the country by upwards of 50 towers of defense, they had not been kept up by his successors, and to this neglect the speedy reduction of the country to the Norman yoke may, in a large measure, be attributed. There were no long and wearisome sieges to undertake, no position capable of holding an army in check for any length of time. All was left to the chance of an open battle. At the period previous to the conquest, the castles and places of strength were chiefly of wood. William determined to alter this and speedily commenced the erection of his strongholds, and in process of time, the great feudal barons followed his example. In order to afford an idea of these structures, we shall, as briefly as possible, give a general idea of a Norman fortress or castle. It consisted of an enclosure, varying, according to the importance of its position, of from 5 to 10 acres of land, and where circumstances rendered it possible was surrounded by a moat or artificial canal, on the edge of which was a strong wall enclosing a second wall. Between these was the first ballium, or outer 113 court. Within the second wall, which surrounded the keep or great tower, were storehouses for the garrison, and other offices as well as lodgings for the troops. In the center of the interior space stood the citadel, keep, or master tower, in which resided the governor or feudal possessor. In his absence, the castellan inhabited it, exercising the same authority as his chief. This last edifice was generally erected on an artificial or natural mound. It contained the state apartments, together with the domestic offices, and in the center, below the foundations, the dungeons for prisoners of war and other captives, such as felons, who had fallen under the jurisdiction of the lord or governor. In many instances, there were secret means of access to these prisons by narrow passages contrived in the walls. In advance of the moat stood the barbican, or outward defense, with a watchtower, communicating with the interior by means of a drawbridge, which drew up from within, so as to be under the direction of the sentinel or guard. The entrance to the ballium, or outward court, was still further secured by a strong gate, defended by a portcullis, to be raised or lowered as occasion required, by means of strong iron chains and pulleys. The walls were further protected by battlements, perforated by loopholes, through which arrows could be discharged, and towers were planted at various distances. The outward walls were seldom less than 7 feet in thickness, and those of the keep frequently as many as 15. Before the discovery of gunpowder and the invention of artillery, these strongholds might be considered impregnable, and when taken it was generally by famine, or through the treachery of some portion of the garrison. Figuratively speaking, they were so many Norman bridles to check the impatience of the half-broken English steed. The English had now the mortification to find that as William's authority increased it was employed in their oppression, that the scheme of subjection had been craftily planned, and was being relentlessly carried out, attended by every circumstance of indignity and insult, calculated to wound the pride of a susceptible people. The position of the two Earls Morcar and Edwin soon became intolerable, for, notwithstanding that they had stood aloof during the last insurrection of their countrymen, and maintained their allegiance, William treated them with disrespect, and the hungry adventurers who surrounded his court, while they envied the possessions of the English nobles, thought themselves entitled to despise them as slaves and barbarians. Sensible that with the loss of their dignity they had no longer any hope of safety, they determined, though too late, to assert the independence of their country. With this intention Edwin fled, but was killed while so doing, whilst his brother Morcar took refuge with the gallant Hereward, who still maintained himself in the Isle of Ely. The king, with his usual vigor, determined to subdue their stronghold, and for this purpose he caused a large number of flat-bottomed boats to be constructed, on which he placed his men and surrounded it. He next caused a road to be made through the morass, 2 miles in length, and after a desperate attack, obliged the English to surrender in 1071. Hereward, however, contrived to escape, by cutting his way, sword in hand, through the enemy, and carried on the war by sea against the Normans with such success, that William was glad to compromise with him by giving him back his estate and honours. The memory of Hereward, England's darling, as he was called by his countrymen, long remained cherished in their hearts, and the exploits of the last hero of English independence were for many years a favourite theme of tradition and poetry. The King of Scotland, in hopes of profiting by these convulsions, had fallen on the northern counties, but on the approach of William he retired. And when Malcolm re-entered his country, he was glad to make peace, and to pay the usual homage to the English crown. To complete the Norman king's prosperity, Edgar Atheling himself, despairing of the success of his cause and weary of a fugitive life, submitted to his enemy, and, receiving a decent pension for his subsistence, was permitted to live in England unmolested. But these acts of generosity towards the leaders were contrasted, as usual, by William's rigor against the inferior malcontents. He ordered the hands to be lopped off, and the eyes to be put out, of many of the prisoners whom he had taken in the Isle of Ely, and he dispersed them in that miserable condition throughout the country as monuments of his severity. His attention was then turned to France. Herbert, the last count or chief of the province of Maine, bordering on Normandy, had bequeathed his lands to William, who had taken possession of them several years before the invasion of England. In 1073, the people of Maine, instigated by Fulk, Count of Anjou, rose in rebellion against William, and expelled the magistrates he had placed over them. The settled aspect of affairs in England afforded him leisure to punish 114 this insult to his authority, but being unwilling to remove his Norman forces from the island, he carried over a considerable army, composed almost entirely of English, and joining them to some troops levied in Normandy, he entered the revolted province. The national valor, which had been so long opposed to him, was now exerted in his favor. Signal success attended the expedition. The men of Maine were beaten by the English, many towns and villages were destroyed, and the inhabitants tendered their submission to the conqueror. Norman and Saxon arms. But during these transactions, 1074, the government of England was greatly disturbed, and that too by those very foreigners who owed everything to the king's bounty, and whose rapacious disposition he had tried in vain to satisfy. The Norman barons who had engaged with their duke in the conquest of England were men of independent spirit and strong will, and however implicit the obedience which they yielded to their leader in the field, it is possible that in more peaceful times they found it difficult to brook the imperious character and overbearing temper of the king. The discontent became general. Roger, Earl of Hereford, the son and heir of Fitzosborne, so long the intimate friend and counsellor of the king, had negotiated the marriage of his sister with Ralph the Waiter, Earl of Norfolk. For some reason, now unknown, the alliance was displeasing to the king, who sent from Normandy to forbid it. The two earls, despite the prohibition, proceeded to solemnize the union, and, foreseeing the resentment of William, prepared for a revolt. It was during the festivities of the nuptials that they broached their design to their numerous friends and allies assembled on the occasion, by complaining of the tyranny of the king, his oppressive conduct to the unfortunate English, whom they affected to pity, his insolence to men of noble blood, and the indignity of submitting any longer to be governed by a prince of illegitimate birth. All present, inflamed with resentment, shared in the indignation of the speakers, and a solemn compact was entered into to shake off the royal yoke. Even Earl Waltheof, who was present, expressed his approval of the conspiracy and promised to assist it. This noble was the last of the English who possessed any great power or influence in the kingdom. After his capitulation at York, he was received into favor by the conqueror, had even married Judith, his niece, and had been promoted to the earldom of Nottingham. Cospatrick, Earl of Northumberland, having, on some new disgust from William, retired into Scotland, where he received the earldom of Dunbar from the bounty of Malcolm. Waltheof was appointed his successor in that important command, and seemed still to possess the confidence and friendship of his sovereign. But as he was a man of generous principles, and loved his country, it is probable that the tyranny exercised over the English lay heavy on his mind, and destroyed all the satisfaction which he could reap from his own grandeur and advancement. When a prospect, therefore, was opened of retrieving their liberty, he hastily embraced it. But after his cool judgment returned, he foresaw that the conspiracy of those discontented barons was not likely to prove successful against the established power of William, or, if it did, that the slavery of the English, instead of being alleviated by that event, would become more grievous under a multitude of foreign leaders, factious and ambitious, whose union or discord would be equally oppressive. Tormented with these reflections, he disclosed the plans of the conspirators to his wife Judith, of whose fidelity he entertained no suspicion, but who took this opportunity of ruining her confiding husband. She conveyed intelligence of the conspiracy to the king, and aggravated every circumstance which she believed would tend to incense him against Waltheof and render him absolutely implacable. Meanwhile the earl, still dubious with regard to the part which he should act, discovered the secret in confession to Lanfranc, on whose probity and judgment he placed great reliance. He was persuaded by that prelate that he owed no fidelity to those rebellious barons, who had by surprise gained his consent to a crime. 115. That his first duty was to his sovereign and benefactor, his next to himself and his family, and that, if he seized not the opportunity of making atonement for his guilt by revealing it, the temerity of the conspirators was so great that they might give some other person the means of acquiring the merit of the discovery. Waltheof, convinced by these arguments, went at once to Normandy, where William was then residing, and confessed everything to the king, who, dissembling his resentment, thanked him for his loyalty and love, but in his heart gave the earl no thanks for a confidence which came so late. The conspirators, hearing of Waltheof's departure from England, concluded at once that they were betrayed, and instantly assembled in arms before their plans were ripe for execution, and before the arrival of the Danes, with whom they had secretly entered into an alliance. The Earl of Hereford was defeated by Walter de Lacy, who, supported by the Bishop of Worcester and the Abbot of Evesham, prevented him from passing the Severn and penetrating into the heart of the kingdom. The Earl of Norfolk was defeated by Odo, the warlike Bishop of Bayeux, who sullied his victory by commanding the right foot of his prisoners to be cut off as a punishment for their treason. Their leader escaped to Norwich, and from thence to Denmark. William, on his arrival in England, found that he had nothing left to do but punish the instigators and leaders of the revolt, which he did with rigor. Many were hanged, some had their eyes put out, others had their hands cut off, or were otherwise horribly mutilated. The only indulgence he showed was to the Earl of Hereford, who was condemned to lose his estate, and to be kept a prisoner during pleasure. The king appeared willing to remit the last part of the sentence, probably from the recollection of his father's services, and the dread of increasing the discontent of the Norman barons. But the haughty and unbending spirit of the earl provoked William to extend the sentence to a perpetual confinement. Waltheof, being an Englishman, was not treated with so much humanity, though his guilt, always much inferior to that of the other conspirators, was atoned for by an early repentance. William, instigated by his niece Judith, as well as by his rapacious courtiers, who longed for the forfeiture of so rich an estate, ordered the thane to be tried, condemned, and executed. The English, who considered Waltheof as the last hope of their nation, grievously lamented his fate, and fancied that miracles were wrought by his relics, as a testimony of his innocence and sanctity. Nothing remained to complete William's satisfaction but the punishment of Ralph the waiter, and he hastened over to Normandy in order to gratify his vengeance on that criminal. But though the contest seemed very unequal between a private nobleman and the King of England, Ralph was so well supported both by the Count of Brittany and the King of France, that William, after besieging him for some time in Dol, was obliged to abandon the enterprise and make with those powerful princes a peace in which Ralph himself was included. England, during his absence, remained in tranquillity, and nothing remarkable occurred, except 2 ecclesiastical synods, which were summoned, one at London, another at Winchester. In one of these, the precedency among the episcopal sees was settled, and the seat of some of them was removed from small villages to the most considerable town within the diocese. William, to the end of his reign, no longer had any serious difficulties to contend with from the English, the national spirit being broken and subdued beneath his iron yoke. The conspiracies which ensued were now those of the Normans, and the partial insurrections that took place were instigated chiefly by private vengeance against some local oppressor. In one of these insurrections perished Walter, Bishop of Durham, a prelate originally from Lorraine, and elevated by the new king to the see of St. Cuthbert. Historians who have written of this remarkable man agree in describing him as no less distinguished for his attainments than for the excellence of his moral character. He was good but feeble, and lacked the energy necessary to restrain the evildoers in the troublesome times in which he lived. His tragic death is said to have been predicted by the widow of Edward the Confessor, who resided at Winchester, where the bishop was consecrated. When she saw him conducted in pomp to the cathedral, struck by his venerable air and majestic demeanor, she exclaimed to those around her, "Behold a noble martyr." On the death of Waltheof, the government of Northumberland was confided by William to this venerable prelate, who thus united in his hands the temporal as well as the spiritual power. He promptly devoted himself to the restoration of monasteries throughout the diocese. His own disposition being good, he suspected no ill in others, and giving much time to study, delegated a large share of his authority to one Gilbert 116, a relation, an ecclesiastic of ardent character, who committed great crimes and exactions, and permitted the soldiers to pillage and slay the inhabitants of the diocese without listening to their prayers for redress. It was in vain that the good bishop tried to temper the harshness of this man by associating with him his archdeacon, one Leoboin, who sided with Gilbert in all his exactions, or took to his counsels a noble Englishman, Ligulf, uncle to the deceased Waltheof. The two tyrants disregarded the remonstrances of Ligulf and continued their career of crime and oppression. At length Leoboin, enraged at Ligulf's expostulations, demanded his life of his confederate Gilbert, who entered the house of the Saxon and slew him with most of his followers. Waltheof's confession, CP 115. See larger version. The murdered man not only held vast possessions, but was highly esteemed on account of the justness of his character, and the crime aroused such unusual indignation that the people, excited by his relatives and friends, flew to arms, demanding vengeance on the criminals. The bishop, in an agony of fear, sent messengers to say that justice should be done, that he should place out of the pale of the law Gilbert and his accomplices, that he himself was innocent of the death of Ligulf, and offered to purge himself by oath of all suspicion of the deed. This offer was accepted, and the two parties met at a church near Durham, a ferocious and armed multitude on one side, frantic for vengeance. They had seen, they said, the assassins received and sheltered in the episcopal palace directly after the commission of the crime. Walcher, alarmed by their cries, refused to trust himself amongst them, but offered to take the oath in the church, where he was surrounded together with the actual murderers. In the midst of the tumult, the Saxon cry of "Short reed, good reed," signifying short words, good words, was raised, and their leader called out, "Slay the bishop." The multitude, delighted with the order, rushed to the sacred edifice and attempted to set it on fire. In this peril the prelate commanded Gilbert, who had actually committed the offense, to quit the church lest, as he said, the innocent should perish with the guilty. He obeyed, and was speedily torn in pieces by the English. Leoboin refused to quit the place, which he vainly hoped 117 would shelter him, although the flames had begun to penetrate in every part. Then it was the bishop took the resolution of quitting the building, in the hope that the lives of his companions might be spared. Covering his face with his mantle, he advanced amongst the crowd, but soon fell, pierced by 100 wounds. Leoboin and those who were with him perished in the flames. Excited by this success, the insurgents returned to Durham and attempted to become masters of the citadel of the murdered bishop. But the garrison, which was composed of Normans, beat them off, and they dispersed themselves in the neighboring country. No sooner did the report of this insurrection reach the ears of Odo, the grand justiciary of the kingdom, than he marched towards Durham with a strong body of men to restore order. Incensed at the death of his brother prelate, he gave license to his soldiery to ravage and destroy. The horrors that ensued were fearful. Whenever an Englishman was met with, he was put to death, with circumstances of appalling barbarity. This scene of horrors took place in 1080, and fell with double hardship on the inhabitants, who had not yet recovered from the incursion which Malcolm, King of Scotland, had made a short time previously in the province. William resolved to chastise the Scots once more, and for that purpose entrusted the command of an expedition to his eldest son Robert. But on the arrival of the prince in Northumbria, he no longer found an enemy to oppose him, Malcolm and his troops having retired into their own country. The only result, therefore, of the enterprise was the founding of the town of Newcastle upon the banks of the River Tyne. The following year, the king marched into Wales in person, with numerous forces, and overran a considerable portion of the country, delivering, in the course of his progress, upwards of 300 English, whom the Welsh had enslaved. From this excursion he was speedily recalled by a confederacy entered into against him by the Danes, whose king, Canute the Younger, laid claim to the crown of England, and with this intention entered into an alliance with Olaf, king of Norway, and with his brother-in-law Robert, count of Flanders, who promised him a succor of 600 vessels. William felt the utmost alarm at this alliance, which seriously menaced his throne, and he enlisted under his banners a crowd of mercenaries from every part of Europe, whom he paid by the enormous contributions wrung from his English subjects. The Danish invasion, however, never took place, through the death of Canute and dissensions among the other leaders. Although released from external menaces, it was not permitted to the conqueror to enjoy repose in the last years of his eventful reign. Ordericus Vitalis, in speaking of him, says, "He was afflicted by the just judgment of God. Since the death of Waltheof, whom he had so unjustly punished, he had neither repose nor peace, and the astonishing course of his success was poisoned by the troubles which those related to him occasioned." When William first received the submission of the province of Maine, he had promised the inhabitants that his eldest son Robert should be their prince, and before he undertook the expedition against England, he had, on the application of the French court, declared him his successor in Normandy, and had obliged the barons of that duchy to do him homage as their future sovereign. By this artifice, he had endeavored to appease the jealousy of his neighbors, as affording them a prospect of separating England from his dominions on the continent. But when Robert demanded of him the execution of those engagements, he gave him an absolute refusal, and told him, according to the homely saying, that he never intended to throw off his clothes till he went to bed. Robert openly declared his discontent, and was suspected of secretly instigating the King of France and the Count of Brittany to the opposition which they made to William, and which had formerly frustrated his attempts on the town of Dal. And, as the quarrel still augmented, Robert proceeded to entertain a strong jealousy of his two surviving brothers, William and Henry, for Richard was killed in 1081, while hunting, by a stag, who by greater submission and complaisance had acquired the affections of their father. In this disposition on both sides, a small matter sufficed to produce a rupture between them. The three princes residing with their father in the castle of Aigle in Normandy were one day engaged in sport together, and after some mirth and jollity, the two younger threw some water over Robert, as he passed through the court on leaving their apartment, a frolic which he would naturally have regarded as innocent, had it not been for the suggestions of Alberic de Grant Mesnil. This young man persuaded the prince that the act was meant as a public affront, which it behoved him in honor to resent, and the choleric Robert, drawing his sword, ran upstairs, with an intention of taking revenge on his brothers. The whole castle was filled with 118 tumult, which the king himself, who hastened from his apartment, found some difficulty in appeasing. He could by no means calm the resentment of his eldest son, who, complaining of his father's partiality, and fancying that no proper atonement had been made for the insult, left the court that very evening, and hastened to Rouen with the intention of seizing the citadel of that place. Disappointed in this attempt by the precaution and vigilance of Roger of Ivry, the governor, he fled to Hugh of Neufchâtel, a powerful Norman baron, who gave him protection in his castles, and he levied war openly against his father. The popular character of the prince, and a similarity of manners, engaged all the young nobility of Normandy and Maine, as well as of Anjou and Brittany, to take part with him, and it was suspected that Matilda, his mother, whose favorite he was, supported him in his rebellion by secret remittances of money, which so enraged her husband that, despite the affection he is known to have borne her, he is said to have beaten her with his own hand. All the hereditary provinces of William were convulsed by this war, and he was at last compelled to draw an army from England to assist him. These forces, led by his ancient captains, soon enabled him to drive Robert and his adherents from their strongholds and re-establish his authority, the rebellious son himself being driven to seek a retreat in the castle of Gerberoy, which the King of France, who had secretly fomented these dissensions, placed at his disposal. In this fortress he was closely besieged by his angry father, and many encounters took place in the sorties made by the garrison. In one of these Robert engaged the king without knowing him, wounded him in the arm, and unhorsed him. On William calling out for assistance, his son recognized his voice, and filled with horror at the idea of having so nearly become a parricide, threw himself at his feet and asked pardon for his offenses. So says Florence of Worcester, while other accounts represent William as having been rescued by his attendants. The entreaties of the Queen and other influences soon afterwards brought about a reconciliation, but it is thought the conqueror in his heart never forgave his son, although he afterwards took Robert to England. This occurred previous to the expedition recorded on the preceding page, in which he sent his son to oppose the King of Scotland. The tranquility which now ensued gave William leisure to begin an undertaking which proves the comprehensive nature of his talents. This was a general survey of all the lands in the kingdom in 1081, their extent in each district, their proprietors, tenures, value, the quantity of meadow, pasture, wood, and arable land which they contained, and in some counties the number of tenants, cottagers, and slaves of all denominations who lived on them. He appointed commissioners for this purpose, who entered every particular in their register by the verdict of juries, and after a labor of 6 years, for the work was so long in finishing, brought him an exact account of all the landed property in England. This monument, called Domesday Book, the most valuable piece of antiquity possessed by any nation, is still preserved in the Exchequer. It was followed by a great white Nagemot at Salisbury, attended, it is said, by some 60,000 men, who all swore obedience to the king against all other men. William, in common with all the great men of the time, was passionately addicted to the chase, a pastime he indulged in at the expense of his unhappy subjects. Not content with the royal domains, he resolved to make a new forest near Winchester, his usual place of abode, and for this purpose laid waste a tract of country extending above 30 miles, expelling the inhabitants from their houses and seizing on their property without affording them the least compensation. Neither did he respect the churches and convents, the possessions of the clergy as well as laity being alike confiscated to his pleasures. At the same time, he enacted penalties more severe than had hitherto been known in England, against hunting in any of the royal forests. The killing of a deer, wild boar, or hare was punished by the loss of the offender's eyes, and that at a time when the slaying of a fellow creature might be atoned by the payment of a fine. The death of William's son Richard there, and afterwards of William Rufus, were regarded as judgments from heaven for the sacrilege committed in the making of the forest. The transactions recorded during the remainder of this reign may be considered more as domestic occurrences which concern the prince, than as national events which regard England. Odo, Bishop of Bayeux, the king's uterine brother, whom he had created Earl of Kent, and entrusted with a great share of power during his whole reign, had amassed immense riches, and agreeably to the usual progress of human wishes, he began to regard his present acquisitions as but a step to further grandeur. He had formed the chimerical project of buying the papacy, and though Gregory, the reigning pope, was not of advanced years, the prelate had confided so much 119 in the predictions of an astrologer that he reckoned on the pontiff's death, and on attaining, by his own intrigues and money, that envied state of greatness. Resolving therefore to go to Italy with something like an army, he had persuaded many barons, and among the rest Hugh, Earl of Chester, to take the same course, in hopes that when he should mount the papal throne, he would bestow on them more considerable establishments in that country. The king, from whom all these projects had been carefully concealed, at last got intelligence of the design, and ordered Odo to be arrested. His officers, from respect to the immunities which the ecclesiastics now assumed, scrupled to execute the command, till the king himself was obliged in person to seize him, and when Odo insisted that he was a prelate, and exempt from all temporal jurisdiction, William replied that he arrested him not as Bishop of Bayeux, but as Earl of Kent. He was sent prisoner to Normandy, and notwithstanding the remonstrances and menaces of Gregory, was kept in confinement during the remainder of William's reign. From the wall painting by J. Seymour Lucas, R.A., in the Royal Exchange. William the Conqueror, granting a charter to the citizens of London. From the wall painting by J. Seymour Lucas, R.A., in the Royal Exchange. See larger version. William was detained upon the continent some time after this affair by a quarrel which, in 1087, broke out between himself and his suzerain, the King of France, concerning the possession of the border district called the Vexin. His displeasure was also increased by some railleries which had been thrown out against his person. The king had grown remarkably stout, and been detained for some time on a bed of sickness. Philip, hearing of this, expressed his surprise that his brother of England should be so long at his lying in, but that no doubt there would be a fine churching when he was delivered. The conqueror, enraged at the insulting jest, sent him word that as soon as he was up, he would be churched in Notre Dame and present so many lights, alluding to the Catholic custom, as would give little pleasure to the King of France. Immediately on his recovery he kept his word, for gathering an army he led his forces into L'Isle de France, laying everything waste with fire and sword in his passage, and took the town of Mantes, which he reduced to ashes. This career of conquest, however, was cut short by an accident which afterwards cost William his life. His horse, starting on a sudden, caused him to bruise his stomach severely against the pommel of his saddle. Being advanced in years, he began to apprehend the consequences, and ordered himself to be conveyed to the monastery of St. Gervais in Rouen. Finding his end approaching, he perceived the vanity of all human greatness, and began to feel the most bitter remorse of conscience for the cruelties he had practiced, the desolation he had caused, and the innocent blood he had shed during his reign in England. And by way of atonement gave great gifts to various monasteries. He also commanded that Earl Morcar and other English prisoners should be set at liberty. He was now prevailed upon, though not without reluctance, to release his brother Odo, against whom he was terribly incensed. He left Normandy and Maine to his eldest son Robert, whom he had never forgiven for his rebellion against him. He wrote to Lanfranc, the primate, desiring him to crown William King of England, and bequeathed to his son Henry 5,000 pounds of silver, foretelling, it is said, that he would one day surpass both his brothers in greatness. He died at Rouen, on the 9th of September, 1087, in the 61st year of his age, the 21st of his reign over England, and 52nd over Normandy. Early in the morning the king heard the sound of a bell, and eagerly demanded what it meant. He was told that it sounded the hour of prime in the church of St. Mary. Then, said he, I commend my soul to my Lady, the Mother of God, that by her holy prayers she may reconcile me to her Son, my Lord Jesus Christ, and immediately expired. From the events which followed, the reader may judge of the unsettled nature of the time. The knights and prelates hastened to their respective homes to secure their property. The citizens of Rouen began to conceal their most valuable effects. The servants rifled the palace, and hurried away with the booty, and the royal corpse for 3 hours lay, almost in a state of nudity, on the ground. At length, the archbishop ordered the body to be interred at Caen, and Herluin, a neighboring knight, out of compassion, conveyed it at his own expense to that city. At the day appointed for the interment, Prince Henry, the Norman prelates, and a multitude of clergy and people, assembled in the church of St. Stephen which the conqueror had founded. The mass had been performed, the corpse was placed on the bier, and the Bishop of Evreux had pronounced the panegyric of the deceased, when a voice from the crowd exclaimed, He whom you have praised was a robber. The very land on which you stand is mine. By violence he took it from my father, and in the name of God I forbid 120 you to bury him in it. The speaker was a sullen Fitzarthur, who had often, but fruitlessly, sought reparation from the justice of William. After some debate the prelates called him to them, paid him 60 shillings for the grave, and promised that he should receive the full value of his land. The ceremony was then continued, and the body of the king deposited in a coffin of stone. CP 118. Robert asking his father's pardon. CP 118. See larger version. William's character has been drawn with apparent impartiality in the Saxon Chronicle by a contemporary and an Englishman. That the reader may learn the opinion of one who possessed the means of forming an accurate judgment, we 121 have transcribed the passage, retaining, as far as it may be intelligible, the phraseology of the original. CP 119. Fitzarthur forbidding the burial of William. CP 119. See larger version. If anyone wished to know what manner of man he was, or what worship he had, or of how many lands he were the lord, we will describe him as we have known him, for we looked on him, and some time lived in his herd. King William was a very wise man, and very rich, more worshipful and strong than any of his foregangers. He was mild to good men who loved God, and stark stiff beyond all bounds to those who withstayed his will. On the very steed place where God gave him to win England, he reared a noble monastery and set monks therein, and endowed it well. He was very worshipful. Thrice he bore his king helmet every year when he was in England. At Easter he bore it at Winchester, at Pentecost at Westminster, and in midwinter at Gloucester. And there were with him all the rich men all over England, archbishops and diocesan bishops, abbots and earls, thanes and knights. Moreover, he was a very stark man, and very savage, so that no man durst do anything against his will. He had earls in his bonds, who had done against his will. Bishops he set off their bishoprics, abbots off their abbotries, and thanes in prison, and at last he did not spare his own brother Odo. Him he set in prison. Yet, among other things, we must not forget the good frith peace which he made in this land, so that a man that was good for aught might travel over the kingdom with his bosom full of gold without molestation. And no man durst slay another man, though he had suffered never so mickle evil from the other. He ruled over England, and by his 122 cunning he was so thoroughly acquainted with it, that there is not a height a measure varying from 60 to 120 acres of land of which he did not know both who had it, and what was its worth, and that he set down in his writings. Wales was under his weald, and therein he wrought castles, and he wielded the Isle of Man withal, and moreover he subdued Scotland by his mickle strength. Normandy was his by kin, and over the earldom called Mans he ruled, and if he might have lived yet 2 years, he would have won Ireland by the fame of his power, and without any armament. Yet truly, in his time men had mickle suffering, and very many hardships. Castles he caused to be wrought, and poor men to be oppressed. He was so very stark. He took from his subjects many marks of gold, and many £100 of silver, and that he took, some by right, and some by mickle might, for very little need. He had fallen into avarice, and greediness he loved withal. He let his lands to find money payment as dear as he could. Then came some other, and bade more than the first had given, and the king let it to him who bade more. Then came a third, and bid yet more, and the king let it into the hands of the man who bade the most. Nor did he reck how sinfully his reeves bailiffs got money of poor men, or how many unlawful things they did. For the more men talked of right law, the more they did against the law. He also set many deer friths forests, and he made laws therewith, that whosoever should slay hart or hind, him man should blind. As he forbade the slaying of harts, so also did he of boars. So much he loved the high deer, as if he had been their father. He also decreed about hares, that they should go free. His rich men moaned, and the poor men murmured, but he was so hard that he recked not the hatred of them all. For it was need they should follow the king's will withal, if they wished to live, or have lands or goods, or his favor. Alas, that any man should be so moody, and should so puff up himself, and think himself above all other men. May Almighty God have mercy on his soul, and grant him forgiveness of his sins. The king was of ordinary stature, but inclined to corpulency. His countenance wore an air of ferocity, which, when he was agitated by passion, struck terror into every beholder. The story told of his strength at one period of his life almost exceeds belief. It is said that, sitting on horseback, he could draw the string of a bow which no other man could bend even on foot. Harsh and repulsive in its main features though the government of William was, it was of great service to England, in that it was firm and equal. The conqueror would allow no one to oppress but himself, and so the country was spared the establishment of petty baronial tyrants throughout the land, with the necessary accompaniments of private warfare and constant rebellion. The English, on the other hand, were taught by the great Witenagemot at Salisbury to look to the sovereign, not to any local potentate, for redress of wrongs. It was upon them that William relied when it was necessary to chastise the rebellious adventurers who had accompanied him across the Channel. His rules of law were not inequitably fitted to the wants of a mixed population, and beneath their iron discipline, the nation educated itself by suffering, and learnt to become united and self-reliant. The Church also gained considerably by his reforms. Its provincialism was corrected, and it was brought in contact with Western Christendom. The establishment of the supremacy of Canterbury over York was also a great step in the direction of ordered ecclesiastical government. At the same time, as we have seen, both papal and ecclesiastical pretensions were carefully kept in check, and during the Conqueror's reign no collisions between church and state disturbed the peace of the realm. His establishment of separate ecclesiastical courts to try ecclesiastical cases threw open the door to many abuses, which, however, did not come to a head until the time of Henry Roman II. It may be mentioned, by the way, that the word conqueror was not used in those times in its present acceptance, but meant the gainer. William invariably professed to regard himself not as a usurper, but as a lawful heir to the English throne. King William had issue, besides his 3 sons who survived him, 5 daughters, namely 1. Cicely, a nun in the monastery of Fecamp, afterwards abbess in the Holy Trinity at Caen, where she died in 1127. 2 Constantia, married to Alan Fergent, Count of Brittany, she died without issue. 3 Alice, contracted to Harold. 4 Adela, married to Stephen, Earl of Blois, by whom she had 4 sons, William, Theobald, Henry, and Stephen, of whom the eldest was neglected on account of the imbecility of his understanding. 5. Agatha, who died a virgin but was betrothed to the king of Galicia. She died on her journey thither before she joined her bridegroom. Chapter 13. Reign of William Roman II. William's surname, how he obtained the throne rising in favor of his brother, Robert, Bishop Odo's ill fortune, surrender of Rochester Castle, flight of Odo, failure of the conspiracy, death of Lanfranc, William's misrule, Randolph the Firebrand, appointment of Anselm to Canterbury, Rufus invades Normandy, treaty between brothers, siege of Mount St. Michael, Malcolm Canmore's inroad into England, building of Cassell at Carlisle, death of Malcolm, illness of William, his treachery towards Robert, Welsh marauders, Earl Mowbray's hard fortune, the king's exactions, he obtains possession of Normandy, the hunt in the New Forest, death of the Red King. William, whose surname of Rufus was derived from the ruddiness of his countenance, no sooner found himself in possession of his father's letter to the primate Lanfranc than he fled from the monastery of St. Gervais, where William was dying, and hastened to England in order to secure possession of the crown. Sensible that an act so opposed to the laws of primogeniture and the feudal rights might meet with great opposition from the nobles, he trusted to his celerity for success, and reached the kingdom before the news of the king's death arrived. Pretending orders from the dead monarch, he secured the strong fortresses of Dover, Pevensey, and Hastings. On his arrival, a council of prelates and barons was summoned to proceed to the election of a sovereign. Robert, who would naturally be chosen, and his partisans were in Normandy, while William and his adherents were on the spot. Besides, Archbishop Lanfranc, who felt himself bound to obey the last injunction of his benefactor William, exerted the whole influence of the church in his favor. 3 weeks after his father's death, William Roman II was proclaimed king and crowned with the usual formalities. As we before stated, the conqueror on his deathbed commanded the liberation of his half-brother, Odo, the Bishop of Bayeux. That warlike prelate, who had recovered some portion of his possessions in Kent, had long been the enemy of Lanfranc. The prompt compliance of the archbishop with the letter of the deceased king led William at first to yield himself entirely to his directions. Odo therefore extended his hatred to his nephew, and he set himself accordingly to form a party in favor of the eldest brother, Robert, who was already in possession of the Duchy of Normandy, as well as the County of Maine. The great point he urged upon the nobles whom he enlisted in the cause of the last-named prince was the fact that they held possessions in both countries, and that it would be much more prudent to hold their lands of one sovereign only. These representations were not without effect, and whilst the newly crowned king held the festival of Easter, the barons, who had matured their plans, departed to raise the standard of revolt in various parts of the kingdom. Odo in Kent, William, Bishop of Durham in Northumberland, Geoffrey of Coutances in Somerset, Roger Montgomery in Shropshire, Hugh de Bigod in Norfolk, and Hugh de Grantmesnil in Leicester. The rising which thus took place might have been formidable if the movements of the insurgents had been seconded by energetic action on the part of Robert. That pleasure-loving prince, who had promised to bring over an army from Normandy, once more sacrificed the prospect of a throne to his habitual indolence, and Odo waited in vain for the assistance which was to come across the Channel. When at length single ships, with detachments of the invading forces, ventured from the Norman coast, they were intercepted and destroyed by English cruisers. The Norman attempt at invasion was abandoned, and the English insurgents were left to sustain the shock of the king's forces as best they might. The first attacks of Rufus were directed against his uncle Odo of Bayeux. That fierce and turbulent bishop waited his coming at Pevensey, which he had fortified and garrisoned. This stronghold was taken after a siege of a few weeks, and Odo fell into the hands of Rufus, who set him at liberty, on condition of his taking a solemn oath to deliver up Rochester Castle into the king's possession, and to quit the country immediately afterwards. CP 126. Departure of Bishop Odo from Rochester, CP 126. See larger version. Rochester Castle was held by Eustace, Count of Boulogne, one of the warmest partisans of Robert. When Odo arrived before the gates with the king's escort and demanded in set form that the keys 125 should be given up, the count took him prisoner with his guards. This was a stratagem by which Odo hoped to escape the accusation of perjury, while he continued his rebellious course of action against the king. As the real commander of the garrison, this truculent bishop sustained for many weeks the attacks of his royal nephew, who, with his united forces of English and Normans, laid siege to the castle. Defied by his own countrymen, the Red King turned for counsel and assistance to the English. He adopted a policy of conciliation towards those nobles of English blood who still retained any influence. He made liberal promises, which afterwards were only partially fulfilled, and he obtained their adherence to his cause. The king proclaimed the old English call to battle: "Let every man who is not a man of nothing five, whether he live in burg or out of burg, leave his house and come," and many Englishmen flocked to his standard. William Roman II, surnamed Rufus. At length the besieged were subdued by disease and famine, and compelled to capitulate. They sent to William, informing him of their desire, and demanding that they should be allowed to retain their lands and titles under his sovereignty. Rufus at first refused to grant such a permission, but the Norman troops in his army, who could not forget that the garrison of the castle were their countrymen, and many of whom may have had relatives or friends within the walls, made appeals to the mercy of the king. "We," they said, "who have been with thee in great dangers, entreat thee to spare our countrymen, who are thine also, and who have fought with thy father." 6. After much entreaty, the king permitted the besieged to leave the town with their arms and won 26 horses. Not satisfied with this concession, Odo had the arrogance to demand that, when the garrison quitted the castle, the bugles of the king's troops should not sound in token of triumph, as was the custom in those days. Rufus replied angrily that he would not grant such a request for 1,000 marks of gold. The Norman adherents of Robert then passed out of the gates with ensigns lowered, and amidst the sounds of exultation from the king's troops. At the sight of Odo, a great clamor arose among the English soldiers. They remembered the 1,000 crimes of the soldier bishop, and cried out that he was unfit to live. "Ropes, bring ropes!" they shouted. "Hang the traitor bishop and his friends!" Such sounds as these from every side thundered in the ears of the prelate, and thus, pursued by curses, he left the country forever. Meanwhile, the conspirators in another part of the kingdom had met with ill success. The Earl of Shrewsbury, and with him other Norman nobles, had collected an army, which was occupied in laying waste the surrounding country. The Earl with his troops set out from Shrewsbury, plundering and burning towns and villages, and putting many of the inhabitants to the sword. The progress of this marauding force was stopped on its arrival before Worcester. The citizens, excited by a deep hatred of their Norman oppressors, closed the gates, and conveying their wives and children into the castle, prepared for a desperate resistance. Headed by their bishop, who refused to go into the castle, but took the post of danger on the walls, they gave battle to the besiegers, and having watched their opportunity when part of the Norman forces were absent on one of their plundering expeditions, the citizens sallied forth upon the remainder, and cut many of them to pieces. These reverses proved fatal to the success of the conspiracy, and Rufus found little difficulty in dealing with the rest of the insurgent chiefs. Some he won to his side by promises. Others, who still defied him, were quickly subdued, and were visited with various degrees of punishment, or made their escape into Normandy, with the loss of their estates. As soon as the insurrection was quelled, and all danger from that source was at an end, Rufus revoked the concessions he had made to his English subjects, and before long the English population were reduced to their previous condition of servitude and misery. In the following year, 1089, Lanfranc, Archbishop of Canterbury, died. If we compare the acts of his life with those of his contemporaries, and judge of his character with a due regard to the times in which he lived, we shall find his memory entitled to our respect. It is said of him that he was a wise, politic, and learned prelate, who, whilst he lived, mollified the furious and cruel nature of King William Rufus, instructing to forbear such wild and outrageous behavior as his youth was inclined unto. 7. The archbishop built various hospitals and almshouses, and recovered 25 manors which had been wrested from the See of Canterbury. One of these was a large estate which had been seized by Odo, and which that rapacious bishop was compelled to restore. Removed from the influence of Lanfranc, the king gave the rein to his debaucheries, and showed himself very cruel and inconstant in all his doings, so that he became a heavy burden unto his people. He appointed no successor to the primacy, but kept the See of Canterbury vacant 4 years, seizing the revenues, and applying them to his own vicious purposes. Rufus elevated to the offices of royal chaplain and chief minister of state a Norman priest, named Randolph, who had received the surname of Laflambard, or the Firebrand. This man, who was of humble origin, was of bad character, ambitious, ready-witted, and a willing pander to the vices of the king. To raise money for his royal master's pleasures, he increased the burdens of the people, inflicted heavy fines in punishment of trifling offenses, and caused a second survey of the kingdom to be made, raising the estimated value of estates and increasing the royal revenues at the expense of great suffering throughout the country. Contentions were continually occurring between the English and their oppressors. Everywhere the Normans showed themselves cruel and avaricious, trampling down the conquered race and treating them as inferior beings. Flambard, who was Bishop of Lincoln, ruled his diocese with such tyranny that, as we read in an old chronicle, the inhabitants wished rather to die than live under his authority. At length William, seized with remorse after an attack of illness, appointed Anselm, the abbot of Bec, to the vacant archbishopric. Anselm was sorely unwilling. "You would yoke me," said he, "a poor feeble old sheep with the savage bull." But he withstood the king with saintly patience, constantly inveighing against the corruption of the court, until in 1097 he was forced to retire from the royal persecution to Rome. Meanwhile, the Norman fortresses of Albemarle, St. Valery, and others were obtained possession of by various means, and were held in the name of King William. And Conan, a powerful burgess of Rouen, had entered into the conspiracy and engaged to betray the capital into the hands of a lieutenant of Rufus. Robert at length was roused to the dangers which surrounded him, but finding himself without money to raise troops, he applied to Philip I of France for assistance. Philip responded to the call and advanced with an army to the borders of Normandy, but Rufus sent him a sum of money as a bribe, and the French king returned at once to his own country. Robert appealed to his brother Henry, whom he had placed some time before in possession of a portion of the Norman duchy, in return for a sum of £3,000, which Henry had advanced. Since that time frequent quarrels had occurred between them, and it is related that, on one occasion, Henry was arrested by the Duke's orders and kept for a short time in prison. However, on receiving Robert's request for succor, Henry came to Rouen and rendered his brother important assistance. Reginald de Warenne, the lieutenant of Rufus, was driven back and compelled to retreat. The Burgess Conan was taken prisoner and pushed by Prince Henry with deliberate cruelty through the window of a high tower in the cathedral. Early in the year 1091, the Red King landed an English army in Normandy and advanced into the country. Robert again applied to Philip of France, who exerted himself to arrange a treaty of peace between the two brothers. By the provisions of this treaty, which was signed at Caen, the lands of Eu, Albemarle, Fécamp, and others were assigned to Rufus, and it was agreed that no further attempt should be made by Robert upon the English throne. Robert was to be aided to conquer the districts of Maine and portions of Henry's territory in place of those which he resigned in Normandy, and William engaged to pardon those barons who had defended his brother's cause, and to restore to them their titles and lands. The barons of the two factions agreed that if the king survived the duke, he was to have possession of Normandy, and if the duke outlived the king, he should receive the English crown. This treaty was signed by 12 barons on each side, who swore to maintain its provisions. Peace had been concluded between the two elder sons of the conqueror, but it only produced war between Robert and Rufus, on the one side, and Henry on the other. Finding that his brothers were combining to despoil him, Henry seized St. Michael's Mount, a solitary rock on the coast of Normandy, and in this strong position he sustained a long siege from the combined armies of his kinsmen. An incident of the siege is related by some of the old chroniclers to the following effect: the supply of water in the castle fell short, and the garrison were reduced to great distress from thirst. Robert, having been informed of this circumstance, sent a supply of wine to his brother Henry, and also permitted some of the people of the castle to fetch water. This conduct incensed William, who expressed his indignation at such generosity, but Robert replied that he could not suffer his brother to die of thirst. "Where," said he, "shall we get another brother when he is gone?" There is another story told of the same siege, from which it appears that on one occasion Rufus had a narrow escape from death. The king had ridden out alone to take a survey of the fortress, when he was suddenly attacked by 2 of Henry's soldiers, who struck him from his horse. One of the men was about to dispatch him, when Rufus called out, "Hold, knave, I am the King of England." The soldier threw down his dagger and raised him from the ground with professions of respect. It is related that Rufus rewarded the man with presents and took him into his service. According to some accounts, the besieging forces retired without having obtained possession of the fortress. But the more probable story, and that which rests on the better authority, is that Prince Henry was at length obliged to capitulate, and that he was deprived of all his estates. For 2 years he wandered about the continent with a scanty escort and in great poverty. At length he obtained the government of the city of Domfront, and in that position he displayed much ability and obtained considerable power in the surrounding country. Meanwhile, 1091, Malcolm Canmore had invaded England and had penetrated even to Chester. William sent an army to oppose him, and according to some authorities, also fitted out a naval force, which was overtaken by a storm on the Scottish coast and destroyed. The two armies met somewhere on the borders of Scotland, but the impending conflict was prevented by the efforts of Robert of Normandy, who had returned with William to England, and Edgar Atheling. A treaty of peace was concluded, by which Malcolm rendered homage to Rufus, as he had done to 128 William the Conqueror, and was permitted to retain certain lands in Northumberland, of which he had become possessed. Soon after 1093, Rufus gave directions for the building of a fortress at Carlisle, and having sent a number of English to inhabit the town, he bestowed on them many valuable privileges. This act, if not an infringement of the recent treaty with Malcolm, was at least a violation of the rights of that monarch. The earldom of Cumberland had been for centuries attached to the Scottish crown, and Malcolm demanded its restitution. A conference took place between the two kings, and Rufus having refused redress for the injury, Malcolm returned in haste to Scotland, and carried an army into Northumberland, burning and laying waste the country. Before Rufus could advance to meet him, the Scottish monarch had fallen into an ambush, and was killed together with his eldest son, Adelnwick. It is related that when the news of the death of her husband and son was brought to Margaret, the Queen of Scotland, she bowed her head beneath the stroke, and died within 4 days afterwards. Great Seal of William Roman II. William, after his return from Carlisle, fell sick at Gloucester, and being oppressed with the recollection of his many crimes, and probably deriving little comfort from the ghostly ministrations of Flambard, he gave signs of repentance, and promised on his recovery to amend his life. The repentance, however, passed away with the danger, and he is represented as having become from this time more cruel and debauched than before. The king still withholding from his brother Robert the possessions which were his right, the duke returned to Normandy, and sent heralds to William, according to the usage of chivalry, denouncing him as a false and perjured knight, who held possession of lands which he had resigned by treaty. William went to Normandy to answer the charge, and agreed to submit to the decision of a court composed of the high Norman nobility. The award, however, being in favor of Robert, the Red King refused to abide by the decision, and, leading an army into Normandy, he defeated the adherents of the Duke in several engagements. Events followed each other closely resembling those which took place on William's previous expedition against his brother 1094. Robert, as before, made an appeal to Philip. The disputes between the sons of the Conqueror would seem to have been a source of considerable profit to the King of France, and his ready response to the call of Robert was probably less from a regard for his neighbor's welfare than from a view to his own interest. Rufus determined to buy him off as he had done before, and to obtain money for this purpose, he devised a scheme in which he had the assistance of Randolph Flambard. He ordered a levy of 20,000 men in England, and when the troops arrived at Hastings to embark, it was announced to them that the king was willing to excuse them from the dangers of the campaign, and that each man would be permitted to return to his home on payment of 10 shillings towards the expenses of the war. The money raised by this means was paid to Philip, who marched his forces back to France. The small and 129 ill-appointed army of Robert would probably now have been overcome, had not affairs in England compelled Rufus to relinquish the contest. CP 130. Surrender of Bamborough Castle, CP 130. See larger version. The Welsh had taken advantage of the king's difficulties to invade the adjoining counties, and after their accustomed manner, 9 carried off the cattle, and plundered and murdered the inhabitants, many of whom they also made prisoners. They laid siege to the castle of Montgomery, and took it by assault, slaying all the garrison. William in 1095 marched hastily into Wales, but found it impossible to reach the marauders, who kept to the cover of the woods and marshes, and among the mountains, watching their opportunity to slay any of the English and Norman troops whom they could reach unawares. Rufus pursued them over the hills, but his march was attended with heavy loss to his army, and he was at length compelled to retreat, not without some note of dishonor. 2 other expeditions met with no better success. Thereupon he left the conquest of Wales to his nobles, whose eagerness was whetted by grants of land in the unconquered districts. An army was dispatched under the command of the Earl of Shrewsbury and the Earl of Chester, who retook the Isle of Anglesea, of which the Welsh had obtained possession. 10. The inhabitants were maltreated or put to the sword. But having received some reinforcements, a battle ensued, in which the Earl of Shrewsbury was slain. The victory, however, was on the side of the Earl of Chester, who remained for some time in Wales, desolating the country. While the Welsh were still unsubdued, Rufus received information of a powerful confederacy which had been formed against him in the north of England. The king had reason to suspect some of his nobles of disaffection, and especially Robert Mowbray, Earl of Northumberland, a powerful noble, whose long absence from court had excited suspicion. A royal proclamation was issued, calling upon every baron in the kingdom to appear at court at the approaching festival of Whitsuntide, on pain of outlawry. The Earl of 130 Northumberland neglected to obey the summons, and the king immediately marched an army to Newcastle, where he surprised some of the earl's accomplices. He next besieged and took the castle of Tynemouth, and thence proceeded to Bamborough, an impregnable fortress, to which the earl had retreated with his family. After various unsuccessful attempts to take this castle by storm, Rufus, who seems to have inherited much of the military talent of his father, adopted another plan of attack. He built a wooden fort opposite Bamborough, calling it Malvoisin, or Bad Neighbor, and having placed a garrison in it, he withdrew the rest of his army. His lieutenants were directed to use every opportunity of inflicting damage upon the adherents of Earl Mowbray, or of gaining possession of his person. One night, the earl quitted his castle with an escort of only 30 horsemen. The object with which he did so is variously stated, but the most probable account is that he was betrayed by some followers of Rufus, who offered to give up the town of Newcastle into his possession. The earl was surprised by a body of Norman troops, and while many of his retinue were cut to pieces, he escaped from his assailants and took sanctuary at St. Oswin's Monastery, Tynemouth. By the laws of chivalry, the blackest criminal was safe under the shadow of the cross, but the soldiers of William were deterred neither by those laws, nor by any respect for the sacredness of the place. They pursued the earl to his sanctuary, and after a desperate resistance made him prisoner. Having carried Earl Mowbray to Bamborough, and placed him before the gates of his castle, they demanded a parley with the Countess Matilda. On her appearance, they exhibited her husband as a prisoner, and told her that they would put out his eyes before her face unless she at once gave up the castle into their hands. Matilda is described as having been remarkable for her beauty. She was young, and had been married to the earl only a few months before. She did not long hesitate, but ordered the gates to be thrown open. Among the followers of Mowbray was one through whom Rufus gained a knowledge of the extent of the conspiracy and of the persons implicated in it. The subsequent fate of Mowbray was that of a living death. His young wife had indeed saved him from blindness, but he was not the less deprived of the light of day. Condemned to perpetual imprisonment, he was confined in a dungeon at Windsor Castle, where we read that he dragged on existence for 30 years afterwards. Another account, however, has it that he ended his life as a monk. The property of the banished nobles was plundered by the adherents of the king, and then left for some time uncultivated and without owners. Nevertheless, the people of the town or hundred in which such estates lay were compelled to pay the full amount of land tax as before. The king, also, forcibly raised troops of men to build a wall encircling the Conqueror's Tower at London, a bridge over the Thames, and near the Westminster, a hall or palace of audiences, for the stated assemblies or assizes of the great barons 11. The money which William Rufus paid to his brother for the possession of Normandy was obtained by inflicting new burdens and exactions upon his people. All this, says Holinshed, was grievous and intolerable, as well to the spirituality as temporality, so that divers bishops and abbesses, who had already made away with some of their chalices and church jewels to pay the king, made now plain answer that they were not able to help him with any more. Unto whom, on the other side, as the report went, the king said again, "Have you not, I beseech you, coffins of gold and silver full of dead men's bones?" meaning the shrines in which the relics of saints were enclosed. The king also argued that there was no sacrilege in taking money obtained from such a source, for the purpose of prosecuting a holy war and delivering the sepulchre of Christ from the hands of the infidel. He did not choose to remember that the expedition to the Holy Land was one in which he had no part, and that he required the money, not for that purpose, but to obtain a worldly possession. If the argument carried little weight, The force by which it was backed was not to be resisted, and the spoils of the altar, as well as the hordes of civilians, were seized in the king's name. Robert, having resigned his dukedom and set out for the Holy Land, William passed over into Normandy to take possession. He was received with welcome by the Norman nobles, who, if not well disposed towards their new sovereign, were overawed by his power or bought by his gold. The people of Maine, however, rose in revolt, and headed by Hely, the Lord of La Fleche, the insurrection assumed an importance which rendered it necessary for Rufus to take energetic 131 measures for its repression. He entered Maine at the head of a large force, but on the interference of the Count of Anjou and Philip of France, he consented to a truce with the insurgents, and Hely, having been taken prisoner, was set at liberty, on tendering his submission and giving up of Le Mans into the king's hands. A.D. 1099. The people, however, remained disaffected towards the English king. A year passed away without any change in this state of things, when one day, as William was hunting in the New Forest, a messenger came to him with the intelligence that Hely had obtained possession of the town of Le Mans, that the inhabitants had joined him, and were besieging the castle, containing the Norman garrison. Rufus immediately set off for the seacoast without waiting for an escort, and when some of his lords came up with him, as he was about to embark, they counseled him to wait until troops could be summoned to accompany him. William replied, "Such as love me, I know well, will follow me," and went at once on shipboard. A storm was blowing so violently that even the sailors hesitated to set sail, but the king was determined to proceed, and cried out to the master to weigh anchor, asking him if he had ever heard of a king that was drowned. Rufus escaped the storm, and landed next day at Harfleur. When the news of his advance reached Le Mans, the insurgents were struck with dismay. Hely, forgetting his knightly fame and the safety of the people, disbanded his troops and fled at the mere sound of the enemy's approach, while William passed through the country, dealing ruin and desolation around him. On his return to England, the king began, after his old manner, to spoil and waste the country by unreasonable exactions, assisted by Randolph Flambard. Various public buildings, which were erected by Rufus, served as pretexts for demands of money, most of which was applied to satisfy his own private extravagance. In the month of August, 1100, there was held in the New Forest a hunting meeting, at which the king was present. This district, where the blackened ruins of villages still remained, where the ground had been watered by the tears and the blood of the miserable inhabitants, murdered or driven from their homes, where the trees grew thickly in commemoration of a deed of cruelty, which has but few parallels in history. This gloomy solitude was destined to be the death scene of Rufus, as it had already been of two other persons of the conqueror's blood. In the year 1081, Richard, the eldest son of William I, had been accidentally killed in the New Forest, and in May 1100, Richard, son of Duke Robert and nephew of Rufus, was killed there accidentally by an arrow. In these successive calamities, the people thought they saw a retribution for the crime which had been committed in that place. On August 2, the king and his court were assembled at Malwood Keep or Castle, preparing to go a-hunting. A large and noble company were there making merry, and at the side of the king sat Prince Henry, the two brothers having become reconciled some time before. Among the party was a Norman knight, whose name was Sir Walter Tyrrell, Lord of Poix. The company separated on arriving in the forest, as the custom was in hunting, the only person who remained near to the king being Sir Walter Tyrrell. As it drew towards evening, a hart suddenly bounding from a thicket crossed the path of the king. Rufus drew his bow, but the shot missed its mark. Tyrrell was placed at some little distance in the underwood, and the hart, being attacked on both sides, stood for a moment at bay. Then the king, who had spent all his arrows, called out to his companion, "Shoot, shoot, in the devil's name." Tyrrell obeyed, and the arrow, glancing from a tree, struck the king in the breast, piercing him to the heart. Rufus fell beside his startled horse and died instantaneously. Such is the story most commonly related of the death of the Red King, but the account is not to be received without reservation. The facts which may be considered fully authenticated are that Rufus met with a violent death in the New Forest, having been shot in the breast by an arrow. Whether the bow was drawn at a venture, or by the hand of a murderer, whether the hand was that of Tyrrell or of another, are questions to which no positive answer can be given. Tyrrell, however, was suspected from the first of having killed the king. He immediately galloped away to the sea-coast, and took ship for Normandy, whence he proceeded to seek the protection of the King of France. On arriving there, he swore he had no part in the death of King William, but in those days, few men hesitated either to make or break an oath for a powerful motive, and therefore, this circumstance of itself would not be sufficient to throw discredit on the account already related. The body of the king was discovered by a poor charcoal burner, by whom it was carried in a cart to Winchester Cathedral, where it was buried. He died without issue. From a Greek Ms. of the 9th century in the National Library, Paris. CP 135. St. Helena, Discovering the True Cross. From a Greek Ms. of the 9th century in the National Library, Paris. CP 135. See larger version. Chapter 14. The First Crusade. The institution of chivalry, affairs in the Holy Land, pilgrimages, persecution of Christians, Peter the Hermit, crusade decided on progress of Peter's mission, the Council of Clermont, attitude of Pope Urban, the truce of God, expedition of Walter the Penniless, excesses of the Crusaders, defeat of the Christians by the Turks, conduct of the Emperor Alexius, disaster in Hungary, Geoffrey de Bouillon, march of his army, Robert of Normandy and his troops, imprisonment of Hugh of Vermandois, arrival of Godfrey before Constantinople, the Byzantine court, the Church of Santa Sophia, scenes of magnificence, reception of Godfrey by the Emperor, Tancred's army leaves Italy, Bohemond's submission, Count Raymond at Constantinople, arrival of Robert of Normandy, siege of Nika, treachery of the Emperor, severe struggle with the Turks, bravery of Robert, flight of the Turks, Crusaders' sufferings on their march, siege and fall of Antioch, defeat of the Persians, pestilence at Antioch, arrival of the Crusaders before Jerusalem, fall of the city, vengeance of the Crusaders, Godfrey elected king of Jerusalem, Hospitallers and Templars, close of the First Crusade. In the year 1096 Robert determined to join a crusade, then about to set out for the Holy Land, and to enable him to do so, he agreed to pledge his duchy of Normandy into the hands of Rufus, for a sum of £6,666. This transaction is described by the historians as having been a mortgage for 3 years. But it must have been evident, even to the uncalculating mind of Robert, that he had little chance of regaining possession of his property at the end of that time. To enable us to understand this extraordinary proceeding on the part of Robert, it will be necessary to examine the causes which led to those expeditions which are called the Crusades. These causes, which had been in operation for hundreds of years, were two of very opposite nature, namely, in the East, the spread of Mahometan power, and in the West, the institution of chivalry, preceded by the introduction of Christianity. The institution of chivalry had for its object the cultivation of those virtues which may be classed under the word manhood in its best and widest sense. The true knight was supposed to be pious, truthful, and brave, a generous friend, a gallant warrior, a devoted lover. It was necessary for him to add great strength of body and skill in all manly exercises to gentleness of manner and culture of mind. Terrible in battle, it was his duty to wield the sword of justice, to strike down the oppressor, but to help the weak and give his life, if need be, for the innocent. CP 134. Initiation into the Order of Knighthood. CP 134. See larger version. The youth who aspired to knighthood began his career as a page in some noble house, where, under the gentle influence of women, he was taught various accomplishments, and imbued with that beautiful though fantastic dream of honor which he hoped to realize in his future life. At the age of 14, the page became an esquire, and was 134 permitted to wear a sword. He now began a regular course of training for arms, and usually sought to attach himself to some knight of fame, whom he attended in hall or field, and supported in battle. The young aspirant was admitted to the honors of knighthood at the age of 21, unless he had previously won his spurs by some gallant feat of arms. This honor was of rare occurrence, as, by the laws of chivalry, the duties of esquire were limited to attendance upon his lord, and he was permitted few opportunities of personal distinction. The original spirit of chivalry was essentially religious. The initiation into the order of knighthood was a religious ceremony, and usually took place on one of the feasts of the Church, as Easter Day, the day of Pentecost, or Christmas Day. The aspirant prepared himself for his new dignity by long vigils, fasts, and prayer, and on the night before the ceremony took place, he repaired alone to the church, where he passed the hours in watching beside his armor. On the day appointed, high mass was performed in the presence of the nobles and bishops and an assembly of the people, and after the sword of the novice had been consecrated to the service of heaven, he took a solemn vow, according to the laws of chivalry, to speak the truth, to succor the helpless and oppressed, and never to turn back from an enemy. The bishop then dubbed him a knight, and the other knights, and often the ladies present, advanced and armed the youth. The spurs were usually buckled on first, and thus came to be regarded as the symbol of knighthood. Such was the form by which a young man was admitted to the highest dignity of chivalry. Chivalry recognized nothing higher or nobler than the condition of a knight, and the fame of every man, instead of being tied to his name by a title, was borne by the mouths of minstrels and palmers. Various writers have attempted to fix the date at which chivalry first took its rise, but on this point there is no certain information. Probably the idea of chivalry was the growth of centuries, and made its way gradually through the corruptions of the times in which it was born. Whatever may have been its origin, the institution was in its infancy in the 10th and 11th centuries, and received no marked development until the time of the First Crusade. The stories of King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table 12 are as fabulous as the wonders of Merlin or the tales of the Arabian Nights. In the days of Charles the Great, chivalry, in the general sense of the word, was yet unborn, and though in the time of Alfred its spirit undoubtedly existed in our own country, it had yet assumed no name or distinctive form. According to Tacitus, customs bearing a resemblance to those of chivalry existed among the German nations in the institution known as the comitatus. On the fall of Rome, these tribes subdued and colonized the country now called France, and it is probable that they planted there the germ of the institution of chivalry. The first traces of its existence in France appear soon after the time of Charles the Great. It originated with a few knights, who endeavored to introduce among their licentious companions a love of virtue and honor. However small may have been the early success of their efforts, the principle of chivalry, to which they gave expression, shines like a star in those dark ages. The laws of chivalry gradually became recognized and enforced, and were submitted to by every man who desired to win either the smiles of women or honorable fame among men. Refined and mystical as were the doctrines of chivalry, its laws were practical and severe, demanding mortification and self-denial. In later times, the simple and austere habits of the knights were exchanged for luxury and licentiousness, and the spirit of chivalry decayed with the growth of those arts of life which conduce to ease and refinement. Towards the end of the 11th century, the attention of Europe was attracted to the state of affairs in the Holy Land, and chivalry, which had hitherto been rather a name than a reality, received from this cause a sudden and powerful impulse. From the period of the destruction of the Second Temple, the history of Jerusalem had been a record of strife and bloodshed. During the early occupation of the city by the Romans, the holy places were profaned by pagan rites, and the spots venerated alike by Jew and Christian became the scene of sacrifices to heathen deities. In the 4th century, when Rome herself acknowledged the doctrines of Christianity, churches were erected on the ruins of the temples of Venus and Jove, and Jerusalem was again regarded as the seat of the true faith. When Mahomet appeared and spread his new doctrines throughout the East, the aspect of affairs was once more changed, and the holy city fell into the hands of 135 the Arabians. In the year 969, the dominion of the caliphs of Egypt was established over the whole of Palestine. From the painting by James Archer RSA. Peter the Hermit preaching the First Crusade. From the painting by James Archer RSA. See larger version. In the following century, a multitude of rude and savage races from the shores of the Caspian Sea invaded the lands of the people of the south. These hordes, called in history the Seljuk Turks, gradually extended their conquests, and between 1038 and 1092 obtained possession of Persia, Arabia, and the greater part of Syria. The invaders embraced the religion of Mahomet, and in many cases a fusion took place between them and the conquered nations. After various vicissitudes, Jerusalem, in 1076, fell into the hands of the Turkish supporters of the Caliph of Cairo. In every age, the Holy Land had been held in the highest veneration by the Christian nations. Pilgrims proceeded thither from the most distant parts of Europe, in the faith that the long and toilsome journey would secure for them some spiritual benefit. Dressed in the costume mentioned in the Bible, and carrying with him only a staff in his hand and a scrip at his side, the pilgrim trusted entirely to charity for support. Wherever the Christian religion prevailed among the people, that charity was exhibited, his character was held in veneration, and food and lodging were provided for him as a religious duty. At rare intervals along his way, he came to an hospital or almshouse, built for the reception of pilgrims by some Christian prince. On his return, he placed in the church of his native town the branch of the sacred palm tree 13, which he had brought from Jerusalem, in proof of the accomplishment of his vow. During the time that Palestine remained under Christian rule, these pilgrimages were performed without much danger, and devotees from all parts of Europe flocked to the holy city. The coffers of the church were enriched by the sale of relics, which each traveler eagerly desired to possess. Under the sway of the caliphs, the pilgrimages continued, but the Christians were treated with indignity by the Turks, and various persecutions took place. In the 10th century, a belief was entertained that the end of the world was at hand, and people of all classes hurried to Jerusalem in hope of a purification from their sins. In the 11th century, the persecutions of the Christians increased, and their condition became wretched in the extreme. They were, indeed, tolerated in the holy city on payment of a tribute of 2 pieces of gold yearly, but their religious ceremonies were prohibited, their property was frequently plundered, and the honor of their daughters violated. Since the 4th century, it was generally believed that the very cross on which Christ suffered had been discovered at Jerusalem, and a curious drawing of this subject occurs in a Greek manuscript of the 9th century. This belief afforded an additional stimulus to the piety of devotees, and a piece of the sacred wood was regarded as of inestimable value. Pilgrims, therefore, still made their way to Jerusalem, but were not permitted to enter the city except on payment of a piece of gold, a large sum at that day. Few of the pilgrims possessed enough to satisfy this demand, and they were driven from the gates, with their long-deferred hope turned to utter despair. Many of them died from famine before the walls of the city, many more perished by the roadside as they pursued their weary journey homewards, and but few survived to tell the tale to Europe and to kindle the flame which was soon to burn up with fury. The Christian emperors of the East are reported to have sent letters from time to time to the princes of Europe, detailing the sufferings of the Christians in Judea and soliciting assistance. These appeals, together with the accounts of Turkish cruelties given by the returned pilgrims, caused a feeling of deep indignation throughout Europe and aroused the spirit of chivalry. At this time there appeared on the scene a remarkable man, who is known by the name of Peter the Hermit. In his youth he had been a soldier and had been married, but subsequently he became a priest. He is described as having been small and mean in person, but with eyes powerful in expression and an eloquent voice. He had long been noted for the austerity of his life, and it is said of him that he found pleasure in the greatest abstinence. This man formed the determination of visiting Jerusalem, and having performed the journey in safety, he paid the piece of gold demanded and was admitted into the city. Here he was a witness of the cruelties perpetrated upon the Christians, and was seized with horror and indignation at the sight. He held a conference with the Greek patriarch, who, at the suggestion of Peter, determined to write to the Pope and the princes of the West, describing the misery of the Christians and praying for protection. CP 138. Pope Urban Roman II, preaching the First Crusade in the marketplace of Clermont, CP 138. See larger version. Furnished with his credentials, Peter returned to Italy and laid his complaint before Urban Roman II. The tale told by the hermit was received with the deepest attention, and the Pope warmly espoused his cause. Urban gave his authority to the scheme of the crusade, and with the promise of 137 his cooperation, Peter set out to preach the delivery of the Holy Land throughout Europe. Photo Abdulafriers, Constantinople. Photo Abdulafriers, Constantinople. The Mosque of Santa Sophia, Constantinople. The story of his progress is told by various writers of that age. He set out, says Guibert Nogent, from whence I know not, nor with what design, but we saw him at that time passing through the towns and villages, preaching everywhere, and the people surrounding him in crowds, loading him with presents, and celebrating his sanctity with such high eulogiums, that I never remember to have seen such honors paid to any other person. He showed himself very generous, however, in the distribution of the things given to him. He brought back to their homes the women that had abandoned their husbands, not without adding gifts of his own, and re-established peace between those who lived unhappily, with wonderful authority. In everything he said or did, it seemed as if there was something divine, so much so that people went to pluck some of the hairs from his mule, which they kept afterwards as relics, which I mention here not that they really were so, but only served to satisfy the public love of anything extraordinary. While out of doors, he wore a woolen tunic with a brown mantle, which fell down to his heels. He had his arms and his feet bare, ate little or no bread, and lived upon fish and wine. Such was the appearance of the man whose eloquence drew after him the whole of Europe. The records of history afford no other instance of events so stupendous, arising from a cause apparently so insignificant. The position of Peter, however, is not to be measured by his woolen garb and low estate. The fame of the anchorite had gone before him, he carried with him the Pope's authority, he was a palmer from Jerusalem, who had himself seen the things he described. The age was enthusiastic, and religious sentiment, as well as knightly ambition, was enlisted in the cause which he preached. While Peter journeyed on from city to city, Urban called together a council at Placentia, at which deputies were present from the Emperor of Constantinople. The meeting being unanimous in favor of the crusade, Urban determined to venture across the Alps. A council was held in 1095 at Clermont, in Auvergne, at which were 138 assembled bishops and princes, both of France and Germany, and a vast concourse of people. After the less important business of the meeting had been transacted, Urban came forth from the church in which the council was held, and addressed the multitude in the marketplace. He recounted the long catalogue of wrongs suffered by the Christians in the Holy Land from the pagan 14 race. With an eloquence for which he was remarkable, he appealed to the most powerful passions which animate the breast of mankind, and the assembly rose up and cried with one voice, "It is the will of God! It is the will of God!" The news of this council spread with wonderful rapidity over the world, and, in the words of an old historian, throughout the earth the Christians glorified themselves and were filled with joy, while the Gentiles of Arabia and Persia trembled and were seized with sadness. The souls of the one race were exalted, those of the others stricken with fear and stupor. Some modern historians, in speaking of the influence possessed by Urban over the people, have reproached his memory for the use to which he applied his eloquence, and for having incited the people to the wild and bloodthirsty expeditions of the Crusades, with a view to his own interest. Such an accusation cannot be regarded as just. It is the part of wisdom, as of charity, to judge of a man's acts, not by a standard of pure and abstract right, but rather with regard to the times in which he lived, and the influences by which he was surrounded. The spirit of the age was warlike and enthusiastic, and such a spirit may be traced through the conduct of Pope Urban, but there is no reason to doubt that he was sincere, and that he upheld the cause of the Crusades at the cost of great personal sacrifices. At the Council of Clermont, a universal peace was proclaimed, called the Truce of God, and its observance was some time afterwards sworn throughout the country. Europe had long been in a disturbed condition, the weak were liable to be plundered by the strong without redress, and wars and feuds between rival princes were continued with little intermission. It is related that at the Truce of God these evils disappeared, and for a short time there was a profound peace. Thieves and murderers, criminals of every dye, were tempted by the prospect of boundless license, and joined the crusade. Every man wore the sign of the cross upon his shoulder, cut in red cloth, and many adventurers assumed that sacred emblem in the belief that it would afford a perpetual absolution for any crime they might commit. But while preparing for the departure of the various expeditions, the Crusaders, even those of the most reckless character, abstained for a while from violence, and kept the truce of God. This cessation of civil warfare must have endured some time, for among the wild spirits who joined the first body of the crusade few, if any, lived to return, and the removal of so many plunderers and marauders must have produced a beneficial effect on the state of society in Europe. People of every degree and of various nations were animated with the same ardent enthusiasm. Nobles sold or mortgaged their lands to raise money for the enterprise. Poor men abandoned their homesteads and their families, and flocked to the standard of the cross. The old writers describe the sufferings occasioned by the parting of husbands from their wives, parents from their children. They tell us, however, of exceptions to these scenes of misery. Some wives and mothers there were who, in their fanatic zeal, incited their husbands to the journey, and parted from them without a tear. In the year 1096, the first body of the Crusaders set out for the Holy Land under the command of Walter the Penniless, a nobleman of Burgundy. This man was a soldier of fortune, noted for his poverty, but also possessed of some degree of military fame. The army which he led was a mixed rabble without order or discipline, who committed many excesses, and plundered the towns and villages which lay on their road. Passing through Germany, Walter entered Hungary, which country had been converted to Christianity several centuries before. At Semlin, some stragglers of Walter's army were attacked and plundered by a portion of the inhabitants, and the arms and crosses of the men who had thus been despoiled were placed as trophies upon the walls of the city. The Crusaders called for vengeance, but Walter restrained their impetuosity and passed on into Bulgaria. Here he found himself among a nation altogether hostile. The gates of the cities were shut against him, and his troops were unable to obtain food. Urged by hunger, they seized the flocks and herds of the natives, who attacked the invaders and defeated them with great slaughter. Walter succeeded with difficulty in collecting the remnant of his scattered multitude and led them on the way to Constantinople. Here, after many privations, he at length arrived and obtained permission from the emperor to await the coming of 139 Peter the Hermit, who at length appeared with a following reduced to 7,000. The discordant elements of which the combined forces were composed soon appeared in a defiance of all authority, and between the various nations a spirit of animosity arose, which found vent in repeated quarrels and disturbances. The thirst for plunder, also, was not restrained by any gratitude for the hospitality of the emperor. Alexius had sent both money and provisions in abundance to the camp of the Crusaders, who, nevertheless, seized whatever booty came within their reach, entering houses and palaces, and stripping the lead from the roofs of the churches, and selling it to the people from whom it had been stolen. These lawless acts continuing on the increase, the emperor found means to convey his dangerous allies across the Bosphorus, advising them not to quit their new encampment till the arrival of other divisions of the crusade. The troops, however, continued their ravages throughout Bithynia. A stronger hand than that of a palmer was necessary to control them, and Peter, wearied with excesses which he was unable to prevent, proceeded to Constantinople for the purpose of holding a council with the emperor. During his absence, the Lombards and Germans separated from the French and chose for their leader a man named Renault or Rinaldo. Under his command, they resumed their march and took possession of the fortress of Zerigord. Here they were attacked by Sultan Solomon, who cut to pieces a detachment placed in ambuscade and then invested the fortress. The besieged possessed no supply of water within the walls, and they endured the most dreadful agonies from thirst. At the end of 8 days, the leader, Rinaldo, with his chief companions, went over to the Turks and betrayed the fortress into their hands. The remainder of the garrison were put to death without mercy. The news of this disaster reached the French camp, and with it came a false report of the fall of Nika. The troops demanded to be led towards the Turkish territory, and Walter the Penniless, having in vain attempted to restrain their impatience, placed himself at their head. Before the army had advanced many leagues into the country, it was encountered by the Turks, who attacked the Crusaders in overwhelming numbers. An obstinate resistance only served to make the carnage more complete. Walter himself, after performing many feats of valor, fell covered with wounds, and the Christian army was routed so completely that only 3,000 men escaped the sword. The fugitives entrenched themselves at Civitate, where they were again attacked by a large force. The Turks surrounded the fortress with piles of wood, with the intention of destroying the garrison by fire, but the Crusaders, seizing a moment when the wind blew towards the Turkish camp, set fire to the wood themselves, and many of their enemies perished in the flames. Meanwhile, a soldier had made his escape from the town, and having reached Constantinople, told the news of these disasters to Peter the Hermit. At the prayer of Peter, the Emperor Alexius sent forces to rescue the garrison of Civitate, and the remnant of the Army of the Cross was brought in safety to Constantinople. On their arrival, however, Alexius commanded them to disperse and return to their own country, and he bought from each man his arms, thus at once depriving him of the means of violence and supplying him with money for the journey. This policy on the part of the emperor has given rise to an accusation against him of having betrayed the Crusaders and entered into an alliance with the Turks. No such motive is required to account for the conduct of Alexius. He would necessarily be glad to purge his dominions from a number of lawless vagabonds, who committed every species of iniquity in the name of a holy cause, and who, as his allies, were more to be dreaded than the Turks his enemies. While the expedition of Peter the Hermit thus came to an end, other bands of fanatics and adventurers were following in his steps, without being destined to reach Constantinople. The accounts of these expeditions are inevitably obscure, but the information we possess on the subject is not of a kind to induce a desire for further details. It is related that a multitude of 200,000 persons, without even a nominal leader, passed through Germany towards the south of Europe. Their course was marked by excesses of every kind. Men and women lived in a state of debauchery and indulged in drunken orgies, obtaining supplies by plundering the surrounding country. Every Jew who fell into their hands was put to death, and the fanatic multitude declared it to be the will of heaven that they should exterminate the nation who had rejected the Savior. A terrible retribution, however, was at hand, and the sacred emblem of the cross was purified from the stains with which it had been covered by the perpetrators of these enormities. At Merseburg, a large Hungarian force opposed the advancing multitude, who attacked that city with fury. A 140 breach had been made in the walls, and the fall of Merseburg seemed inevitable, when some strange and sudden terror, which has never been accounted for, seized the besieging army, and they gave up the attack and fled in dismay over the country. The Hungarians pursued them on every side and mowed them down by hundreds. Day after day the slaughter went on, until the fields were strewn with corpses and the Danube was red with blood. Such was the fate of the first bands of crusaders who set out towards the Holy Land. More than 250,000 persons had already perished by famine or disease, or by the swords of the Turks or Hungarians, whose vengeance they had excited by acts of violence and plunder. Meanwhile, many powerful princes of the West were occupied in collecting troops and preparing to take the field. Among these were Godfrey of Bouillon, Duke of Lorraine; Hugh, Count of Vermandois and brother of Philip, King of France; Robert, Duke of Normandy; Bohemond, Prince of Tarentum; Robert, Count of Flanders; and Raymond, Count of Toulouse, each of whom conducted an army towards Constantinople. From an engraving in Anselm Bangery's Imperium, Oriental Paris, 1711. Bird's eye view of Christian Constantinople. From an engraving in Anselm Bangery's Imperium, Oriental Paris, 1711. Among the leaders of the First Crusade, the most distinguished was Godfrey Roman VI, Lord of Bouillon, Marquis of Anvers, and Duke of Lorraine. Inferior in political power to some of his companions, he was superior to them all in that influence which depends upon personal character. Although still young in years, he had earned fame in many a well-fought field, and his name was known throughout Europe in connection with acts of private virtue no less than with gallant feats of arms. Amidst the cruelty and licentiousness so commonly attributed to the men of that age, the character of Godfrey is presented to us almost without blemish, and if we make some reservation for the partiality of monkish chroniclers towards the great leader of the crusade, there will still remain evidence of facts which entitle the memory of the Lord of Bouillon to the highest honor. Robert the Monk, one of his contemporaries who was present at the siege of Jerusalem, speaks of Godfrey in the following terms: "He was of beautiful countenance, tall of stature, agreeable in his discourse, of excellent morals, and at the same time so gentle that he seemed better fitted for the monk than for the knight. But when his enemies appeared before him, and the combat was at hand, his soul became filled with a mighty daring. Like a lion, he feared not for his own person, and what shield, what buckler could withstand the fall of his sword?" Long before the crusade had been preached at Clermont, Godfrey had heard the tales of the sufferings of the Christians in Palestine, and had said that he desired to travel to Jerusalem, not with scrip and staff, but with spear and shield. At the time when the standard of the cross was raised throughout Europe, he was suffering from a bad fever, but immediately he shook disease from his limbs, and rising, as it were, with expanded breast, from years of decrepitude he shone with renovated vigor. 15. In order to furnish money for the expedition he had undertaken, he sold to the Church of Liege his beautiful domain and castle of Bouillon, and the standard which he raised was joined by his brother Baldwin, his relation, Baldwin de Bourg, and many other knights of fame. The army of Godfrey commenced its march from the Moselle in August, 1096, and followed the course previously taken by Peter the Hermit. The order and moderation which distinguished the disciplined troops of Godfrey was as remarkable as the violence and excesses committed by the rabble which had preceded them. The march was conducted peaceably, and without incident, to the frontiers of Hungary, where the army came in sight of the unburied corpses of the multitude slain near Merseburg. Godfrey called a halt, and proceeded to investigate the causes of the spectacle which lay before him. He wrote a firm but temperate letter to the King of Hungary, demanding an account of the carnage, and Carloman sent envoys with a reply which proved satisfactory. An interview subsequently took place between the Duke and the King at the fortress of Posen. Godfrey went towards this place, accompanied by an escort of 300 knights, and conversed with the Hungarian monarch on the reconciliation of the Christians. The rights of hospitality, which were respected among the most savage nations, were also enforced by the laws of chivalry, and therefore, at the invitation of Carloman, Godfrey dismissed his retinue without hesitation, and accompanied by a few of his knights, entered the capital. After some difficulty, he obtained the right of passage through Hungary. From an engraving in the Imperium Oriental. Circus and Hippodrome of Christian Constantinople. From an engraving in the Imperium Oriental. See larger version. While Godfrey was pursuing his course through Hungary, another body of crusaders, headed by Hugh, Count of Vermandois, were proceeding towards Constantinople by way of Italy. Joined to this expedition, though probably not marching in the same body, were the troops of Robert, Duke of Normandy, and Stephen, Count of Blois. Robert of Normandy was not altogether destitute of chivalrous qualities, and therefore it is no matter for surprise that this man, whose reckless and licentious character was notorious, should take up the cause of the cross. The most irreligious men are often superstitious. The crusade was a pilgrimage, with all the pomp of war, and the temptation of earthly aggrandizement was mingled with the hope of a recompense beyond the grave. Fame in this world and happiness in the next were the prizes for which the nobles forsook their feasts and dances, and the poor their homes and their children. Robert was eloquent in speech, and when his indolence was overcome, skillful and energetic in action. But his deeds were the result of impulse rather than of principle, and were unrestrained by prudence or good sense. He, however, possessed the popular virtue of lavish generosity, and large bands of troops, both Norman and English, attached themselves to his standard. Several independent lords also accompanied him, among whom were Eustace of Boulogne, Stephen of Albemarle, and Odo, the Bishop of Bayeux. The army of Hugh of Vermandois crossed the Alps with the intention of proceeding by sea to the Holy Land. The old chroniclers describe in glowing terms the brilliant appearance of the troops, the splendor of their equipments, the multitude of knights with shining armor, and banners glistening in the sun. Such a sight had never before been seen in Europe, and it seemed 142 as though this gorgeous array had been destined for pleasure rather than for war. Robert of Normandy and Stephen of Chartres dispersed their forces among the towns of Berry and Otranto, and passed the autumn in gaiety and dissipation. Hugh of Vermandois, however, determined to embark without delay, and he wrote to the Emperor Alexius, demanding haughtily that preparations should be made for his reception. But his vessels were scattered in a storm, and Hugh himself, having landed at Durazzo, was detained in captivity and sent to Constantinople. Here he was received with great civility by Alexius, who exerted himself by flatteries and attentions to gain the goodwill of his prisoner. The news of the imprisonment of Hugh reached the army of Godfrey at Philippopolis, and Godfrey sent messengers to the emperor, demanding that the Count of Vermandois should be immediately liberated. Alexius refused to comply with the request, and Godfrey commenced hostilities by giving up to pillage the beautiful province of Thrace. This course of action had its effect, and the emperor found himself compelled to liberate the prisoners. Godfrey then, at once, repressed further acts of violence among his soldiers, and marched peaceably to Constantinople, where he arrived 2 days before Christmas. The Count of Vermandois advanced from the city to meet his friend, and at that moment, a messenger from the emperor approached Godfrey and invited him to visit the palace. The Lord of Bouillon, however, had been warned against the treachery probably intended by Alexius, and therefore refused to enter the walls. The inhabitants of the city were then prohibited from traffic with the Crusaders, and the army of Godfrey laid waste the surrounding country. During the festival of Christmas, these offensive measures were suspended, and at the end of that time, the emperor recalled his edict. Once more Alexius sent deputies to induce Godfrey to enter the city, and his refusal was followed by a second prohibition of traffic, and by further acts of retaliation on the part of the Crusaders. A body of troops then issued from the town and attacked the camp of the Latins. The Greeks from the walls hurled darts and shot arrows upon the soldiers below, but the Crusaders, who were protected by their coats of mail, inflicted great damage upon their assailants before night closed in and put an end to the combat. Alexius was compelled, by the sufferings of his people, to give up all thoughts of hostile measures, and traffic and intercourse were resumed between the inhabitants and the army of the cross. Hugh of Vermandois, upon whom the blandishments of Alexius had produced their impressions, exerted himself to establish peace, and to prevail upon Godfrey to take the oath of fealty to the emperor. The Lord of Lorraine at first refused to bend the knee before this treacherous prince, but at length the arguments of Hugh produced their effect, and a son of Alexius having been sent to the Latin camp as a hostage, Godfrey entered Constantinople with his friends. Since the conversion of the Emperor Constantine to Christianity, AD 323, a city of spacious squares, gorgeous palaces, and churches had been gradually growing up upon the site of the little town of Byzantium. This place was selected by Constantine as the seat of his empire, and the removal may be regarded as one of the causes which hastened the fall of Rome. After the death of Constantine, the vast empire over which his sway had extended was separated into distinct sovereignties for his sons and nephews. That portion of the Roman territory of which Constantinople was the capital gradually acquired strength and importance, and became an empire which has since been known as the Greek, Eastern, or Byzantine Empire. Of those splendors of the Byzantine court, which had exerted so marked an influence upon the mind of the Count of Vermandois, and were now employed to dazzle the eyes of his companions in arms, we have full records in the writings of that period. Benjamin of Tudela, a Spanish Jew, who traveled through the East in the 12th century, 1159 or 1160, has given a description of what he saw at Constantinople, and speaks in glowing terms of the magnificence of the buildings and the wealth and luxury of the inhabitants. The King Emmanuel, 16 says he, has built a grand palace for the throne or the seat of his empire, on the borders of the sea, in addition to those which were built by his ancestors. In this palace, the columns and their capitals are covered with pure gold and silver, and he has caused to be graven on them all the wars which he and his ancestors have made. 17 There also has been erected a throne of gold and precious stones, above which hangs, by a golden chain, a crown of gold, which comes exactly upon his head when he is 143 seated. In this crown are stones of such great price as cannot be estimated. In the night there is no need of candles, for everyone is able to see by the sparkling of these jewels. There are also many other wonders, which no man could recount. Thither are carried every year the tributes of all Greece, whose castles are filled with dresses of silk, of purple and gold. Nowhere else in the world do we see such buildings and such great riches. It is said that the tribute of Constantinople alone amounts to 20,000 pieces of gold, a day 18 derived from imposts upon the shops, markets, and taverns, as well as that paid by merchants who repair thither from all quarters, both by land and sea. The Greek inhabitants of the country are very rich in gold and jewels. They go about in dresses of silk, fringed with gold and embroidery. To see them in this attire, mounted on their horses, one would say that they are like the sons of kings. In spite of the luxury which prevailed, the subjects of the Byzantine Empire were the most dexterous and laborious of nations. Their country was blessed by nature with every advantage of soil, climate, and situation, and in the support and restoration of the arts, their patient and peaceful temper produced results which were not to be attained amidst the warlike spirit and feudal anarchy of Europe. In the preparation of those costly dresses described by the Jewish traveler, the colors most in use were the Tyrian purple, the brilliant scarlet, and the softer luster of the green. These colors were also used to adorn the buildings. There is also at Constantinople, continues Benjamin of Tudela, the Temple of St. Sophia, and the Pope of the Greeks, who are not subject to the Pope of Rome. You may count as many altars in the Temple of St. Sophia as there are days in the year. Thither are gathered immense riches from the isles, country houses, and towns of the country. There is no temple in the universe where we find such riches as are there. In the midst of this temple there are columns of gold and silver, and chandeliers of the same metals, in such numbers that we cannot count them. A church dedicated to the divine wisdom, Santa Sophia, was built by Constantine in the 20th year of his reign. This building was burnt down in the year 404, and having been rebuilt by Theodosius, was again destroyed by fire. The vast pile, which still remains one of the chief ornaments of Constantinople, and which is now used as a Mahometan mosque, dates from the reign of Justinian. That magnificent prince determined to build the grandest monument ever erected by the hand of man. 7 years were occupied in collecting materials from every part of the world, and 9 were employed in the actual building. Columns of marble from the temples of the Sun at Palmyra and of Diana at Ephesus, bricks of perfect form and remarkable durability from the island of Rhodes, were brought at immense cost to complete the edifice. Gold and mosaics were spread over the surface, and paintings on gold and costly marbles covered the walls. The Church of St. Sophia, which once contained so many splendors, now retains within it but few traces of its former glory. The imposing proportions of the building still remain, but the walls are bare, and upon the dome the crescent has replaced the cross. The narrative of Benjamin of Tudela goes on to describe a place where the king diverts himself. Called the Hippodrome near to the wall of the Palace 20 there, it is that every year, on the day of the birth of Jesus the Nazarene, the king gives a grand entertainment. There are represented by magic arts before the king and queen, figures of all kinds of men that exist in the world. Thither also are taken lions, bears, tigers, and wild asses, which are made to fight together as well as birds. There is no such a sight to be seen in all the world. 21. From a photograph by Alexander, Brussels. Statue of Godfrey de Bouillon, Brussels. From a photograph by Alexander, Brussels. See larger version. According to Gibbon, the Great Palace, the center of the imperial residence, was situated between the Hippodrome and the Church of St. Sophia, and the gardens descended by many a terrace to the shores of the Propontis. The new palace, erected in the 9th century by the Emperor 144 Theophilus, was accompanied with 5 churches, one of which was conspicuous for size and beauty. The square before the portico of the church contained a fountain, the basin of which was lined and encompassed with plates of silver. In the beginning of each season the basin was replenished, instead of water, with the most exquisite fruits, which were abandoned to the populace for the entertainment of the prince. He enjoyed this tumultuous spectacle from a throne resplendent with gold and gems, which was raised by a marble staircase to the height of a lofty terrace. Below the throne were seated the officers of the guards, the magistrates, and the chiefs of the factions of the circus. The inferior steps were occupied by the people. The space below was covered with troops of singers, dancers, and pantomimists. The fanciful magnificence of the emperor employed, in various fantastic designs, the skill and patience of such artists as the times could afford. But the taste of Athens would have despised their frivolous and costly labors. A golden tree with its leaves and branches, which sheltered a 145 multitude of birds warbling their artificial notes, and 2 lions of massy gold, and of natural size, which looked and roared like their brethren of the forest. CP 147. Robert of Normandy rallying the Crusaders. CP 147. See larger version. Such were the scenes of magnificence, which were presented to the view of Godfrey and his companions as they entered the Greek capital. The emperor received the great leader of the crusade with the highest distinction, clothed him with imperial robes, and called him his son. 22. The character of Godfrey is shown to us in so high and noble an aspect that it is not probable he was much affected by these flatteries. But whatever may have been his motives, he consented to do homage to the emperor, according to the feudal laws of France. Alexius now made costly presents to the Crusaders, and gave them honorable conduct from the city. After having refreshed themselves for several days, the army passed the Hellespont, and encamped at Chalcedon, there to await the other divisions of the crusade. Soon after the departure of Godfrey from Lorraine, Bohemond, Prince of Tarentum, and his relation Tancred had quitted Italy with an immense body of troops, including 10,000 horse. While the character of Bohemond was ambitious, grasping, and unprincipled, the virtues of Tancred were unanimously extolled by the historians of the day, and have been celebrated in undying verse from the pen of Tasso. The army under these leaders landed at Durazzo, and passed through Epirus to Adrianople. Although Alexius had communicated with Bohemond, promising him assistance, the Greek troops harassed the advancing forces, and various engagements took place, with considerable loss on both sides. Bohemond then, at the invitation of the emperor, visited Constantinople, leaving his army behind under Tancred. Influenced by large gifts of money and lands, Bohemond did homage to the emperor, and became one of his firmest allies. Impressed with a sense of the humiliation of a concession which had been bought with gold, Tancred determined not to submit to similar demands. On receiving the news, the young knight 146 immediately marched his army towards Constantinople, and crossing the Hellespont, without giving any notice of his intention, joined the forces of Godfrey at Chalcedon. Alexius made many efforts to bring back Tancred to Constantinople, and to induce him to do homage, but without success. And the attention of the emperor was presently drawn in another direction, by the arrival of Raymond of St. Gilles, Count of Toulouse, with an army of crusaders from Languedoc. Raymond, who is represented as being revengeful and avaricious, but possessing some moral firmness, in conjunction with pride, refused to pay his allegiance to the emperor. The troops of the Count of Toulouse were at a considerable distance from the army of his friends, and Alexius did not hesitate to order a night attack to be made from the city upon the French camp. The Languedocians, however, repulsed their assailants with great loss, and further negotiations, which afterwards took place, only resulted in a second refusal on the part of Raymond to pay the required homage. He, however, consented to take a vow that he would make no attempt against the life or honor of the emperor. Alexius then changed his conduct and invited the count to the palace, where the luxury and magnificence which surrounded him produced its effect, and Raymond remained for some time amidst the pleasures of the court. Bohemond and Godfrey, however, had already marched from Chalcedon towards Nika, the capital of the Turkish kingdom of Raum. On receiving the news of their departure, the Count of Toulouse quitted Constantinople and hastened to follow the main body of the army. Another army, forming the last division of the First Crusade, soon afterwards appeared before Constantinople. Robert of Normandy had at length torn himself away from the pleasures of Italy, and had brought with him a well-appointed army, though fewer in numbers than those which had preceded him. Robert took the oath of allegiance, satisfied with the assurance that the other leaders had already done so, and his army, having received supplies from the emperor, passed the Hellespont and marched towards Nika in the path of their companions. During the successive visits of the Crusaders to Constantinople, the Greek emperor had lost no opportunity of sowing jealousies and dissensions among them. Nevertheless, during the siege of Nika, which was the first combined undertaking of the Army of the Cross, there seems to have been no want of harmony among the various leaders. This city, which was occupied by the Seljuk Turks, was strongly fortified by a solid wall, from which rose 350 towers. When the Christian leaders had united their forces, and been joined by Peter the Hermit with the remnant of his multitude, their army is said to have numbered 600,000 men, exclusive of those who did not carry arms. The number of knights is estimated as having been 200,000. The Seljukian Sultan David had quitted his capital on the approach of the Crusaders, and having collected throughout the country a large body of horse, he made a sudden attack upon the Christian forces, but was defeated with heavy loss. The siege of Nika was now pressed with vigor, but the town was obstinately defended, and many of the assailants were shot down by the arrows of the Turkish bowmen. One Turk in particular was seen to present himself repeatedly on the walls, and to deal death wherever his aim was directed. The best-aimed arrows having failed to touch him, the Christian soldiers were seized with superstitious terror, and attributed to him the possession of some supernatural power. It is related by Albert of Aix that Godfrey of Bouillon at length took a crossbow himself, though that weapon was considered as fit only for a yeoman, and having directed it against the Turkish archer, sent an arrow to his heart. The supplies of the town were obtained from Lake Ascanius Isnik, which lay beneath its walls, and when this circumstance was discovered by the Crusaders, they established a blockade. Alexius meanwhile had privately communicated with the Turks, who agreed to surrender the city into his hands on condition of receiving immunity and protection. When, therefore, the besieging forces expected the submission of the garrison, the imperial ensign suddenly appeared upon the walls. It had been previously determined between the emperor and the Christian leaders that on the fall of the city it should be given up to Alexius, and that the riches it contained should be distributed among the troops. The treachery of the emperor, in having forestalled this arrangement, excited the greatest indignation among the soldiers of the crusade, and their leaders had the utmost difficulty in restraining them from that vengeance which they demanded. From a Greek ms of the 9th century in the National Library, Paris. Throne of the Emperor of Constantinople. From a Greek ms of the 9th century in the National Library, Paris. The army having resumed its march, the divisions headed by Bohemond and Robert of Normandy became separated from the main body. After crossing arid plains and barren hills, they 147 encamped for the night near Dorilum, in a pleasant valley watered by a running stream. On the following morning, they were suddenly attacked by an army of 200,000 men, who rushed down upon them from the mountains with shouts that shook the air. The Crusaders made a gallant resistance, but they had to deal with an enemy whose superiority lay not less in numbers than in the fleetness of their steeds and the position of the ground. The Christian soldiers were mown down by flights of arrows and by the charges of the Turkish cavalry, and on being attacked simultaneously in front and rear, they gave way and fell into confusion. The Turks forced their way into the camp of Bohemond, where they massacred the old, the women, and the helpless. At this juncture, the stout heart of Robert of Normandy saved his companions from the disgrace of utter defeat. Spurring his horse among the flying troops, he uncovered his head, and through the din and confusion of the fray sounded his battle cry of Normandy. Bohemond! He shouted, "Whither fly you? Your Apulia is afar. Where go you, Tancred? Otranto is not near you. Turn upon the enemy. God wills it, God wills it." And with these words he rallied the troops, drove back the Turks, and maintained a firm line of defense. The battle raged during many hours with great slaughter on both sides, and the Christian troops were gradually giving way before overwhelming numbers, when the Red Cross banner appeared upon the hills, and the army of Godfrey of Bouillon advanced to change the fortune of the day. The Paynim host were compelled to fly in disorder, and their camp, containing much booty of food, fell into the hands of the Crusaders. From a Greek MS. Costume of Empress of Constantinople, from a Greek MS. In the subsequent march through Phrygia, the Christians had to pass over a large tract of country which had been completely ravaged by the enemy. Their provisions soon became exhausted, and under the burning rays of a southern sun, they found themselves without water. The accounts given by the chroniclers of the sufferings of the troops are too dreadful to be repeated. Men, women, and horses fell by thousands on the way, and perished by a lingering and painful death. CP 150. Procession of the Crusaders round the walls of Jerusalem, CP 150. See larger version. At length water was found, and the host of the crusade reached the city of Antioch in Pisidia. Here, surrounded by a fertile district, the main body of the troops rested for a while from their fatigues, while detachments under the command of Tancred and Baldwin, brother of Godfrey Bouillon, 149, made incursions through the country, and became possessed of the towns of Tarsus and Mamastra. Subsequently Baldwin crossed the Euphrates, and was elected king of Edessa, in which city he remained until the conquest of the Holy Land was completed. CP 151. Pilgrim A, Hospitaller B, Templar Knight C, Palmer D. And Conventual Templar E, CP 151. A. Pilgrim's Wallet, B. Pilgrim's Staff. See larger version. The great army of the Crusade continued its march through uninhabited wilds and barren mountains, and having taken possession of Artesia, advanced towards the Syrian Antioch. Situated on the hills above the river Orontes, the town of Antioch was so strongly fortified by nature as well as by art, that all efforts to take it by assault proved fruitless, and the movable towers, mangonels, battering rams, and other engines, which were brought to bear by the besieging army, were used without effect October 21, 1097. Meanwhile famine and disease spread their ravages in the camp without the walls, and the storms of winter proved more fatal to the troops than the arrows of the enemy. Rendered reckless by their sufferings, the soldiers cast aside all the obligations of morality. Crimes of the worst description became common, and even the ties of nature were forgotten. We are told by William of Malmesbury that such was the extremity to which the Crusaders were reduced, that many of them fed upon the dead bodies of their companions. Some of the inferior leaders deserted the army, and among these was Peter the Hermit, whose impulsive enthusiasm gave way before continued misfortunes. He, however, was brought back by Tancred, and was compelled to take a vow that he would not again abandon the enterprise until the army had reached 150 Jerusalem. After various encounters had taken place before the walls, during which the Knights of the Crusades performed extraordinary feats of valor, the town of Antioch was betrayed in 1098 to the crafty Bohemond, and the Turkish inhabitants were slaughtered indiscriminately. But the victors found their condition very little improved by the conquest. The city was rich in booty of various kinds, but contained only a scanty store of provisions, of which the Crusaders stood most in need. Reduced to a state of famine within the walls, the Christians found themselves attacked from without by the forces of the Persian Sultan, who had advanced to rid the country of the invaders. The army of Godfrey had the choice of giving battle to their assailants, or of perishing miserably in the city. Various means having been resorted to of arousing the superstitious feelings of the soldiers, the Christian host marched out from the gates, and began the attack. The ghastly faces of men worn down by famine and misery were lighted once more by the flame of fanaticism, and the wild multitude threw themselves, with desperate vigor, upon the splendidly appointed host of the Moslem. In the midst of the contest the Crusaders saw, or thought they saw, some figures clothed in white raiment, and mounted upon white horses, advancing to their aid over the mountains. A cry was raised that the saints were coming to fight on their side, and so powerful was the effect of the enthusiasm thus produced, so terrible was the charge of the Christians upon their enemies, that the Persian host was utterly routed and dispersed over the hills. Nearly 70,000 Turks are said to have died in the Battle of Antioch, while the loss on the part of their opponents did not exceed 10,000. The Crusaders re-entered the city laden with the rich booty of the Turkish camp, in which were found provisions of all kinds, with stores of gold and arms. While the Christian army was reposing in the midst of plenty, Hugh of Vermandois and Baldwin of Hainault were dispatched to Constantinople on a mission to the Emperor Alexius. Baldwin fell into a Turkish ambuscade, and his fate is not known, but Hugh of Vermandois arrived safely at the Byzantine court. Alexius, careless of his plighted faith, refused to send the reinforcements which were demanded, and suffered events to take their course. The Count of Vermandois, having tasted once more the pleasures of ease and luxury, and wearied with the fatigues and privations of the crusade, abandoned the cause which he had sworn to maintain, and leaving his companions in arms to their fate, returned to his estates in France. Meanwhile a pestilence broke out in Antioch, and compelled the chiefs to separate and distribute their men in cantonments over the country. A desultory but successful warfare continued to be waged against the Turks, and many towns and fortresses fell into the hands of the Crusaders. At length, after further sufferings and much hard fighting, the remnant of the army of the cross arrived before Jerusalem. Of those immense armies, the flower of European chivalry, which had passed in splendid array under the walls of Constantinople, only about 50,000 men were left to reach the Holy City. An attack was begun on the 7th of June, 1099, headed by Godfrey, Tancred, Robert of Normandy, and Robert of Flanders. The Barbicans were carried, and a portion of the wall was thrown down. But such was the strength of the fortifications, and so obstinate the defense of the Turks, that it became necessary to construct engines of assault similar to those which had been used in the siege of Nika. Catapults and movable towers were prepared, and to these was added a machine called the sow, made of wood, and covered with raw hides to protect it from fire. The hollow space within was filled with soldiers, who, with this protection, were occupied in undermining the walls. To secure success in the final effort of the enterprise, the leaders exerted themselves to heal the dissensions which had hitherto existed in the army, and Tancred set an example of conciliation by embracing his foe, Raymond of Toulouse, in sight of the troops. An expiatory procession, headed by the chiefs and the clergy, was made round the walls of the city, and prayers were offered up at some of the holy places in the neighborhood for the success of the Christian arms. These demonstrations were treated by the Turks with contempt. They mocked at the procession as it passed before them, and having raised the cross upon the walls, they threw dirt upon the sacred symbol. The anger of the Crusaders was excited to the utmost, and their interpretation of the religion of peace permitted them to mingle oaths of vengeance with the prayers for victory. From the painting by Sir John Gilbert, R.A. PRWS, in the Victoria and Albert Museum. Crusaders on the March. From the painting by Sir John Gilbert, R.A. PRWS, in the Victoria and Albert Museum. See larger version. The preparations having been completed, the towers were rolled up to the walls, and the attack commenced. The chiefs of the Christian army appeared on the higher stages of the towers, and Godfrey of Bouillon himself was seen with a crossbow in his hand, directing his shafts within the 151 town. The Turks replied by pouring out sheets of flame 23 and flights of arrows upon their assailants. The assault had continued for 10 days without result, when the Crusaders redoubled their efforts. Some soldiers from the Tower of Godfrey effected a lodgment on the walls, and were followed by the Lord of Lorraine, with Baldwin de Bourgh and other chiefs. Robert of Normandy and Tancred forced one of the gates, and the standard of the cross was raised upon the walls of Jerusalem on the 15th of July, 1099. The details of the massacre that ensued form one of the bloodiest pages of history. The Turks, after a vain attempt to dispute the advance of the Crusaders, fled to the mosques, and were slain before the altars. The inhabitants of the city were put to the sword without distinction, women and children sharing the fate of their husbands and their fathers. 10,000 men are said to have been butchered in the Mosque of Omar, where they had attempted to defend themselves. Streams of blood flowed down the streets of the city, and few of the infidel race escaped the carnage. Such was the vengeance taken by the Crusaders for the persecutions suffered by the Christians in Jerusalem. Such were the deeds of horror perpetrated in the name of the Savior of mankind, as though the majesty of heaven could be propitiated by a libation of human blood. It became necessary to place the safety of the holy city in the care of one powerful chief, and Godfrey of Bouillon was elected the first king of Jerusalem. He was invested with his new dignity in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, but refused to be crowned, saying that it was not fitting that he should wear a crown of gold in the city where the Savior had been crowned with thorns. His reign lasted barely a year, and on his death his brother Baldwin was chosen to succeed him. It does not fall within the scope of this history to trace the progress of events at Jerusalem under its Latin kings. Some account may, however, be given of the origin of two powerful orders of knighthood, which indirectly owed their origin to the First Crusade. In the year 1048, some merchants from Amalfi obtained permission from the Caliph to build a hospital at Jerusalem for the protection of pilgrims. A piece of ground near to the site of the Holy Sepulchre was assigned to them for this purpose, and a chapel and hospital were built there, the first being dedicated to St. Mary, and the second to St. John the Baptist. During the siege of Jerusalem, many of the sick and wounded crusaders were brought into the hospital, and in gratitude for the benefits they received there, they determined to dedicate their lives to charitable acts and to enter the monastery of St. John. They assumed as a dress a black robe, with the figure of a white cross with 8 points. Pope Paschal Roman II bestowed many valuable privileges upon the order, and the poor brothers of the Hospital of St. John became a wealthy community, famed throughout Europe. During the reign of Baldwin Roman III of Jerusalem, the Hospitallers resumed the sword, binding themselves by a vow to draw it only against the enemies of Christ. The Order of St. John was then divided into the several classes of knights, clergy, and serving brothers. The knights were highest in rank, and commanded in battle or in the hospital. The serving brothers filled the offices of esquires, or assisted the clergy in attendance upon the sick. The vows, which were taken by all without distinction, included the duties of chastity, of obedience, and of a renunciation individually of all worldly possessions. The Order of the Red Cross Knights, or Templars, is to be referred to a different origin, though the object for which it was instituted was of a similar kind, namely, the protection of pilgrims. The military order of Knights Templars was founded by Baldwin Roman II, King of Jerusalem, in 1118, and they first came to England in 1185. They took vows of obedience to a Grand Master whom they had appointed, and also bound themselves to purity of life, to mutual assistance, and to fight continually against the infidel, never turning back from less than 4 adversaries. The order was known as that of the Temple of Jerusalem. They wore a white robe, to which was attached a red cross. In addition to their great standard, which also displayed these colors, they carried in battle a banner with black and white stripes, which was intended to signify charity and kindness to their friends, and destruction to their enemies. The Knights Templars, whose rules, like those of the Hospitallers, enjoined humility and poverty, soon became the proudest and wealthiest order in Christendom. And while the Knights of St. John remained during several centuries honored and respected for acts of benevolence, the Templars became hated and feared for their vices and their cruelty. Much of the chivalry of Europe afterwards became merged in these two orders. Chapter 15. The Reign of Henry I. Accession of Henry I. Robert's delay in Italy, the Charter of Liberties. Henry's popularity, offers his hand to Matilda. Her lineage, obstacles to the marriage. The Church decides in favor of it. London at this period, coronation of Matilda, Roger of Salisbury. The marriage, punishment of William's favorites. Arrival of Robert in Normandy, prepares to attack Henry. Anselm's services to Henry, peace effected between the brothers. Henry's dispute with Anselm, strange policy of the Pope. The dispute settled, death of Anselm, the Earl of Shrewsbury outlawed. Visit of Robert to England. Campaigns in Normandy, Robert and Edgar Atheling taken. Prisoners, fate of Edgar, captivity and death of Robert. Normandy in possession of Henry. The English king and his nephew, return of the king to England, betrothal of Henry's daughter, Matilda, to the Emperor of Germany, war with the Welsh. Death of the Queen, renewed war in Normandy. Henry before the Council of Rheims, Battle of Brenville, Treaty of Peace, shipwreck and death of the king's son. Henry's grief, character of Prince William. More trouble in Normandy. The Empress Matilda declared successor to the throne, her marriage with the Count of Anjou, death of William of Normandy. Last years of the king's life, death of Henry. When the news of the death of William Rufus was brought to his brother Henry in the New Forest, the prince immediately set spurs to his horse and galloped to Winchester. Presenting himself before the officers in charge of the treasures of the crown, he demanded the keys. But before he had obtained them, William de Bretuel, the royal treasurer, who had followed Henry from the New Forest, arrived on the spot and interposed his authority. De Bretuel reminded the prince of the oath of allegiance which they had both taken to Robert of Normandy, to whom also, as the eldest son of the conqueror, the throne as well as the treasure by right belonged. A violent altercation took place, and Henry drew his sword and threatened de Bretuel with instant death unless the treasure were given up. Several nobles of the late king's court supported the demand, and the treasurer found himself compelled to abandon an opposition which proved unavailing. Henry, whose abilities had procured him the surname of Beauclerc, or the fine scholar, showed himself as prompt in action as skillful in design. He immediately distributed some of the jewels and money of the crown among his adherents and the clergy of Winchester, and with these gifts, and promises still more lavishly bestowed, he secured a certain degree of popularity in the city. Having been elected king by the barons who were present, he hastened to London, when he again distributed large gifts among those whose adhesion was necessary. So rapidly was all this done, that on the 5th of August, 3 days after his brother's death, Henry was proclaimed king, and was crowned in Westminster Abbey by Maurice, Bishop of London. It will be remembered that, by the treaty signed at Caen between Robert of Normandy and William Rufus, the crown of England devolved upon the survivor. But while Henry was obtaining possession of the throne, Robert was not yet returned from the Holy Land. Soon after the fall of Jerusalem, the Duke of Normandy had quitted Palestine and landed in Italy. Here he was received with high honor and welcome by the Norman barons, who had conquered large possessions in that southern land. Passing through Apulia, he was entertained at the castle of the Count of Conversing, who was a relation of Robert Guiscard. The Count received his guest with the utmost hospitality, and all the resources of a princely establishment were placed at his command. It is not surprising that these pleasures should attract a man like the Duke of Normandy, who had just escaped from the protracted hardships of the Crusade. But the Count of Conversing had a daughter. She was young, accomplished, and of great beauty. Robert fell in love with the Lady Sibylla and obtained her hand in marriage. Ignorant of the critical position of affairs in England, and probably troubling himself little about the future, the Duke of Normandy lingered in Italy, while his more ambitious brother was securing himself in the sovereignty he had usurped. The English people are said to have been inclined in favor of Henry, from the circumstance of his having been born and educated in England. The advantage he thus possessed was improved to the utmost, and the new king exerted himself to obtain the goodwill of that portion of his subjects, who, however trodden down, and oppressed by the arrogant Norman barons, were in fact the strength and sinew of the nation. A charter of liberties was passed, in which Henry bound himself to restore the laws of Edward the Confessor, 153, that is, the old customs of the country, and promised to restrict himself to his just claims over his tenants, making the same agreement binding in turn upon his tenants towards their vassals. This charter was the cause of great rejoicing among the people, and though the effects produced by it were less advantageous than was expected, it is remarkable as having supplied the groundwork for that more important concession, which was afterwards obtained from King John. Great Seal of Henry I. These measures gave to Henry a greater popularity than had been enjoyed by either of his predecessors. The nation had no fears of foreign invasion. Some of the most pressing grievances had been redressed, and hopes were given of the removal of others. And although several generations had to pass away before the distinction of Norman and Saxon was entirely to merge into the general name of Englishman, the process had already commenced, a process which, rousing the slumbering English from the lethargy of years, and stimulating the energetic principles of the Norman character to their highest development, ultimately gave birth to a series of events which placed England foremost in the rank of nations. Such was the state of affairs when the new king, rejecting all thoughts of an alliance with any of the princely families of the continent, as the crowning act of reconciliation with his English subjects, offered his hand to the exiled and portionless daughter of Malcolm Canmore, a humble novice in the Abbey of Romsey, but the representative of a long and illustrious line of English princes. We have seen how, on the death of Edward the Confessor, Harold obtained possession of the crown, and have recorded his defeat and death, and the flight of Edgar, the noble child, as the English chroniclers fondly term him, with his mother and sisters to Scotland. The results of his voyage and the marriage of his sister Margaret with the King of Scotland have been already related. 6 children arrived at years of maturity. Edward, who was slain with his father at Alnwick, Edgar, Alexander, and David, who each in turn succeeded to the crown. The daughters were named Mary, who married Eustace, Count of Boulogne, and Matilda, or Maud, afterwards Queen of Henry I. The death of Malcolm and his eldest son, which occurred in 1093, was soon followed by that of Margaret. The brother of Malcolm assumed the crown, to the exclusion of his 3 nephews, and to this cause we may doubtless attribute the sending of Matilda, together with her sister, to the care of their Aunt Christina, who had taken the veil in 1086. As Matilda grew towards womanhood, more than one Norman chieftain had endeavored to obtain her hand in marriage, but on preferring their request to William Rufus, that politic monarch had refused his consent. He did not wish to see an English princess, a lineal descendant of Alfred the Great, allied to any man whose power or abilities might enable him to aspire to the throne. Matilda, therefore, remained in the seclusion of the cloister until King Henry sent to her his proposals of 154 marriage. It is related that the young princess received the offer with dislike if not with disdain. She was not ignorant of the sufferings which the Norman invasion had brought upon her countrymen, and her sympathy with their sorrows induced a hatred of their oppressors. Her friends and attendants, however, combated these scruples, and argued that, by her consent, she might restore, in some degree, the safety and happiness of the people, while her refusal would certainly tend to increase the enmity between the Norman and English races. It is one of the penalties attached to royalty that those connections which, in a lower and happier sphere of life, are matters of choice and affection, become among princes mere questions of state policy. Matilda felt herself unable to resist the arguments brought forward in favor of the match, and she gave an unwilling consent. An opposition on the other side, meanwhile, arose among the Norman adherents of Henry, who were ill-disposed to have an English queen to reign over them, and were probably jealous of the effect such a marriage would produce among the people in the king's favor. It was asserted that the chosen wife of the king was already the bride of heaven, that she had been seen to wear the veil of a nun, which shut her out forever from the world. In this difficulty, it was necessary for Henry to procure the assistance of the clergy, and, wishing to obtain the support of the church against Robert, he sent messengers to Anselm entreating him to return to England and resume the See of Canterbury. The king promised to restore the privileges of the church and to submit to its authority. Anselm acceded to the request and agreed to perform the marriage ceremony, but when he heard the reports in circulation that Matilda had taken the veil, he declared that the matter required to be investigated and that he would himself examine the princess on the subject. On the question being put to her, Matilda denied that she had ever been dedicated to a religious life, or had worn the veil of her own consent. The reason she gave for having been made to do so at particular times gives a striking picture of the lawlessness and brutality of the Norman soldiery. "I confess," she said, "that I have sometimes appeared veiled, but the cause was this. In my youth I was under the care of my Aunt Christina. She, in order to preserve me from the Normans, by whose licentiousness the honor of all women was threatened, was accustomed to throw a piece of black stuff over my head, and when I refused to wear it, she treated me with great harshness. In her presence, therefore, I wore that veil, but when she was away, I used to throw it on the ground and trample upon it in childish anger." Anselm convoked a council of nobles and ecclesiastics, who assembled in the city of Rochester, and to whom the evidence given by Matilda was submitted. Witnesses were examined in support of her assertions, and the assembly decided that the princess was free to dispose of her person in marriage. They cited, as an authority for this decision, the judgment of Archbishop Lanfranc, who, at a time when some English women had taken refuge in a convent from fear of the soldiers of the Conqueror, permitted them to regain their liberty. At the time of the coronation of Matilda, the city of London could not have presented much to attract the eye. The convents were few and the churches humble. The tall spire, rising like an aspiration towards heaven, the richly traceried window, the carved portal, did not yet exist to form a picturesque contrast with the rude, low houses built in irregular lines. The Thames, crossed by one poor wooden bridge, was not then, as now, crowded by a fleet of merchantmen. At the Tower, the Vintry and Edred's a few small vessels, indeed, might be anchored, and from time to time some tall Norman galley might glide over its silvery waters. On either side of the city, and close to the water's edge, stood the important fortresses of the Tower and Castle Baynard, whilst a rude collection of huts, of the poorest description, formed that general receptacle of thieves and outlaws, the Borough. Close to them stood the convent and church of St. Mary, and far beyond, on the same side of the river, rising above the marshes which surrounded it, might be seen the towers of the Palace of Lambeth. As the procession moved on, the eyes of the princess encountered a fairer spectacle, for on quitting the village of Charing, she entered the broad but irregular road which led to the Palace of Westminster, the residence of the Sovereign of England. There the hand of improvement, guided by art, had lavished enormous sums of money both on church and hall. The abbey, which had been raised by the pious exertions of the confessor, was probably no ignoble edifice. Beside the primate was a churchman of a very different character, Roger, the king's chancellor, afterwards Bishop of Salisbury. The history of 155, his progress under royal favor, is strikingly characteristic of the man and the times in which he flourished. At the period when Henry was fighting under the banner of his brother, William Rufus, with a troop of mercenaries whom he headed, they entered a church near Caen, and requested the priest whom they found there to say a mass as quickly as possible. This priest was Roger, who promptly complied with their request, and hurried over the service in so rapid a manner that they unanimously declared that it would be impossible to find a priest more suitable for a soldier's chaplain. In this new office, Roger acquitted himself so well that Henry, on his accession, advanced him to the chancellorship, and in 1107 to the see of Salisbury. He became one of the ablest financiers of the age, and a great builder of churches and castles. Of the principal nobles of England and Normandy, it is probable that only a few were present. Some were in the Holy Land with Robert. Others, dissatisfied at the usurpation of his younger brother, remained in their respective castles, silently preparing to assert the right of the lawful heir to the throne. Amongst those, however, who adhered to Henry was the famous Roger de Bigod, who had obtained vast possessions both in Norfolk and Suffolk, whilst another devoted friend of the king was the powerful Earl of Chester, Lord of the Welsh Marches, and commonly called Hugh Lupus, on account of his turbulent disposition. The marriage was celebrated on the 12th of November, 1100, and the queen was crowned amidst the acclamations of the people. Previous to the ceremony, Anselm, who wished to leave no room for slanderous reports, and to remove all doubts of the lawfulness of the marriage, mounted a platform before the church door, and explained the question which had been disputed, and the decision of the council, to the assembled people. The Normans, however, who had raised the opposition to the marriage, and many of whom were secret adherents of Duke Robert, vented their ill humor in bitter railleries and jests. They gave Henry the nickname of Godric, and his queen they called Godiva, names which were English, and were applied in derision. It is related by an old historian that Henry heard all these things, but that he dissembled his anger, and pretended to laugh heartily at the jests. Soon after his marriage, the king commenced proceedings against several of the most vicious of his brother's favorites, whom he despoiled of their ill-gotten possessions, and either expelled from the country, or threw promptly into prison. During the time he had been attached to his brother's court, Henry had taken part in the debaucheries which prevailed there, and it is probable that the punishment of his former associates was dictated, not by any regard for the interests of virtue, but rather from a deference to the wishes of the people, while, at the same time, he was enabled to fill the royal coffers with the treasures of the banished lords. Foremost among the proscribed was Randolph Flambard, the minister of Rufus, who had been made Bishop of Durham, and had amassed large possessions by extortion and by selling justice. Flambard was seized and thrown into the Tower, whence he effected his escape, by means of a rope which was conveyed to him by some of his friends in a flagon of wine. Having made his way to the coast, he crossed the Channel, and entered the service of Robert of Normandy. When Robert at length returned to his dukedom with his bride Sibylla, he was received with acclamation by the inhabitants, and soon expressed the intention of enforcing his claim to the crown of England. But, with his accustomed procrastination, he took no immediate steps to that end, but occupied his time with feasts and tournaments. When at length he was aroused to enter upon the expedition he had planned, he was supported not only by the resident Norman barons, but also by many of those who had settled in England, and who agreed to join their forces to his standard. Among these were the Earl of Surrey William de Warenne, Robert de Pontefract, Hugh de Grantmesnil, Robert de Mallet, and Robert de Belesme, Earl of Shrewsbury. On the other hand, Henry was strong in the support of the English people and a party of the Norman nobility. Archbishop Anselm, with other prelates, rendered the king important service, and secured to Henry the support of the Pope. There is no doubt whatever that Anselm was a conscientious man, and that if he adhered to the cause of the younger brother, he did so from a sincere desire to establish the liberties of the people, and from a conviction that the rule of Henry, who had pledged himself to promote the welfare of his subjects, was preferable to that of the weak and luxurious Duke of Normandy. Henry fitted out a fleet for the purpose of intercepting the Duke in his voyage across the Channel, but the English sailors, from some cause which has not been entirely explained, deserted from their allegiance, and carried the ships over to the service of Robert. CP 152. Robert of Normandy paying court to the Lady Sibylla. CP 152. See larger version. Robert landed with his army at Portsmouth, 1101, and was immediately joined by many barons and knights of Norman birth. The clergy, however, and the populace remained faithful to the cause of the king. Several days elapsed before the rival forces came within sight of each other, and in the meanwhile, some of the Norman barons acted as mediators between the two brothers and succeeded in arranging terms of peace. Robert agreed to resign his claim to the crown of England for a yearly pension of £2,000 of silver, and it was decided that the adherents of either side should be pardoned, and that their possessions, confiscated by the king or the duke, should be at once restored. A clause was also added, to the effect that whichever of the two brothers might survive the other should succeed to his title and dominions. The effusion of blood was thus stayed for the moment, and Robert returned with his army to Normandy, 1102. CP 155. Marriage of Henry I and Matilda, CP 155. See larger version. Finding himself securely in possession of the throne, Henry was disposed to revoke some of the concessions which he had made to Anselm for the purpose of securing the support of that prelate. The king demanded that he should do homage for the Archbishopric of Canterbury, and Anselm having returned a decided refusal, a dispute arose which lasted over several years. In the first instance, the question was referred to the Pope, Paschal Roman II, who decided that all ecclesiastics should enter the church without the authority of laymen, of however high degree. Henry persisted in maintaining his prerogative and required Anselm either to do homage or once more to quit the kingdom. The archbishop remained firm, and the king, who did not desire an open rupture with the church, sent 3 bishops to Rome to negotiate with the pope. Anselm, at the same time, sent 2 monks as messengers of his own. It is stated by Eadmer, the biographer of Anselm, that the pope had recourse to a strange expedient to evade the difficulty in which he found himself. He refused to communicate with the 3 bishops in writing, but informed them verbally that he ceded the right of investiture to the king, while he gave letters to the 2 monks, in which he supported 158 the opposition of Anselm, and desired him to continue that course of action. On the return of the messengers to London, an assembly was convened, at which they delivered the report of their journey. The word of the 3 bishops was accepted by the king in preference to the written testimony produced by the monks, and though the pope affirmed that the evidence of the bishops was false, and moreover, excommunicated them as liars, Henry stoutly pursued his own line of policy and invested new bishops with the sees of Hereford and Salisbury. Anselm obtained permission to proceed himself to Rome for the purpose of terminating the dispute, 1103. The archbishop remained abroad several years, during which negotiations were carried on. In 1106 a compromise was agreed to, by the terms of which the more important parts of the investiture, the oaths of fealty and homage, were retained by the king, while the pope was content with the merely symbolic presentation of the ring and crozier. Upon these lines the question, which had long agitated Europe, was afterwards settled at Worms between Calixtus Roman II and the Emperor Henry V. After the return of Anselm, a number of canons were passed by a council of the church, enforcing upon the clergy the obligation of celibacy. Lanfranc had previously exerted himself to promote this object, though with only partial success, and Anselm now undertook to enforce the same measures. Those priests who were married were commanded to separate from their wives, whom they were never again to see, except in the presence of witnesses. Any who should refuse compliance were to be excommunicated and deposed from the order. In the year 1109, Anselm died at the age of 76. He was a man of very great ability and erudition, the evidences of which may be found in his writings, which are still extant. He exerted himself to establish schools and to promote the spread of knowledge throughout the country, and the news of his death was received with general regret among the people. He represented in saintliness, administrative powers, and political foresight the highest ideals of medieval Christendom. The treaty, which had been signed between Henry and Robert in no degree, affected the policy of the king, who showed himself as unscrupulous and careless of his plighted faith as had been his brother Rufus, determined to punish those barons who had supported the Duke of Normandy, and whose power and position rendered their disaffection a matter to be dreaded. Henry took measures calculated to excite them to some overt act of rebellion, which should enable him to proceed against them without the shame of a direct violation of the treaty. The first who became the object of attack was Robert de Belesme, Earl of Shrewsbury, who held large possessions in Normandy as well as in England. De Belesme was summoned before the General Assembly held in the King's Palace to answer 45 charges which were brought against him. On appearing before the council, the Earl, according to the custom of the time, demanded leave to go and consult with his friends respecting his accusation and the conduct of his defense. The permission having been granted, the Earl immediately quitted the court, took horse, and galloped off to one of his fortified castles. The king and the council, having waited in vain for his answer to the charges, made proclamation of outlawry against him, and declared him a public enemy unless he returned and appeared before the court at its next sitting. Robert de Belesme made no answer to the summons, but prepared energetically for war, and collected large stores of provisions in his castles of Arundel, Shrewsbury, and Tickhill. Bridgenorth, on the frontier of Wales, was also strongly fortified. Henry advanced against his rebellious vassal with an army, a great part of which was composed of English troops, who marched with alacrity to punish the proud Norman baron. After having obtained possession of the castle of Arundel, Henry marched against Bridgenorth, where the Earl had entrenched himself. For several weeks the king besieged the town without result, when some of the Norman barons undertook to arrange terms of peace, as they had already done in the case of Robert of Normandy. Many of the barons waited upon King Henry and demanded a conference, or parliament, for the purpose of preparing terms of peace. The plain on which the assembly met was bounded by hills, on which were posted a large body of English troops. These, who had been informed of the object of the conference, called out loudly to the king, "Place no faith in them, King Henry, they want to lay a snare for you. We will give thee our assistance, and will follow thee to the assault. Make no peace with the traitor until he falls into thy hands." The warning appears to have produced its effect, and no reconciliation took place between 159 the belligerents. The fortress of Bridgenorth at length capitulated, and the king's forces marched through a densely wooded country to attack the Earl in his stronghold of Shrewsbury. A short interval elapsed, and then this fortress also was taken, and Earl Robert, who was made a prisoner, was banished from the country, with the forfeiture of the whole of his estates. Other nobles, who had adhered to the cause of Robert of Normandy, were afterwards prosecuted, and met with a similar fate to that of the Earl of Shrewsbury. The English troops of Henry had long sought for an opportunity of vengeance upon the oppressors of their country, and they might not unreasonably feel elated at the victories they had obtained over the Norman insurgents. It does not appear, however, that the nation at large derived any benefit from the suppression of the rebellion. Although Henry was bred in England, and had married an English wife, his sympathies were not with the people whom he governed. The old historians tell us that the good Queen Matilda used all the influence she possessed to advance the happiness and secure the liberties of her countrymen. But her counsel and entreaties do not seem to have produced any effect upon the conduct of the king. The condition of the people soon after the marriage of Henry with Matilda is thus described in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. It is no easy matter to relate all the miseries with which the land was at this time afflicted by unjust and continual exactions. Wherever the king went, those in his train oppressed the people, and were guilty of murder and incendiary fires in many places. Alarmed for the safety of his adherents, Robert, without hesitation, came over to England, accompanied only by a small escort, and placed himself unreservedly in his brother's power for the purpose of pleading the cause of the proscribed nobles. At this time, Robert resigned his pension of £2,000. According to some historians, he was detained by Henry as a prisoner, and the pension was the price paid by the Duke for his liberty, while another account states that the sum was given as a present to the Queen Matilda. It is, however, certain that Robert soon returned to Normandy without having succeeded in the object of his visit. The Duke of Normandy was ill-fitted to restrain the excesses of his turbulent barons, or to hold with a firm hand the reins of government. many disorders sprang up in his duchy and were left unnoticed or unpunished by the sovereign. The fair Sibylla died in 1102, and since that time, the Duke had resumed his irregular way of life and had shown more completely than ever his utter incapacity for the management of public affairs. King Henry took advantage of this state of things to interfere in the disputes of the Norman barons, and, after appearing for a time in the character of a mediator, he at length threw off the mask and declared himself the protector of the duchy against the maladministration of his brother. He summoned Robert to give up possession of the duchy in return for an annual payment of money. The Duke indignantly refused to comply with the demand, and Henry prepared to dispossess his brother by force. In the year 1105, the king entered Normandy with an army and captured several castles and fortified places. Robert, however, was not without means of defense. Some few nobles of power and influence still remained attached to his cause, and Henry returned to England, having added Caen and Bayeux to his possessions. A second campaign was opened in the following year, and Henry crossed the Channel with a more formidable armament than before. He appeared before Tenchebrai, an important stronghold, situated at a few leagues' distance from Mortain. Having in vain attempted to corrupt the garrison with gold, the king laid siege to the castle with his whole army. Messengers came to Robert with the news that his troops were hard-pressed by the enemy, and the Duke promised that, in defiance of every obstacle, he would come on a certain day to their assistance. The promise was redeemed, and at the time appointed, the Duke, with a small but gallant band of troops, attacked the army of his brother. Placing himself at the head of his knights, he dashed in upon the English infantry, which gave way before him in disorder. So impetuous was the charge, that the fortune of the day seemed likely to be in favor of Robert, when the cowardice or treachery of the Earl of Shrewsbury turned the tide of affairs. De Belesme, whose troops formed an important division of the army of the Duke, suddenly fled from the field. A panic ensued among the Normans, and the brilliant deeds of valor performed by their leader failed to restore their courage or to secure the victory. After a desperate resistance, Robert was taken prisoner, with many of the chief nobles who had fought under his banner. Edgar Atheling, who was serving in the Norman army, also fell into the hands of Henry. At the instance of the Queen, his niece, a pension 160 was granted to him, and he is related to have passed the rest of his days on a small farm in England, where he lived in obscurity, and no historian has noted the time of his death or the place of his burial. In 1106, a harder fate was reserved for the Duke of Normandy. He was confined in Cardiff Castle, which stood near to that of Gloucester, and had recently been conquered from the Welsh. At first some degree of liberty was permitted to him, and he was allowed to take exercise among the fields and woods of the neighborhood. On one occasion, however, he made an attempt to escape on horseback, but was pursued and taken in a marsh, which he had attempted to cross in his flight. It is related by some historians that, to prevent the possibility of another attempt of the same kind, the king ordered his brother's sight to be destroyed by a painful operation. In this miserable condition, with light and liberty alike shut out, the once gay and gallant Duke of Normandy lingered on for 28 years, without quitting his prison. He died in 1135. After the victory of Tenchebrai, the whole of Normandy fell into the hands of Henry. Rouen, the capital, submitted without resistance to the conqueror, and the town of Falaise capitulated after a siege of short duration. Among the prisoners taken at Falaise was William, the son of Robert and Sibylla. Some feeling of pity seems to have entered the breast of the king when his nephew, then a child of 5 years old, was brought before him. He committed the prince to the care of Heli de Saint-Cyne, a Norman nobleman of high character, who had married a natural daughter of Robert. Soon afterwards, however, Henry attempted to secure the person of his nephew and sent a body of troops to the castle of Saint-Cyne for that purpose. Heli, who feared some evil intention on the part of the king, effected his escape and carried his young charge to the court of Louis Roman VI, King of France. On the way, Heli passed some time at the courts of the most powerful Norman barons, and at that of Fulk, Count of Anjou, by whom, as well as by Louis, the prince was received with kindness and protection. He was brought up in the palace of the French king, who, as he grew up, presented him with horses and the harness of a knight, while Fulk promised to give him his daughter Sibylla in marriage. Louis, who dreaded the power of the King of England, saw the advantage he might obtain by supporting the legitimate claims of William Clito, or William of Normandy, as he was afterwards called. In the name of the young prince, he entered into a league with the chiefs of some of the neighboring states, among whom was the Count of Flanders. Henry was attacked at various points along the frontiers of Normandy, and some of his fortresses and towns were taken. At the same time, many Norman barons, who were secretly attached to the cause of Duke Robert, engaged in a conspiracy against Henry. At length, the king succeeded by policy in dissolving the league against him. A treaty was signed, by which the estates of Hely descent were given to Fulk of Anjou, to whose daughter Matilda, Henry agreed to marry his own son, William. The contract of marriage between Sibylla and the son of Robert was broken off, and the cause of the latter was no longer to be supported by the Count of Anjou. William of Normandy retired to the court of Baldwin, Count of Flanders, who was one of the warmest supporters of his cause. Having brought these negotiations satisfactorily to an end, for which purpose he had spent 2 years in Normandy, Henry returned to England. The sums expended by the king in procuring the submission of the friends of William were obtained by heavy burdens and exactions from the people of England. Each year is described as being attended with its peculiar calamity, and in the year 1110, the sufferings of the people were heavy, caused by the failure of the crops and the taxes demanded by the king for the dowry of his daughter. This daughter, who bore her mother's name of Matilda, was then only 7 years old. By the feudal laws, the king was entitled to levy a tax on the marriage of his eldest daughter, and Matilda was betrothed to Henry V, Emperor of Germany, who had sent ambassadors to demand her hand. The nominal rank of the German emperor was high, but the country over which he ruled was poor, and the prince himself not unfrequently kept state with empty coffers. He demanded a large dowry, which, after some delay, was seized rather than collected from the English people, and the young princess was committed to the hands of the ambassadors, who conducted her, with all honor, to Germany, where she was to receive her education. Her embarkation was a splendid sight, and is described in glowing terms by contemporary historians, but the people could not forget how dear all this had cost the English nation. 26, and Matilda's unpopularity in after years might in 161 some degree be traced to the circumstances which had attended her marriage. CP 160. Duke Robert's son before King Henry, CP 160. See larger version. About the year 1111, the Welsh made incursions into the English counties on their borders, and overran the whole of Cheshire, causing great distress and damage to the inhabitants. Henry advanced against them, and as they retreated before him, he followed them to the fastnesses of the mountains, defeating them whenever he could find an opportunity of engaging them in battle. As had been the case with his father, the Conqueror, and his brother Rufus, Henry found himself unable to subdue a people whose home was among trackless mountains and dangerous morasses, and he contented himself with building a chain of forts or castles a little farther into the country than those erected by his predecessors. He also brought over a number of Flemings, to whom he gave a district of Pembrokeshire, with the town of Haverfordwest. These people were at once industrious and warlike, and they maintained themselves in prosperity in their new colony, in spite of repeated attacks made upon them by the Welsh. On May 1, 1118, Queen Matilda died, with the 162 sad reflection that she had sacrificed herself for her race in vain. Of this unhappy lady, the historians of the time record no acts which were not gentle and womanly, and she appears to have merited the affection of the people, and that title of the good which they conferred upon her. For the last 12 years of her life she was neglected by her husband, and lived in the Palace of Westminster, surrounded by the pomp and state of royalty, but not the less friendless and alone. She passed much of her time engaged in exercises of devotion, and it is related of her that her chief recreation consisted in listening to the songs and the stories of minstrels, whom the spirit of chivalry prompted to offer their tribute to her virtues and misfortunes. Meanwhile, a dangerous confederacy was forming on the continent among the adherents of William of Normandy. Henry had neglected, in almost every instance, to perform the promises which he had made to the Norman barons, and he had refused to conclude the match which had been agreed upon between his son William and the daughter of Fulk, Count of Anjou. Louis of France, who still extended his favor and support to the son of Robert, entered into a league with Fulk of Anjou and Baldwin of Flanders, for the purpose of wresting the dukedom of Normandy from the possession of Henry. The first campaign was favorable to the arms of the English king, who successfully defended his territory against the attacks of the allies. Louis then determined to demand the assistance of the ecclesiastical power. A council of the clergy was convoked at Rheims, at which the Pope, Calixtus Roman II, was present, and thither the King of France carried the young prince, and presenting him to the council, craved its assistance on his behalf. Louis addressed an eloquent speech to the Pope, in which he dwelt upon the unjust and merciless character of the King of England, who not only refused to his nephew those possessions which belonged to him of right, but also retained his brother, the Duke of Normandy, in solitary and endless imprisonment. Henry, who had been apprised of the purpose of the council, sent costly presents to the Pope and the clergy, and subsequently had an interview with Calixtus, at which similar inducements were employed with success. The council looked coldly on the suit of Louis and refused him the assistance he demanded. The friends of William of Normandy continued the war with vigor, and Henry experienced several reverses. At the siege of Eu, Baldwin, Count of Flanders, the most energetic and determined of the allies, was killed, and finding himself thus freed from one formidable foe, Henry determined to get rid of another by means which, on a former occasion, had proved efficacious. He sent messengers to the Count of Anjou, proposing that the marriage between his son and the Count's daughter should take place immediately. A bribe of money was also added. The Count accepted the terms, withdrew his forces from those of the King of France, and the marriage was soon afterwards celebrated. The cause of the allies now rapidly lost ground. The less powerful barons, wearied with the ill success of their arms, or induced by presents, which were distributed with a lavish hand by Henry, deserted one after the other, until the French king was left to sustain the struggle almost alone. During the desultory warfare which was carried on between the opposing forces, an engagement took place which has been honored with the title of the Battle of Brenville, and which has been cited as a curious example of the mode of warfare common at that time. Louis having laid a scheme for surprising the town of Noyon, Henry marched to the relief of the place, and encountered a portion of the French army at Brenville, 1119. On the side of the French were 400 knights, while King Henry was attended by somewhat more than that number. William of Normandy, at the head of a body of the French, made a gallant charge upon his opponents, and penetrated through their ranks to the place where Henry was standing. The English king was struck on the head by Crispin, a Norman soldier, who had followed the fortunes of William. Henry, however, was rather excited than injured by the blow, and he struck his adversary to the ground, following up his advantage with other feats of gallantry. By this means he encouraged his troops, and after an obstinate conflict, the French were beaten off, with the loss of their standard and 140 knights, who were taken prisoners. The number of dead in this engagement amounted only to 2, or as some say, to 3 knights. At this period the cavalry were encased in heavy armor, which almost secured the wearers from blows of sword or lance, while, according to the usages of chivalry, all knights, on whichever side they fought, were regarded as one brotherhood, and the object aimed at in battle was not to dispatch an adversary, but to take him prisoner. 163. These circumstances account for the number of dead being unusually small as compared with the number engaged, though in the Battle of Brenville, the proportion of the former seems to be less than in any other engagement on record. The Battle of Brenville was followed by a treaty of peace, which was arranged by the intervention of the Pope Calixtus between Louis and Henry. By this treaty, the interests of William Fitz-Robert were entirely set aside, and the whole of the Duchy of Normandy was to remain in the hands of Henry, whose son William was to render homage to Louis for the possession of the duchy. By this means, the King of England evaded the declaring of himself a vassal of the King of France, an act which, as Duke of Normandy, he was called upon to perform. Henry carried his son William into Normandy, where he received his first arms, and was acknowledged as King Henry's successor by the barons. He also obtained the hand of the daughter of Fulk of Anjou. The bride was a child of 12 years old, and the prince had but just passed his 18th year. These various matters being accomplished, and peace established on a tolerably secure footing, King Henry prepared to return to England, 1120. The fleet was assembled at Barfleur, and at the moment when the king was about to embark, a man named Thomas Fitzstephen advanced to speak with him, and offering a mark of gold, said, "Stephen, the son of Erard my father, served all his life thy father by sea, and he steered the vessel which carried the Duke to the conquest of England. My lord the king, I pray thee to appoint me to the same office. I have a ship called La Blanche Neuf 28, which is well rigged and fully manned." The king answered that, as regarded himself, the choice of a ship was already made, but that he would entrust the petitioner with the care of his 2 sons and his daughter, with the nobles and attendants of their train. The vessel in which Henry embarked then set sail with a fair wind, and reached the English coast in safety on the following morning. On board the Blanche Neuf were the prince, his half-brother Richard, and their sister the Lady Marie or Adela, Countess of Portrayed, with other nobles of England and Normandy, to the number of 140 persons, besides 50 sailors. Before setting sail, 3 casks of wine were distributed among the crew by the prince's order, and several hours were spent carousing, during which many of the crew drank themselves out of their wits. After nightfall, and when the moon had risen brightly, the vessel left her moorings, and proceeded with a soft and favorable breeze along the coast. 50 skillful rowers propelled her on her way, and the helm was held by Fitzstephen. The sailors, excited by wine, pulled stoutly, so as to overtake the vessel of the king, when suddenly they found themselves entangled among some rocks off Barfleur, then called the Raz de Cat, and now known as the Raz de Catville. The Blanche Neuf struck on one of the rocks, and immediately began to fill. The cry of terror which broke from the startled revelers passed through the calm night air, and reached the king's ship at a distance of several miles. Those who heard it, however, little suspected its meaning, and passed on their way unconscious of the catastrophe which had taken place so near to them. As the ship struck, the stout-hearted captain hastily lowered a boat, and placing the prince with a few of his friends therein, entreated him to make for the shore without delay. The devotion of Fitzstephen was, however, without avail. William heard the screams of his sister Marie, who had been left on board the vessel, and he commanded the boat to be put back to save her. When the order was obeyed, the terrified passengers threw themselves into the boat in such numbers that the frail bark was immediately upset, and all who were in it perished. In a few moments more, the ship was also engulfed beneath the waters. The only trace which remained of the wreck was the main yard, to which 2 men clung with the tenacity of despair. One of these was a butcher of Rouen, named Berald, and the other a young man of higher birth, named Godfrey, the son of Gilbert de l'Aigle. Fitzstephen, the captain, after falling into the water, rose to the surface, and swam towards the 2 men who were clinging to the spar. "The king's son," he cried, "what has become of him?" "We have seen nothing of him," was the reply. "Neither he nor any of his companions have appeared above water." "Woe is me," the captain exclaimed, and sank to rise no more. It was in the month of November, and the coldness of the water fast numbed the limbs of the younger of the 2 survivors, who at length let go his hold, and committing his companion to the mercy of heaven, disappeared beneath the waves. Berald, the butcher, the poorest of all those who had set sail in the Blanche Neuf, was the only one who survived to tell the story of the shipwreck. Wrapped 164 in his sheepskin coat, he supported himself until daybreak, when he was seen by some fishermen, who rescued him from his perilous situation. This occurred on the 26th of November, 1120. CP 163. Shipwreck of Prince William, CP 163. See larger version. The news reached England on the following day, but no man dared tell the king of his bereavement. At length the courtiers tutored the young son of Count Theobald of Blois, who was sent in to the king, and falling at his feet, told him of the loss of the Blanche Neuf, with all on board. Henry is said to have fainted at the news, and the historians agree in dwelling upon the grief he felt, a grief so rooted that he was never afterwards seen to smile. The English people appear to have regarded the shipwreck as a judgment of heaven upon the vices of the prince and the cruelties of his father. This view was strengthened by the circumstance that the disaster took place, not in a storm, but on a calm sea, and under a tranquil sky. The character of Prince William is represented by the chroniclers as that of a tyrannical and licentious youth. He is said to have detested the people from whom his own mother was descended, and to have declared that when he became king he would bend the necks of the English to the plough and treat them like beasts of burden. "The proud youth," says Henry of Huntingdon, a contemporary writer, "he was anticipating his future reign, but God said, 'Not so, thou impious one, it shall not be.' And thus it happened that his brow, instead of being encircled with a crown of gold, was dashed against the rocks of the ocean." It is possible, however, that the historians gave too much importance to the light words of a heedless youth, and we may well be cautious in covering with infamy the name of one of whose life, the last and best authenticated act at least, was noble and generous. On the death of Prince William, the Count of Anjou sent messengers to Henry, demanding back his daughter Matilda, together with the dowry which had been given to the king on her marriage. Henry willingly consented to the return of the princess to her father, but refused to give up any part of the money. Fulk was thus furnished with a pretext for renewing his former connection with William of Normandy, on whose future prospects 165 the death of his cousin might exercise considerable influence. The son of Duke Robert was placed by Fulk in possession of the earldom of Le Mans, and was again betrothed to Sibylla, the younger daughter of the Count Henry, who was apprised of these proceedings, passed over into Normandy, and after a year of desultory warfare, made prisoners of several of the Norman barons, and detached Fulk of Anjou once more from the cause of William. Henry I. In 1126, Henry's daughter Matilda became a widow by the death of her husband, Henry V of Germany, and the king then determined to appoint her his successor to the throne of England and the dukedom of Normandy. The native English, as well as the Normans, were altogether opposed to a scheme whose object was to place them under the government of a woman. The power of Henry was, however, so firmly established that the barons who murmured in secret did not dare openly to resist his will. Those among them who had the greatest influence were conciliated by grants of land. The assistance of the clergy was already secured, and on Christmas Day, 1126, a general assembly of the nobles and higher ecclesiastics of the kingdom was convened at Windsor Castle for the purpose of declaring the Empress Matilda, as she was still called, the legitimate successor to the throne. The clergy and the Norman barons of both countries unanimously swore allegiance to her in the event of the king's death. Several disputes as to precedence took place on the occasion, and one of these was remarkable as having an importance beyond the mere question of court etiquette. Robert, Earl of Gloucester, who was an illegitimate son of the king, demanded to take the oath before Stephen, Count of Blois, who was the son of Adela, daughter of the Conqueror, and therefore nephew to Henry. It is probable that both of these men aspired to the 166th throne, and that, while in the act of taking vows which they had no intention of performing, each was anxious to have his rank and standing determined. The legitimate birth of Stephen prevailed over the nearer relationship of Robert, and the Count of Boulogne first took the oaths to maintain the succession of Matilda. In the same year, 1126, Fulk, Count of Anjou, departed for the Holy Land, having first placed the government of his country in the hands of his son Geoffrey, surnamed Plantagenet or Plantagenet, from his custom of wearing on his helmet a sprig of yellow broom instead of a feather. The young Count of Anjou is described as possessing elegant and courtly manners, a noble person, and a reputation for gallantry in the field. These qualities recommended him to the favor of King Henry, who personally invested him with the order of knighthood. The ceremony took place at Rouen with great pomp, and the king, according to the custom of chivalry, presented his son-in-arms with a horse and a splendid suit of armor. The English king had frequently had cause to dread the opposition of the House of Anjou, and therefore he was induced, not less by motives of policy than by his regard for Geoffrey, to form an alliance with that powerful family. He determined that his daughter Matilda should wed the Count of Anjou. The marriage was concluded without the knowledge of the barons, who afterwards declared their disapproval of it, and many of them made it a pretext for breaking the oath of allegiance which they had taken to the ex-empress. The marriage was celebrated in Rouen on August 26, 1127, and the festival, which was marked with all the splendor which the wealth of Henry could command, was prolonged during 3 weeks. On the first day, heralds went about the streets, commanding in the king's name that all men whatsoever should take part in the festivities, and that any man neglecting to make merry on the joyful occasion should be considered guilty of an offense against the king. Meanwhile, William of Normandy had obtained a position of power and influence which gave Henry much uneasiness. When Fulk of Anjou abandoned his connection with the son of Robert, the cause of the latter was still upheld by Louis, King of France. Charles the Good, Count of Flanders, the successor of Baldwin, was murdered by his own people while attending a service of the church in Bruges, and Louis gave that county to William. The Flemings, who at first received their new earl without opposition, broke out into revolt after the departure of the French king, and sent to ask the support of Henry. William, however, was not without supporters, and his personal gallantry, joined to high military talents, gave him the victory over the insurgents in various encounters. His career, however, was destined to be short. In an engagement under the walls of Alost, in which he completely defeated his opponents, the son of Robert received a wound on the head, which proved fatal within a few days afterwards. He died on the 27th of July, 1128, at the age of 26. Henry was thus relieved from any dread of the pretensions of his nephew, and he passed over into Normandy. In 1133, Matilda gave birth to a son, who was named Henry, and who afterwards reigned in England with the title of Henry Roman II. Subsequently, two other sons, named Geoffrey and William, were the fruit of this marriage. On the birth of his grandson, the king again endeavored to secure to his race the succession to the throne by causing the barons once more to swear fealty to Matilda and to her children. During Henry's stay in Normandy, various quarrels took place between the ex-empress and her husband, and the king had great difficulty in keeping the peace between them. It would appear that Matilda seized every opportunity of prejudicing her father against her husband, who was exasperated at the king's refusal to place him in immediate possession of Normandy. The last years of Henry's life were embittered by these dissensions in his family, and his health rapidly declined. In the year 1135, he received news of an incursion of the Welsh, and while preparations were making for his return to England, he was seized with a sudden illness. Having passed a day in hunting at Lionslaw Fort in Normandy, he supped late in the evening upon a dish of lampreys, of which he was remarkably fond. An indigestion, which resulted in a fever, was the consequence of this indulgence, and 3 days afterwards he expired December 1, 1135. His body was afterwards conveyed to Reading Abbey, which he had himself founded, and was there buried. In spite of the misery endured by the English during this reign, their condition was better than it would have been had a weak king been at the head of affairs. As far as in him lay, Henry maintained order throughout the kingdom. He could do but little to ameliorate the evils of famine, pestilence, and floods, but he could, and did, check the exactions and cruelties of the 167 barons, whether lay or ecclesiastical. He put a stop to the excessive contributions in kind levied by the followers of the court under the name of purveyance. Although the people suffered fearfully from taxation, they were better off than if they had been subject to the extortions of every petty landowner. The issuers of false coin were hanged without mercy, and all crimes of violence were punished with equal severity. He made peace, says the Anglo-Saxon chronicle, for man and beast. Whoso bare his burden of gold and silver, no man durst do him aught but good. In order to carry out the maintenance of order, Henry strengthened the administrative machinery throughout the kingdoms. The best features in the Old English system had been the local assemblies, which were remarkably representative and did their work efficiently. These institutions, which had been allowed to lapse into decay, Henry restored in their integrity, and renewed at the same time the system of frank pledge or mutual responsibility. But he was not content with mere restoration. It was necessary that the local courts should keep in touch with a powerful central authority, otherwise they would undoubtedly be too weak to withstand the courts of the landowning nobility. He therefore organized his ordinary council into a great court, which became known as the Curia Regis, or King's Court. It was composed of a selection of barons, the chief officers of the royal household, and those who were best qualified for judicial matters. Its president was the justiciar, who was the king's representative. The business of the court was twofold, financial and judicial. When employed in financial business, the court sat in the exchequer chamber, so called because its table was covered with a cloth resembling a chessboard, and was spoken of as the court of the barons of the exchequer. The organization of this court was the great work of Roger of Salisbury. From it proceeded men who were sent to traverse the country, first in the capacity of officers of finance, afterwards as officers of justice. These judicial visitations were developed by Henry Roman II into a permanent part of the system of the country. Chapter 16. Reign of King Stephen. Stephen of Blois' arrival in England. His coronation, Pope Innocent's letter, claims of Matilda, the Earl of Gloucester's policy, revolt of the barons, the King of Scotland invades England, the Battle of Northallerton, outrage on the bishops of Salisbury, Lincoln, and Ely, the Synod of Winchester, landing of the Empress Matilda, outbreak of civil war, battle at Lincoln, defeat and capture of Stephen, Matilda's arrogant behavior, rising of the Londoners and flight of Matilda, London reoccupied, King's adherents, Matilda besieged in Winchester, exchange of the Earl of Gloucester for the King, Stephen resumes the crown reign of terror, siege of Oxford, flight of Matilda, desultory warfare, death of the Earl of Gloucester, Stephen's quarrel with the Church, the interdict removed, further dangers from Normandy, divorce of Eleanor, her marriage with Prince Henry, landing of Henry in England, unpopularity of the war, violence and death of Eustace, treaty arranged between Henry and the King, death of Stephen. The exertions made by Henry to preserve to his daughter the succession to the throne proved altogether fruitless, and those solemn vows which he had exacted from the barons, and with which he had endeavored to fence about the cause of Matilda, were of no avail. No sooner did the news of the king's death reach Stephen of Blois than he instantly took measures for seizing upon the English crown. Allusion has already been made to this ambitious noble, who, on taking the oaths of fealty to Matilda, had caused himself to be recognized as the first prince of the blood. Stephen, Count of Blois, to whom William the Conqueror gave his daughter Adela in marriage, had several sons. Two of these, Henry and Stephen, had been invited to England by the late king, who had bestowed great favor and preferment upon them. Henry, cruel towards his 168 enemies, was a firm and generous friend to those who happened to obtain his goodwill. Young Henry, who had been educated for the church, was made abbot of Glastonbury, and subsequently appointed to the see of Winchester. Stephen received the hand of Maud, daughter and heiress of Eustace, the Count of Boulogne. The connection was in the highest degree advantageous to Stephen. Immense estates in England, as well as the earldom of Boulogne, came to him in right of his wife, who moreover possessed a hold upon the sympathies of the English in consequence of her descent. Mary, his wife's mother, was the sister of David, King of Scotland, and of Matilda the Good, first wife of Henry I and mother of the Empress. Stephen. At the time of the dispute with Robert of Gloucester on the subject of precedence, Stephen professed that his gratitude to the king impelled him to be the first to offer allegiance to Matilda, but his whole course of action at this period shows that his designs upon the English crown were fully matured. He exerted himself to attain popularity among the people, as well as among the barons. His daring and gallantry secured him the admiration of the Normans, while his affable and familiar manners, joined to a generosity without stint, obtained the affections of the people. On the death of Henry, Stephen landed in England before the news could reach Matilda, and though the gates of Dover and Canterbury were shut against him, he passed on without hesitation to London, where a majority of the people saluted him king with acclamations. By the assistance of his brother, the Bishop of Winchester, Stephen obtained possession of the royal treasure in that city, amounting to £100,000 in money, besides considerable stores of plate and jewels. The next step was to secure the goodwill and cooperation of the clergy, and in this respect his brother, the bishop, again rendered aid. Roger, Bishop of Salisbury, chief functionary of the kingdom, was secured by bribes and promises, and these two 169 ecclesiastics endeavored to prevail upon William, Archbishop of Canterbury, to administer the royal unction to the usurper. The primate, who was a conscientious man, refused consent, and a dishonorable expedient was then resorted to overcome his opposition. Hugh Bigod, steward of the royal household, presented himself before the archbishop, and swore that King Henry, on his deathbed, had disinherited his daughter Matilda, who had offended him, and that he had appointed his nephew Stephen to succeed him as the inheritor of his kingdom. Great Seal of Stephen. These oaths, common in the Middle Ages, and of little real security when opposed to personal interests, were nevertheless regarded nominally as of considerable weight, and a pretext, therefore, was necessary for absolving the clergy and the barons from their vows of allegiance to Matilda. This was supplied by Roger of Salisbury, who declared that those vows were null and void, because the empress had been married out of the country without the consent of the lords, who had expressly stipulated that their opinion should be consulted in the disposal of the hand of their future queen. The several obstacles being thus overcome or set aside, the Archbishop of Canterbury crowned Stephen December 26, 1135, at Westminster. Very few nobles attended the ceremony, but there was no show of opposition. The first act of the new king was to proceed to Reading to attend the burial of his uncle, and from thence he passed on to Oxford, where he held court, and summoned thither a council of the prelates and clergy of the kingdom, whom he required to swear allegiance to him. He permitted the clergy to annex to their oaths an important condition, to the effect that they swore to support his government only so long as he should maintain the rights and liberties of the church. The barons also obtained the right of fortifying castles upon their estates. These concessions to the church secured the favor of the Pope, Innocent Roman II, who soon afterwards sent letters to Stephen, confirming his title to the throne. The words of the pontiff were as follows: "We have heard that thou hast been chosen by the common voice and will of the people and of the lords, and that thou hast received a blessing from the ministers of the church. Considering that the choice of so large a number of men must have been directed by divine grace, and that, moreover, thou art closely related to the deceased king, we are well pleased with the course taken in thy behalf, and we receive thee with paternal affection as a son of the blessed Apostle Peter, and of the Holy Roman Church." Still further to secure his position, Stephen passed a charter closely resembling that issued under similar circumstances by his predecessor. He endeavored to conciliate all the estates of the realm. To the clergy, he promised that vacant benefices should immediately be filled up, and that their revenues should in no case be applied to the purposes of the crown. To the nobility, he pledged 170 his word that the royal forests, which Henry had appropriated to himself, should be restored to their ancient boundaries, and to the people he engaged to remit the tax of Danegeld and to restore the laws of King Edward. Stephen also made lavish gifts of money and lands to those about him, and during the first year of his reign, the land rejoiced once more in plenty and prosperity. Matilda and her husband Geoffrey experienced no better fortune in Normandy than in England. The Norman nobility were influenced by the same reasons as formerly, in desiring a continuance of their union with the crown of England, while, at the same time, an hereditary animosity existed between them and the people of Anjou. When Geoffrey Plantagenet entered Normandy for the purpose of enforcing the rights of his wife Matilda, the Normans applied for assistance to Theobald of Blois, eldest brother of Stephen, 1136. As soon as Stephen obtained possession of the English throne, they transferred their allegiance to him and put him in possession of the government of the duchy. The homage which, as feudal sovereign, was due to Louis Roman VII, King of France, he accepted from Eustace, Stephen's eldest son, instead of from the English king himself, and Louis also betrothed his sister Constantia to the young prince. The Count of Blois consented to resign his claim for a yearly pension of 2,000 marks, and Geoffrey of Anjou was compelled to conclude a truce of 2 years with Stephen, receiving also a pension of 5,000 marks. Robert of Gloucester, the natural son of Henry, entertained the strongest feelings of hostility to Stephen. He appears, however, to have directed his efforts against the usurper rather in support of the claims of his sister Matilda than of any pretensions of his own. On the elevation of Stephen to the throne, Robert found it necessary to take the oath of allegiance, since a refusal to do so would have resulted in the loss of his estates in England, and of that power which he proposed to use in his sister's behalf. He therefore offered to do homage on condition that the king fulfilled all his promises, and never invaded any of the rights of Robert. Thus a pretext was afforded for revolt at any moment, and the Earl of Gloucester, who was a man of considerable abilities and military reputation, occupied himself in promoting a spirit of disaffection among the nobles. The right which the English barons had obtained of erecting fortified castles was exercised to the utmost. Strong fortresses rapidly arose in all parts of the kingdom and were garrisoned with licentious soldiery, native and foreign. In proportion as the privileges of the nobles were extended, the condition of the people became once more one of oppression and misery. Petty wars broke out among the rival barons, who made incursions into each other's territories and practiced unbounded rapine on the towns and villages. Some of the more powerful chiefs declared that the promises made to them by Stephen on his accession had not been fulfilled, and they seized various parts of the royal estates, which they asserted were their due. Among these was Hugh Bigod, whose act of perjury had secured the coronation of Stephen, and who now revolted openly against the king and took possession of Norwich Castle. The insurgents had not yet learned to act in concert, and Stephen soon recovered the estates which had been seized. The spirit of sedition, however, was not repressed. New disturbances were continually taking place, and the country remained in a state of anarchy. In the year 1137, Robert, Earl of Gloucester, having organized an extensive confederacy, quitted his estates, and having crossed the Channel, sent to the king a formal letter of defiance. Other great barons also, on the ground that the promises made to them had not been fulfilled, renounced their homage and retired to their strongholds. A desultory warfare took place between the king and his disaffected nobles. In March 1138, David, King of Scotland, crossed the Tweed at the head of an army which he had collected from every part of his kingdom, to defend the title of his niece, Matilda. The chroniclers described the Scottish army as a barbarous multitude, many of whom, gathered from the recesses of the Highlands, were fierce and untutored, half-clad, and with only the rudest weapons of war. This undisciplined host passed through Northumberland into Yorkshire, devastating the country, and committing unheard-of barbarities upon the miserable inhabitants. It is related of them that they behaved after the manner of wild beasts, slaying all who came in their way, sparing neither old age in its helplessness, nor beauty in its spring, nor the infant in the womb. The fury of these massacres exasperated the northern nobility, who might otherwise have been disposed to join the King of Scotland. Thurston, Archbishop of York, an aged man, seemed to derive new youth from the crisis which demanded the exertion of his energies. He shook off the weight of years, and organizing an army, he 171 earnestly exhorted the barons and the soldiers to defend their countrymen from the ravages of the invaders. William, Earl of Albemarle, Roger Mowbray, Robert de Ferrers, William Piercy, Walter Elespec, and others of their compeers, assembled their troops, and encamped at Elferton, now called Northallerton, about halfway between York and Durham, and there awaited the arrival of the enemy. The advance of the Scots had been so rapid that Stephen, who was occupied with repressing the rebellion in the south, had no time to reach the scene of action. The Scottish army, the first division of which was led by Prince Henry, son of David, crossed the Tees in several divisions, bearing as a standard a lance, to which was fixed a bunch of blooming heather. They did not form, as was the case with more disciplined armies, distinct bodies of horse and foot, but each man brought to the field of battle such arms as he could obtain. With the exception of the French or Norman knights, whom the King of Scotland brought with him, and who were armed cap a pie with complete suits of mail, the mass of his soldiers displayed a disorderly equipment. The men of Galloway and other parts of the West wore no defensive armor, and bore long sharp pikes or javelins as their only weapon. The inhabitants of the lowlands, who formed the chief part of the infantry, were armed with spears and breastplates, while the Highlanders, who wore a bonnet adorned with plumes and a plaid cloak fastened at the waist by a leathern belt, appeared in the fight with a small wooden shield on the left arm, while in the right hand they bore the claymore or broadsword. The chiefs wore the same armor as their soldiers, from whom they were distinguished only by the length of their plumes. The Anglo-Norman barons, anxious to invoke on their behalf the ancient superstitions of the English, caused the banners of St. Peter of York, St. John of Beverley, and St. Wilfrid of Ripon to be brought from the churches in which they had remained since the time of the Conqueror, and erected them in the midst of the camp. The mast of a ship was set up in a car with 4 wheels. At the top of the mast was fixed a crucifix, attached to which was a silver box, containing the sacramental wafer, or Eucharist, and round it were hung the banners of the 3 English saints. This standard, from which the battle has taken its name, was erected in the center of the position. The knights of the English army were ranged beside it, having first sworn to remain united, and to defend the sacred symbol to the death. The Archbishop of York, who was prevented by illness from appearing in the field, sent a representative in the person of Ranulph, Bishop of Durham, who, as the Scots were heard approaching, placed himself at the foot of the standard and read the prayer of absolution, the whole army kneeling before him. The attack was made by the men of Galloway, who rushed impetuously on the English infantry and broke their ranks. The cavalry, however, remained firm round their standard, and repulsed the charges of the Scots with great slaughter. Meanwhile the bowmen of Yorkshire and Lincolnshire rallied from their confusion, and poured in flights of arrows upon the enemy, while the Norman knights, protected by their heavy armor, were receiving the attacks of the brave but undisciplined natives of the north. The Scots maintained the contest for 2 hours, but at length they were thrown into confusion by a charge of the Norman cavalry, and were compelled to retreat as far as the Tyne. At the Battle of Northallerton, which was fought on the 22nd of August, 1138, the loss of the Scots is stated to have been 12,000 men. 3 days after this defeat, the King of Scotland arrived at Carlisle, where he rallied his scattered forces, and subsequently laid siege to Wark Castle, which fell into his hands. Notwithstanding the result of the Battle of the Standard, the counties of Cumberland, Westmoreland, and Northumberland remained for many years free from Norman dominion and attached to the Kingdom of Scotland. Roger, Bishop of Salisbury, the story of whose elevation to the favor of Henry I has been already related, was at this time possessed of vast wealth and influence in the kingdom. He was a munificent patron of the arts, and expended large sums in the erection of magnificent churches and other public works. Architects, artists, and men of letters were secure of his favor, and the wealth, which was often obtained by not the most honest means, was at least bestowed in a manner beneficial to the age in which he lived. Roger had rendered good service to Stephen at the time of his accession to the throne, and the king had rewarded him with repeated and valuable gifts. It would appear, however, that these possessions were heaped upon the bishop, less for his own use than with the view of being available for the royal purposes whenever the king might choose to seize upon them. The nobles of the court had not witnessed, without envy, the increasing power and magnificence 172 of the Bishop of Salisbury, And at the time when Stephen was menaced by an invasion from the continent, they circulated a report that the bishop was in league with the conspirators. The king, who wanted money, was glad of a pretext for seizing the possessions of Roger and ordered him to be arrested, together with his two nephews, Alexander, Bishop of Lincoln, and Nigel, Bishop of Ely. Nigel made his escape and took refuge in the Castle of Devizes, but Roger and Alexander were captured and confined in separate dungeons. A quarrel which had previously taken place between some of the bishop's retainers and those of the Count of Brittany formed the ground of the chief accusation, which was that the bishops had violated the peace of the king within the limits of his court. Stephen demanded the surrender of all their castles as an atonement for the offense, and, after considerable opposition on the part of the two bishops, the demand was generally complied with. The Bishop of Ely, however, still refused to surrender the Castle of Devizes, and Stephen commanded that Roger and the Bishop of Lincoln should receive no food until the castle was given up. By the king's order, Roger appeared, wasted with fasting, before the gates of Devizes, and implored his nephew to surrender. And after a delay of 3 days, the Bishop of Ely at length yielded to save the lives of his relatives. These proceedings excited the utmost indignation among the prelates and clergy of the kingdom, and Henry, Bishop of Winchester, who had been appointed legate of the Pope, cited his brother, the king, to appear before an ecclesiastical synod at Winchester to answer for his conduct. Alberic de Vere attended before the council as the substitute of Stephen, and the bishops having persisted in demanding reparation for the insult to the church, de Vere appealed in the king's name to the Pope, and, drawing his sword, declared the assembly to be dissolved. A series of disasters, which soon after endangered the life and crown of Stephen, were in a great measure to be referred to this determined opposition to the clergy. The synod at Winchester was held in September 1139, and 3 months afterwards, Roger, Bishop of Salisbury, died at an advanced age, his end having probably been accelerated by the mortifications he had suffered. On the 22nd of September, in the same year, the Empress Matilda landed in England, accompanied by Robert, Earl of Gloucester. The latter immediately proceeded with a small escort to the castle of Bristol, where he occupied himself in collecting his followers. Matilda joined him after a short stay in Arundel Castle. Civil war now raged throughout the country. The Norman race in England was immediately split up into 2 factions, and each man looked with distrust upon his neighbor, uncertain whether to regard him as a friend or an enemy. Many of the barons of the West and North declared for Matilda, and recalled the oaths they had taken to Stephen, while many of the more rapacious lords, to whom the public good was a matter of no concern, kept aloof from both parties and occupied themselves with seizing the property of farmers and citizens. The chronicles of the time are filled with accounts of the atrocities which were committed at this period throughout the length and breadth of the land, which was desolated in every direction by violence and rapine. Silver penny of Stephen. Stephen, having failed in an attempt to take the town of Bristol, which was strongly fortified, turned his forces to the east, where a formidable insurrection had broken out, headed by the Bishop of Ely. On the very spot where Hereward, the Saxon, had erected his fort of wood, a camp was formed by the Norman adherents of Matilda, who entrenched themselves behind ramparts of stone and wood. Stephen conducted his attack in the same manner as had been done by William the Conqueror. He built bridges of boats, by which his soldiers passed over, and put to flight the troops of Nigel. The bishop fled to Gloucester, where Matilda had assembled the greater number of her adherents. During the absence of Stephen in the east, the flames of revolt were raging throughout the west, and churches as well as castles were fortified by the insurgents for the purposes of defense. The bishops are said not to have scrupled to take part in these military operations. They were seen, as in the time of the Conqueror, mounted on chargers and clad in suits of mail, bearing a lance or a truncheon in their hands, directing the attacks of the soldiers, and drawing lots for a share of the booty. CP 174. Interview between the Empress Matilda and Queen Maud. CP 174. See larger version. In 1141, Stephen displayed the utmost activity in marching against his enemies. After having crossed and recrossed the country, he appeared before the castle of Lincoln, which was in the hands of the adherents of Matilda. The townspeople, however, favored the king's cause, and in opposition to the garrison, assisted him to lay siege to the fortress. Meanwhile, the Earl of Gloucester had collected an army of 10,000 men, and in the hope of effecting a surprise, marched rapidly to Lincoln, and appeared before the besieging troops. Stephen, however, had been apprised of his coming, and having drawn up his forces in battle array, placed himself at their head. The contest was unequal. Most of the royal cavalry deserted to the enemy, and many of the other troops wavered in their allegiance. In such a case, defeat was inevitable. Stephen fought with valor, but after having broken his sword and battle-axe, he was made prisoner by the Earl of Gloucester. This defeat was disastrous to the royal cause. Many of the Norman nobles and of the clergy, among whom was Henry of Winchester, the king's own brother, gave in their adhesion to the cause of Matilda. The support of the bishop is said to have been gained by a promise on the part of the empress that he should be placed in the position of her chief minister, and should have the disposal of all the vacant benefices of the church. On the day after this bargain was concluded, the granddaughter of the conqueror made her triumphal entry into Winchester. She was received at the gates by Bishop Henry, at the head of the clergy, who conducted her to the cathedral, and the brother of Stephen pronounced a blessing upon all who should follow her cause, and a curse on those who should oppose it. Having taken possession of the royal treasure which remained at Winchester, Matilda, after some delay, proceeded to London, where she arrived at midsummer. She was of English descent, and the unhappy citizens, ground down by taxation, hoped 174 to obtain from her some release of the burdens with which they were oppressed. But Matilda's good fortune soon rendered her disdainful and arrogant, and it is said by an old historian that when those men to whom she owed her elevation bowed down before her, she did not rise from her throne, and their requests were frequently met by a refusal. It is, therefore, scarcely matter for surprise that, when the citizens of London entreated her to take pity on them, she answered with a frown, and one of her first acts was to impose a heavy tax, or tallage, in addition to the burdens with which they were already afflicted. The empress seems to have possessed a malignant nature, which found vent in injuries inflicted equally on friends and enemies. Henry of Winchester, who may have felt some compunction at the part he had acted towards his brother, desired that his nephew Eustace, the son of Stephen, might be put in possession of his hereditary foreign rights. Matilda, instead of trying to make a compact, replied to the request with an insulting denial. Many other acts of arrogance, as impolitic in a queen as they were disgraceful in a woman, were exhibited towards her best friends. And when Maud, the wife of Stephen, who was Matilda's own cousin, appeared in her presence and begged that her husband might be restored to liberty, the empress drove the sorrowing wife away in tears. Matilda was making ready for her coronation in perfect security, when a rising of the people, as sudden as it was unanimous, resulted in driving her from London in the utmost haste, and without even so much as a change of raiment. An alarm sounded from all the steeples of the city, and immediately every street was filled with an excited multitude of people. From the doors of every house men came forth, armed with such weapons as they could procure. The empress and her Angevins, that is, people of Anjou, startled by the suddenness of the attack, and not daring to risk a conflict where the numbers were so greatly against them, and which would have to be carried on in narrow streets, where every advantage would be on the side of their enemies, made no resistance, but hastily seized horses and galloped off at full speed. Matilda had scarcely quitted the town, when the enraged populace forced their way into her apartments, and seized or destroyed whatever they found there. As the ex-empress sped on her way, the barons and knights who accompanied her one by one detached themselves from the escort, and, consulting their own safety, fled across the country or along crossroads towards their strongholds. She arrived at Oxford with the Earl of Gloucester and a few followers, whom motives of policy, or a regard for their knightly honor, still held attached to her fortunes. The citizens of London attempted no pursuit of the fugitives. Their revolt appears to have been a sudden outbreak of popular indignation rather than the result of any preconcerted arrangement, and was not followed by any further measures of a similar kind. The Norman adherents of King Stephen soon afterwards re-entered London, and having obtained the consent of the citizens, by the promise of an alliance with them, garrisoned the city with troops. The only privileges obtained by the citizens in consequence of the insurrection were the permission of enlistment to the number of 1,000 men, and of fighting in the cause of the king, wearing a helmet and hauberk. Queen Maud, the wife of Stephen, proceeded to London, and there held court. She was a woman of gentle and amiable character, but her lot was cast in evil times, and she displayed the energy and courage of a man in her efforts to obtain her husband's liberation. The Bishop of Winchester, whom Matilda, in her short day of power, had so grievously offended, no sooner perceived the tide of fortune turning against the empress, than he deserted her cause, and once more declared himself in favor of his brother. He hoisted the banner of Stephen on the walls of Winchester Castle, and on his palace, which had been fortified with all the engineering skill of the age. Other castles within his diocese, including those of Waltham and Farnham, were strongly garrisoned. An interview took place at Guildford between the bishop and his sister-in-law, Queen Maud, whose entreaties probably removed any hesitation he might feel as to his course of action. Matilda, having become aware of these transactions, sent the bishop a haughty message to appear immediately in her presence. The prelate sent back the messenger with the answer that he was making himself ready for her, an expression which had a double meaning. Matilda marched with her followers to Winchester, but the bishop, leaving his palace defended by a strong garrison, quitted the town as she entered it, and proceeded to place himself at the head of his vassals and of the knights who had agreed to fight under his standard. The castle of Winchester was given up to Matilda, and she summoned around her those barons who still adhered to her cause. Among these were Robert of Gloucester, the Earl of 175 Chester, the Earl of Hereford, and David, King of Scotland, uncle to the Empress. The troops under these leaders laid siege to the episcopal palace, which stood in the heart of the city, the bishop's garrison having set fire to the adjoining houses, which might have served as places of defense to the assailants, retired into their fortress, and waited for succor. Meanwhile, the Bishop of Winchester had received an accession of strength from the troops of Queen Maud, among whom were the citizens of London, to the number, as already mentioned, of 1,000. Marching rapidly to Winchester, the bishop surprised the troops of the Empress, who were compelled to entrench themselves in the churches, while Matilda herself, with her chief nobles, took refuge in the castle. Thus besiegers were in turn besieged. The sanctuary was not respected by the warlike Bishop of Winchester, and the churches were burnt down in order to force the occupants from their places of refuge. The unhappy inhabitants suffered extreme misery while this murderous warfare was going on in their streets. They were plundered by both of the opposing factions, their goods seized without redress, and their homes burnt down or ransacked. The castle, which was completely surrounded by the troops of the bishop, sustained a siege of 6 weeks, by which time the provisions of the garrison were exhausted. A daring expedient was determined upon by the Empress as the alternative of an unconditional surrender. The 14th of September, 1141, was the feast of the Holy Rood or Cross, on which, as on other festivals of the Church, it was the custom for antagonists in the field to desist from hostilities. At daybreak on that day, when the besieging troops were asleep or engaged in preparing for their devotions, Matilda stole out from the castle, accompanied by her brother, the Earl of Gloucester, and a small but chosen escort. Mounted on fleet horses, they made their way through the troops of the bishop and fled at full speed along the road to Devizes. A hot pursuit was immediately set on foot, and the fugitives were overtaken in the neighborhood of Stourbridge. Finding escape impossible, the Earl of Gloucester and the knights who were with him turned upon their pursuers and kept them at bay, while the Empress urged on her horse and arrived in safety at Devizes. After a gallant resistance, the Earl and several of his companions were taken prisoners. About a month after the capture of the Earl of Gloucester, a treaty was concluded between the belligerents, by the terms of which the king was exchanged for the Earl, and thus the leaders of both armies regained their liberty. Stephen resumed his title and the exercise of the royal authority over the eastern and midland counties, which were the parts of the country in the possession of his adherents. Normandy no longer acknowledged the rule of the English king. During his imprisonment, the duchy had submitted to Geoffrey of Anjou, who soon afterwards resigned it in favor of his eldest son Henry. During this time, the country wore an aspect of woe and desolation. All kinds of depredations were committed by the soldiers of Brabant, the Flemings, and other foreigners, with whom the land was overrun, while the Anglo-Norman nobles raised funds for the expenses of the Civil War by selling their English estates together with the miserable inhabitants. So great was the terror excited among the people by this state of things, that we are told that a considerable body of them would take to flight at the sight of 3 or 4 horsemen. Stories dark and dread were currently reported of cruelties practiced by the Normans upon those who fell into their power. Those prisoners who were suspected to possess property of any kind were subjected to unheard of tortures to compel them to give up their hoards. Some were suspended by the feet, while fumes of smoke were made to ascend about their heads. Others were tied at some distance from the ground by the thumbs, while their feet were scorched by fire, or were thrown into pits filled with reptiles of different kinds. Sometimes they suffered the dislocation of their limbs in what was called the chamber, a crucier. 29. This was a chest lined with sharp-pointed stones, in which the victim was fastened up. 30. Many of the castles contained a room or dungeon specially set apart for these purposes, and filled with instruments of torture, and with iron chains, so heavy that it required 2 or 3 men to lift them. You might have journeyed, says the authority already quoted, a whole day without seeing a living person in the towns, or in the country one field in a state of tillage. The poor perished with hunger, and many who once possessed property now begged food from door to door. Every man who had the power quitted England. Never were greater sorrows poured upon this land. Alarmed at the increasing power of Stephen, Matilda sent the Earl of Gloucester to her husband, Geoffrey of Anjou, entreating him to bring his 176 forces to her aid. The Earl replied that his presence was necessary in his own dominions, but expressed his willingness to send his son, Prince Henry, in his stead. Some months' delay ensued, and then Henry, with the Earl, his uncle, quitted Normandy with an inconsiderable force and effected a landing in England. CP 176. Flight of Matilda from Oxford Castle. CP 176. See larger version. Meanwhile, Stephen, having recovered from his illness, collected an army and laid siege to the city of Oxford, where Matilda had assembled her followers. 1142. The town fell into his hands almost immediately and was set on fire by the royal troops. The empress had retreated into the castle, which was a place of great strength, but it proved to be insufficiently victualled. The fortress was surrounded and cut off from all supplies from without, and after a siege of 3 months, the empress found herself compelled to make her escape in the same manner as before. One night in December, when the ground was covered with snow, Matilda quitted the castle at midnight, attended by 4 knights, who, as well as herself, were clothed in white. The party passed through the lines of their enemies entirely unobserved, and crossed the Thames, which was frozen over. The adventurous daughter of Henry I then pursued her way, sometimes on foot, sometimes on horseback, to Wallingford, where she joined the army of her son and the Earl of Gloucester. From the picture by Sir John Gilbert, R.A., PRWS, by permission from the painting in the Corporation Art Gallery of the City of London. From the picture by Sir John Gilbert, R.A., PRWS. The Battle of the Standard, A.D. 1138. By permission from the painting in the Corporation Art Gallery of the City of London. See larger version. After having taken Oxford Castle, Stephen encountered the forces of the Earl of Gloucester at Wilton, and was defeated, the king himself having a narrow escape of a second imprisonment. A desultory warfare ensued, which lasted during 3 years, without any important advantage to either side. Prince Henry remained during this time at Bristol Castle, in the company of his uncle, the Earl of Gloucester, and in 1147 returned to Normandy. Soon after his departure, Robert of Gloucester died of an illness resulting from alternate excesses and privations. Deprived of the aid of her half-brother, who had governed her affairs with undoubted ability, Matilda found her position become every day less secure. One by one, her most faithful partisans fell away, stricken down by disease or weary of the contest, and among 177 those who died was the Earl of Hereford, one of the ablest and most powerful defenders of her cause. At length, the ex-empress determined to pass over into Normandy, there to concert with her husband and her son fresh measures for renewing the struggle. Emboldened by her absence, Stephen made vigorous attempts to re-establish his power upon a firm basis, and for this purpose he endeavored by stratagem, as well as by force, to obtain possession of various strongholds, which had been seized and fortified by the barons. The efforts thus made to reduce these haughty chiefs to submission met with little success, and the king's own adherents were ill-disposed to support a policy which they foresaw might one day be extended to themselves. Great Seal of Henry Roman II. On the death of Innocent Roman II, September 24, 1144, the office of legate of the Holy See was transferred from the Bishop of Winchester to Theobald, Archbishop of Canterbury. The archbishop, having proceeded to the Council of Rheims in opposition to the royal command, was banished from the court. This impolitic act of Stephen was attended by consequences which show the extraordinary power possessed by the clergy over the rude and licentious men of that age. Hugh Bigod, the Earl of Norfolk, one of the adherents of Matilda, received the exiled prelate under his protection, and Theobald issued a sentence of excommunication against all the followers of the king, and the royal domain was declared without the pale of the church. While it is probable that the interdict of the Archbishop of Canterbury did not interfere materially with the offices of charity and mercy, which, in addition to those of religion, were performed by the monks, it is, nevertheless, easy to understand why such a proclamation might be attended with serious inconvenience, even to that part of the laity which cared nothing for the services of religion. The discontent throughout the country became so loud that Stephen was compelled to make overtures to the archbishop for a reconciliation. After some delay, the primate accepted the terms, and the ban of the church was removed from the royal domains. The king, who in the interval had learnt the expediency of securing the favor and adhesion of the clergy, made large donations to the churches and monasteries, and promised to extend these gifts, and add to them certain important privileges as soon as the kingdom should be placed in a condition of peace and security. 2 years after the reconciliation with the archbishop, Stephen convened at London a general assembly of the higher ecclesiastics, and demanded that his eldest son, Eustace, should with their authority be acknowledged as successor to the throne. The bishops, headed by the Archbishop of Canterbury, refused positively to comply with this demand. As the legate of Rome, the archbishop had communicated with the pope on the subject, and had received for answer that Stephen was a usurper, and had not the right possessed by legitimate sovereigns of transmitting the crown to a successor. 178, exasperated by a refusal which followed his efforts at conciliation, Stephen ordered the bishops to be placed under arrest, and their benefices to be seized. This, however, was only a temporary outburst of anger, and appears to have been to some extent justified by the open defiance given by the prelates to the sovereign to whom they had sworn allegiance. The king soon found himself menaced by further dangers from Normandy. In 1149, Prince Henry, the son of Matilda, had landed in Scotland attended by a retinue of knights and nobles, for the purpose of receiving the order of knighthood from his relative, the King of Scotland. David, at that time, held his court at Carlisle, and Henry, who had just attained his 16th year, received his spurs at that place in the presence of a vast assemblage of barons from various parts of England, as well as from Scotland and Normandy. The gallant bearing and character of the young prince produced the most favorable effect upon those who witnessed the ceremony, and was afterwards contrasted with that of the son of Stephen, to the disadvantage of the latter. Henry, having returned to Normandy in the year 1150, was placed in possession of the government of that duchy, and on the death of his father, Geoffrey Plantagenet, which took place immediately afterwards, the prince received the earldom of Anjou. This province was said to be conferred upon him with the stipulation that he should resign it in favor of his younger brother on the day when he should become king, but the legality of the will was doubtful. In 1152, Henry married Eleanor, the divorced wife of Louis Roman VII, of France and daughter of William, Duke of Aquitaine and Count of Poitou. According to the laws of these provinces, Eleanor succeeded her father in the exercise of sovereignty, and her husband, though a foreigner, shared the same rights. Eleanor was married in 1137 to Louis, King of France, who exercised control over her domains so long as he remained united to her, and he garrisoned the towns of Aquitaine with soldiers and officers of his own. The queen had given birth to 2 daughters, and the union had lasted several years without interruption, when Louis determined to make a pilgrimage to Palestine, and his wife, whose uncle Raymond was Duke of Antioch, accompanied him on the journey. In the account already given of the First Crusade, allusion has been made to the low state of morality which prevailed in the camps, and it would appear that even the Queen of France was not exempt from the evil influences by which she was surrounded. Eleanor, who was possessed of remarkable beauty, displayed great freedom of manners, and she was accused, justly or otherwise, of an improper connection with a young Saracen knight, named Saladin. On the return of the court from the Holy Land, in the year 1152, Louis called a council of the clergy at Beaugency-sur-Loire and demanded a divorce from his wife. The cause of the king was pleaded by the Bishop of Langres, who offered evidence of the offences committed by the queen. The Archbishop of Bordeaux, however, while assenting to the king's request, proposed that the separation should take place in a manner less fatal to the reputation of Eleanor, namely, on the ground of consanguinity between the parties. It was discovered by the prelates, rather late, that the queen was the cousin of her husband within the prohibited degrees. This, however, was the sole ground on which the laws of the church permitted a divorce, which, under any circumstances, was only granted to princes. Eleanor, who regarded her husband as more a monk than a king, assented readily to a separation, and on the marriage being annulled, she set out for her own domains and remained for a while in the town of Blois. The repudiated wife seems to have had no want of suitors, and rather found a difficulty in protecting herself from their importunities. Theobald, Count of Blois, the brother of King Stephen, offered her his hand, and having met with a refusal, he detained the Duchess a prisoner in his castle, with the determination of marrying her by force. Suspecting his design, Elinor escaped from the castle by night, descended the Loire in a boat, and reached the city of Tours, which then belonged to the Duchy of Anjou. Geoffrey of Anjou, the second son of Matilda, hearing of the arrival of the Duchess, and tempted, probably, by her vast possessions, determined also to make her his wife, and placed himself in ambush at the Porte de Piles on the Loire, to intercept her as she passed and carry her off. Elinor, however, warned by her good angel, turned aside and took the road to Poitiers. Here Henry, with more courtesy than his brother or the Count of Blois, presented himself to her, and the offer of his hand being accepted, married her within a few weeks after her divorce, May 18. The conduct of the young prince in this transaction does not appear in a very delicate or chivalrous light, and it is evident that motives of policy alone could have induced him to marry a woman who, however 179 beautiful, was considerably older than himself, and whose reputation was certainly not without stain. By this alliance Henry received the titles of Duke of Aquitaine and Count of Poitou, in addition to those which he had previously possessed. His domains now nearly equaled in extent those of the French king, and Louis, alarmed at the increase of the Norman power, forbade Henry, who, as Duke of Normandy, was his vassal, to contract the marriage with Elinor. Henry, however, paid no regard to the prohibition, and the French king was compelled to accept the new vows of homage, which the prince now offered him for the territories of Aquitaine and Poitou. These oaths, which were in fact little else than matters of form, had been for many years the only bond which remained between the ancient Capetian kings and the lords of those provinces which extended between the Loire and the two seas. The great and rapid increase of power thus attained by Henry Plantagenet necessarily excited the hopes of his mother, and of her adherents in England, who were gratified by the prospect of renewing the contest with Stephen in favor of a young prince whose gallantry and abilities offered the best prospect of success. The English king foresaw the approaching danger, and had no difficulty in perceiving that Henry would command many more supporters in England than would have ranged themselves under the standard of the haughty Matilda. Stephen therefore concluded an alliance with Louis of France, as well as with the Count of Blois, and with Geoffrey of Anjou, Henry's younger brother. The two latter willingly took up arms against one who occupied to both of them the position of a successful rival, and they joined the army which the French king marched into Normandy. Henry, however, made a vigorous defense, and having repulsed the attacks of the French with success, he obtained a truce. Meanwhile, the Earl of Chester had arrived in the duchy from England, bearing with him a message from a number of chiefs of the Plantagenet party, who invited Henry to take possession of the throne in his own right. The Earl declared this to be the unanimous will of the people, and the prince responded to the call, and without waiting to organize a large force, immediately set sail for England. The army with which he landed numbered about 140 knights and 3,000 infantry. It was composed, however, of picked men, and was well disciplined. Many of the barons of the kingdom immediately joined his standard, bringing with them considerable reinforcements, and Henry marched his forces to Wallingford for the purpose of giving battle to the king. Meanwhile Stephen had made great exertions to oppose his adversary, and endeavored, by bribes and other means, to detach the barons from his cause. Some of the latter who had declared for Henry no sooner heard with what a small force he had ventured into England than they returned to the side of the king. The war between the opposing factions was carried on in the same manner as before. Castles were besieged and taken, and towns carried by assault, plundered, and burnt. The English, driven from their homes or flying from them in terror, built huts under the walls of the churches, in the hope that the sacredness of the place would protect them from outrage and plunder. No such considerations, however, restrained the belligerents, who expelled the people from their sanctuary and turned the churches into fortresses. On the steeples, whence the sweet sounds of bells were wont to give the call to prayer, were now placed the frowning engines of war. The army of Stephen, which had marched from London, occupied the left bank of the Thames at Wallingford, opposite to the troops of Henry. The opposing forces remained in this position during 2 whole days without coming to an engagement, And during the pause which thus took place, negotiations were entered into between the two princes. It would appear that even the Norman nobles had become tired of the horrors of a civil war which had lasted 15 years, and the Earl of Arundel did not hesitate to say that it was unreasonable that the calamities of the nation should be continued further through the ambition of two princes. Other lords on both sides expressed the same sentiments, and entreated the king and the prince to meet together for the purpose of arranging terms of peace. An interview took place between the two chiefs, who conversed with each other across a narrow part of the River Thames, and ultimately agreed to desist from hostilities, pending the conclusion of a treaty which was to be arranged at a general council of the kingdom. Prince Eustace, the only son of Stephen, was seized with indignation at the prospect of an arrangement which would probably exclude him from the throne, and, instantly quitting his father's presence, he proceeded into Cambridgeshire, recklessly determining to maintain his right by arms. Having gathered together a band of lawless followers, he seized possession of the Abbey of St. Edmund, ejected the monks, and 180 placed there his headquarters. He occupied himself in plundering the neighborhood, and the property so obtained was expended in rioting and other excesses. This state of things, however, was of short duration. One day, when the prince was seated at a banquet, he was seized with a sudden and violent illness, or frenzy, of which he died. The memory of St. Edmund, king and martyr, was held in the highest veneration by the English people, and the death of the prince was attributed by them to the vengeance of heaven, provoked by the outrage he had committed upon the sanctuary of the saint. Stephen now had less difficulty in agreeing to terms which would be acceptable to Henry. The king had, indeed, one son remaining, but he was too young to be aware of how much his interests were concerned in the arrangements about to be made. The Council of the Kingdom was held at Winchester, November 7, 1153, and it was finally determined that Stephen should retain the throne during his life, and that after his death the succession should devolve upon Henry and his heirs. This treaty was sworn to by the clergy, nobles, and knights of both parties, and is described by different writers in different points of view. It is worthy of remark that we find the various boroughs regarded in connection with this treaty as of some importance, and that they were called upon to take the oaths of allegiance in the same manner as the barons. The officers of the most important of the royal castles gave hostages to Henry for the surrender of those strongholds to him when the king's death should take place. The treaty having been concluded, Henry and Stephen made a progress together through the country, visiting the cities of London, Winchester, and Oxford. Everywhere they were received with unfeigned joy by the people, who, whatever might have been their sentiments with respect to either prince, welcomed the chance which placed them side by side with sheathed swords. Henry proceeded to the continent at the time of Lent, 1154, and in the month of October in the same year Stephen died at Dover, in the 50th year of his age, and the 19th of his reign. He was buried at the monastery of Faversham, in Kent, and his tomb was afterwards destroyed when the monasteries were suppressed by the command of Henry Roman VIII. Chapter 17. The Reign of Henry Roman II. Accession of Henry Plantagenet, royal entry into Winchester, expulsion of the Flemings, Henry's dealings with the barren siege of Bridgenorth Castle, the king's quarrel with Geoffrey, Henry's magnificence, war with and submission of the Welsh, the king in Brittany, alarm of the King of France at Henry's schemes of aggrandizement, Henry's designs on Toulouse, origin of scutage, peace with Louis, the people of Languedoc, Louis III marriage, fresh rupture between the two kings, marriage of Henry's son and Louis' daughter, the two popes, renewed reconciliation. At the time of the death of Stephen, Henry was engaged in a desultory warfare against some of his rebellious vassals in Guienne, secure in the strength of his party in England, and in the certainty that his succession would not be disputed. He remained in France to bring the affairs in which he was engaged to a successful termination, and then proceeded to take possession of the vacant throne. The news of his arrival, which took place 6 weeks after the death of Stephen, was received with general gratification by the people, who were induced to hope, from the lineage as well as from the character of the new king, that his rule would be just and impartial. The English race, faithful to their old traditions, dwelt with satisfaction upon the English blood, which had been transmitted to Henry by his mother, Matilda. They forgot the haughty character of the Empress Queen, and remembered only that she and, through her, their new sovereign were descended from Alfred the Great. Writers of the time, who either believed sincerely what they wrote, or were paid to influence the people in favor of their monarch, affirmed that England now once more possessed a king of English race, that already there were many bishops and abbots of the same race, while of chiefs and nobles not a few had sprung from the admixture of Norman 181 and English blood. They therefore held that the hatred hitherto existing between the two races would henceforth rapidly disappear. The opinions thus hopefully expressed were not justified by the actual circumstances, nor were they realized for a considerable time afterwards. Noble churchmen, yeomen, peasant soldiers. English costumes in the time of Henry Roman II. See larger version. Henry Roman II, however, was fully aware of the support which the Norman dynasty would receive from the intermixture of the two races. He encouraged the popular feeling with regard to his English birth, and evinced no displeasure when the English monks, in describing his genealogy, avoided all allusion to his descent on the father's side. "Thou art a son," they said, "of the most glorious Empress Matilda, whose mother was Matilda, daughter of Margaret, Queen of Scotland, whose father was Edward, son of King Edmund Ironside, who was great-grandson of the noble King Alfred." Predictions also were discovered, or invented, tending to raise still further the hopes of the people in the prosperity which would attend the new reign, hopes not destined to be realized. One of these prophecies, couched in the allegorical form in which such dark sayings were usually put forth, was attributed to King Edward the Confessor on his deathbed. That such stories produce their effect upon the minds of men may serve to show the superstitious tendencies of the age. It is related that one of the old chroniclers, in his attempt to reconcile the two races, reproduced a statement copied from a writer still more ancient, to the effect that William the Conqueror was himself descended from Edmund Ironside. Edmund, said the chronicle, had, in addition to his two sons, an only daughter who was banished the country for her licentious conduct, and whose beauty having attracted the attention of Duke Robert of Normandy, she became his mistress and gave birth to William, surnamed the Bastard. It was evident that the people had every desire to separate Henry from that hatred which they still cherished towards the Norman race, and they designated him as the cornerstone which was to unite the two walls of the state. On the other hand, the Norman nobles saw their king in his true character as the descendant of the Conqueror 182, and they knew that their own position was secure in the possession of wealth, power, and civil privileges. When Henry landed in England, attended by a splendid escort, the people flocked to meet him and tendered their congratulations. The cavalcade entered the royal city of Winchester amidst the acclamations of the crowd, Queen Eleanor riding at the king's side. Having received the homage of the barons, the royal party proceeded to London, and on the 19th of December the coronation took place at Westminster. The first act of the new king was to assemble a council, at which a royal decree was issued promising to the people of London those rights which they had enjoyed under the reign of Henry I, and the laws which that king had restored. Stephen was declared to have been a usurper, and all the institutions originated by him were at once abolished. Measures were taken to suppress the practice of false coining, which had become very common during the late reign, and the general currency having deteriorated, a new coinage was issued of standard weight and purity. The Brabançons and other foreign mercenaries, who had become established in England during the Civil War, had in many cases obtained possession of the castles and domains of the Norman adherents of Matilda, and had been confirmed in their titles by Stephen. The Norman nobles found themselves driven out, and their mansions fortified against them in the same manner that they themselves had seized the dwellings of the Saxons. When, therefore, the Brabançons and the Flemings were expelled by Henry, the whole of the Anglo-Normans experienced great exultation. "We saw them," says Ralph de Daisto, a contemporary writer, "recross the sea, called back from the camp to the field, and from the sword to the plough, and those who had been lords were compelled to return to their old condition of serfs." The Normans who thus made a jest of the humble origin of the Flemings conveniently enough forgot that their own fathers had quitted occupations of a similar kind to follow the fortunes of the conqueror not 100 years before. The men of the dominant race, who had acquired titles and estates in England, had driven from their minds all recollection of their former condition, and of the means by which their present eminence was obtained, although few of them could bear a favorable comparison in these respects with the later usurpers whom they delighted to revile. The English, however, did not forget the humble origin of their oppressors, and according to Roger of Hoveden, they were accustomed to say of an arrogant earl or bishop of Norman origin, He torments and goads us in the same manner that his grandfather used to beat the oxen at the plough. The grants of land which had been made during the reign of Stephen had impoverished the state to such an extent that the revenues were inadequate to the support of the crown. Various gifts also had been made during the brief reign of Matilda, who found it necessary to reward her followers in the same manner as had been done by Stephen. Soon after the truce between Henry and the late king, a treaty had been signed at Winchester, according to which Stephen agreed to resume possession of the royal domains, which had been given to the nobles or taken by them forcibly, the only exceptions being grants of land to the church and to Prince William, the surviving son of the king. The provisions of this treaty had, however, not been carried out, and Henry, who had pressing need of money, and at the same time was determined to curb the growing power of the barons, called a council, and demanded the right to resume the domains of the crown. The council, on receiving the representations made to them of the king's necessities, gave their consent to the measure, and Henry placed himself at the head of a considerable force, for the purpose of expelling those barons who might refuse obedience to the order of the council. In this manner he passed through the country, reducing the fortresses one by one, and as fast as they came into his hands, causing them to be levelled with the ground. The castle of Bridgenorth, which was in the possession of Hugh de Mortimer, was stoutly defended by that chieftain, and during the siege, which lasted for some weeks, the king's life was saved by the self-devotion of one of his vassals. Henry was directing the attack in person, and had incautiously ventured under the castle walls, when an archer was observed taking aim at him. Hubert de St. Clair, one of his followers, immediately threw himself before the king and received the arrow in his own breast. Henry supported him in his arms, and St. Clair expired in a few moments, entreating the king's protection for his only daughter, a child of tender years. The charge was accepted, and in after years was honorably fulfilled. After considerable labor and many delays, Henry fully accomplished his designs. He destroyed the castles of Henry of Winchester, the 183 brother of Stephen, who was compelled to quit the country. Other powerful chiefs, including the Earls of Albemarle and Nottingham, were also deprived of their estates, and the King of Scotland resigned his territories in the north of England in return for the earldom of Huntingdon, which was conferred upon him by Henry. It is related that more than 110 castles and strongholds, many of which were in the hands of men who grievously oppressed the people, or of licentious soldiers who lived by plunder, were destroyed in the course of this expedition. This act alone must have been of incalculable benefit to the country, and justified, to some extent, the expectations which had been formed from the character of the new monarch. Silver penny of Henry Roman II. In 1156, Geoffrey Plantagenet, the brother of Henry, having called upon him to relinquish the county of Anjou, received a refusal. Henry crossed the Channel with a considerable force, and having done homage to the French king, persuaded him to resign the cause of Geoffrey. The English army, composed of men of English descent, rejoiced at the opportunity of indulging in their long-desired vengeance against the Normans, and they engaged in the war with so much vigor and success that the cause of Geoffrey rapidly lost ground, and he was compelled to sue for terms of peace. A treaty was concluded, by which the younger brother resigned all claim to his lands and the title of the Count of Anjou, in return for a pension of 1,000 English or 2,000 Angevin pounds. In the following year, 1157, he was elected to the government of Nantes. Having reduced his brother to submission, Henry made a progress through his continental provinces, attended by a splendid retinue, and was received everywhere with acclamations. He surrounded himself with the pomp and magnificence of royalty in a manner which had never before been witnessed in his dominions, and which was equaled by no other monarch of his time. Having returned to England in 1157, the king marched an army into Flintshire for the purpose of reducing the Welsh, who still fought bravely for independence, to permanent submission. No opposition was made to his advance until he reached the mountainous district about Coleshill Forest. Here the English troops were suddenly attacked by a large force, while passing through a narrow defile where it was impossible to form in order of defense. The slaughter was very great. Several wealthy Norman nobles and knights of fame were dragged from their horses and put to the sword. The Earl of Essex, the royal standard-bearer, threw down the standard and took to flight. Had the king not displayed those military talents which were hereditary in the family of the conqueror, he would probably have shared the fate of his nobles, and the whole army would have been lost. Henry, however, drew his sword, and rushing into the midst of his flying troops, forced them to turn upon their assailants. Ultimately, he fought his way through the pass and collected his forces together in the open country. Owen Gwynedd, a chief of the mountaineers, attempted to decoy him once more among the mountains, but Henry took his way to the seacoast and passed along the shore, building castles wherever an opportunity presented itself and clearing portions of the country from the dense forests with which it was covered. After a campaign of a few months, the Welsh gave in their submission to the king and did homage for their territory. On the departure of the invaders, however, the mountaineers resumed their attitude of hostility and made incursions into the surrounding country at intervals for many years afterwards. In consequence of his flight at the Battle of Coleshill, the Earl of Essex was publicly accused of treason and cowardice by Robert de Montfort. The question was referred to a trial by arms, or a duel between the accuser and the accused, in the presence of the king and his court. The Earl of Essex was defeated in the combat, but the king, instead of sentencing him to death, as was customary in such cases, contented himself with seizing the estates of Essex and condemning him to pass the rest of his life as a monk in Reading Abbey. On the death of Geoffrey, 1158, the city of Nantes fell under the authority of Conan, the hereditary Count of Brittany, who also possessed estates in Yorkshire, with the title of Earl of Richmond. Henry then set up a claim to the free city of Nantes as a portion of the inheritance to which, as the heir of his brother, he was entitled. Actuated by the prospect of getting possession of the whole of Brittany, and affecting to regard 184 Conan as a usurper, Henry confiscated his estate and title of Richmond. Then crossing the Channel with a large army, the king appeared before the walls of Nantes, and compelled the citizens to expel Conan, and to pay allegiance to himself. Henry then garrisoned the town with a body of his troops, and took possession of the rest of the country between the Loire and the Vilaine. CP 182. Heroism of St. Clair at the Siege of Bridgenorth Castle. CP 182. See larger version. Anticipating the alarm this great increase of his territory would cause in the French court, Henry sent there as ambassador Thomas Becket, and afterwards followed in person, and a treaty was concluded, by which the French king undertook to maintain his neutrality. Louis, after his divorce from Eleanor, had married Constance of Castile, who had borne to him a daughter. Henry affianced his eldest son to the young princess, who was delivered up to one of the Anglo-Norman barons, and her dower was confided to the custody of the Knights of the Temple, to be restored on the celebration of the marriage. Henry then proceeded to secure the possession of the whole of Brittany by an alliance with Conan, to whose daughter, then but 5 years old, he affianced his youngest son, Geoffrey, who was only 8 years of age. By this treaty Conan was to keep Brittany for his life, on condition that at his death the future husband of his daughter was made heir to his power. The fears of the French king were aroused once more by this alliance, which it was evident would one day place the whole of western France under the power of the Anglo-Normans. Louis attempted to procure the Pope's interdict of the marriage, on the ground that Conan was the descendant of a bastard daughter of the grandfather of Henry Roman II. The Pope Alexander Roman III, however, refused to recognize such consanguinity, and the marriage was celebrated in the year 1166. Becket before his enemies, in the council hall at Northampton. See larger version. Not satisfied with the success which had hitherto attended his schemes of aggrandizement, Henry took proceedings to obtain Toulouse, preferring a claim in right of his wife, which certainly was without any just foundation. William, Duke of Aquitaine, the grandfather of Eleanor, had 186 married Philippa, the only daughter of William, Count of Toulouse. That portion of the Salic law which precluded a female succession being in operation in the country, the father of Philippa sold the province to his brother, Raymond of St. Gilles, whose posterity subsequently held possession of it. At the time of Eleanor's marriage with Louis, she had insisted upon her right to the county of Toulouse, and her husband had marched an army to defend the claim. The Count, however, concluded an alliance with Constance, sister of the King of France, and by this means retained possession of his power. Henry now proclaimed his right to the county on the same ground that Louis had previously preferred. Raymond of St. Gilles, grandson of the contemporary of the Conqueror, prepared to defend his patrimony and applied for assistance to his brother-in-law, the King of France. While Louis was making ready to take the field, Henry adopted a measure, to which may probably be traced the decline of the feudal system in England. According to the laws, the service of a vassal to his sovereign in the field was limited to 40 days. a period which would have been nearly consumed in transporting the English troops to the scene of action. Henry, therefore, determined to levy a sum of money in lieu of the services of his vassals, both in England and Normandy, and to apply the sum so raised to organizing a body of troops, which would be free from all authority but his own, and would be ready to follow him, without any limit of time. This tax was called the scutage, and amounted to £3 English or 40 Angevin shillings for each knight's fee. There are stated to have been 60,000 of these fees in England, which would therefore yield £180,000, an immense sum in those days. The army thus raised by Henry was composed, for the most part, of the infantry of the Low Countries, who were already distinguished for their stubborn resolution and gallantry in combat. The king was accompanied by Thomas Becket, who had lately been made Chancellor of England, and also by Malcolm, King of Scotland, and Raymond, King of Aragon, with whom Henry had formed an alliance. The town of Cahors was quickly reduced, and the English army marched upon Toulouse, which was defended by the citizens under Raymond, in conjunction with a small body of troops which the King of France had marched to their assistance. Becket, who, although in holy orders, marched in warlike equipments at the head of 700 knights and men-at-arms, displayed great energy in the field. He advised the king to take advantage of the weakness of the garrison, to make an immediate attack upon the place. But Henry, whose audacity was tempered by profound calculation, hesitated to commit an act in direct defiance of those feudal laws in whose support he had himself the strongest interest. As Count of Anjou, Henry was the hereditary seneschal of France, and he asserted that he could not make an attack upon the troops of his feudal suzerain. A second French army advancing to the defense of Toulouse, Henry raised the siege, and committing the command of his forces to Becket, returned with a small body of troops into Normandy. Thither the Chancellor soon afterwards followed him, having taken possession of a few castles on the banks of the river Garonne. A campaign ensued, which lasted for a few months, on the frontiers of Normandy, and was brought to a conclusion in 1160 by a treaty, according to the terms of which the eldest son of Henry did homage to Louis for the dukedom of Normandy. The condition of the people of Languedoc and the surrounding country, from this time, began rapidly to decline. Placed between two great powers whose rivalry resulted in frequent acts of hostility, the inhabitants attached themselves first to the cause of one, and then to that of another, according to circumstances, and were by each alternately protected and deserted, betrayed and sold. From the time of the 12th century, the people of the South enjoyed no tranquility, except when the kings of France and England were at war. "We rejoice," said the troubadours in their songs, "when peace is broken between the Easterlings and Torns," under which names they described the French and English. They possessed an early civilization, but they appear to have been too much devoted to the pursuits of pleasure and the dreams of romance to be fitted for self-government. In addition to the disturbances which they suffered from without, they were engaged in perpetual quarrels amongst themselves. They were fond of war, but rather for the excitements it afforded than for the purposes of ambition. They loved the pomp and splendor of the tented field, the armor flashing in the sun, the turmoil and the struggle, the honor and reward. At a word from a fair lady, they were ready to fly off to Palestine, to engage in a quarrel about which they cared little, or were equally willing to risk their lives in hazardous and foolhardy achievements at 187 home. They were a people in whom the gifts of imagination and a taste for the beautiful in art and nature were not restrained by prudence. Actuated by no spirit of union or foresight, they were content to bask carelessly in the passing sunshine, regardless of the future. The peace between Henry and the King of France lasted only 1 month. The Queen, Constance, died without leaving a son, and Louis, anxious to obtain an inheritor of his throne, contracted a union within 3 weeks afterwards with Adele, niece of King Stephen and sister of the Count of Blois. By this alliance with his enemies, Henry perceived that his own connection with the French king was endangered, and having secretly obtained the authority of the Pope, he caused the marriage of his son Henry, who was 7 years old, and the daughter of Louis, to be immediately solemnized. Henry then, according to the terms of the treaty, obtained the dowry of the princess from the Knights Templars, who were not prepared to resist at once the authority of the Pope and the power of the English king. Louis immediately declared war, and banished the Templars from his kingdom. Henry contented himself with defending his territories from the attacks made upon them until peace was once more concluded, through the intervention of the Pope. At this period, 1162, as had already been the case on a previous occasion, there were 2 popes. One of these, Victor Roman IV, occupied the papal chair at Rome under the protection of the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa of Germany, and the other, Alexander Roman III, was living in exile in France. The latter was generally regarded in that country and in England as the legitimate pontiff, and Henry and Louis alike acknowledged his authority, vying with each other in offers of protection and in reverence. It is related by the Norman chronicler that when the two kings met Pope Alexander at the town of Courcy-sur-Loire, they dismounted from their horses, and each taking hold of one of the bridle reins of his mule, walked at his side on foot, and so conducted him to the castle. The reconciliation thus effected was followed by a brief period of tranquility, both in England and Normandy, and when the flame of war again broke out, its origin was to be referred to no foreign enemy, but to a man whom Henry had raised to the height of power and dignity. Chapter 18. The Reign of Henry Roman II. Continued. Career of Thomas Becket. Early life of Becket, rapid advance in the king's service, magnificence of his embassy to Paris, the king, the chancellor, and the beggar, depravity of the clergy, Becket's reforming zeal appointed Archbishop of Canterbury, extraordinary change in his habits, at frequent issue with the king, the Council of Clarendon, Becket defies the king, popularity with the people, his flight from Northampton, arrival at St. Omer obtains the support of Louis and the Pope, Henry's edict of banishment, defeat of the English by the Welsh, insurrection in Brittany, Becket excommunicates his opponents, Henry's anger, the Pope's action against Becket, interview between Becket and the king, the two reconciled, return of Becket to England, his Christmas sermon, the king's fury, the vow of the conspirators, scene in Becket's house, murder of the archbishop, Henry's grief, review of Becket's career. Thomas Becket, who was born in 1118, was the son of Gilbert Becket, a native of Rouen, a merchant, and at one time portrayed of London. The youth was ambitious, and he quickly found means to turn his talents to account. He obtained the favor of one of the Norman barons who lived near London, and he joined in all the amusements of his patron. In this position, his abilities acquired him a great reputation among the courtiers, to whom his ready wit recommended him, no less than the obsequious demeanor which he sedulously cultivated. Theobald, Archbishop of Canterbury, having heard of the young Englishman, desired to see him, and having been pleased with the interview, took Becket into his service. He caused him to take deacon's orders, gave him the appointment of archdeacon of his church, and employed him in various negotiations with the Holy See. In the reign of Stephen, Becket was employed by the 188 partisans of Matilda to procure the Pope's prohibition of the intended coronation of the king's son. The mission was attended with complete success, and on the accession of Henry Roman II, Becket was presented to him as one who had done his cause good service. Henry extended his favor to the young archdeacon, and Theobald, the primate, who exercised the functions of first minister to the kingdom, finding his growing infirmities rendered him unfit for the duties of his office, delegated to Becket a great part of his power. A few years afterwards, the archdeacon was raised to the office of Chancellor of England, or Keeper of the Seal of the Three Lions, which was the symbol of the Anglo-Norman power. The king also gave him the wardenship of the Tower of London and the Castle of Berkhamsted, and placed in his hands the care and education of the heir to the throne. These various appointments yielded large revenues, which were spent by Becket in the greatest luxury and magnificence. He kept in his house, which was furnished with great splendor, a numerous retinue, and it is related that there were in his pay 700 men-at-arms, well mounted and equipped. His tables were covered with choice viands, served upon costly plate, and the trappings of his horses were adorned with gold and silver. The haughtiest nobles of the court regarded it as an honor to visit this magnificent man. The foreigners who enjoyed his hospitality were never suffered to depart without some costly present. It is related by Fitzstephen, who was Becket's secretary, that when the chancellor proceeded on his embassy to Paris, he was attended by many barons and lords, and a large body of knights, besides a great number of attendants and serving men. His passage through France resembled a triumphal procession, and the train of sumpter horses and wagons, the hounds and hawks, the falconers and pages, seemed worthy of some powerful king. When he entered a town, 250 boys went before him singing songs. These were followed by huntsmen leading their hounds in couples. Then came 8 wagons, each drawn by 5 horses, and attended by 5 drivers. And these were succeeded by 12 sumpter horses, on each of which rode a monkey with a groom behind on his knees. Next to the sumpter horses came the esquires, each carrying the shield and leading the horse of his master. Then the youths of gentle birth, who were also esquires, but were exempted from the more menial services of that office. Then the knights, priests, and officers of the household, and lastly, the chancellor himself, attended by his friends. As this procession passed through the towns, the people looked on with wonder, asking each other what manner of man the King of England must be when his chancellor travelled in such magnificence. At this period Henry lived on the most intimate terms with the chancellor, who was skilled in the sports of the field, and whose wit and vivacity fitted him for a boon companion. The chancellor was not deterred by his sacred calling from sharing in the pleasures of the king. Henry, who could well support the royal dignity when occasion required, appears, according to a story of doubtful authenticity, to have had a natural tendency to gaiety and frolic. On one occasion, when the chancellor was riding at his side through the streets of London in stormy weather, there came towards the royal party a poor old man in tattered clothes. "Would it not be well," the king asked, "to give that poor man a warm cloak?" The chancellor replied with proper gravity, "It would, sir, and you do well to turn your eyes and thoughts to such objects." The king then immediately rejoined, "You shall have the merit of this act of charity." And turning towards the chancellor, he seized hold of the new cloak which he wore, lined with ermine, and endeavored to pull it from his back. Becket resisted for some time, and in the struggle both had nearly fallen from their horses to the ground. But at last the chancellor wisely let go the cloak, and the king gave it to the beggar, who went on his way wondering and rejoicing. A man entirely delivered up to ambition is necessarily, to some extent, unscrupulous, and there is no doubt that Becket was content to sacrifice principle whenever it stood in the way of his advancement. He, however, possessed many good and great qualities, and during the period of his chancellorship, his influence with the king was used in promoting reforms and instituting measures which were calculated to promote, in a high degree, the welfare of the people. To his exertions may be attributed the restoration of tranquility throughout the country, the revival of commerce, the reforms in the administration of the law, and the decline of the power of the barons. Although himself a churchman, Becket did not hesitate to attack the extravagant privileges of the bishops. At the time of the war against the Count of Toulouse, the clergy refused to pay the tax of scutage, which, as already related, was levied by Henry, giving as their reason that the Church 189 forbade them to shed blood. 31 Becket, however, resolved to compel them to pay the tax. And while by so doing he exasperated his own order against him, he secured the good will of the king. Henry Roman II. Not long after the conquest, the Norman clergy in England began to display great moral depravity. Murders, rapes, and robberies were frequently committed by them, and according to the laws passed by the Conqueror on the institution of episcopal courts, the offenders could only be brought to justice by men of their own order. Thus it happened that the crimes committed by licentious priests were seldom punished, and they increased to a frightful extent in consequence of this immunity. It is related that from the time of the accession of Henry Roman II to the year 1161, not less than 100 homicides had been committed by priests who still remained securely in possession of their benefices. To put an end to these disorders, the only course which appeared feasible was to take away from the clerical order those privileges which had been conferred by the Conqueror, and Henry determined to execute this measure. The primacy of Canterbury had long carried with it an authority second only to that of the Pope himself, and it was impossible to carry out the intended reform unless a man devoted to the royal authority and careless 190 of the interests of the Church were seated in the archiepiscopal chair. It was evident that for this purpose no fitter man could be found than Becket, and on the death of Theobald, the Archbishop of Canterbury, 1161, the king recommended his chancellor to the bishops as the person to succeed to the primacy. The chancellor was ordained priest, and on the following day was consecrated archbishop and appointed to the vacant see. Immediately a change took place in him so remarkable that those who saw him found a difficulty in recognizing him as the same man. He threw off his gorgeous apparel, removed the splendid furniture from his house, gave up the intimacy with the gay nobles who had been his friends, and became the friend of the poor, the beggars, and the English. He even affected poverty and amidst unbounded wealth, and in the possession of power second only to that of the throne, lived the life of an anchorite. He was clothed in a coarse gown, allowed himself only herbs and water for sustenance, and assumed a deportment of the utmost gravity and humility. Thus Becket at once kicked down from him the ladder by which he had risen, and now, no longer obsequious towards his sovereign, he determined to maintain to the utmost the privileges of the church. Never was there a change of life more sudden, or one that excited so much indignation, on the one hand, or so much admiration on the other. The new archbishop became the idol of the poor, and especially of his own countrymen, while the king and his favorites regarded him with the deepest anger and aversion. Under these circumstances, it was evident that a rupture must soon take place. Becket began the struggle. He claimed a number of estates and castles, including that of Rochester, from the king, and that of Tunbridge from the Earl of Clare, on the ground that they had originally belonged to the See of Canterbury. Had such restitution been given, it would have tended to overthrow the legal claim of many of the barons to their estates. Great alarm was, therefore, excited, and the demand met with a determined resistance. The barons urged their prescriptive rights, but Becket replied briefly that there could be no prescription for injustice, and that the estates wrongly obtained must be restored. The archbishop proceeded to follow up his attack by appointing a priest to a benefice on the lands of a Norman baron, named William de Eynsford. William, like the rest of the Normans, assumed the right of disposing of the churches on his manor, and he expelled the priest sent by Becket. The baron was immediately excommunicated by the archbishop in defiance of a law passed by Henry that no vassal of the crown should be excommunicated without the royal consent. The king ordered the sentence to be remitted, and after some delay Becket yielded, though with evident reluctance. The king's animosity was rather increased than appeased by a consent so reluctantly given. In the year 1164, Henry proceeded to mature his plans for placing the clergy under civil jurisdiction, and at a general assembly of lords, lay and spiritual, he demanded the consent of the prelates to the proposed revival of ancient customs, now called the Constitutions of Clarendon, by which the criminous clerks were to be made amenable to the secular courts. The reply made by Becket and his coadjutors was that they assented, saving the rights of their order. The king angrily broke up the council, and deprived the archbishop of the castles of Berkhamsted and Eye. A few days afterwards, Becket expressed his readiness to assent to the king's demands, and a great council was convened at Clarendon in Wiltshire, March 1164, for the purpose of receiving the assent formally. When the moment came for Becket's signature to be given, he refused it, accusing himself of folly for having promised to observe the king's laws, whatever they might be. The entreaties of the barons were without effect, and the enactments were completed without his signature. The king now proceeded to more severe measures against his former favorite. Another council was called at Northampton, before which Becket was summoned to appear, and was charged with contempt of the king's authority. He was called upon to pay various heavy fines, and to give an account of his receipts from different benefices during his chancellorship, the balance due to the crown, which he had kept back, being stated to be 44,000 marks. Becket was now convinced that his ruin had been determined on, and for several days he was confined to his bed by illness, brought on by these anxieties, and was unable to determine on the course he ought to pursue. At length his indomitable mind recovered its ordinary tone, and he determined to resist the decision of the king and the council. Having celebrated Mass, he proceeded to the court dressed in his robes, and holding in his right hand the archiepiscopal cross. As he entered the hall, the king, indignant at seeing him in the robes of authority, rose up and passed into an inner room, leaving the Archbishop 191 standing in the hall. Becket, who remained calm and undaunted, seated himself on a bench, holding his cross erect. Presently the Bishop of Exeter entered, and in the name of his colleagues, entreated the primate to obey the king's commands. A refusal was followed by the entrance of the rest of the bishops, who renounced him as their primate, and appealed to the authority of the Pope. Becket sternly answered, "I hear," and made no other reply. According to one of the chroniclers, the archbishop was accused before the council of magic arts, and the Earl of Leicester advanced into the hall to read his sentence. But Becket, interrupting him, refused to recognize the authority of a lay tribunal, and himself appealed to the Pope's decision. With these words he rose from his seat, and carrying the cross in his hand, strode slowly through the crowd towards the door of the hall. A murmur arose as he passed, and some of the courtiers, whose mean spirit derived satisfaction from striking a falling man, accused him of perjury and treason, and catching up straw from the floor, threw it in his face. Becket stopped short, and facing his assailants, said, in cold and haughty tones but with high spirit, "If the sacredness of my order did not forbid it, I would answer with arms those who call me perjurer and traitor." He then mounted his horse, and proceeded to the house where he lodged, followed by a crowd of the inferior clergy and the people, among whom he was exceedingly popular and who received him with acclamations. Rejected by the rich, the archbishop opened his house to the poor. That same night he caused a bountiful supper to be laid out in the hall and in all the chambers of the house. The doors were then thrown open, and the beggar by the wayside, the outcast and the hungry, were invited to enter freely. All who came were made welcome, so that the house was filled with guests, the archbishop himself supping with them and presiding at the repast. In the dead of night, when the visitors at this strange banquet had taken their fill and departed, Becket disguised himself in the dress of a monk, and, accompanied by 2 friars, escaped from the town of Northampton. A hasty journey of 3 days brought him to the fens of Lincolnshire, where he remained a little while concealed in a hermit's hut. On resuming his journey, he passed without suspicion to the coast. It was at the end of November, and the weather was cold and stormy, but the archbishop preferred the risks of the sea to those which awaited him on shore, and, embarking in a small boat, reached the harbor of Gravelines in safety. Thence he resumed his journey as before on foot. After encountering many privations, the primate and his companions at length reached the monastery of St. Bertin, in the town of St. Omer. Here Becket waited the result of the applications he had made to Louis of France and to Pope Alexander Roman III. It was not long before replies were returned entirely in his favor. Louis was glad of an opportunity of annoying and injuring Henry by extending protection to the archbishop, and Alexander supported his cause, as being that of the church and of justice. He was desired to retain the archiepiscopal dignity, which he had resigned into the hands of the pope, and the abbey of Pontigny, in Burgundy, was given to him as a place of residence. On the news of Becket's flight, the king immediately proclaimed a sentence of banishment against all the kindred of the archbishop, young and old, women and children. It is even said that these unhappy exiles were made to swear they would present themselves before Becket, so that he might see the misery of which he had been the cause. Thus it happened that his retirement at Pontigny was disturbed by the visits of these poor people, who vainly implored him to obtain the remission of their sentence. Becket relieved their wants as far as he could, and obtained for many of them the protection of the Pope and the King of France. The banished prelate appears to have supported with contentment his sudden loss of power and return to the condition of poverty. His life at this period was, however, far from being an idle one. Much of his time was occupied in writing, and he received frequent letters both from friends and enemies. The English bishops sent him epistles full of reproaches, for no other reason than to add to the weight of misfortune and humiliation which pressed heavily upon him. The lower ranks of the people, however, retained their attachment to him, and secret prayers were offered up for his success in his undertakings and for his safe return. CP 193. Repulse of the English at Corwin. CP 193. See larger version. Meanwhile Henry had conducted an expedition into Wales, which resulted in a complete defeat of the royal forces. In 1164, a young man, nephew of Rhys ap Griffith, King of South Wales, was found dead under suspicious circumstances, and it was believed that he had been murdered by persons in the employ of a Norman baron of the neighborhood. To avenge his death, Rhys ap Griffith collected troops from all parts of the Welsh mountains and made successful inroads upon the neighboring counties. The king, quitting for a time his quarrel with Becket, gathered a considerable army and in 1165 passed into Wales. The rebels gave way before him, retreating, as their custom was, to the shelter of the mountains. Henry, however, overtook them before they had gained 193 their fastnesses and defeated them in an engagement. Pursuing them still farther, the English troops reached Corwin, where they pitched their encampment. A violent storm arose, and the streams which poured down from the hills deluged the camp and flooded the valley. The mountaineers took advantage of this circumstance, and, collecting on the ridges near Corwin, attacked the disordered forces of the king and defeated them with considerable loss. Henry, who on ordinary occasions was less addicted to acts of cruelty than had been the case with his ancestors, was subject to fits of ungovernable passion, and he now determined to revenge himself upon the persons of the hostages who had been placed in his hands. In 1158 by the Welsh chiefs, the men had their eyes torn out, and the faces of the women were mutilated by having their noses and ears cut off. It is related that the unhappy victims of these barbarities were the sons and daughters of the noblest families in Wales. CP 194. Interview between Becket and King Henry. CP 194. See larger version. Soon after the return of Henry from this expedition, An insurrection broke out in 1166 in Brittany, which compelled his presence in that province. The government of Conan dissatisfied the people, who were oppressed by the Breton nobles, and could obtain no redress from their prince. Henry entered Brittany with a large body of troops, and was met by a deputation of the priests and the people, who placed the redress of their grievances in his hands. Conan was compelled to resign his authority, and the government passed into the hands of Henry, under the name of his son Geoffrey, who, as we have seen, was married to the daughter of Conan. The country, however, was not restored to tranquility. Other disturbances took place in various places, and were put down one after the other by Henry, who at length succeeded in overcoming all opposition to his government. He instituted various reforms and encouraged trade, and under his rule, the land once more enjoyed prosperity. When the news of the king's arrival on the continent reached Thomas Becket, he left Pontigny and proceeded to Vézelay near Auxerre. At the festival of the Ascension, Becket addressed the crowd assembled in the great church, and while the bells were solemnly tolled and the candles burnt at the altar, the archbishop pronounced sentence of excommunication against all who held to the 194 constitutions of Clarendon or kept possession of the property of the See of Canterbury. He mentioned by name several of the Norman favourites of the king, and among others Richard de Lucy, Ranulph de Broc, and Jocelyn of Balliol. When Henry heard of this new act of hostility on the part of Becket, he was at Chinon, in Anjou. Allusion has already been made to the fits of passion with which he was sometimes seized, and on this occasion his fury was altogether ungovernable. He exclaimed that it was attempted to kill him body and soul, that he was surrounded by none but traitors, who would not attempt to relieve him from the persecutions inflicted upon him by one man. He threw his cap from his head, flung off his clothes, and rolling himself in the coverlet of his bed, began to tear it to pieces with his teeth. When his passion had in some degree subsided, he wrote letters to the King of France and to the Pope, demanding that the sentences of excommunication should be annulled, and threatening that if Becket continued to receive shelter from the Cistercians at Pontigny, all the estates in the king's dominions belonging to that order should be confiscated. The Pope promised the king the satisfaction he required, and Becket, driven from his asylum at Pontigny, removed to Sens, where he remained under the protection of the King of France. A series of petty wars now took place between Louis and Henry, and were concluded by a peace in 1169. The matrimonial alliance previously agreed upon between Louis and the King of Aragon was broken off, and the Princess Alice of France was betrothed to Richard, second son of Henry. At the time when this treaty was concluded, efforts were made by the Pope and the King of France to effect a reconciliation between Henry and Becket. A meeting took place between the two kings at Montmirail, and thither Becket, having consented to give in his submission to his sovereign, was conducted. When the archbishop arrived in the king's presence, he expressed his willingness to submit to him in all things, but he introduced the qualifying clause which he had formerly used, saving our order. The king angrily rejected such obedience, saying that whatever displeased Becket would be declared to be contrary to the honor of God, and that these few words would take away all the royal authority. The archbishop insisting on such a reservation, the nobles present accused him of inordinate pride, and the two kings rode away from the spot without giving him any salutation. Another conference which took place was also broken off suddenly, and resulted in a quarrel between Louis and Henry. Peace was, however, once more established between them, and Henry, fearing that the Pope might sanction Becket's proceedings and permit him to lay all England under interdict, reluctantly promised to conclude final terms of reconciliation with the archbishop. On the 22nd of July, 1170, a solemn congress was held in a meadow between Frédéval and La Ferte-Bernard, in Touraine. After terms of peace had been arranged between the two kings, a private conference took place between Henry and Becket. They rode together to a distant part of the field and conversed with something of their old familiarity. The king promised to redress the grievances of which Becket complained, and the usual forms of reconciliation took place, with the exception of the kiss of peace, which the king now, as on a previous occasion, refused to give. "We shall meet in our own country," said the king, "and then we will embrace." Becket undertook to render to the king all due and loyal service, while Henry promised to restore the privileges and estates of the See of Canterbury. It is related that, to the astonishment of all present, when Becket bended the knee on parting from his sovereign, the king returned the courtesy by holding the stirrups of the man whom he had refused to kiss. Some delay took place on the king's part in the fulfillment of these conditions, and Becket, who was compelled to borrow money to make the journey, remained for a while on the coast of France. Sinister rumors reached him there. He was told that enemies were lying in wait for him in England, and that if he again set foot in that country, it would be at the risk of his life. The lands of the church could be restored only by driving out the possessors, who were haughty barons, not unlikely to seek vengeance on the man to whom they owed their ruin. Deadly enemies of Becket were found also among men of his own order. He carried with him the Pope's letter of excommunication against the Archbishop of York and the Bishop of London, who would probably accept any means of escaping the impending disgrace. Considerations such as these, however, had never deterred Becket in the execution of his plans, and did not in the least affect him now. With a spirit untamed by reverses, he declared that he would go back to England, though he were sure of losing his life on touching the shore. The letters of excommunication he forwarded before him by a trusty messenger, who delivered them in public to the prelates whom they concerned. A vessel having been sent by Henry to convey him to England, he landed at Sandwich, December 1, 1170, and was received with great rejoicings by the people, who flocked from all parts of the neighborhood to meet him. The nobles, however, held aloof, and the few whom he saw did not attempt to conceal their hostility. 3 barons, who met him on his way to Canterbury, are said to have drawn their swords and threatened his life, and were only restrained from violence by the entreaties of John of Oxford, the king's chaplain, who had accompanied Becket from France. Proceeding on his way, the archbishop passed through Canterbury to Woodstock, where he endeavored to obtain an interview with Prince Henry, the eldest son of the king. The interview was forbidden by the royal command, and Becket was ordered to proceed at once to his diocese, and there to remain. The time of Christmas was approaching, and the archbishop retraced his steps, escorted on the way by the poor people, armed with such coarse weapons as they could obtain. Various insults were offered to the prelate by persons of the opposite party, who were anxious to provoke his followers to a quarrel, which would afford a pretext for attacking and murdering him. His faithful guard, however, contented themselves with protecting the person of the archbishop, and received these insults with imperturbable coolness. The royal order which confined the primate to his diocese was published in the towns, and with it another edict was made known, which declared that whoever looked upon him with favor should be regarded as an enemy of the king and the country. Signs like these were not to be mistaken, and it scarcely needed the acute intellect and foresight of Becket to perceive that his end was approaching. On Christmas Day he preached to the assembled crowd in Canterbury Cathedral, choosing as his text the solemn words, "I have come to die among you." He told the people that whereas one of their archbishops had already been a martyr, another would soon be so also, but he declared that before he died, he would avenge some of the wrongs which had been inflicted upon the church. He then proceeded to excommunicate several of those persons from whom he had received insults since his return to England. The prediction of Becket was soon followed by its fulfillment. The 3 bishops who had been excommunicated by the Pope's letters immediately hastened to cross the Channel, and presenting themselves before Henry in Normandy, demanded redress. "We entreat you," they said, "in the name of your kingdom and its prelates. This man is setting England in flames." Marches with a number of armed men, both horse and foot, going about the fortresses and endeavoring to obtain admission into them. Henry heard this statement and burst out into a violent fit of rage. "What?" he cried. "A man who has eaten my bread, a beggar who first came to my court riding a lame pack-horse, with his baggage at his back, shall he insult the king, the royal family, and the whole kingdom, and not one of the cowards who eat at my table will deliver me from such a turbulent priest." These words proved to be the death warrant of the archbishop. 4 knights who were present, Richard Brito, Hugh de Morville, William Tracy, and Reginald Fitzurse, bound themselves by an oath to support each other to the death, and suddenly departed from the palace. There is no evidence that the king was acquainted with their design, or anticipated that his hasty words would be so speedily acted upon. On the contrary, it is recorded that, while the knights were hastening towards the coast, a council of the barons of Normandy, assembled by the king, was engaged in appointing 3 commissioners to seize the person of Thomas Becket, and place him in prison on a charge of high treason. The conspirators had departed, and, if their absence was perceived, its cause was not suspected. On the 29th of December, they arrived in the neighborhood of Canterbury, and having collected a number of armed men, to overcome any resistance that might be offered, they first summoned the mayor, and called upon him to march the citizens who were armed for the king's service to the house of the archbishop. On his refusal, they proceeded thither without more delay, and the 4 conspirators, with 12 men, abruptly entered the archbishop's apartment. Becket was at the dinner table, with his servants in attendance. He saluted the Normans, and desired to know what they wanted. They made no reply, but sat down gazing at him intently for some minutes. At length Reginald Fitzurse rose up and said that they were come from the king to demand that the persons excommunicated should be absolved, the suspended bishops restored to their benefices, and that Becket himself should answer the charge of treason against the throne. The archbishop replied that not he but the pope had excommunicated the bishops, and that he only could absolve them. "From whom, then, do you hold your bishopric?" 196 Fitzurse demanded. "The spiritual rights I hold from God and the Pope, and the temporal rights from the king." "What then, the king did not give you all?" "By no means." This reply was received with murmurs by the knights, who twirled their gauntlets impatiently. "I perceive that you threaten me," the archbishop said, "but it is in vain. If all the swords in England were hanging over my head, they would not alter my determination." "We do indeed dare to threaten," said Fitzurse, "and we will do more." With these words he moved to the door, followed by the others, and gave the call to arms. The door of the room was instantly closed, and the attendants of Becket entreated him to take refuge in the church, which communicated with the house by a cloister. He, however, retained his place, although the blows of an axe, which Fitzurse had obtained outside, resounded against the door. At this moment the sound of the vesper bell was heard, and Becket then rose up, and said that, since the hour of his duty had arrived, he would go into the church. Directing his cross to be carried before him, he passed slowly through the cloisters, and advanced to the choir, which was enclosed by a railing. While he was ascending the steps leading to the choir, Reginald Fitzurse entered the door of the church clad in complete armor, and waving his sword, cried, "Come hither, servants of the king." The other conspirators immediately followed him armed to the teeth and brandishing their swords. It was already twilight, which within the walls of the dimly lighted church had deepened into blackest obscurity. Becket's attendants entreated him to fly to the winding staircase which led to the roof of the building, or to seek refuge in the vaults underground. He rejected both of these expedients and stood still to meet his assailants. "Where is the traitor?" cried a voice. There was no answer. "Where is the archbishop?" "Here I am," Becket replied. "But here is no traitor. What do ye in the house of God in warlike equipment?" One of the knights seized him by the sleeve, telling him that he was a prisoner. He pulled back his arm violently. It is related that they then advised him to fly or to go with them, as though they repented of their evil design. The time and the scene, the sacred office of Becket, and his calm courage, were well calculated to make an impression upon men peculiarly susceptible to such influences. And if they hesitated, we must attribute it to these causes, rather than doubt the ruthless intention with which they came. Once more they called upon him to absolve the bishops. Once more he refused, and Fitzurse, drawing his sword, struck at his head. The blow was intercepted by the arm of one of the prelate's servants, who stepped forward to protect his master, but in vain. A second blow descended, and while the blood was streaming from his face, some one of his assailants whispered him to fly and save himself. Becket paid no heed to the speaker, but clasped his hands and bowed his head, commending his soul to God and the saints. The conspirators now fell upon him with their swords and quickly dispatched him. One of them is said to have kicked the prostrate body, saying, "So perishes a traitor." The deed thus accomplished, the conspirators passed out of the town without hindrance, but no sooner had they done so than the news spread throughout the town, and the inhabitants, in the utmost excitement and indignation, assembled in crowds in the streets, and ran towards the cathedral. Seeing the body of their archbishop stretched before the altar, men and women began to weep, and while some kissed his feet and hands, others dipped linen in the blood with which the pavement was covered. It was declared by the people that Becket was a martyr, and though a royal edict was published forbidding anyone to express such an opinion, the popular feeling still manifested itself. The Archbishop of York returned to his pulpit and announced the violent death of the archbishop to be a judgment from heaven, and that he had perished in his pride, like Pharaoh. It was preached by other bishops that the body of the traitor ought not to be laid in holy ground, but that it should be left to rot on the highway, or hung from a gibbet. It was even attempted by some soldiers to seize the corpse, but the monks, who had received an intimation of the design, buried it hastily in the crypt of the cathedral. Louis, King of France, seconded the feeling of the English people with regard to this cowardly murder. He wrote to the Pope, entreating him to punish with all the power of the Church that persecutor of God, a Nero in cruelty, a Julian in apostasy, and a Judas in treachery. The death of Becket. See larger version. The opinion of the French court was that Henry was guilty of the murder, having known or directed the designs of the conspirators. When the intelligence was first conveyed to him, he displayed extreme grief, shutting himself up within a private room, and refusing either to see his friends or to taste food for 3 days. He immediately sent legates to Rome to offer assurances of his 198 innocence to the Pope Alexander, who threatened to place the whole kingdom under an interdict, as a punishment for the outrage upon heaven and the Church. Some time elapsed before Alexander changed his purpose and was prevailed upon to confine his anathema to the actual murderers and their abettors. In the year 1172, a council was held at Avranches, at which the king and the legates of the Pope were present, and which was attended by a great multitude, both of the clergy and of the people. Here Henry voluntarily swore, in what was considered the most solemn manner, that is to say, over the sacred relics, that he had no concern in the murder of the archbishop, and that he had not desired his death. On reviewing the remarkable career of Thomas Becket, it appears extremely difficult to form a just estimate of his character. That he frequently acted independently of principle, and displayed qualities better suited to a soldier than a priest, is beyond question. That his sudden conversion was mere hypocrisy, his piety assumed, and his aims altogether selfish, accusations which have frequently been brought against him, is much less certain. When the religious habit was first assumed by Becket, he accepted it as a step to power, and with little regard for the sacred functions it conferred upon him. But when he was called to a higher office, and he felt that the dignity of his order was placed in his keeping, he determined to support that dignity. What was the precise character of the motives which actuated him, it is vain to inquire, but it is at least possible that he was sincere in the course he pursued, and that he believed the interests of religion to be identified with the power of the Church. Allusion has already been made to the benefits conferred upon the nation by the reforms which he introduced, and to the veneration with which the people regarded him. The popular regard is not always to be taken as a criterion of excellence, for men are apt to be attracted by a showy and noisy benevolence rather than by silent and unobtrusive virtue. But in process of time, the true is distinguished from the false, and the instincts of the people are rarely long deceived. Neither the mitre which he wore, nor the English blood which flowed in his veins, could have placed the archbishop so high in the affections of the nation, unless there had been also high and sterling qualities in the man. Well-authenticated accounts have reached us of his conduct at the time of his death, that hour when the mask of the hypocrite usually falls away, and something of his true character seldom fails to show itself. At this time, then, we find Thomas Becket presented to us in an aspect which must command the respect even of those who take the worst view of his previous life. With far more courage than his knightly assassins, we see him refusing to attempt a flight, which might have shown a consciousness of guilt, preserving, in the face of death, a calm and undaunted brow, and, as we are told by one of the chroniclers, employing his last words in securing the safety of his friends and servants. 32. Chapter 19. The reign of Henry Roman II. Concluded. Events in Ireland, the Irish people, Henry's designs in Ireland, Nicholas Breakspere, Pope Adrian Roman IV. The King of Leinster's outrage, Dermot obtains Henry's patronage. Siege of Wexford, Strongbow in Ireland. Siege of Waterford, Henry and the Norman successes in Ireland. Arrival of Henry near Waterford, his court in Dublin. The king returns to England. His eldest son rebels the younger Henry at the French court. The English king's measures of defense, defeat of the insurgent princes, success of the king's cause in England. Henry's penance, capture of William of Scotland, revival of Henry's popularity. The king forgives his rebellious sons, period of tranquility, fresh family feuds, the king at Limoges, death of Princes Henry and Geoffrey, affairs in Palestine, the Pope's call to arms for the cross, the Saladin tithe, Richard's quarrel with his father, Henry sues for peace, the conference at Colombières, death of the king, Richard before his father's corpse, character of Henry Roman II. The story of Fair Rosamond. While the life of Thomas Becket was drawing to a close, events were taking place in Ireland, which led to the submission of that country to the English crown. It does not fall within the scope of this history to relate in detail the various internal quarrels and disturbances which ultimately placed the island at the mercy of a small invading force. It is sufficient to glance briefly at the condition of the people and the position of affairs at the time to which we are now referring. The inhabitants of the island, called in ancient tongues Ibernia or Aran, were undoubtedly of Celtic origin, as the language still spoken by a majority of the people serves to prove. The dominant race were known as the Scots or Milesians, horsemen, and from them came the settlers who gave Scotland its name. The Irish were distinguished from the Germanic races by their strong passions, either of love or hate, and their enthusiastic temper. Previous to the introduction of Christianity, their condition appears to have been entirely uncivilized, those old fragments of Irish history which would lead us to a different conclusion being little else than fables and bardic traditions. When Christianity was carried into the country, the people embraced it readily. Poetry and literature were cultivated to a greater extent than in any other part of Western Europe, and remained in a flourishing condition, while the learning of the continent was on a decline. This advance of civilization is to be referred to the labors of the celebrated St. Patrick, who was born at Bonavum Taberny, probably identical with Kilpatrick in Dumbartonshire. He entered upon his apostolic mission in 425, and died, at an advanced age, in 458. The immediate results of his teaching were seen in the erection of many churches and monasteries, in which literature was cultivated with so much success that students repaired to the Irish schools from all parts of Europe. This state of things endured for several centuries, until a permanent check was given to the progress of learning by the incursions of the Northmen, who, from the year 748 to the middle of the 10th century, continually visited the country. At the period of the English invasion, the people of Ireland are described as being of tall and elegant forms and having a ruddy complexion. Their clothing was of the simplest kind and was spun from the wool of their sheep. The art of war had made little progress among them, and their arms consisted of a short lance, or javelin, a sword about 15 inches in length, and a hatchet of steel. Their houses were built of wood, interlaced with wickerwork, in a manner which displayed considerable ingenuity. They were extremely fond of music, and in the use of their favorite instrument, the harp, they excelled the neighboring nations. Giraldus Cambrensis, 33, who has left us an account of the conquest of Ireland, admits their superiority in this respect. When Henry ascended the English throne, he entertained the project of taking possession of Ireland, and, following the example of the conqueror, he first took measures to obtain the sanction and assistance of the Pope to his enterprise. The papal chair was at that time occupied by Nicholas Breakspere, called Adrian Roman IV, the only Englishman who ever wore the tiara. He was a man of obscure birth, but of considerable intelligence, who had quitted his native land at an early age, and traveled through France to Italy 200, where he entered an abbey as secretary. Unaided by wealth or connections, his abilities gradually raised him to the dignity of abbot, from which he rose to be bishop and ultimately pope. Adrian assented to the request of Henry, and issued a bull, authorizing him to undertake the conquest of Ireland. The king, however, was deterred by the advice of his counselors, and by the urgency of 201 other affairs, from entering upon the expedition at that time, and the papal bull was deposited in the royal treasury at Winchester, without being promulgated. EP 201. The Siege of Waterford, CP 201. See larger version. 14 years later, some Norman and Flemish adventurers, who had previously settled in Wales, were invited to Ireland by one of the native princes. Dervorgilla, a lady of remarkable beauty, wife of Tiernan O'Rourke, a powerful chief, was carried off by Dermot Mac Murrough, king of Leinster. Dermot, who was a man of cruel and arrogant temper, had many enemies, and he now found himself attacked on different sides by O'Rourke and those who supported his cause. Ultimately, a general combination was formed against the king of Leinster, and he was compelled to quit the country. He proceeded to ask the support of King Henry, who was then in Aquitaine. Henry, occupied at that time with other affairs of importance, received him graciously, and gave him letters, authorizing the subjects of the English crown to take up arms in his favor. Furnished with these, Dermot returned to England, and after some delay he obtained the assistance of Richard de Clare, surnamed Strongbow, Earl of Pembroke, to whom he promised his daughter Eva in marriage. Subsequently he made arrangements with Robert Fitzstephen and Maurice Fitzgerald, to whom he agreed to give the town of Wexford, with other rewards, in return for the services they were to render him. In the year 1169, Fitzstephen, with his companions, accompanied by 140 knights and 300 men-at-arms, crossed over to Ireland and landed at Bannock Bay. Mac Murrough, who had previously returned to the country and had remained in concealment, advanced to meet his friends. The combined forces having attacked and reduced Wexford, advanced against the Prince of Ossory, whom they defeated with great slaughter. The Normans slew their adversaries, who possessed no defensive armor, and cut off their heads with their battle axes. It is related that 300 bleeding heads were brought and laid before Mac Murrough, and that he turned them over to see which of his enemies had been slain. On coming to the head of one against whom he had a mortal hatred, he took it up by the hair, and, horribly and cruelly, tore away the nose and lips with his teeth. This savage chieftain, however, had a regard for his plighted word, and he fulfilled his promise of placing Fitzstephen in possession of Wexford, while districts on the coast between Waterford and Wexford were given to others of his allies. These gifts of territory to foreigners called forth the utmost indignation among the Irish Confederate chiefs, who, at a council held at the royal seat of Tara, in Meath, declared the King of Leinster to be a national enemy, and prepared to make common cause against him. Strongbow, Earl of Pembroke, did not set sail for Ireland until 1170. He landed near to Waterford, with a force of 200 knights and 2,000 men, and was immediately joined by the Normans who had preceded him. The combined forces, having been arranged in battle array, and with banners flying, advanced to attack the city. The citizens made a gallant resistance, and were probably excited to desperation by the ruthless character of Mac Murrough, and the fate which they expected would await those who might fall into his hands. The Earl of Pembroke, who was well skilled in the art of war, had command of the forces and led the assault. A little house of timber, standing half upon posts, was observed without the walls, and the assailants having hewn down the posts, the house fell together with a piece of the wall. The troops poured through the breach thus made, and captured the city, killing the inhabitants without mercy. Leaving a strong garrison, the Normans marched to Dublin, which town, as well as that of Waterford, had been founded by the Danes. Supported by reinforcements raised by Mac Murrough, the invaders took the city of Dublin with little resistance, and, elated by a course of uninterrupted successes, made incursions upon the surrounding country. King Henry, however, received the news of these events, and his jealousy being excited at such an important conquest being attained by his vassals, he issued a proclamation forbidding any vessel to leave his dominions for Ireland, and ordered all his subjects then in that country to return to England by the next Easter, on pain of the forfeiture of all their estates, and of perpetual banishment from the realm. A consultation was held among the Normans, and Raymond Fitzwilliam, surnamed Le Gros, nephew of Fitzgerald and Fitzstephen, was dispatched on a mission to Henry, to prevail upon him to recall the proclamation, and to remind him of the letters he had given to Mac Murrough, authorizing Englishmen to take up arms in his cause. Henry received the message without returning any answer, or, according to some of the chroniclers, he replied by confiscating the estates of Strongbow in Wales.